Lung Bing gazed intently at the company report on the table, her demeanor radiating a palpable sense of anxiety. The pursuit of corporate growth and revenue inevitably incurs the ire of many, rendering her family a thorn in the side of other clans. As the foremost family in the magical metropolis of Blue Star, the Cold family has seemingly bolstered by the unwavering support of her 7 doting brothers and parents. Meticulously construct a company worth trillions within 5 years. However, this achievement has not been welcomed by the other families in the metropolis, particularly the second-ranked Li family, who find themselves at a disadvantage due to the formidable presence of a powerful female CEO like Lung Bing. Consequently, the Li family is allied with other families in the metropolis to target Lung Bingning and her meticulously crafted trillion-dollar enterprise, employing various tactics to undermine her efforts. Fortunately, Lung Bingning possesses the backing of her 7 distinctively influential brothers, and with their support, she has begun to retaliate against her adversaries with her formidable prowess as a CEO. Yet, this marks merely the beginning of her counteroffensive. Lung Bingning harbors ambitions of total annihilation, showing no mercy to her foes. Strangely, during this tumultuous period, the various companies under the Li family seem to exhibit unusual resilience, remaining unaffected by her strategies, as if forewarned of. Her maneuvers contemplated her next strategic moves. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Darling, I prepared bird's nest soup for you. Why not take a break from work?" Lung Bing's expression soured at the sound of her husband's voice from outside the study, revealing a deep-seated impatience and contempt. Though he is ostensibly her husband of 5 years, in reality, he is nothing more than an ineffectual man who occupies his time with cooking and household chores. Were it not for the need to placate her parents, 7 overindulgent brothers, and the expectations of others, Lung Ning would never have consented to marry such a useless man. Zhu Tianfan, unless it is of utmost importance, do not disturb me, she snapped. I have countless matters to consider daily, and I refuse to deal with trivial annoyances at home. Spare me your incessant interruptions. Zhu Tianfan stood at the door, holding the meticulously prepared bird's nest soup, instantly freezing in place as painful memories flooded his mind. 12 years prior, he had fallen head over heels for Lung, the senior at his school. Her striking height of 178 centimeters, regal demeanor, and breathtaking beauty had ensnared his heart. Thus began a 7-year pursuit, during which he doggedly followed her like a devoted pet. 5 years ago, Ling finally agreed to marry him, merging her wealth with his. Yet, in the 5 years since their marriage, she had remained as cold and distant as ever, forbidding any intimacy and treating him like a mere servant. Each day, he toiled in the house, cooking and cleaning, often relegated to sleeping in the bathroom of her bedroom. As these thoughts consumed him, sorrow overwhelmed him, tears streaming down his cheeks. A man may shed tears, but only when deeply wounded. What had driven him to endure such humiliation for so long? Was it love, or merely a desire for her body? Perhaps it was simply foolishness. He stifled a bitter chuckle before retreating to the bedroom and opening the expansive bathroom door. This modestly luxurious space, spanning 50 square meters, was perhaps the only place that felt like his own when Lung was absent. He sat on the edge of the toilet, overwhelmed by a sense of panic and despair, burying his head in his knees. Exhausted, he wished for it all to end. After a time, he trembled, awakening to a new clarity. The sorrowful and pained expression in his eyes transformed into a bright, foolish innocence. That moment, it dawned on him that had undergone a metamorphosis. He was now a carefree, rich heir named Zhu Tianfan. What a revelation! He had traversed into the pages of a novel bearing the same name. How absurd! The plight of a devoted pet would not be his fate. He found himself within a narrative entitled The Trillion-Dollar CEO and Her White Moonlight, chronicling the rise of a male protagonist from illegitimacy to the helm of a trillion-dollar empire, intertwined with melodramatic love affairs. The female lead, a foster daughter of the Cold family, was none other than Lung and his sister, both vying for the affection of the male lead, who harbored feelings for the former. Lung Bing, serving as the stepping stone for the male lead's ascent, was also depicted as a ruthless, domineering CEO. In the story, she resorted to various desperate measures to thwart her sister's affections for the male lead, driven by jealousy that a mere foster daughter could eclipse her. status that in a bid to reclaim the male lead's heart, even sacrificed her meticulously built trillion-dollar company, selling it at a loss due to his manipulations, and foolishly offered her family's wealth to the male lead. Ultimately, she met a tragic fate, dying in surgery in exchange for her ailing sister's life. As for Zhu Tianfan, he too faced a grim destiny, forever trailing behind, devising schemes that were effortlessly undone by the male lead, only to further elevate the sister in the male lead's affections. In the end, he was left crippled, begging on the streets for decades to afford a proper burial for Long Bingning and her family. It was clear that both he and Long Bingning had been foolishly devoted, mere pawns in the grand narrative of the protagonist's romance. Tomorrow would be ensnared by her dearest friend and sister, leading to a divorce that would leave him pleading on his knees. The thought of such a fate horrified him. The prospect of being crippled and begging for a lifetime was unbearable. He resolved to agree to the divorce when she pressed him, collecting his share of the wealth and fleeing for Long Bingning and her family. He wished for their demise, longing to see them meet a tragic end. With urgency, he found a piece of paper and, using his phone, searched for a divorce agreement template, meticulously transcribing it while seated on the toilet. He had already contemplated the distribution of assets, determined to reclaim the $50 million he had merged into Long Bingning's company in cash. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that, Cold. Bingning felt an overwhelming surge of anger, nearly crushing her phone in her grip. How could this incompetent man harbor such deep-seated resentment, referring to her as a woman of ill repute? Her dear friend, Lan Riyue, with whom she had shared countless years of camaraderie, would never betray her, nor would she conspire with the insipid Cold Sheener to bring her harm. Regardless of her feelings towards Cold Sheener, who was raised by the Cold family and considered her sister, it was inconceivable that she would collude with an outsider to drug her sister, allowing 5 ruffians to assault her for an entire night. While Cold Bingning harbored disdain for the insipid Cold Sheener, their relationship had not descended to the depths of mortal enemies. It was undoubtedly this useless man who had spread such vile rumors. As for the scoundrel, Cold Bingning was even more infuriated. Zhu Tianfan's incessant accusations of infidelity only served to affirm his baseless claims of her unfaithfulness. Cold Bingning yearned to pry open Zhu Tianfan's mind, for how could a formidable woman like herself, a domineering CEO, ever engage in thoughtless infidelity during her marriage? At this moment, the desire to deliver a sound beating to Zhu Tianfan surged within her. Chapter 3. The incompetent wretch contemplates a flight to the countryside. Hey, Bingning, are you still there? Why are you so silent? Is it impossible for you to come out? On the other end of the line, Lan Riyue noticed that Long Bingning did not respond and called out again. I'm here. I'll be there shortly. Long Bingning replied coldly, her gaze as sharp as ice as she looked down upon Zhu Tianfan. Initially, she had refused to go to the bar for safety reasons, but then she recalled Zhu Tianfan's earlier claim that in his past life, he had crawled and begged for decades to collect her remains and arrange for her burial. Long Bingning pondered the possibility that this incompetent wretch might have been reborn, carrying memories that allow him to foresee future events. If that were the case, she would take him back to see if things truly unfolded as he had described. If they did, then Lan Riyue and Long Sheener would have no reason to blame her for her ruthless actions. If not, this incompetent wretch would never dream of divorce. She would break his legs and confine him to the bathroom for life. What are you staring at, woman? Are you angry that I haven't torn up the divorce agreement? It seems there is indeed such a possibility. This woman is notoriously domineering. She turns cold towards anything that does not please her. Sigh, let her tear it if she wishes. For the sake of a peaceful evening, it is best not to provoke her anger. I'll endure it for a few more hours. Once this woman has been tossed around by 5 thuggish blondes all night, thinking she has been unfaithful, she will eagerly bring up divorce tomorrow. La la la. Zhu Tianfan, noticing Long Bingning's frosty demeanor, could only tremble as he reached for the divorce agreement, preparing to tear it up. Zhu Tianfan, come with me to the Dreamland bar. How could Long Bingning insist he accompany her to the bar? According to his memories, she had always despised his social outings, allowing him only to remain at home performing household chores, even with numerous servants at their disposal. Zhu Tianfan gazed up at Long Bingning, his expression one of bewilderment, his clear yet foolish eyes searching for confirmation that she had not misspoken. You want me to go to the bar with you? Is this real, my wife? Has this woman taken leave of her senses today? Or has she lost her mind? Inviting me out for the first time? No. If I go with her, she might not fall victim to Lan Ryun's schemes, nor suffer at the hands of the 5 thugs arranged by Long Shiner, nor will she mistakenly believe she has been unfaithful. If that happens, I would be unable to divorce her, and thus unable to flee to the countryside with my 50 million in divorce settlement, seeking out a few charming companions to support my retirement. Lung Bingning's gaze upon Zhu Tianfan grew increasingly frigid, as cold as the ice goddess of winter. Devoid of warmth, this incompetent wretch dared to dream of escaping with 50 million to find cheap tramps in the countryside to care for him? What audacity he possessed! A strikingly beautiful and domineering CEO like her would not settle for anything less than the finest. Yet he sought the company of those who would sell their favors for mere money. Cole Bingning truly wished to slap this incompetent man, the one who incessantly spoke of the woman named Sun, to death. Zhu Tianfan, I am not making a request. I am informing you. You are still my nominal husband, and we have not divorced. I grant you 5 minutes to dress and come downstairs to await my arrival. After declaring this with a frosty demeanor, Cole Bingning turned and approached the vanity mirror to retouch her makeup. The domineering aura of the female CEO left Zhu Tianfan momentarily speechless. Sun woman, how contemptible. I was blind in my past life, wasting 7 years pursuing you, and foolishly endured 5 years of marriage. Seated at the vanity, Cole Bingning, filled with anger, snapped a precious lipstick in half against the table. This ineffectual man continued to harbor resentment, incessantly hurling insults at her with the term Sun woman. If nothing unforeseen occurred tonight, she would make sure to teach him a severe lesson. 5 minutes later, Zhu Tianfan hastily donned casual attire and rushed downstairs to wait at the door. Cole Bingning despised time wasters, so a mere minute's delay would earn him her icy, merciless gaze. After more than 20 minutes, Cole Bingning gracefully descended from the elevator. Having completed her makeup, for convenience, she had installed a private elevator leading directly from her bedroom to the garage. Beep, beep. As the horn sounded, Zhu Tianfan promptly slipped into the passenger seat. As a formidable female CEO, Cole Bingning did not favor sports cars. Instead, she often drove her luxurious, customized, bulletproof Rolls-Royce worth over 100 million, Silver Charm. Unlike other women, she preferred to have her bodyguards trail her car rather than hire a driver. Upon seeing Zhu Tianfan enter the vehicle, Cole Bingning subtly furrowed her brows. Tonight, he had not donned his sole formal outfit, instead opting for casual loungewear. In the past, Cole Bingning had insisted that if Zhu Tianfan wished to accompany her, he must uphold the dignity of the Lung family. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely casting a cold, indifferent glance at Zhu Tianfan. At that moment, he remained oblivious to her frosty demeanor, instead captivated by her profile adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Cole Bingning was stunning, a beauty ranked first in literature, her haughty demeanor capable of moving anyone, regardless of gender. The Sun woman is indeed beautiful. Her mere profile and aloofness are utterly irresistible. No wonder I spent 12 years enamored, even tending to her after death. Yet, how unfortunate that the Sun woman would tonight be at the mercy of those 5 unruly ruffians, unaware of the torment awaiting her. No. What is there to lament for the Sun woman? Throughout 5 years of marriage, she never allowed the last life's touch. Tonight, if she succumbs to those 5 ruffians, it is of no concern to me. Yet, the Sun woman brought this upon herself, in her foolishness. She nearly relinquished her trillion-dollar company to her paramour for his career, deserving of such heart-wrenching betrayal. How contemptible! Cole Bingning gripped the steering wheel, her veins prominently visible. The inept man beside her incessantly babbled, igniting her irritation. Up until now, he had referred to her as Sun woman without once uttering the term wife. What utter nonsense! How could she be so foolish as to hand over her meticulously built trillion-dollar company to a scoundrel? Furthermore, this incapable man had the audacity to disregard the Cole family's reputation, emerging in casual home attire. In the past, whenever they went out, he would dress impeccably, almost eager for the world to know he was the husband of the domineering CEO, Cole Bingning. No talking from now on. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became, icily uttering these words. Just moments ago, she couldn't comprehend why her heart ached, as if something of utmost importance had slipped away from her grasp. Zhu Tianfan was left utterly bewildered once again. What on earth? Is Sun woman experiencing her period or entering menopause? Since she insists on bringing me along yet forbids me from speaking, she must be out of her mind. Oh, whatever. Today is just Sun Woman's unlucky day. If I comply with her wishes, I can divorce and escape tomorrow. La la la. In order for me to successfully divorce Sun Woman, Lan Ryue and Cold Sheener, you two must work hard tonight to slip her some drugs, ensuring she remembers nothing but sweet, romantic memories with her lover afterward. Ho-ho with a sharp screech. Cold Bingning could no longer tolerate Zhu Tianfan's incessant inner monologue and slammed on the brakes. She fixed him with a frigid, piercing gaze, her fury almost manifesting as a chill that enveloped his face. This incompetent man, wishing for his domineering CEO wife to succumb to the advances of 5 unruly ruffians along the way. Were it not for Zhu Tianfan still being her nominal husband, Cold Bingning would have longed to procure a knife, piercing him with a myriad of holes before casting him under the wheels to be ground into pulp, alleviating her pent-up resentment. Chapter 4. Betrayal from Good Friends and Sisters, Drugged Wine. Cold Bingning closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Calming herself, she restarted the Rolls-Royce Silver Seraph. Yes, inhale deeply. Exhale. The esteemed and formidable CEO of the bustling metropolis must not engage in a public quarrel with her husband at night. Otherwise, curious onlookers might capture the moment on their phones and upload it online, resulting in embarrassment not for Zhu Tianfan, but for her own dignity as the domineering CEO, Cold Bingning, and the reputation of the prominent Cold family. A few moments later, having firmly suppressed her anger, Cold Bingning reopened her eyes, looking at Zhu Tianfan with an icy, unfeeling gaze. Zhu Tianfan, you will accompany me to work tomorrow. She intended to keep him by her side, hoping that once he had a job to focus on, he would cease his incessant references to Sun Woman and her lover. Wife, I don't need to. I'm quite content at home. Zhu Tianfan gazed back at Cold Bingning with a bewildered expression, his clear yet foolish eyes wide with confusion. The domineering female CEO has never allowed her nominal husband to accompany her to the office, even if there were matters to attend to. He was forbidden from entering her office and could only rely on the female secretary for communication. This woman, bah, I might as well lounge at home. Who would willingly join you at work? After 5 years of marriage, she has never considered letting me socialize outside. Surely, there will be trouble when I go to the office tomorrow. Is it possible that this woman is harboring a scheme? Perhaps she intends to break my legs in the name of my disgrace at the company and confine me to the basement at home? Goodness, this woman is terrifying. For a mere 50 million yuan, she harbors such malicious thoughts? She deserves to be betrayed and meet a tragic end. Ugh. Ling Bingning's icy gaze fixed mercilessly upon Zhu Tianfan, her grip on the steering wheel tightening, producing a creaking sound. Although Zhu Tianfan was merely her nominal husband and had never shared a bed with her, he never opposed her words. Over the past 12 years, Ling Bingning had grown accustomed to Zhu Tianfan's obedient demeanor and devoted care, seamlessly integrating her identity as a domineering CEO into their daily domestic life. Now, the sudden shift where Zhu Tianfan no longer took pride in her, instead berating her with terms like that woman and the scoundrel, left Ling Bingning feeling deeply unsettled, as if her authority as a CEO had been challenged. With a cold glare directed at Zhu Tianfan, she felt an overwhelming urge to stab him with a knife. This seemingly incompetent man, who usually appeared weak, suddenly had a way of pricking her heart. Ling Bingning twitched her lips, striving to maintain an appearance of restraint. I endure. I can't hold it in any longer. Even the most tempered of women cannot tolerate a husband jabbering incessantly, especially with the derogatory terms that woman and the scoundrel. With that thought, Ling Bingning pounded the steering wheel in frustration, struggling to suppress the urge to lash out, and shouted 4 words, "Shut your mouth." Zhu Tianfan, sitting in the passenger seat, immediately flinched. Something was amiss. The domineering So was inexplicably angry. He quickly adopted a facade of silence, wishing for a smooth divorce the next day, no longer bothered by Ling Bingning's incessant chatter. Unaware of Zhu Tianfan's inner turmoil concerning her, Ling Bingning continued to drive calmly. As the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost arrived at the entrance of the Dream Fantasy Bar, they spotted the aloof figure of Lan Ryue standing there. Bingning, you finally arrived. Come. Let us not leave until we're intoxicated tonight. As Zhu Tianfan opened the car door to step out, Lan Ryue immediately stiffened. How could this ineffectual man accompany Ling Bingning to the bar? How was she to execute her subsequent plan? Fortunately, Lan Ryue was not a simple woman. She quickly regained her composure and greeted Zhu Tianfan with a bright smile. Isn't that Tianfan? How fortunate that Bingming has time to bring you out tonight. However, this is unacceptable. Tonight is a gathering exclusively for women. As for the disdain and disgust reflected in her gaze, Lung Bingming would remain silent, for she is a true best friend. Ah, what a quick-witted schemer Lan Riyue is. Indeed worthy of being a confidant of Sun women. TSK, how foolish Sun women can be, even with Lan Riyue's fingers crossed at her waist. Her guilt is glaringly apparent, yet she remains oblivious. Are those 5 yellow-haired ruffians in the pink Maserati not the very ones who have been tormenting Sun women all night? It seems that the schemer Lan Riyue has come well prepared. As Zhu Tianfan escorted the alighted Lung Bingming, he surveyed the crowd gathered at the bar entrance. To his surprise, he spotted a pink Maserati occupied by 5 ruffians. Lung Bingming cast a cold glance at Lan Riyue, noticing her fingers crossed at her waist, and felt a deep sense of foreboding. A useless man might just have spoken the truth, after all these years as best friends. She understood Lan Riyue's guilty demeanor all too well. As for the pink Maserati, Lung Bingming knew exactly to whom it belonged, for she had personally ordered it and gifted it to Lan Riyue as a birthday present for her 18th birthday. What a true friend. How naive of her to have devoted herself to this friendship only to be betrayed in the end. Subtly, Lung Bingming reached into her small handbag and sent a message from her phone. Tonight, she wished to observe how the situation would unfold. If her dear friend Lan Riyue truly conspired with her sister Lung Xiner, then she would not hesitate to show her ruthlessness. Let us go in, Lung Bingming uttered coldly, her expression as frosty as ever. The air of haughty arrogance enveloped her, leaving both Lan Riyue and Zhu Tianfan feeling uneasy. It seemed that tonight, Lung Bingming was even icier than usual. Upon entering the private room they had reserved, they discovered a table adorned with an array of drinks and appetizers. This room, the finest in the bar, was the very one where Lung Bingming would retreat with Lan Riyue whenever she sought solace in a drink. As a domineering female CEO, Lung Bingming's thoughts diverged significantly from those of other naive women. She preferred to indulge her senses by observing the frenzied dancing of couples throughout the bar rather than engaging in the fray herself. Before Lung Bingming could take her seat, Zhu Tianfan noticed 5 bottles of vibrantly colored purple dream fruit wine on the table. He recalled that Lung Bingming, the imperious CEO, had a particular fondness for all things purple, including fruit wine. Ah, those seemingly pristine 5 bottles of purple dream fruit wine were the stars of the night. Once Sun women consumed them all, the effects would be nothing short of explosive. Lamenting the frivolity of her circumstances, the woman named Su urged her companions to indulge in their libations, as it would provide her with an excuse to depart. Anticipating the morrow when she would be confronted by her jubilant friend, demanding her divorce. With a sardonic spirit, she reveled in the prospect of newfound fortune, contemplating the acquisition of beauty to ensure her comfortable future. Cold Bingming glared at Zhu Tianfan, her ire mounting to the point where she considered hurling a bottle of purple dream fruit wine at his head, her grip on her designer handbag tightening with visible tension. This ineffectual man was utterly insufferable. How could he wish for his domineering wife to be sullied by the likes of a ruffian? Chapter 5. My dear wife. May your night be joyous, Bingming. Come. This is your favorite purple dream flavor. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are inebriated. Lan Riyue, deftly uncapping the bottle, poured the vibrant liquid into a glass and presented it to Cold Bingming, all the while cheerfully opening other bottles of varying hues, her eyes gleaming with the anticipation of revenge rather than malice or guilt. Once Cold Bingming consumed these 5 bottles of purple dream fruit wine, she would undoubtedly become a disgraceful woman of ill repute. As for the inept Zhu Tianfan, Lan Riyue had no intention of serving him, nor did she hold him in any esteem, viewing him as a man whose only contribution was household chores. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan, seated closely beside Cold Bingming, cast a glance at Lan Riyue and then peered through the transparent glass towards the corner of the dance floor, where Lung Xiner was observing them. Ah, Su, it serves you right to be betrayed by your so-called best friend and the adopted daughter of the Lung family. How foolish you are. Not realizing that Lung Xiner was watching, he mused that once Su indulged in her drink, she would soon be inebriated and vulnerable. Given her lack of discernment, it was certain that a mere provocation from Lung Xiner would compel her to consume the drug-laced purple dream fruit wine. As Zhu Tianfan continued his inner monologue, Cold Bingning's frown deepened with each word. Indeed, as he had noted, the adjacent soundproof room rendered any utterance within inaudible to the outside. She raised her gaze to the corner of the dance floor, confirming Lung Xiner's petite figure was indeed present. Were it not for Zhu Tianfan, she would likely have unwittingly sipped from the tainted wine that her friend Lan Riyue had poured. Observing Cold Bingning's troubled demeanor, Lan Riyue grew anxious. For if the domineering CEO did not partake in the drugged alcohol, their plan for revenge would falter, leaving her unable to account to Lung Xiner. Bingning, do drink. Why are you hesitating? Is your mood not agreeable? Zhu Tianfan, you must return home at once. Look at the disgraceful attire you wear while seated here. How can you expect Bingning to feel inclined to drink? Ice condensation, I shall promptly seek a bodyguard to escort Zhu Tianfan home. Lan Riyue, demonstrating her keen intellect, refrained from urging Lung Bingning to drink excessively, instead using Zhu Tianfan as a pretext for his departure. Once Zhu Tianfan leaves, Lung Bingning, the imperious female CEO, will be reduced to a state beneath even that of a dog tonight. Zhu Tianfan, far from being vexed, instead wore a broad smile, perceiving this as an opportunity. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging for him to concoct a reason to return home. Indeed, Lan Riyue, a true confidant, has provided me with an excuse. Given the domineering nature of the woman known as Sun, she would undoubtedly feel I have lost her face. The soundproof private room adjacent is precisely the venue where Sun has been assaulted by 5 unruly thugs throughout the night, with Lan Riyue and Lung Xiner having covertly set up surveillance equipment within. Sun is truly foolish. She fails to discern the blatantly vengeful glint in Lan Riyue's eyes, which any discerning individual would recognize as brimming with a sense of retribution. The adjacent soundproof room is an exclusive privilege of Lung Bingning, one she acquired by investing 30 million to become a Diamond VIP member of the Dream Fantasy Bar. Ordinary individuals would find it impossible to access 2 private rooms. Only the esteemed confidant Lan Riyue possesses such a granted privilege. At this moment, Lung Bingning has unequivocally validated all that Zhu Tianfan has asserted, firmly believing him to be her nominal husband reborn. The icy resentment she once harbored towards Zhu Tianfan, who incessantly referred to her as Sun, has momentarily dissipated, leaving her with only seething anger directed at her 2 closest allies. Damn that Lan Riyue. Over the years, she has devoted herself wholeheartedly to this so-called confidant, gifting cars, houses, money, jobs, and even company shares, while also facilitating employment for Lan Riyue's family within a small enterprise. And now she conspires with her sister, Lung Xiner, to stab her in the back, orchestrating a scheme that would reduce her to a mere plaything for 5 thugs to toy with throughout the night. Even more infuriating is Lung Xiner, a foster daughter of the Lung family, who colludes with outsiders to harm her. What wrong has the Lung family ever done to her? What grievances has she ever harbored? The 2 wretches, Lan Riyue and Lung Xiner, wish to conspire against her tonight. Thus, she shall return their malicious tactics in kind. Riyue, summon the bodyguard Xiao Wu to escort Zhu Tianfan home. I shall await your return to indulge in some drinks. Lung Bingning coldly uttered these words, casting a frosty glance at Zhu Tianfan, hoping he would dutifully return. Once Lan Riyue leads Zhu Tianfan away, Lung Bingning will discreetly swap the drinks, feigning intoxication for Lung Xiner to witness. When Lung Xiner and Lan Riyue return together, the ensuing spectacle of revenge shall commence. Ah, my dear wife, I shall take my leave now. Do not drink too late, for I shall prepare a hangover remedy for you. Zhu Tianfan cast a deep gaze at Lung Bingning, and then, with great delight, he rose to depart. Ha ha ha, the matter of the divorce is finally settled. As long as the woman named Sun remains to drink, it is certain that she will endure a night of torment at the hands of 5 unruly thugs. How absurd. The woman should take a moment to reflect on her own worth. I certainly have no intention of preparing some absurd hangover remedy for her. She can indulge in her misguided romance with her lover in the adjacent room. Tomorrow, I shall finally be free from this marriage with Sun, and my life as a sycophant will come to an end. 5 beautiful women await my arrival to care for me in my twilight years. Ling Bingning nearly shattered her wine glass, appalled that this incompetent man could find joy in his domineering wife's disgrace. How naive of him to think he could divorce and still have the audacity to seek 50 million to secure the companionship of 5 beauties for his retirement. Such delusions. There is no chance she would ever consent to a divorce. Zhu Tianfan, pushing the door open, felt that his inner musings were insufficient and chose to hurl another barb at his formidable wife. My dear, may you find joy in your drinking tonight. Lan Riyue is nothing more than a petty, narrow-minded ingrate who cannot bear to see others thrive. The more kindness Sun shows her, the deeper her jealousy grows. Convinced that Sun's displays of affection are mere theatrics to elevate her own reputation as a good friend. In this day and age, pouring one's heart out only invites betrayal. Sun, like Ling Xinar, is herself an ungrateful wretch, unworthy of the 12 years of devotion bestowed upon her. Listening to Zhu Tianfan's veiled sarcasm, Ling Bingning's grip on the bottle tightened, her thoughts swirling with a desire to confront him physically. This inept man truly is a dog, mocking her in her most vulnerable moments. Yet, in the next instant, a wave of regret and disappointment washed over her. In Zhu Tianfan's eyes, was she truly any different from Lan Riyue and Ling Xinar? Reflecting on the years she had sacrificed, Ling Bingning was filled with remorse. Perhaps Zhu Tianfan was right. She might indeed be a heartless ingrate like Sun. After 12 years of heartfelt devotion, even a stone could be warmed. Yet, after being subjected to a night of abuse, she gleefully returned home to pressure Zhu Tianfan into divorce, oblivious to her lover's identity. And what of Zhu Tianfan? Even if he were to find himself a beggar, crippled and destitute, he would still ensure his own burial after death. This inept man is the one who truly loves her. Yet it seems their paths are destined to part forever. Chapter 6. How curious it is to find such a thing beneath the pillow. Ling Bingning was momentarily lost in thought, but as the formidable CEO she is, she quickly resumed control of the situation. She sent several messages via her phone, instructing her bodyguard, Xiao Wu, to delay Zhu Tianfan's departure with Lan Riyue by a few minutes. Then, she proceeded to uncork 5 bottles of the drug-laced purple dream fruit wine, pouring their contents into the pink and blue bottles of the enchanting elixir. The only distinction lies in the hues of the bottles. The fruit wine within remains a transparent delight. The pink and blue bottles of the enchanting fruit wine are the favored flavors of the 2 audacious women, Lan Riyue and Ling Xinar, and their reluctance to indulge is of no concern. Having orchestrated everything, Ling Bingning gracefully raised her glass to her lips for a delicate sip, eagerly awaiting the return of her dear friend Lan Riyue and the entrance of Ling Xinar. Lung Ning, I have already instructed Xiao Wu to escort that useless man home. Tonight shall undoubtedly be a memorable evening. Let us toast to our sisterly bond. Upon her return, Lan Riyue unhesitatingly clinked her glass filled with pink-hued fruit wine against Ling Bingning's, and, with a radiant smile, began to drink heartily. The speed at which she gulped down the wine resembled that of an old water buffalo quenching its thirst at a pond during summer. Lan Riyue, astutely aware, understood that the more carefree and nonchalant she appeared, the more it would tug at Ling Bingning's heartstrings, evoking sympathy for her troubled upbringing, thus prompting her to offer even more unreserved assistance. Over the years, Lan Riyue had leveraged such tactics to transform from a mere insignificant figure into a wealthy lady worth a staggering 100 million. However, this wealth was largely inflated, with most of her assets residing under the names of her parents and brother. Indeed, tonight promised to be an unforgettable night. With a cold and indifferent glance cast at Lan Riyue, Ling Bingning raised her glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, her lips echoing a thought-provoking phrase. As she prepared to lift her glass once more, Ling Xinar, situated in a corner of the dance floor, received an OK message from Lan Riyue. Recognizing that her moment to shine had arrived, Ling Xinar anticipated that by provoking Ling Bingning further, the domineering CEO would inevitably consume 5 bottles of the drug-laced purple fruit wine. Sister, are you also here? The soft, feeble voice of Ling Xinar made it evident to Ling Bingning that she had arrived. In the past, she would have responded with impatient, cutting remarks to send her away. Today, however, Ling Bingning intended to follow the same course, knowing full well that Ling Xinar possessed a thick skin and could not be easily dismissed. Ling Xinar, you still have not heeded my words. Speak with conviction. With the Ling family backing you, no one dares to bully you. Return home at once. Ling Xinar feigned a moment of vulnerability, casting a cautious glance at Ling Bingning. Sister, I was wrong. I merely wished to help you drink some of the wine. The feigned meekness and timidity of Ling Xinar repulsed Ling Bingning, inciting an urge to hurl the glass of wine in her direction. Throughout her life, she had detested Ling Xinar's pitiful expressions, as if the members of the Lung family constantly tormented this adopted daughter. Unnecessary, I can drink on my own. Lung Bingning scoffed at Lung Xiner. Yet her hands remained in motion, swiftly consuming 5 bottles of fruit wine in mere moments. During this time, she issued a series of commands, including investigating the collusion between Lan Riyue and Lung Xiner, cutting off the financial resources of Lan Riyue's family, and closely scrutinizing the intimate relationships surrounding Lung Xiner. Cold Bingning felt deeply insulted by the term paramour, and she was resolute in her quest to unearth the identity of this scoundrel, intending to exact a brutal punishment as a means of mending her wounded heart. Cold Ning, I feel a bit lightheaded. Perhaps we should retreat to the soundproof booth next door for a moment of respite. Lan Riyue, having observed Cold Bingning down 5 bottles of purple dream fruit wine, cheerfully concocted a reason to usher her into the adjacent booth. Similarly, Cold Xiner feigned discomfort, echoing the sentiment. Sister, I too feel rather dazed. Both were well acquainted with Cold Bingning's character. Such remarks would surely elicit her agreement. Once the trio arrived in the soundproof booth, Lan Riyue and Cold Xiner exchanged knowing glances, their faces alight with anticipation for the delightful events that were soon to unfold. Unbeknownst to them, a rosy hue began to blossom on their cheeks, and they unconsciously loosened their collars, their demeanor growing increasingly uninhibited, their eyes betraying a dreamy haze. In another realm, upon returning home, Zhu Tianfan fully embraced his freedom. After completing the divorce agreement, he shed his outer garments and sprawled across the expansive bed where Cold Bingning lay sleeping alone. In the past, Cold Bingning had reigned as a domineering CEO, imposing strict rules that forbade Zhu Tianfan from touching any of her belongings. Even the bed was no exception. Consequently, he had often been relegated to seek solace in the vast bathroom after completing household chores, nursing his heart wounded by love and solitude. However, today, none of that would pertain to Zhu Tianfan. He was not the former self, did not harbor affection for Cold Bingning, nor was he a son-in-law of the Cold family. What nonsense was this about only being allowed to sleep in the bathroom? What absurdity forbade him from lying on her grand bed? What foolishness dictated that he could not touch her intimate garments? What ridiculous rule prevented him from moving her various cosmetics on the vanity? Bah, tonight, all he needed was a good night's sleep, and by morning, he would await the return of the domineering CEO, Cold Bingning, who would undoubtedly come rushing back to press for a divorce. 50 million yuan, no gambling, no drugs, no greed, was sufficient to lead a comfortable life. He envisioned purchasing a villa in the countryside and, under the guise of seeking help for elder care, arranging for 5 beautiful maidens to reside within. Oh, such is life. One must indulge in its pleasures. What is this? Zhu Tianfan retrieved a purple intimate garment belonging to Cold Bingning from beneath the pillow. Did she not typically wash and neatly store her intimate garments? How could this one end up hidden away? How curious. Could it be that Cold Bingning had rushed out without time to wash it? As he contemplated the garment in his hand, he mused. This purple intimate wears quite lovely. Surely she must have changed before heading out. Wait, is it possible she desires me to wash her clothing? Hold on. This scenario is entirely plausible. Cold Bingning, with her innate allure, prides herself on her captivating fragrance, believing that being 3 years her junior, it is only natural for her husband to cater to her needs. However, one cannot treat one's husband as a mere beast. After washing the coat and completing household chores in the morning, one must also wash intimate garments in the evening. How infuriating. The audacity of that woman. It is simply vexing. Who would wash your intimate garments? You should wash them yourself. It's not as if you are incapacitated. How ridiculous. I can't be bothered with you. Standing outside the door, Cold Bingning returned home, her eyes blazing with fury, her hand tightly gripping the key to her Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. This useless man had grown increasingly bold while she was away. He dared to lounge on her grand bed and had the gall to complain about the purple intimate garments she had not had time to wash before leaving. Cold Bingning felt an overwhelming urge to kick the door open and drag Zhu Tianfan out to give him a sound thrashing to relieve her pent-up rage. Yet, she realized she must not act impulsively, to avoid succumbing to a fate of heartbreak and betrayal, and for the sake of Zhu Tianfan, the man who genuinely loved her. She could no longer be reckless. In her past life, she had lost the most significant man, and in this lifetime, she must cherish and love him dearly. Should she knock before entering, allowing Zhu Tianfan to hide the purple garments and give his consent? Cold Bingning hesitated. knowing his suspicious nature would likely lead him to believe she had ulterior motives. Never mind, she would simply push the door open. She had never intended for Zhu Tianfan to wash the purple garments. She had merely been unable to change before leaving and planned to wash them upon her return. Otherwise, they would not have been hidden beneath the pillow. She would need to be more discreet in the future to prevent Zhu Tianfan from overthinking. Suppressing her feelings of embarrassment, Cold Bingning confidently pushed open the bedroom door. Chapter 7. Want to help me wash? Then I shall stand here and watch you. Old hag, how did you return so soon? Zhu Tianfan, who had just intended to discard the purple intimate garments, froze upon seeing Cold Bingning enter. What was happening? She should have been at that Sanji fantasy bar, being tossed around by 5 thugs for the entire night. Yet she was home in just 10 minutes. I can't believe it. The object in my hand is a taboo for that woman. I am truly doomed. If she sees me, she will think I have some nefarious intentions regarding her intimate garments. How unfortunate. Why did she have to arrive now of all times? In a panic, Zhu Tianfan hastily shoved the purple garments beneath the pillow, leaping from the bed to grab a chair, sitting down with his head bowed in anticipation of a reprimand. He had witnessed the domineering CEO wife scolding her husband countless times in his mind, so he was quite familiar with the scenario. Fortunately, Cold Bingning was somewhat reasonable, standing to look down at Zhu Tianfan rather than forcing him to kneel and apologize. Given her domineering nature, I might lose the 50 million yuan settlement tomorrow during the divorce, and the 5 enchanting beauties who could have supported me in my old age will be lost to me. Life. Oh, why has it transformed into such an abyss of darkness? Upon entering, Lung Bingning cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Tianfan and the purple intimate garment he held, feeling an undeniable sense of shame. My dear husband, if I do not return home, am I to reside in a bar? With a cold expression, she looked down at Zhu Tianfan, her teeth clenched as she spat out those words. This resentful husband of hers was quite the character. Consumed by thoughts of divorce and the prospect of spending 50 million to find 5 cheap companions to assist with his old age. Wishing for a divorce? That shall be impossible in the next lifetime. Gently poking at her purple intimate garment, she placed her hands over her heart and continued to glare at Zhu Tianfan. So, you wish to help me wash my intimate garments tonight? Very well. I shall stand right here and watch you. Lung Bingning was curious to see how Zhu Tianfan would respond. Would he truly fetch water to wash, or would he, as before, weep and plead for mercy? His defiance in this rebirth had certainly garnered her attention. Sun woman, how dare you speak? Of course, you were in the bar being tossed around by 5 yellow-haired rascals, reveling in a sweet journey of love with your illicit partner. Yet, there seemed to be something amiss on Sun woman's face. A faint blush suggested she might have awakened halfway through and escaped. How amusing, truly. Indeed, my dear wife. You are absolutely correct. I genuinely wish to assist you in washing those intimate garments. Zhu Tianfan's face twitched as he forced a smile, nervously gazing up at Lung Bingning's cold and beautiful visage. After obtaining her consent, he fetched a basin of clean water from the bathroom and began washing in the bedroom. Well, if it must be washed, so be it. It is certainly preferable to the times when Sun woman forced me to stay awake all night transcribing a confession on the toilet. Why are Lan Riyue and Lung Shiner so ineffective? They administered such a meager amount of drugs that Sun woman managed to awaken and flee midway. What a pity. Wait, could it be that Sun woman realized she had not vented her frustration on me through her affair? Truly a malicious woman. May the act of washing bring her some joy, so that when morning comes, she can amicably divorce me. La la la. Zhu Tianfan. Lung Bingning spat out his name with venom. The anger within her was palpable. How could there be a husband like Zhu Tianfan, who seemingly wished for his domineering CEO wife to be tossed around by 5 yellow-haired rascals? Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, she closed her eyes to soothe herself. Do not be angry. This is all of my own making, all to ease the current tensions with Zhu Tianfan. In the last life, he endured years of crawling and begging to ensure my burial. Why should I not tolerate a few grumbles from this resentful husband in this lifetime? Zhu Tianfan, unaware of the reason behind Lung Bingning's palpable anger, cautiously scrubbed the purple intimate garments while forcing a smile. I'm here, my dear wife. Just a couple more rinses, and they'll be spotless. Lung Bingning nodded in response, making a concerted effort to suppress the fury brewing within her. Once the garments were clean and hung to dry, she retired to bed, disregarding Zhu Tianfan's activities. She discarded her high heels and removed her black stockings, revealing her long, fair legs that gleamed with a radiant sheen. Exhausted, she sat on the bed, lost in thought. The betrayal she had witnessed tonight, orchestrated by her best friend, Lan Ryue, and her sister, Lung Xiner, exposed the darkest facets of human nature. Dinging, she cast a cold glance at the message from her bodyguard, Xiao Yi, which displayed a video of the two deceitful women in a room, engaged in a wild brawl with 10 unruly youths. They deserve it, she muttered. Subsequently, she sent a directive to her bodyguard. Ensure all evidence is secured. It will prove useful in the future. After completing these tasks, Lung Bingning turned her gaze towards Zhu Tianfan. She had always been confident in her belief that the domineering CEO of Shanghai would never falter. Her judgment of people consistently accurate. Yet, had it not been for Zhu Tianfan, the repercussions that Lan Ryue and Lung Xiner faced would have fallen squarely upon her shoulders. As she looked at Zhu Tianfan, memories of the heartfelt confessions she had eavesdropped on flooded her mind. What kind of profound love could drive a man to endure decades of hardship, begging and pleading, just to ensure her dignity in death? Lung Bingning felt she could never match such devotion. Perhaps she would succumb to despair. Regrettably, the flawless love she had once cherished was now extinguished by her own hands. Zhu Tianfan might never love her again in this lifetime. With this thought, a wave of disappointment and regret washed over her, prompting a tear to escape from the corner of her eye. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan was far from the timid figure he once was. Seizing the opportunity while washing the clothes, he stole glances at Lung Bingning's exquisite legs. A figure like hers, with such a golden ratio, was a rarity. One could only dream of such legs for a decade. But why was the fierce Xiao shedding tears? It was indeed perplexing. Her stunning legs are so enticing. I wish I could indulge, he mused. But why is she crying? Could it be that Lung Bingning, who prides herself on being the top domineering CEO in Shanghai, is shedding tears in my presence? Surely, it's because Lan Ryue and Lung Xiner's efforts were insufficient to mask the pain of her betrayal. She deserves it. Wait, no? The one who truly deserves it is me. Given Lung Bingning's domineering nature, she'll surely make me pay the price. I'm doomed. My fate is sealed. Oh, how wretched I am. However, this matter is not impossible. As long as Sun grants me 500 million yuan, I could enlist 50 exquisite beauties to assist in my retirement, and assuming the role of a cuckolded husband is not beyond consideration. Indeed, I shall proceed with this plan, and when the time comes, I will propose a divorce, certain that Sun will gladly acquiesce to my request. Cold and furious, Lung Bingning repressed her tears, her heart aching as she ground her teeth in frustration. What a pitiful husband, what a cuckolded spouse, daring to so slander his domineering wife, the CEO. Were it not for the desire to ease the tension between them, and the fear that a single word might incite unwarranted thoughts in her unfortunate husband, she would have already commanded him to retreat to the bathroom. I cannot endure this. How infuriating it is to have her unfortunate husband incessantly prattling before her. Zhu Tianfan, go and hang the laundry immediately. Chapter 8. We are legally married. Sharing a bed is a necessity immersed in his own delightful musings. Zhu Tianfan remained oblivious to the fact that Lung Bingning stood before him, seething with anger and casting icy glares. Instead, he leisurely turned his clear, albeit foolish gaze toward her. My dear wife, I shall attend to it right away. Sun's long, slender legs are truly fair and exquisite. What do I see? A complete set of purple intimate apparel? I never imagined that Sun, adorned in a purple ensemble, could be so alluring. Alas, it is a pity that such a voluptuous and fair figure has been bestowed upon 5 unruly rascals. But wait, why should I lament? I cannot touch it, nor can I play with it. They deserve to be toyed with for an entire night. At that moment, Lung Bingning was both furious and embarrassed. What an unfortunate man. What a cuckolded husband, who dares to secretly gaze upon her intimacy. I must not be angry. It is not worth my ire. I must find reasons to comfort myself. Yes, all men are inherently lecherous. His daring to steal glances at me signifies that I am still quite alluring. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, trying to suppress the rage bubbling within her. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan, after his internal monologue, ambled to the balcony outside the bathroom, casually hanging the purple intimate apparel on the retractable drying rack with a clip. Tomorrow morning, as the sun rises, its rays will illuminate the balcony, just as he typically dries the bathroom mop in this manner. As for the fate of the purple intimate apparel, it will undoubtedly be shredded by Lung Bingning's own hands and discarded, for her domineering nature dictates that she would never wear someone else's washed intimate garments. They must be hand-washed by her alone. Having completed these tasks, Zhu Tianfan spread out his bedding, ready to lie down and rest, only to sit bolt upright in shock. Oh no, I have yet to finish today's tasks. I must prepare Lung Bingning's nightly milk bubble bath. After she finishes her bath, I must clean the fallen hair and water stains from the bathroom floor before I can finally lie down to sleep. As for the intimate apparel she changes out of, it is to be washed by her own hands. No servant has the privilege to touch it. Indeed, this bathroom is unworthy of Zhu Tianfan, who is only permitted to clean and sleep. Adjacent to the bedroom is a modest bathroom spanning 20 square meters, which serves as Zhu Tianfan's designated space for washing and relieving himself. How absurd. Su, the woman, commands her husband with more authority than a servant. Why not invite me to join her in a romantic bath? Oh, my aching back. Why is such labor so exhausting? Su, the woman, as a domineering CEO's wife, she engages in tasks unbefitting her status, serves her right to be betrayed. She deserves the betrayal of a heartless lover. In the bedroom, Lung Bingning eavesdrops on Zhu Tianfan's thoughts, her fists clenching in frustration, making an audible crackling sound. She yearns to storm into the bathroom and give Zhu Tianfan a good thrashing. How could this resentful husband, reborn, harbor such bitterness? Nevertheless, she resolves to suppress her anger. She cannot afford to provoke him, nor allow him to be angry. This situation must be endured. If not, her resentful husband's daily cries for divorce would be unbearable. Taking a deep breath to quell her fury, Lung Bingning coolly states, "Darling, I will handle the water myself. You should rest." At this moment, Lung Bingning begins to accept Zhu Tianfan, her resentful husband, within her heart, no longer uttering his name with disdain. Zhu Tianfan immediately sets aside his tasks and rushes to his small bathroom. Since Lung Bingning declared that she would manage the water, it is no longer his concern. Besides, if she can luxuriate in a lovely milk bath, why shouldn't he indulge in a relaxing hot soak? Very well, once you finish your bath, I shall tend to the water stains in the bathroom. Zhu Tianfan cheerfully responds, yet his mind continues to churn with complaints. Is the sun rising in the west? Su, the woman, actually called me husband and kindly offered to draw her own bath? No, she can't be so benevolent. I see now Su, the woman, must be planning to secretly hide in the tub and weep, cleansing the traces of her lost purity. She deserves this. La la la, I love bathing. La la la, hurry up and divorce me. La la la, I adore pampering five beauties. In the bathroom, submerged in a milk bath, Lung Bingning trembles with rage. What a resentful husband, filled with slander against her innocent body. With mounting frustration, she yanks the shower head and hurls it towards the vanity mirror, followed by smashing an array of cosmetics and bathing products against the floor to vent her anger. Only through such destruction can she alleviate the turmoil Zhu Tianfan has caused her. After finishing his bath, Zhu Tianfan wipes his face and exits the bathroom, intending to wait in the bedroom for Lung Bingning's return. As for the clothes discarded in the small bathroom, the water stains on the floor, and the hair in the bathroom, he cannot be bothered to clean. Tomorrow, he is set to divorce Lung Bingning. Such trivial matters are not worth his concern. After 5 years of toil, this body deserves a respite, even if Lung Bingning is unwilling to divorce. The idea of taking on the role of a cuckolded husband is still negotiable, but it requires additional financial compensation, and significantly so. My dear wife, have you finished washing up? Was something broken just now? I shall tidy up. Zhu Tianfan, with a radiant smile, entered the grand bathroom, picking up a broom with the intention of shutting the door to feign diligence. This woman, it's apparent she is furious for not having been compromised by her lover. I have no intention of cleaning up this mess. I simply wish to sleep. Tomorrow, I shall divorce her home. Before Zhu Tianfan could close the door, Lung Bingning cast a cold, disdainful glance in his direction. Husband, go lie down on the bed and sleep. Zhu Tianfan's body stiffened, slowly turning his head to gaze at Lung Bingning with a look of incredulity. Wife, is this truly happening? Had it been the previous incarnation, I would have been overjoyed, lying on the bed with tears of gratitude streaming down my face. After 5 years of marriage, only today have I been afforded the opportunity to share a bed with my domineering CEO wife. Unfortunately, Zhu Tianfan had already undergone a transformation. He was no longer the sycophant of his former life, and instead, reluctantly moved toward the bed. Should he refuse, Lung Bingning would immediately cast him a scathing look. This woman truly lacks integrity. Ugh, I have never shared this grand bed before. Now, after her surrender, she expects to share it with me. How shameless. Ugh. Dressed in a delicate lavender silk nightgown, she is indeed quite alluring. Her physique so curvaceous and fair, she need not fear my advances in the night. But wait, having surrendered, her invitation to share the bed must be a trap for me to succumb to temptation in the night, using me as a mere tool. How malicious of her, ugh. If she seeks a partner, she should simply state her desires. It only requires a bit more money. What a pitiable husband. What a husband willing to take on such a burden. What a husband seeking to don the proverbial green hat. Lung Bingning felt an overwhelming urge to kick Zhu Tianfan off the bed. Do not be angry. It is not worth the ire. One must not succumb to anger. In an effort to salvage Zhu Tianfan's affections and mend their marital bond, Lung Bingning, clutching her pained heart, stood at the edge of the bed and took several deep breaths. She began to comfort herself, acknowledging that having such a pitiable husband was quite normal. After decades of pent-up frustration, it was beneficial to release it. As a domineering CEO, she needed to be understanding and could no longer afford to bicker with her unfortunate husband. Only through this approach could she gradually alleviate Zhu Tianfan's grievances, slowly mend the rift in their relationship, and compensate the man who loved her most dearly. Suppressing her simmering anger, Lung Bingning lay beside Zhu Tianfan, casting a cold gaze upon him, and with gritted teeth uttered, "Husband, we are legally married. Sharing the same bed is imperative." Chapter 9. What? The entire family has fallen victim to the treachery of the lover. The following day, 9:30 a.m., as the sun illuminated the entire bedroom, Zhu Tianfan stirred from his slumber, emerging from a haze of drowsiness. The following day heralded the commencement of a blissful chapter in life. However, the formidable CEO, Lung Bingning, had yet to awaken and broach the subject of divorce. It was only post-divorce that true happiness could be anticipated. Presently, life remained fraught with turmoil. As Lung Bingning embodied the essence of a fierce dominator, and the Lung family was akin to her inferno. But what strikingly beautiful legs Lung Bingning possessed. The delicate lavender silk robe accentuated their allure. Yet, one must wonder how such legs could contribute to her towering height of 178 centimeters. Indeed, they were a sight to behold. The golden ratio of her long legs, coupled with her flawless skin, perfectly complemented the lavender robe and matching intimate apparel, living up to their reputation. How does she maintain such a radiant complexion? Could it be the result of daily milk baths? Oh, the unfortunate husband had carelessly kicked off the air conditioning blanket. Should I cover her with it? Perhaps it is best to do so, lest she awaken and unleash her icy disdain upon me. Today marks the day of our divorce. Let us part amicably. Lying on her side, Lung Bingning was undeniably captivating, with a figure so alluring that even I felt a stir of desire. Yet, despite her beauty, she offered no affection nor physical intimacy, thus deserving of the heartache inflicted upon her by her unfaithful spouse. As Zhu Tianfan gently draped the air conditioning blanket over Lung Bingning's smooth, fair thighs, he remained oblivious to the slight tremor that coursed through her body. The audacity of this petulant husband, daring to steal glances at her legs, to gaze and then to mutter grievances about his wife's misfortune. What a lamentable man he was. Lung Bingning, enraged, felt on the verge of crushing the blanket in her fury, wishing to awaken and deliver a swift kick to Zhu Tianfan for provoking her ire so early in the day. Yet, she reminded herself, anger was futile. She must not open her eyes, nor act out in wrath. It was beneath the dignity of a proud CEO to unleash her fury over mere words. Besides, he had covered her with a blanket, which deserved commendation. Calmness, she urged herself, seeking to quell her fury. Ultimately, Lung Bingning feigned sleep, adopting the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. In truth, she had been roused when Zhu Tianfan awoke. As his incessant chatter throughout the night had severely disrupted her sleep, it was her first time oversleeping. Wait a moment. Why was her unfortunate husband standing there in a daze? Did he intend to pursue further intimacy? Should she acquiesce or decline? Agreeing might fuel his fantasies, while refusing could prompt him to flee. Such a dilemma. Peeking through a narrow slit, Lung Bingning cautiously observed Zhu Tianfan, curious about his intentions. Yet, he remained motionless, lost in thought. What was his predicament? Surely he wasn't about to resume his incessant complaints? Ah yes, last night, she had appeared quite agitated. even commanding him to close his eyes and sleep. Was it possible that her unwillingness to serve as a mere tool for him had incited her ire? Last night, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that someone was breathing on my face in the dead of night. Surely, it couldn't be that woman, could it? No, she would be far too eager for my disappearance to revel in her illicit romance. How could she tremble incessantly in her sleep? Perhaps she dreams of her lost innocence? She deserves it. I still haven't prepared a heartfelt breakfast for her today. I wonder if she will cast me a cold glance in return? Bah! She won't perish from missing a meal. If anything, she deserves to. After all the years I spent preparing her breakfasts, she never seemed to appreciate my efforts. With great difficulty, I suppressed my anger, but hearing the resentful thoughts of my husband reignited my fury. The frustration is unbearable. I am tempted to rise and deliver a good thrashing to Zhu Tianfan's head. What on earth occupies his mind all day, that he constantly slanders my purity? As for the matter of her lover, I still have no clue who he is. Otherwise, I would have already set a plan for revenge. Just thinking about it makes my entire body tremble with rage. Last night, my husband was truly more insufferable than a dog. I kindly offered him the comfort of sharing my bed, yet he lay beside me, wide awake, incessantly droning on about trivial matters until past 1 a.m. In the end, I could bear it no longer and shouted 4 words. Close your eyes. Sleep. Only then did he finally quiet down and drift off to sleep. As for his suspicion that someone was deliberately breathing on him in the night, it was merely his mind playing tricks on him, as he muttered in his sleep. Cursing me, in a fit of frustration, I secretly exhaled a couple of times in retaliation. Sister, I'm at your office. Why didn't I see you today? Suddenly, the landline on the bedside table emitted a voice. No longer able to feign sleep, I sat up and shot a cold, indifferent glance at Zhu Tianfan before picking up the phone. 7th brother, I'm still at home. I had some matters to attend to and woke up late. I'll arrive at the office by 10:30. Beep. Seizing the opportunity while I was on the phone, Zhu Tianfan pretended to be dead. As my cold stare upon awakening had been particularly frigid. What? Is that woman calling for 7th brother? Perhaps she refers to the 7th among those 7 foolish brothers who dote on her. Their fates have all been grim. Having fallen victim to her lover and Lung Xiner's schemes, resulting in their untimely deaths within a few years. Her parents met the same fate. I recall now. 7th brother was not only a popular entertainment star, but also the owner of the largest entertainment company in the country. Ultimately, he was sold off to a foreign land by her lover and Lung Xiner, where he succumbed to a horrific demise from disease just a year and a half later. Bah! It is clear that she is a harbinger of disaster. No one associated with her meets a good end. No wonder I had to bury 7 foolish uncles and a deluded father-in-law in my past life. What? Frozen in fear, Lung Bingming felt as though her heart might shatter. Her eyes were filled with overwhelming terror and sorrow. Were it not for Zhu Tianfan's presence, she would likely have succumbed to despair. Her 7 brothers and parents were the most loving and supportive individuals in her life. Now, being told that her existence could bring about calamity, leading to the demise of her beloved brothers and parents at the hands of a scoundrel and Lung Xiner within a few years, was simply intolerable. This could not happen. She was determined to unmask the scoundrel and ensure that he and Lung Xiner would suffer a fate worse than death together. Calming herself with urgency, Lung Bingming realized that to uncover the scoundrel's identity, she would need to bring along her resentful husband. Get up. We're heading to the office together. Ignoring Zhu Tianfan's stunned expression, she cast a cold glance before striding into the bathroom to freshen up. All right, my dear. Zhu Tianfan could only respond weakly to her command, even though he had no interest in the sight of her long, smooth legs. To be honest, he had no desire to go to her company, as he would merely be confined to the reception area of the headquarters. In the company, Lung Bingming's domineering persona as the fierce CEO left no room for Zhu Tianfan, even as her husband, to step foot inside her office. What use is it for me to accompany her to work, only to sit in the reception area? Bah! He thought bitterly. Why hasn't she brought up divorce today? Could it be that last night's encounter made her view me merely as a pawn? May she meet her demise. Perhaps he should take out the divorce agreement and show it to her, planning to escape the moment she consented. With 50 million yuan, he envisioned a life where 5 beautiful women would attend to his every need, cooking, feeding him fruit, giving massages, dancing, and sharing tender moments in the evening. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Lung Bingming was once again incensed, shattering yet another exquisite dressing mirror. Her resentful husband was truly insufferable, akin to a lustful canine. Chapter 10. I choose the third option. Divorce can wait, but the price must increase. Husband, you have two choices. First, either tear this handwritten divorce agreement into pieces and toss it in the trash. Second, do not flaunt this divorce agreement before me. Lung Bingning extended her slender finger, adorned with manicured nails, piercing through the divorce document with a cold, cutting gaze directed at Zhu Tianfan. This resentful husband was dreaming, thinking he could secure 50 million yuan to find 5 cheap women to care for him. He also fantasized about romantic evenings filled with intimacy. He failed to consider whether his slender arms and legs could withstand the demands of 5 such women. What if he ended up exhausted and unable to rise, left to be discarded by them? Wife, I wish to choose the third option. We can postpone the divorce, but it will require additional funds. Zhu Tianfan promptly tucked the crumpled and torn divorce agreement back into his embrace, gazing up at Lung Bingning with clear, albeit foolish, eyes as he articulated this third path. The cold, unyielding gaze of the domineering female so was indeed fearsome, akin to a fearsome T-Rex standing before him, exhaling its breath. Yet, Zhu Tianfan felt no trepidation. He was neither a sycophant nor did he harbor affection for Lung Bingning, and he would not kneel in desperation to prevent the divorce. If they were to remain married, it would come at a price. Damn this woman. If we are to avoid divorce, why must she glare at me? How unfortunate that I spent so long rewriting that divorce agreement yesterday. Should she refuse to provide additional funds, I shall promptly print 1,000 copies of the divorce agreement and brandish them daily to vex her. When her lover unites with Lung Xiner to bring down her entire family, I will surely celebrate with fireworks and dance. What a resentful husband. He sought to vex her in such an absurd manner. It appears that after his rebirth, he not only harbored resentment, but also developed a penchant for daring tactics. All right. Additional funds, is it? Very well, I shall concede to this. Surely, the formidable female CEO would not find herself lacking in such a trivial amount of money. There was no question of divorce. It was impossible. And she would never part ways with her resentful husband in this lifetime. Lung Bingning pressed her hand against her violently rising chest, suppressing her fury, and initiated a transfer of 2.5 million to Zhu Tianfan's account. This was to safeguard herself from the treachery of that despicable lover and to protect her 7 brothers from the same fate at the hands of that vile man and Lung Xiner. She would endure this husband's explosive resentment, whether she wished to or not. After the transfer was complete, she cast a frosty, cutting glance at Zhu Tianfan and coldly uttered a few words. Very well. You may choose the third path. Just as Zhu Tianfan was about to request an additional sum of several 100,000, his phone chimed with a notification. Ding. Payment of 2.5 million received. Dear wife, thank you ever so much. Then we shall not divorce for the time being. Zhu Tianfan feigned excitement. Yet internally he scoffed at this extravagant female CEO for her meager generosity. 2.5 million was but a fraction of the 50 million owed to him. Nevertheless, with this 2.5 million, he could accomplish many things, such as sneaking out later that evening to indulge with a couple of young models at a club for a night of pleasure. Such a miserly woman. The esteemed CEO with a fortune in the billions can only spare me 2.5 million, leaving a deficit of 47.5 million. She deserves to be betrayed by her lover. Wait, something feels amiss. This woman has historically been stingy, only granting me 250 yuan monthly for living expenses. Yet now she bestows upon me 2.5 million. Is this not a veiled implication that I am worth only 250? Oh, I finally grasped the deceit from my previous life. This woman truly deserves her fate. She is destined to be betrayed and unloved. No, that is not entirely true. I once loved her in my past life. Bah. Cold Bingning listened to Zhu Tianfan's incessant ramblings, her irritation causing the corners of her eyes to twitch. What a resentful husband he was, to demand a monthly living allowance of 250 yuan and then blame it on her. How could there be such a resentful husband in the world, who not only scolded her after giving her money, but also criticized her for being stingy? It was utterly infuriating, making her heart ache with rage. Cold Bingning struggled to suppress her boiling anger, glaring at Zhu Tianfan. Be quiet. From now on, I will transfer you 2.5 million every week, but you must come to work with me right now. If Zhu Tianfan continued his incessant chatter, she feared it would drive her to the point of not wanting to go to the office at all. Fuming, Cold Bingning pulled over a chair, swung her long legs onto it, and began the final step of donning her work attire for the day, putting on black stockings and high heels. At the headquarters of Bingning Company, Cold Bingning walked ahead, with Zhu Tianfan curiously trailing behind. Bingning Company? How tasteless of that woman. To use her own name for such a grand enterprise worth trillions, utterly shameless. TSK. Surprisingly, this woman dressed quite well. Her outfit, glasses, black stockings, high heels, a form-fitting deep purple professional suit, truly exemplified the allure of an enchanting mature woman. No wonder she captivated so many in her previous life, willing to serve as a devoted admirer for eternity. Wait a moment, why does the unfaithful man prefer the sickly, flat figure of Cold Sheener over such a captivating figure as hers? Quite perplexing. Could it be that the unfaithful man feels insecure due to his brief encounters, and thus keeps his distance from women? But that doesn't seem right. I recall Cold Sheener was very fond of him, and they often indulged in affectionate moments together. I've realized the unfaithful man has never truly liked that woman. He has merely sought to exploit her. From the very first day he approached her, he was filled with schemes. This explains why he does not love that woman. And it's no wonder she offered her heart and soul to Cold Sheener in a desperate attempt to prolong her life. While 7 brainless brothers who doted on her met untimely ends. How ridiculous. That woman claims to be the most formidable and domineering CEO in the city. Yet she couldn't even discern the unfaithful man's schemes during their first encounter. She truly deserves to be exploited. Walking ahead, Cold Bingning felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and kick Zhu Tianfan. This resentful husband was nothing but a nuisance, dragging her company's name into his complaints and seizing every opportunity to berate her. Nevertheless, Cold Bingning secretly consoled herself. Astonishingly, her resentful husband had complimented her physique. TSK. TSK, an enchanting mature woman. Though the title seemed a bit childish, at least it was a form of extravagant praise. As for the unfaithful man, Cold Bingning still had no idea who he was, but her resentful husband had indeed reminded her that he had been scheming since the very first moment he approached her. Cold Bingning furrowed her brows, contemplating every man who had approached her. However, none met the criteria she had in mind. This left her with a frigid gaze, as she felt utterly lost in her quest to identify the unscrupulous man. Upon entering the company, she cast a cold glance at her hapless husband, Zhu Tianfan, who trailed behind her. "Accompany me to the office on the top floor," she commanded. "At the front desk, arrange for the highest level access card. Then have Secretary Gu deliver it." Her words left the 100 receptionists at the front desk in a state of astonishment. Today, the domineering CEO had made an exception. Zhu Tianfan was a name known to many, a pitiful husband, often relegated to domestic chores, who had once incurred the CEO's ire by bringing her snacks, resulting in his self-imposed exile to the reception area for reflection. Has the woman gone mad today to allow me into her office? Could it be that after losing her dignity, she wishes to feign affection to deter divorce? Bah, that woman deserves a wretched fate. She neither allows intimacy nor indulgence, constantly casting disdainful glances. Who would wish to endure a lifetime of marriage with her? Once I secure 5 million, I shall flee from this farce. Zhu Tianfan was unperturbed by the prospect of the elite access card, his thoughts consumed by the allure of 5 million and the prospect of divorce. Chapter 11. The beautiful, kind-hearted, and loyal Secretary Gu, whose fate is tragically grim. "Sister, you're here. Huh? Why did you bring that pathetic brother-in-law to the office?" Cold Xingxia gazed at Zhu Tianfan, who followed his sister Cold Bingning, his eyes widening in astonishment. The brother-in-law, whom his sister despised, had inexplicably accompanied her to the office, trailing behind her like a shadow. "Silence. 7th brother," Cold Bingning snapped, her frustration causing her to snap a stylus in half. Zhu Tianfan's incessant complaints in the elevator had nearly driven her to madness, and she had to kick the elevator door several times to regain her composure. Now, upon encountering her brother, he was labeling her husband as pathetic, which only served to amplify her irritation. Zhu Tianfan harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her and the entire Cold family and was indifferent to their well-being. For the sake of her family, herself, and the company, she had no choice but to endure the incessant references to her as that woman. Oh dear, isn't this the 7th of the brainless siblings doting on their sister? The entertainment star Cold Xingxia, with his striking looks and flamboyant attire. No wonder he was sent by the scoundrel and the cold-hearted to be sold in the land of misfits, destined to meet an untimely demise. Look at your flamboyant seventh brother, just as foolish as you, coming in here calling me pathetic. No wonder he will meet such a tragic end, truly, like attracts like. When your entire family ascends to the heavens, I shall not crawl or beg for their remains to be laid to rest. Instead, I shall celebrate with music and dance. It is rather peculiar. The woman named Sun had an outburst in the elevator, violently kicking the doors. Had anything gone awry, I would have been dragged down with her. Truly, she is not an admirable character. Ugh. Upon entering the office with Lung Bingning, Zhu Tianfan completely disregarded Lung Xingxia, collapsing onto the luxurious leather sofa worth millions. The earlier incident with Lung Bingning had startled him, leaving his heart pounding incessantly, fearful that the elevator might halt and plummet, leading him to share the fate of his domineering wife. Meanwhile, Lung Bingning, having opened her laptop to commence her work, pressed her forehead, veins throbbing in fury as she struggled to quell the rising anger. As she had surmised, her disgruntled husband had begun his incessant tirade in his mind, this time joined by his brother. The mere thought of it ignited her rage further. Not only had he criticized her figure in the elevator, but he had also berated her with a string of curses, wishing her ill. Such provocations were infuriating. She longed to take a knife and stab him repeatedly, to silence him permanently. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress her ire, engaging in a form of self-hypnosis for comfort. She must not allow herself to be angered. It was the sins of her past life that had summoned her disgruntled husband to collect a debt in this lifetime, for the sake of her parents and 7 brothers. She must endure a full day of his incessant complaints and insults. On the other hand, the command to shut up struck Lung Xingxia like a bolt from the blue, rendering his face rigid. His sister had rebuked him for the sake of a feeble brother-in-law and even demanded his silence. How could this be? After all, he had taken precious time to visit her, only to be silenced? Did she no longer cherish him? Was he to be cast aside? All of this was the fault of that insufferable weakling who had stolen his sister away. It left him utterly heartbroken. Despite being a prominent superstar and Lung Bingning's elder brother, in the presence of her fierce demeanor, he felt as insignificant as a mouse before a cat. Sister, I merely came to see you. I was wrong. I promise to remain silent from now on. He resembled a wrong daughter-in-law. His eyes red as he hid in a corner, secretly observing his sister and her ineffectual husband. Today, this husband was markedly different. He lounged on the sofa with arms spread wide, surveying him as if he were a visiting CEO, not even calling him brother. His sister was particularly irate today. The glare she had shot him was terrifying, as if she might kill him. Just as the atmosphere in the office grew awkward, there was a soft knock at the door. President, Mr. Zhu's access card has been processed. Lung Bingning discarded the broken pin into the wastebasket and softly uttered 2 words. Come in. Gu Qingcheng, with her keen perception, noticed Zhu Tianfan slumped on the sofa and immediately smiled, personally handing him the item. Observing Zhu Tianfan's clear yet foolish gaze, Gu Qingcheng decided to make a light-hearted jest. She leaned slightly forward, showcasing her most enviable and voluptuous figure, and sweetly whispered, Hello, Mr. Zhu. This is your access card from the president. From now on, you may pass freely on any floor with this card. Gu Qingcheng, true to her name, possessed an enchanting beauty that could captivate nations, with her appearance and figure rated at a remarkable 99 points, second only to the formidable CEO Lung Bingning. If Lung Bingning epitomized a flawless beauty at 100 points, then Gu Qingcheng was an unparalleled beauty at 99. She was kind-hearted and loyal, yet tragically met an untimely demise shortly after Lung Bingning's death. The alluring posture of the beautiful secretary as she presents the access card is simply tempting. It seems even more impressive than Sun's, and I cannot fathom how she possesses such allure, accompanied by her enchanting voice and the sweet scent of gardenia perfume. Truly captivating. Wait, didn't T-Sun just call for Secretary Gu? I recall that Sun has a secretary named Gu Qingcheng in her company. Could this stunning secretary be her? Indeed, it is she, Gu Qingcheng, the most loyal subordinate in Sun's company, beautiful and kind-hearted, excelling in her work and capabilities, often assisting Sun with company matters. As Zhu Tianfan beheld Gu Qingcheng's enticing posture while she presented the communication card, his mind was flooded with memories of her figure and the delightful gardenia fragrance that enveloped her. Thank you, Secretary Gu. You are truly wonderful, Zhu Tianfan exclaimed, eagerly accepting the access card while his gaze lingered on Gu Qingcheng's ample bosom. Oh, Gu Qingcheng is simply too beautiful and perfect. If I could marry such a woman, I would gladly face any fate. By the way, I recall that Gu Qingqing met an untimely and not long after. I must consider how she perished. Could it be linked to Sun? Oh, I remember now. Gu Qingqing indeed fell victim due to Sun. It seems her unwavering loyalty led her to investigate the cause of Lung Bingning's death after Sun's demise. But she was discovered by a vile man and sold to a cannibalistic tribe, resulting in her tragic fate. It is said that her extraordinary beauty and voluptuous figure also made her a target, as Lung Xian deemed her akin to Sun and sought to have her eliminated. Bah, Sun is truly despicable. She perished, yet her actions brought harm to such a beautiful secretary. Furthermore, Sun never truly trusted this female secretary, relegating her to trivial matters. It's uncertain if this was due to jealousy over her ample figure, or if Sun's arrogance led her to trust only her vile accomplice. Serves her right to face such a ghastly end. Cold Bingning gazed at Zhu Tianfan, who resembled an amorous dog, consumed by his disdain for her as he fixated on the attractive female secretary. Infuriated, she contemplated snapping her second stylus in half with a single hand. What was this nonsense about envying someone else's ample bosom? She possessed her own enviable figure, one that drew admiration from many. Chapter 12. Why is the domineering CEO so irritable today? Having already broken 3 pins, she couldn't help but cast a glance at the secretary, realizing that indeed, the secretary was more alluring. This was utterly exasperating. Her resentful husband had once again plunged a knife into her heart. Was there no justice in this world? Why did she have to hear her husband's resentful thoughts? With a resounding crack, Cold Bingning snapped the second stylus, drawing the astonished gazes of those present. What had come over this fierce female CEO, compelling her to break a stylus so forcefully? Only her brother, Cold Xingxia, looked on with trepidation at the visible veins on his sister's forehead. The secretary had just handed the feckless brother-in-law a pass card and a broken pen, indicating that the couple's troubles were far beyond his imagination. Cold Xingxia knew his sister too well. Her temperament was fierce, and breaking 2 pins in succession suggested she was barely containing her rage. Trembling with fear, he cautiously glanced at his furious sister. Sister, it's almost noon. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Cold Bingning shot a cold, disdainful look at her brother, her voice as frigid as ice. Brother, my husband has finally arrived. Why not join us for a meal before you depart? As a prominent entertainment star, Cold Xingxia had navigated the industry with cleverness. Now, however, he sought to distance himself from the turmoil between her and her resentful husband, which was altogether impossible. Moreover, Cold Bingning had no intention of letting Cold Xingxia leave just yet. She had yet to unravel the mystery of how her brother had been harmed by the treacherous couple of Cold Xing'er and her unfaithful husband. Sister, truly, there's no need to entertain me. I'll be on my way. Cold Xingxia, drenched in cold sweat, stealthily moved toward the office door, attempting to escape. When Cold Bingning's icy voice pierced through the air. Oh, is that so? Then brother shall never need to return. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cold Xingxia quickly retracted his foot, seeking refuge in the corner of the office, trembling in fear at the thought of further words from his sister. Seeing Cold Xingxia subdued, Cold Bingning turned her attention back to the astonished Zhu Tianfan and the secretary, Gu Qingqing, when suddenly an idea struck her. With lunchtime approaching, if the 4 of them sat down together for a meal, perhaps her resentful husband would reveal even greater secrets hidden within his heart. Although the incessant complaints of her husband were enough to drive one to the brink of madness, resolving the matter with 7th brother and the loyal female secretary was certainly worth the effort. Lung Bingning took a deep breath, suppressing her inner fury as she cast a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan before turning her attention to Gu Qingqing. Secretary Gu, please arrange for the catering department to prepare a 4-course meal of the highest reception standard for lunch today. You shall join me in welcoming my husband and 7th brother this afternoon. Lung Bingning's directive piqued Gu Qingqing's curiosity. It was quite unprecedented for the domineering CEO to actively welcome her seemingly spineless husband and to invite her along as well. In the past, whenever she had to bring important documents to Lung Bingning's residence, Zhu Tianfan would cower in fear, hardly embodying the essence of a man. However, today he appeared transformed, as if he had shed his previous timidity. Had something amusing transpired between the couple, prompting the proud CEO to lower her lofty demeanor in recognition of her ineffectual spouse. Moreover, the way Zhu Tianfan had gazed at her earlier, with those clear yet naive eyes, struck Gu Qingcheng as particularly intriguing. Resembling a pure-hearted man untouched by the complexities of society, so different from the man she had known before. "Yes, President, I shall instruct the catering department immediately," Gu Qingcheng replied, her heart fluttering as she swayed her curvaceous figure out of the office. As she closed the door, she deliberately bestowed a warm and sweet smile upon Zhu Tianfan. "Oh, oh, oh." The beautiful secretary smiled at me. "She is so gentle, lovely, and fragrant. It makes my heart flutter like I am in love. I must inhale the scent of the gardenias in the air. Oh no, it seems I've developed feelings for Gu Qingcheng. Is she an angel sent to rescue me from my despair? I cannot allow someone as kind-hearted and beautiful as Gu Qingcheng to fall victim to that woman, Sun. I must save her. As soon as I secure 50 million, I will divorce Sun and whisk Gu Qingcheng away to a new life, leaving Sun's fate entirely unimportant to me." Zhu Tianfan was utterly captivated by Gu Qingcheng's perfect figure, astonished by her gentle beauty. Particularly, her tender smile as she departed left him breathless, as if he were endeavoring to inhale the lingering scent of her perfume to preserve it within his lungs. Meanwhile, Lung Bingning observed Zhu Tianfan, who was inhaling deeply like an excited dog, and in her irritation, she snapped her third stylus in half with one hand. Ah. This infuriating man is beyond frustrating. Previously, when Zhu Tianfan sought the assistance of 5 cheap women to help with his care, Lung Bingning had been upset for a time but eventually dismissed it. After all, seeking inexpensive companionship for support was a commonplace occurrence in high society. Men were often driven by their baser instincts, as long as they engaged without emotional entanglements and handled matters discreetly. The audacity of her resentful husband seems to grow with each passing day. Not only does he wish to undermine her right beneath her nose, but he also fantasizes about eloping with Gu Qingcheng. Is this not an outright declaration of his infidelity? Truly, how splendid. She transfers a staggering 10 million yuan to him each month, yet he is still intent on divorcing her to pursue a life with another woman. Humph. With a cold huff, Lung Bingning cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Tianfan before directing a heartless remark at the trembling figure of Lung Xingcha in the corner. "Seventh brother, I am in a foul mood. Go stand over there and sing and dance for me." Unable to scold or strike her ungrateful husband, she resorted to venting her pent-up fury through seventh brother. After all, he had foolishly called her husband a useless coward upon seeing him. Meanwhile, Lung Xingcha, cowering in the corner, was utterly dumbfounded. Had he forgotten to consult the almanac before leaving home today? How unfortunate to witness the couple's domestic strife. If his sister was upset with her ineffectual husband, why not direct her ire towards him instead? While he indulged the whims of his domineering sister, performing in the office would only make him appear a fool. In a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, he steeled himself against his sister's piercing gaze and timidly shared his thoughts. "Sister, you see, seventh brother isn't feeling well today. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from dancing?" Lung Bingning shot him a cold, merciless look, extending her delicate fingers to utter a few words. "Seventh brother, what do you wish to convey?" Terrified, Lung Xingcha quivered at her words, losing all courage to argue with her. He immediately jumped up in the office, tugging at his suspenders as he began to sing and dance. His antics drew a disdainful smirk from Zhu Tianfan, who thought to himself how truly ridiculous it was for a celebrated star to act like a mindless, doting brother. "My dear wife, I am exhausted. I wish to lie down for a while," Zhu Tianfan declared, unable to appreciate the spectacle of song and dance, and seeking an excuse to escape. Little did he realize that the true cause of Lung Xingcha's misfortune stemmed from his own actions. In the corner of the bed, a hint of blue material caught the eye, revealing that the illicit lover was, indeed, him. "All right, my husband." Lung Bingning rubbed her temples and readily acquiesced to Zhu Tianfan's request. Whether he slept in her bed or rifled through her private cosmetics was of little consequence to her. Just moments before, she had been on the verge of exploding with rage, had it not been for venting her frustration through seventh brother. She might have wreaked havoc upon the entire office. Yet before she could catch her breath, Zhu Tianfan's incessant grumbling filled her ears. "Ah, that wretched woman deserves no good end. She makes me sleep in her bathroom every day while she enjoys such a grand and exquisite lounge at work. Bah, bah, bah. In any case, since that blind woman Sun is of no concern, I might as well seek out the beautiful secretary to engage in sweet conversations in this lounge." Just the thought of the lovely secretary's figure stirs a thrilling excitement within me. If only I could marry her and embrace her in a blissful relationship every day. Alas, how should I persuade the enchanting secretary to leave that blind woman's son? Given her loyalty, it is unlikely she would abandon Sun so readily. This predicament is truly challenging. Why did Sun not meet her demise sooner? Perhaps I should find her lover and suggest he play the traitor, hastening Sun's end. Cold Bing listened intently to Zhu Tianfan's incessant musings, her expression icy once more. Hadn't her resentful husband previously stated he would seek out 5 inexpensive women in the countryside after their divorce to assist in his retirement? Yet now, upon encountering the more beautiful Gu Qingqing, he has abandoned even that desire, fixated instead on marrying Gu Qingqing and cherishing her daily. Men, it seems, are indeed fickle creatures, driven by whims and fantasies. Were it not for the constraints that prevent her from striking him or hurling insults, she would have readily smashed her laptop against her ungrateful husband's head. Cold Bing exhaled deeply. She must not allow her anger to compromise her health. Yet her husband's behavior is utterly despicable. How dare he claim she is blind while courting Gu Qingqing right under her nose, embracing her with sweet affection. He even contemplates seeking out that wretched lover to hasten her demise as his domineering wife. Is he intent on eliminating her, the rightful first wife, only to take Gu Qingqing as his cherished concubine? This is nothing less than a betrayal of the most egregious kind. The anger is overwhelming, too intense to contain. She curses the heavens, the earth, and herself. Just as she had managed to suppress her fury, it erupted like a volcano. If she cannot hurl her laptop at her husband's head, then surely she can smash it upon the ground. With that resolve, Cold Bing seized her laptop and forcefully brought it down onto the floor, followed by every item within her reach upon the table. For the first time, she felt the urge to weep and scream, venting her frustration. Was Zhu Tianfan truly sent to settle the debts of a past life? Why must the heavens torment her so? Why compel her to hear her husband's incessant whining? Does the 7th brother also wish to witness her misfortune? Cold Bing noticed Lung Xingxia observing her like an inquisitive child, causing her ire to surge once again. 7th brother, why are you not singing and dancing? Then leave and never return. Hearing his sister's cold and merciless voice, Lung Xingxia could only respond in terror, desperately trying to appease her with exaggerated gestures. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan, having entered the lounge, was witnessing the unfolding drama for the first time. While admiring the exquisite cosmetics of the domineering female CEO, he inwardly cursed her for her unyielding nature, dismissing the cacophony of objects being smashed outside as irrelevant to him. The lounge, adorned with refined decor, mirrored the elegance of a personal bedroom, complete with a spacious bathroom, various fitness equipment, and an enormous bed. If one were to dissect its essence, the lounge could almost be considered a second bedroom for the CEO, Cold Bingning, except for the absence of her private garments. However, it was accessible to others, her 7 brothers, parents, younger sister Lung Xiner, dear friend Lan Riyue, and the male protagonist, while the actual bedroom was an exclusive domain where no one but Zhu Tianfan was permitted to tread, as he had been the devoted servant, merely tasked with cleaning. After thoroughly appreciating the lounge, Zhu Tianfan sprawled across the bed, inhaling the lingering scent of jasmine left by Cold Bingning, tossing and turning in delight. In his movements, he discovered a blue intimate garment nestled in the corner of the bed. With a furrowed brow, he extracted it, recalling a peculiar plot twist from the narrative. It was said that Lung Xiner, the adopted daughter of the Lung family, could not wear tight clothing for extended periods due to her flat figure and heart condition, as it would restrict her breathing. The male protagonist, her illicit lover, held a preference for slender physiques, often forgetting their surroundings in moments of passion with Lung Xiner. Wait. He remembered an incident when a woman named Sun had voiced her frustration about a significant item lost by her lover, wrongfully accusing her of discarding it. Could it be that the lost blue intimate garment belonged to Lung Xiner? He chuckled, bemused by the irony that Sun could not fathom that the important item her lover spoke of was indeed Lung Xiner's blue garment. In their moments of passion within the lounge, they had carelessly forgotten it. How foolish Sun was, always boasting about her cleanliness and her aversion to allowing any man on her bed. Little did she know that her lover and Lung Xiner had indulged in their romantic escapades on this very bed numerous times without her awareness. Alas, Sun was destined to suffer heartbreak, oblivious to the clandestine affair unfolding right under her nose. leaving her in a state of despair and ignorance. Listening to Zhu Tianfan's internal monologue, Cold Bingning found herself collapsing into a chair, tears streaming down her face. The fury that had once surged within her had vanished, replaced by profound regret and self-reproach. The so-called lover was none other than her cherished older brother, Li Chun. The realization struck her like a thunderclap, as she recalled her previous subconscious dismissals of him. The man who had maneuvered into her life and schemed against her was one of the very few who had access to her top-floor office. Apart from her parents, 7 older brothers, and her adopted sister, Lung Xiner, only Li Chun, her equally affectionate cousin, remains. Lung Bingning reflects on her relationship with Li Chun, pondering whether it is truly as simple as enjoying the love akin to that of an older brother. Beyond feeling envious that her sister, Lung Xiner, has a man who loves her deeply, she realizes that Li Chun also harbors affection for her sister. Here she is, a formidable female CEO, feeling inferior to a frail person, perhaps harboring a hidden resentment towards Li Chun. In such a twisted emotional state, it is no wonder she unconsciously opposes her sister's closeness to Li Chun, nor that she engages in a futile competition with Lung Xiner for Li Chun's favor. Had it not been for her resentful husband's rebirth, and had she not heard his heartfelt sentiments, after being schemed against by her close friend Lan Riyue and her sister Lung Xiner last night, she might have indeed rushed home to demand a divorce from her husband, wholeheartedly offering him her entire fortune, her family's lives, and her own heart, merely to gain Li Chun's attention and overshadow Lung Xiner in his affections. There is another mystery that perplexes Lung Bingning. Although Li Chun's initial approach seemed coincidental, her subsequent investigations yielded no substantial findings. What could be the reason for this? Chapter 14. The scoundrel is about to arrive. The show is about to begin. Sister, why are you crying? Did that useless brother-in-law upset you? Let me teach him a lesson. Seeing Lung Bingning seated with tears cascading down her cheeks, Lung Xingxia, who was rigidly posturing and singing, assumed that his sister was weeping due to her brother-in-law's actions. He hurried into the lounge, grabbing Zhu Tianfan from the bed and bringing him before Lung Bingning. Useless. Look at what you've done to make my sister cry so heartbreakingly. If you don't make her smile today, I want to let this go. After saying this, Lung Xingxia swiftly produced a bank card, whispering, "Brother-in-law, quickly take this. It contains 20 million. A man must have money. Women need gifts to be appeased. Buy a few presents tonight to cheer her up. Remember, don't let her know, or you'll be left with only 250. Having completed this, Lung Xingxia feigned anger. Zhu Tianfan, holding the card and gazing at his tearful, domineering CEO wife, was utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on with Lung Bingning? Why is she crying after a tantrum outside, prompting her doting brother-in-law to apologize and cheer her up? Zhu Tianfan cautiously approached, choosing his words carefully. Dear wife, why are you crying? Are you unwell, or is it that person again? Goodness, you scared me. I thought it was that flamboyant 7th brother coming to confront me. But I'm not worried. The 7 pampering brothers of the Lung family may be foolishly indulgent, but they would never resort to violence, only threatening me verbally. Besides, they always sneak me money. Could it be that in a previous life, the act of collecting and burying the remains of 7 mindless brothers who dote on their younger sister was somehow justified? It does seem to make sense, does it not? How wasteful of that woman, Sue. She smashed her latest laptop, smartphone, cosmetics, and picture frames to the ground. How extravagant. With such wealth, she would rather destroy them than bestow them upon me. It is truly heartbreaking. This flamboyant 7th brother is indeed a fool for indulging his sister. Why should I care if Sue is weeping? Surely, it must be because she is recalling the shameful incident from last night when she lost her virtue to 5 scoundrels. Humph. Sue deserves a wretched fate. How can she place the blame on me for this? Sue, what is the point of your tears? Save them for after I'm dead. No, wait, Sue will perish before I do. At last, I can gain the upper hand against Sue. Zhu Tianfan momentarily reflected on his memories and suddenly stumbled upon a rather disheartening realization. His previous self received a mere 250 yuan a month, which was entirely self-imposed, while the 7 mindless brothers secretly provided him with at least a fortune of over 100 million each month. Yet, he dutifully surrendered it to Lung Bingning, who hypocritically claimed it was out of love for his wife, asserting that a good man ought to be penniless. Ugh, truly, a sycophant deserves no mercy. At that moment, Lung Bingning, tears streaming down her face, listened to her resentful husband's incessant ramblings, her frustration bubbling over, causing her tears to flow anew. Just moments ago, she was engulfed in sorrow, but now that anguish transformed into an explosive fury. It's all because of seventh brother. Why must he hastily drag her resentful husband out to apologize? Now, she must endure yet another round of his incessant complaints. With a cold glare, Lung Bingming shot a frosty look at Lung Xingxia and icily commanded, "Seventh brother, apologize to my husband immediately." Upon uttering those words, she turned to Zhu Tianfan. Feeling a sudden headache, how could her domineering nature as a powerful CEO allow her to utter an apology to him? Ultimately, she managed to suppress her anger and stiffly uttered 3 words, "I am sorry." Lung Bingming's apology to her pathetic brother-in-law left Lung Xingxia utterly speechless. "Sister, what on earth is happening? Please don't frighten me. I will apologize to my brother-in-law right away. I should not have called him pathetic. Brother-in-law, I am sorry." It is worth noting that Lung Bingming's character was inherently domineering, and after becoming a CEO, she became even more so. Aside from her parents, no one, including her 7 brothers, her younger sister, or her pathetic brother-in-law, could ever elicit an apology from her. At that moment, Zhu Tianfan was equally astonished and at a loss for words. "My dear wife, are you all right?" In the 12 years of memories from his previous self, Lung Bingming, the tyrannical CEO, had never uttered the words "I am sorry." Even when wrong, she would maintain a cold demeanor, casting a merciless glare. And her mantra could be summed up as, "All mistakes are the fault of others. A domineering CEO is never at fault." Is Sue having a breakdown today? Shouldn't she be coldly chastising me? Why is she having the flamboyant 7th brother apologize to me and personally utter the words, "I am sorry"? Wait a moment. The woman, Sun, ought to apologize, yet her tone is wholly inappropriate. The way she apologizes, with that peculiar gaze, unsettles me. I find myself longing for the cold, disdainful demeanor that Sun typically exhibits. Is it possible that I possess a penchant for masochism, reveling in her scorn? No, it must be her exquisite visage that captivates me. Alas, even her reprimands carry a certain allure. Lung Bingming felt as though her head would burst from the tension. This resentful husband of hers is truly insufferable. After laboriously forcing herself to utter the 3 words "I'm sorry," he had the audacity to express his disdain, claiming that her usual icy rebukes were far more appealing. Oh, how infuriating. How can such a foolish man exist in this world? It is no small feat to utter those 3 words, which she had never spoken for over a decade. Just as Lung Bingming's anger reached its zenith, prepared to lash out at Zhu Tianfan, the sound of a ringing telephone interrupted her thoughts. It was her secretary, Gu Qingcheng, announcing, "President, Mr. Li Chun has come to see you. Here he comes." The man Sun has been obsessing over, Li Chun. What a performance awaits us. Li Chun. Indeed, the paramour her resentful husband spoke of is none other than Li Chun. What a delightful fellow he is. At this moment, Lung Bingming's past jealousy towards her sister, Lung Xiner, and her resentment towards Li Chun transformed into an intense, seething hatred, accompanied by a fleeting urge for vengeance. Now, she awaited Li Chun's arrival, eager to witness how he would feign affection towards her sister. Wait, what does the show is about to begin mean? It seems her resentful husband harbors a hint of schadenfreude regarding her situation. Lung Bingming felt a sense of unease and confusion regarding her husband's last remarks. Last night, her dear sister and best friend had not administered enough sedative, allowing Sun to awaken midway. How would she confront this paramour now? Would she confess, weeping and lamenting that she had lost her purity to 5 ruffians, claiming she was unworthy of him, seeking solace? Or would she wait for her sister to notify the paramour, prompting him to come forward and demand a divorce, while still maintaining her innocence? Alternatively, would she neither admit to her loss of virtue nor pursue a divorce, instead drowning in guilt and offering her family and company to aid the paramour? The mere thought of Sun facing such a tumultuous scenario is electrifying. Zhu Tianfan, upon hearing Gu Qingcheng's report, was filled with excitement. Last night, Lung Bingming had not been assaulted by 5 ruffians. She had awakened midway and escaped home. Now, with Li Chen's arrival, she would be thrust into a tumultuous confrontation. Of course, Zhu Tianfan remained blissfully unaware that Lung Bingming had already begun to adopt her cold, disdainful demeanor. Truly, this resentful husband is a typical man, eager to witness the chaos that unfolds around his formidable wife. With a hint of amusement, the husband, eager for a taste of excitement, would soon be introduced to the true essence of a tumultuous scene. Meanwhile, the male protagonist, Li Chun, entered the elevator with a pass card, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had 3 matters to discuss with the lovely Lung Bingning. Firstly, he sought to inquire about his beloved, Lung Shiner, who had inexplicably failed to contact him throughout the night and morning. Secondly, he intended to listen to the ramblings of the seemingly oblivious Lung Bingning, hoping to glean some confidential business insights from her complaints. Lastly, he had recently established an entertainment company and wished to enlist Lung Bingning's brother, the illustrious Lung Xingcha, for assistance in acquiring promising talent, such as emerging artists and singers. With confidence radiating from his beaming visage, Li Chun pushed open the office door. Bingning, my dear sister, I have come to see you. Chapter 15, however, upon arrival, he was met not with the anticipated sweet greeting of morning, brother, but rather a disarray of shattered laptops, phones, and picture frames scattered across the floor. Awkwardly, he retracted his foot, standing at the office threshold, feeling somewhat embarrassed and at a loss for words. What has transpired here? Why are there tears on the face of this oblivious woman? He pondered. Her brother, the celebrated entertainment star Lung Xingcha, was present, as was her infatuated husband, Zhu Tianfan. Had a quarrel erupted between her and her devoted husband over her brother? This presented a rare opportunity. He could listen to her grievances and perhaps uncover unforeseen surprises. Fortunately, Li Chun was quick to react, donning a forced smile that he deemed charming. Bingning, why are you crying? Are you hurt? Let Brother Chen take a look. Oh, you are here too, brother, she exclaimed upon seeing Lung Xingcha. As for Zhu Tianfan, he was hardly worthy of a greeting. Am I being ignored? How delightful it is to be a transparent observer in this drama. Li Chun has already prompted a response. Yet why does this woman not sweetly call out Brother Chen? Speak up. Why sit there in tears? This is the very man whose heart she wishes to capture. Furthermore, it was strange that while she often shared her business dilemmas and developmental strategies with her lover, she remained oblivious to the fact that he utilized this information to solidify his own standing within the Li family. Ultimately, how could Li Chun, a love child of the Li family, possibly assist the Lung family? It was truly astonishing how this woman failed to realize such a simple truth. Why was she still standing there, frozen? She ought to utter a word of affection to please her lover and then express her woes, for this would surely solidify his status as more than just a mere love child within the Li family. How frustrating. If she does not speak soon, I may be compelled to intervene myself. Hurry and propose a divorce, so I might rescue the lovely secretary. Was Li Chun truly a love child of the Li family? Cold Bingning's sharp intellect immediately conjured a troubling thought. During this period, her nemesis, the Li family, consistently managed to outpace her in gathering intelligence and maintaining a steady course of development. She had once suspected that there was a traitor within her company, only to discover that the greatest betrayer was none other than her well-meaning brother, Li Chun. However, the incessant complaints of her resentful husband were particularly irksome. What a pitiful man. What an unfortunate spouse. He seemed to long for his domineering CEO wife to find solace in the arms of another. Eager to adorn himself with the proverbial green hat, and seemingly wished to embrace the role of the wronged party. Fury coursed through Cold Bingning, her temples throbbing as if ready to burst. She felt an overwhelming urge to inflict countless wounds upon her resentful husband to relieve her pent-up frustration. Had there been an actual injury, one might fear that her veins would surge forth with a towering column of blood. Calm down. Breathe. With Li Chun present, engaging in a battle of wills with her discontented spouse was ill-advised, lest he resume his relentless lamentations. Suppressing her wrath, she cast a frosty glance at Zhu Tianfan. Darling, why are you staring at me? Your brother Chen is here. Shouldn't you go greet him? Seventh brother, wouldn't you agree? Zhu Tianfan, puzzled by Cold Bingning's silence and icy demeanor, wondered about the situation. Why wasn't she sweetly addressing Li Chun, especially with him being present? Ah, I see. I understand now. The lady is too embarrassed to call her lover brother Chen in front of her husband, not wanting to expose her spouse and seventh brother to the ensuing chaos. After all, losing one's virtue is rather shameful. Had she mentioned this sooner, I would have swiftly whisked the flamboyant seventh brother away to the lounge to feign ignorance. This time, I must charge extra. I cannot bear the burden of being the cuckolded husband without compensation. My dear, seventh brother and I will take a moment in the lounge. You two carry on. Zhu Tianfan scratched his head and attempted to lead the self-doubting Cold Xingcha away. Silence. Cold Bingning shot a cold glare at Zhu Tianfan, her voice cutting through the air as she delivered a resounding slap across Li Chen's face. If her resentful husband yearned for a scene of chaos, She would grant him a front-row seat to the spectacle of a woman's fury. Oh dear, the lover has been struck. The illustrious Li, destined to command a colossal enterprise worth trillions, has been so easily bested by this woman. This is indeed a rare phenomenon. Should I not celebrate with some music for the occasion of the lover being struck? Tisk, tsk, tsk. Though the lover is a bastard of the Li family and frequently faced his father's wrath, he has never before been slapped by a woman. Wait, what am I celebrating? This narrative seems awry. Shouldn't the lady be weeping and confiding her sorrows to her lover? This is not the chaos I had envisioned. Zhu Tianfan, witnessing Cold Bingning's slap land squarely on Li Chun's face, initially felt elated, believing this was a moment worth celebrating. However, upon realizing the situation, Zhu Tianfan was once again left in a state of bewilderment. The incident of Lung Bingning striking Li Chun had exceeded his wildest imagination, surpassing even the original narrative of the book. He found himself questioning whether the memories of his previous life were indeed authentic. Was it not said that a domineering female CEO would never resort to physical violence, merely employing her icy gaze to intimidate? Why then had she delivered a slap to Li Chun today? At this moment, Li Chun, nursing his reddened cheek, stood in stunned silence. Wasn't it customary for this airhead woman to sweetly call him Brother Chin? How dared she strike him today? As he gazed at Lung Bingning, a woman devoid of sense, his eyes shimmered with a plethora of incomprehensible emotions. He lamented that his intentions towards this oblivious woman were likely laid bare. He seethed at the indignity of being struck by a mindless woman and regretted not inquiring about her mood before his visit. He feared that his failure to extract crucial information from her might jeopardize his legitimate claim to his identity as an illegitimate child. For a fleeting moment, Li Chun was overtaken by an urge to eliminate this foolish woman before him. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, inhaling deeply, rubbing his cheek, and attempting to feign indifference while casting a gentle glance at Lung Bingning. Sister Bingning, did I hurt your hand? Brother Chin would never blame you. Slap. Do not call me Sister Bingning. It's nauseating. Get lost. Before Li Chun could finish his sentence, he received another slap, perfectly symmetrical to the first, accompanied by Lung Bingning's disdainful command to get lost. At this point, even Li Chun, no matter how magnanimous he pretended to be, could no longer tolerate Lung Bingning's attitude and could only grit his teeth to utter a farewell. Sister Bingning, I want to be angry with you. I shall return when you are in a better mood. Do not presume that Li Chun would relinquish his pursuit of Lung Bingning. This was merely a facade of his usual audacity. Throughout the years, the hardships he endured in the countryside far outweighed the triviality of 2 slaps. After Li Chun departed, Lung Bingning shook her stinging hand and cast a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan. You ignorant husband, this is what a woman's battlefield truly looks like. Not the trivialities you imagine. She began to anticipate her husband's forthcoming complaints, eager to hear his thoughts. Meanwhile, the tool, Lung Xingxia, observed the scene before him, equally engulfed in confusion and shock. Although Lung Bingning was known for her sharp tongue, she had never resorted to physical violence, as evidenced by the spineless brother-in-law. What could have transpired this morning to provoke such anger and violence? After a moment of contemplation, Lung Xingxia poked Zhu Tianfan, who was still in a daze. Brother-in-law, may I inquire what transpired with my sister this morning? Zhu Tianfan, coming to his senses, slightly shook his head and could only conjure a vague excuse to dismiss Lung Xingxia. Seventh brother, I am at a loss as well. Perhaps it is that my wife is experiencing her monthly cycle. Women, after all, have those few days when their moods tend to wane. I wish Tianfan could also fathom why Lung Bingning would strike her unfaithful partner, Li Chun, across the face, a scene that utterly defies the narrative. The tool, Lung Xingxia, nodded in agreement, finding the words of the spineless brother-in-law rather insightful. Indeed, you possess a better understanding of the intricacies surrounding a woman's cycle than I do. At that moment, Lung Xingxia's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Dad? Mom? What? Exiner has not returned home all night. Chapter 16. The malicious woman, even in sleep, casts a cold gaze upon others. Sister-in-law, I just received a call from our parents, and they mentioned that Exiner has not yet returned home. Do you happen to know her whereabouts? Before Lung Xingxia could finish his inquiry, Lung Bingning's phone chimed as well. As expected, it was also a call from their parents, inquiring whether Lung Exiner had come to their home. In the Lung household, the 7 brothers dote on Lung Bingning, treating her like a cherished sister. While their relationship with Lung Exiner, the adopted sister, remains rather indifferent. The reasons for this are twofold. the adopted status, and Lung Bingning's personal aversion towards Lung Xiner, which has been elaborated upon in previous passages. Lung Bingning's disdain for Xiner stems from her pretentious demeanor, among other grievances. The parents of the Lung family, however, are different. They may support Lung Bingning, yet when it comes to affection, they shower it upon Lung Xiner, whom they regard as their little darling. In contrast, they view their biological daughter, Lung Bingning, as too domineering and assertive, always wishing to have the final say in every matter. Cautiously, the tool, Lung Xingxia, inquired about Lung Xiner's whereabouts, wary that Lung Bingning might lash out if her mood darkened. Sister-in-law, it seems you have not seen Xiner either. Where do you believe she might be? To ensure his own safety and avoid any potential wrath, Lung Xingxia instinctively positioned the spineless brother-in-law, Zhu Tianfan, in front of him. Fearing that if Lung Bingning's mood soured, she might strike him as well. He had come to understand that any matter related to the spineless brother-in-law would ignite her fury, leading to her throwing things or even resorting to violence. Just as he had spoken harshly to Zhu Tianfan moments earlier, she had responded with a theatrical display of punishment, even demanding an apology. And then there was Li Chun, the insidious man from the countryside, whose luck was decidedly poor. He had dared to refer to Lung Bingning as sister in front of the spineless brother-in-law, and as a result, he was met with 2 swift slaps from her. No, I spent the entire day at home, completely unaware of anything, Zhu Tianfan exclaimed, his face contorting in denial of any knowledge regarding Lung Xner's whereabouts. Today, Lung Bingning was in a particularly volatile mood. Even her unfaithful partner had received 2 slaps. If he were to speak carelessly about last night's events, the consequences would surely be dire. Oh dear, you shameless 7th brother. You have no sense of honor, thrusting me forward as your shield. What if I end up receiving a few slaps from that woman, Su? As the treacherous husband approached with a beaming smile, he was met with 2 resounding slaps from the irate Sun woman. Would I not suffer an even harsher fate at her hands? Zhu Tianfan, trembling in fear, observed his wife's every move, dreading the imminent moment when Lung Bingning might unleash her wrath upon him. Yet, Lung Bingning remained silent, sitting gracefully in the executive chair, her icy gaze fixed upon both Lung Xingxia and Zhu Tianfan. My dear husband, 7th brother, why do you both stutter in your speech? Am I truly that fearsome? Zhu Tianfan's heart sank further at the sight of his domineering wife, her cold demeanor unmistakably signaling that the volcanic fury within her was on the verge of eruption. It was over, truly over. A sudden thought struck Zhu Tianfan, one that he had no time to ponder. With Lung Bingning's astute mind, she would surely deduce that last night's drunken escapade, leading to his indiscretion with 5 unruly ruffians, was facilitated by someone who had drugged him. The only individuals who had access to his drink were his good friends, Lan Riyue and Lung Xiner. Now, with Lung's parents and Lung Xingxia mentioning Lung Xiner in her presence, given her domineering nature and vengeful spirit, was it not akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth? It was all the fault of Lung's parents and that flamboyant 7th brother for bringing up Lung Xiner. No, my wife is the most beautiful, the most alluring, and the most charming. I'm merely fatigued and wish to rest in the lounge. Perhaps 7th brother could accompany you to find someone? Zhu Tianfan hastily feigned fatigue, hoping to divert his fierce wife's attention, unwilling to accompany Lung Xingxia on a path to ruin. Bah, Sun woman, while you may possess beauty and allure, cute you are not. Were it not for the fact that whoever crosses your path now will surely face misfortune, I would never betray my conscience with such statements. It would be far better for me to feign sleep in the lounge than to receive your slaps. Lung Xingxia was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by this spineless brother-in-law who was so utterly unhelpful. With his sister now in a state of fury, even the passing dogs, the flying birds, and the crawling snails would suffer her wrath. Taking his sister to confront the detested Lung Xiner was akin to pushing someone to their demise. No, brother-in-law. I have matters to attend to at the company. I must return to handle them. You two can seek out Xiner later. After all, she is grown and cannot be lost. Lung Xingxia waved dismissively, stepping away as if nothing had transpired moments ago. However, he was too naive. Just as he lifted his leg to depart, his sister's cold, unyielding voice pierced the air. 7th brother, where do you think you are going? Lung Xingxia stiffened, slowly turning his head to glance back. Indeed, Lung Bingning's piercing gaze was fixed upon him. And no, I merely intended to notify Secretary Gu to send someone for cleanup. Lung Bingning huffed. Humph. Secretary Gu is quite busy. You shall handle the cleaning yourself. After tidying up, remember to inform Brother San, asking him to assist in configuring 2 top-tier computers, 1 laptop for work and 1 desktop for gaming. Cold Xingxia, undoubtedly one of the 7 brothers who dote on their sister, obediently started cleaning upon hearing Cold Bingning's words, as if they were a royal decree. Meanwhile, Cold Bingning, observing her 7th brother's industriousness, turned her attention to her beleaguered husband, Zhu Tianfan. Just moments ago, her husband had been grumbling in his mind, expressing his concerns for her and insisting on personally calling Chen Gu, eager to witness the chaos that ensues when she is angered. Yet, upon arrival, he bore this expression. Could it be that her domineering CEO demeanor instilled fear even in him? Since her husband appeared intimidated, she thought it fitting to show him the true nature of a woman's wrath. Darling, you claim to be tired and wish to rest. Then allow me to accompany you. Cold Bingning considered herself a reasonable wife, who rarely resorted to violence or unreasonable behavior. Throughout their years of marriage, she had never struck him, nor had she ever made him kneel. Typically, even when he annoyed her, she would merely convey her displeasure through a glance. However, today, fueled by her disdain for Li Chun and her husband's incessant murmurs, she could not restrain herself and delivered 2 slaps to Li Chun. In her heart, she rationalized her actions. At this moment, Zhu Tianfan felt utterly despondent. All right, my dear wife, he lamented, this malicious woman surely harbors ill intent. To claim she would accompany me to sleep, only to sit there coldly and oversee my slumber. Is this truly the behavior of a decent person? He pondered, strangely enough. This bed has been the site of countless intimate encounters between that scoundrel and Cold Sheener. Yet with her obsessive cleanliness, how has she never discovered it? Was it that the scoundrel was too brief in his escapades for her to notice? Or perhaps she was simply too naive, choosing to feign ignorance? Alas, this woman engages in the most unthinkable acts. Her cold gaze while I sleep sends shivers down my spine. Perhaps it is best I turn away and pretend to be asleep. Dressed in sheer black stockings and a form-fitting skirt, she epitomized the alluring enchantress. Yet, as she perched there, coldly scrutinizing him, her presence grew increasingly intimidating. No, something is amiss. This woman must be up to no good, either attempting to seduce me into becoming her hapless husband or scheming to catch me in a mistake, intending to abscond with 50 million. Chapter 17. After spending 3 million on a meal for my beleaguered husband, the only outcome was a reprimand. At 11:30 p.m., Coldning Company, a colossal enterprise valued in the trillions, boasts an expansive campus in the city center, housing over 50,000 employees and spanning a staggering 3.5 million square meters. An astonishing feat in the precious real estate of Modu. The entire park comprises 15 grand edifices, with the tallest being an impressive 88 stories, serving as the headquarters of the condensation company. The remaining buildings, ranging from 50 to 60 stories, encompass various functional structures, including administrative, office, residential, dining, entertainment, leisure, research, and production buildings. Among them, the dining, entertainment, and leisure buildings, along with the entire park, operate openly to the public, hosting renowned hotel brands and luxury labels from around the globe. This creates a comprehensive service venue that integrates dining, leisure, and entertainment, making it a famous commercial and tourism district in the bustling metropolis. Today, the company's executive, Lung Bingning, is set to host a luncheon for her husband, the somewhat resentful Zhu Tianfan, and her doting brother, Lung Xingxia, naturally at the dining building. The interior of the dining building is adorned with opulence. In addition to the myriad of global hotel brands, it houses the company's own dining department. This dining department is far from being an ordinary cafeteria. It boasts an array of esteemed chefs hailing from various corners of the world. These include chefs specializing in East Asian and Southeast Asian cuisines, represented by the Dragon Kingdom's culinary traditions, as well as those from Europe, America, and Oceania focusing on French cuisine. Additionally, chefs proficient in Turkish cuisine from Central Asia, South Asia, West Asia, and Africa are present. The culinary department is capable of preparing delicacies from all regions, even enlisting individuals from indigenous tribes of the African savanna and the Amazon rainforest. According to the company's benefits policy, employees can enjoy a 23% discount at any establishment within the dining, entertainment, and leisure buildings simply by presenting their personal access pass. Mr. Zhu, Mr. Lung, this way please. For this luncheon, The president has arranged a premium Western dining experience for the two gentlemen, and I am honored to accompany you throughout this occasion. Gu Qingqing, a competent secretary and assistant to the president, arrived punctually at 11:30 to convey the message. Observing Zhu Tianfan's gaze fixed upon her open neckline. Filled with a clear and naive expression, Gu Qingqing's curiosity intensified. What could have transpired between the domineering female president and her husband that transformed the previously inept man into one with such innocent eyes? Thank you. Thank you. I truly appreciate it, Secretary Gu. Captivated by Gu Qingqing's graceful demeanor and stunning figure, Zhu Tianfan found himself utterly enchanted. Even with his formidable wife, the domineering president, casting cold glances nearby, he could not divert his eyes from Gu Qingqing's open neckline. Oh my! The beautiful secretary is not only stunning but also kind-hearted. Just look at that sweet, gentle smile that could melt anyone. Only a woman like her deserves to be a wife. Ugh, that other woman doesn't possess such a smile and only offers me cold glares throughout the day. The Ice Crystal Hotel, established by the exquisite Sun woman, truly lives up to its reputation as one of the most opulent hotels in the magical city, with every service and reception staff member boasting a commendable appearance of at least 80 points, and those in managerial positions exceeding 90 points. While these women are undeniably attractive, they pale in comparison to my beloved Sun woman and the beautiful secretary, who are a perfect 199, respectively. How delightful it would be to spend an entire day here, wrapped in the embrace of my stunning secretary. Wait a moment. Why is Sun woman treating me to the highest standard of Western cuisine today? This is perplexing, as I distinctly remember being relegated to the reception room at the headquarters during my previous visits, often subsisting on a meager box lunch. I realize now that Sun woman is merely entertaining her flamboyant companion, the seventh, while I am but an afterthought. How could she treat her own husband in such a manner, deserving of nothing less than betrayal from a heartless lover? As I listened to my resentful husband lamenting his grievances, I felt a mix of anger, shame, and injustice. What a tiresome and discontented man he is, constantly yearning for the allure of other women. The box lunch incident was instigated by him, cloaked in the guise of frugality. Yet now he portrays it as if I were the one torturing him by withholding food. Today's lavish feast is, in fact, my attempt to compensate for his usual dining experience, with the lovely secretary, Gu Qingqing, accompanying us. Yet, he accuses me of hosting the seventh, when in reality, it is the seventh who is merely a secondary guest. My husband is truly insufferable. He pretended to sleep in the lounge for an entire hour, all while casting furtive glances at me and muttering his grievances, as if he could purge years of resentment in that short span. Now, witnessing Gu Qingqing's sweet smile and alluring figure, he seems to forget about me entirely, lost in fantasies of blissful moments with her. Were it not for the need to maintain a pleasant demeanor in front of numerous diners and tourists, I would gladly have kicked him to the curb to alleviate my frustration. Suppressing my rising anger, I cast a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan, my expression stiff as I guided him to his seat. Secretary Gu, please commence with the service. This extravagant banquet I prepared for Zhu Tianfan features a sumptuous French meal crafted by a renowned chef, comprising the traditional 13-course French cuisine, arranged in sequence. The courses include a chilled appetizer, soup, hot appetizer, fish, main course, hot dish, cold dish, sorbet, barbecue, salad, vegetables, dessert, savory pastries, and sweet delicacies, with a variety of gourmet dishes such as lobster, pheasant, foie gras, steak, escargot, cod, and oysters. Each dish is presented on exquisite and unique tableware, creating a visual feast of luxury. Sister, this reception is overwhelmingly lavish. It has left me feeling quite astounded. Come, brother-in-law, indulge yourself a little more. This exquisite French cuisine is a rare treat. Completely engrossed in the culinary delights, Lung Xingcha forgot that his sister and brother-in-law had yet to partake, as he elegantly and swiftly seized his knife and fork to begin his meal. A lavish four-course French dinner valued at $3 million is something he only indulges in once or twice a year. Opportunities like this are scarce, especially since the dining department doesn't possess such fine ingredients for casual gatherings. It is only Lung Bingning who can disregard these rules. Of course, there is another reason for his haste. He wishes to finish quickly to avoid any further annoyance from his sister, who might become upset with her husband and bother him to sing and dance. As for Lung Xiner, his adopted sister, he seldom engages with her, and has little desire to seek her out. At this moment, Zhu Tianfan sat with knife and fork in hand, brimming with discontent. Although French cuisine is delightful, the cutlery feels excessively cumbersome. No ornate silverware can compare to the simplicity and convenience of a pair of chopsticks. Waiter, could you bring me a pair of chopsticks? The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes turned towards him. Before the staff could respond, Lung Xingcha, lost in his gastronomic euphoria, glanced up awkwardly at Zhu Tianfan and softly remarked, "Brother-in-law, one cannot use chopsticks for a French dinner. It is essential to employ the specially designed cutlery." No sooner had he spoken than a voice nearby, which caused Zhu Tianfan to frown, interjected, "Bingning, what a coincidence to see you here enjoying Western cuisine. The finest steak can only be properly savored with exquisite knives and forks. It's simply the etiquette of dining. If you are unaware, perhaps Bingning could enlighten you. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to lose face on her account while dining out." Chapter 18. I understand. I understand. So, you simply wish for a private dinner for two. How considerate of you. Zhu Tianfan glanced up and, indeed, it was the cunning Li Chun, the insidious villain. But why was this scoundrel targeting him? He was neither a sycophant nor did he harbor any affection for Lung Bingning, the domineering CEO. He would never grovel before her pleading for her to reconsider their marriage. If Lung Bingning were to propose divorce, he would eagerly seize the opportunity to take 5 million and escape to the countryside with Gu Qingcheng, finding 5 beautiful women to enjoy a life of leisure. Zhu Tianfan pondered. Could it be that this treacherous scoundrel was concocting some scheme? Just an hour prior, Li Chun had received 2 sharp slaps from Lung Bingning. And now he was like a dog returning to his master, fortuitously encountering her in the hotel restaurant. I suddenly recall the shameless reason this scoundrel seeks out Sun women. It seems his father promised him that if he could extract advantageous business secrets from her, he would grant him legitimacy as a son, allowing him to enter the Li family lineage and compete with his brothers for the future head of the family. By the way, this rogue recently clandestinely established a small entertainment company with only 15 employees, funded by Lung Xiner's private savings. The cunning husband sought to demonstrate his capabilities before his father, yet found himself impoverished, lacking quality cinematic resources and talented artists. Today he approached the alluring woman Sun, hoping to procure some film assets and promising artists from the flamboyant Lao Qi. To secure her place in the cunning husband's heart, Sun flattered Lao Qi, imploring him to share some cinematic resources and potential stars. Alas, the cunning husband proved to be an ungrateful wretch, and Sun unwittingly pushed Lao Qi into a dire predicament. In the ensuing year, driven by his blind adoration for his sister, Lao Qi unwittingly bestowed a plethora of cinematic resources and burgeoning talents upon the cunning husband. Subsequently, alongside the cold-hearted Lung Xiner, orchestrated schemes that led to Lao Qi's utter disgrace and downfall. To Sun's astonishment, upon obtaining these entertainment resources, the cunning husband did not express gratitude. Instead, he began to cultivate the very woman she despised most, the reigning empress of the entertainment industry, Lung Xiner. How tragic it was for Sun, who had inadvertently sealed Lao Qi's fate with her own hands. Cold Bingning sat rigidly in her chair, overwhelmed with fear and regret, as thoughts of her unwitting betrayal flooded her mind. She had initially believed that the cunning husband, Li Chun, had plotted against her, leading to Lao Qi's disgrace and subsequent downfall. Little did she know, the truth was a consequence of her own actions, having sent Lao Qi directly into the clutches of Li Chun's schemes. Why was Li Chun so treacherous? What prompted such ruthless actions against her and her brothers? Was it due to his status as an illegitimate son of the Li family? Cold Bingning pondered these questions repeatedly, yet no answers emerged. As for her resentful husband, who frequently threatened to abandon her, she dismissed him with a scoff, convinced that his grievances were merely a ploy for financial gain. The domineering CEO lacked nothing but money. If a monthly stipend of 10 million was deemed insufficient, she would simply increase it to 50 million. If that too fell short, then a monthly allowance of 100 million should suffice. She would strive to earn more to support her resentful husband. Li Chun observed Zhu Tianfan sitting silently, too intimidated to voice a rebuttal, merely feigning contemplation. He held scorn for Zhu Tianfan, viewing him as a pitiful sycophant who tarnished the dignity of manhood. Today was peculiar. The brainless Cold Bingning had, for the first time, brought an inept man to welcome her uncle for a French meal. However, Zhu Tianfan truly is like mud that cannot be molded. He does not even understand the etiquette of dining with a knife and fork, and astonishingly insists on using chopsticks at this French feast, which nearly provokes a laugh from those around. After a moment of inward disdain towards Li Chun, he boldly pulled out a chair and sat down before the cold and aloof Lung Bingning, gazing at her with profound affection, his eyes brimming with adoration. "Does your hand still hurt, Bingning? Would you like Brother Chun to accompany you to have it checked?" Li Chun's audacity was remarkable, his mind unusually composed. The humiliation of being slapped by Lung Bingning paled in comparison to the importance of his career and status. He firmly believed that once he achieved success and recognition, everything would fall into place, and at that moment, not only Lung Bingning, but even her entire trillion-dollar company and the Lung family's fortune would belong to him. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan listened to the overly sentimental words exchanged between Li Chun and Lung Bingning, secretly ridiculing them both. This shameless couple was openly flirting in front of him. If they wished to be together, they could simply discuss divorce with him, as he would not refuse. In his quest to expedite their affection, Zhu Tianfan was genuinely exasperated. "Wife, your brother Chen has arrived. I shall take my leave." TSK, this scoundrel is indeed brazen. After only a short while, he has latched onto her again. Why am I not so audacious? Soon, in order to facilitate your union with this rogue, I have gone to great lengths. I am truly a clever, thoughtful, and resourceful husband. Wait, why is Sun still sitting there, clutching her cup, instead of sweetly calling out to Brother Chen? Wasn't she previously eager to be close to him? Now she feigns modesty? Bah, Sun truly has no shame. Ha ha, I just realized. Sun must wish to have a romantic dinner alone with the rogue. Bah, this couple is indeed doomed. Even dining becomes such a complicated affair. Oh well, as a good husband, why shouldn't I assist my wife? Sun, I understand. I shall promptly take the flamboyant Lao Chi and the beautiful Secretary Gu to another restaurant for a Chinese feast, leaving this cozy setting for you two lovebirds. Oh no, wait, why am I even upset? This is a good thing. As a good husband, I must support my domineering CEO wife. When Sun initiates the divorce tomorrow, I can negotiate for more money. La la la, today is a wonderful day. Everything I desire will come to fruition. Tomorrow shall also be a splendid day. Lao Chi, no, Chi Gu, Secretary Gu, let us depart. I shall treat you to a Chinese banquet. As Zhu Tianfan hummed a cheerful tune in his heart, he stood up intending to escort Lung Xingxia and Gu Qingqing away, only to be firmly pressed back down by the frigid Lung Bingning. Sit down. Very well. Truly splendid. It was absurd that he had spent 3 million yuan to entertain a resentful husband, only for that husband to be dissatisfied and unwilling to eat. What a truly resentful husband indeed. What a pitiful man who wishes to don the green hat. He seemingly longs for his domineering wife, the CEO, to stray into the arms of another, reveling in their affection. He even hums a cheerful tune in his heart, contemplating a divorce with her come tomorrow. Humph, humph, humph. Cold Bingning's forehead throbbed with fury, nearly ready to overturn the entire dining table. To encounter such infuriating circumstances while indulging in a Western meal. She forcefully suppressed her wrath, striving to comfort her aching heart, and through gritted teeth, she uttered, "Husband, where are you off to? Today's French feast is specially prepared for you." Chapter 19. For the chopsticks? The overbearing husband protects his wife and slaps her lover twice. Is that so? My dear wife. I'm not going anywhere. I was merely jesting. Zhu Tianfan chuckled, quickly fabricating a reason for needing chopsticks to avoid provoking Cold Bingning's ire. The way she glared at him was akin to a maternal Tyrannosaurus Rex standing before him, seemingly ready to devour him whole. Zhu Tianfan harbored justifiable doubts that Cold Bingning's monthly visitor was imminent. Otherwise, she would not appear so irritable, ready to lash out even at a passing dog. Of course, Zhu Tianfan was equally averse to using knives and forks, believing it to be a nonsensical joke that a dignified citizen of the Dragon Nation would dine without chopsticks. At the very least, chopsticks are undeniably superior in functionality. Utensils like knives and forks, discarded by our ancestors millennia ago, are only deemed superior by those with weak knees and idle minds. Is that so? Cold Bingning shot a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan. If her pitiful husband would relent, then they might as well sit down and finish this meal in peace. Cold Bingning forcibly quelled her anger, intending to wield the knife and fork herself to cut his steak, hoping to foster affection between them. At that moment, Li Chun, with a confident smile, adopted an endearing tone towards Cold Bingning, employing his usual charm to appease her. "Bingning, Do not be upset. It's detrimental to your health. And your brother Chun is quite concerned for you. Men who are oblivious to the etiquette of Western dining and are stubborn should not be brought out. Let Brother Chen accompany you. Bingning, smile a little. Let me tell you a joke, he began, recounting a tale from long ago. Li Chun was unfazed by cold Bingning's earlier glare and clenched teeth, attributing her demeanor to Zudian Fan, the love-struck husband. By merely telling a joke and demonstrating his concern through humor, he hoped to make cold Bingning feel cherished by him. In Li Chen's mind, a woman like cold Bingning could be easily coaxed with a little pampering, like a loyal dog running to its master. However, cold Bingning had just managed to suppress her anger, and it flared up once more, reaching a boiling point. Li Chun, a figure of utter foolishness, has resurfaced, shamelessly regaling self-righteous jokes. Now, with the unbridled resentment of her husband simmering within, it is no wonder that he would not refrain from berating her incessantly. In the next moment, Lung Bingning immediately hears a cacophony of incessant chatter. How audacious of that scoundrel to indulge in a facade of affection, charming his sister with mere words. His trivial remarks, compared to the heartfelt devotion of her 7 brothers, ignite a fervor in her heart. It is no surprise that the dim-witted Sun woman is so enamored, always sweetly cooing, "Brother Chun, you understand me best." Truly nauseating. Moreover, the Sun woman is remarkably foolish to become infatuated with such shallow displays of affection that demand nothing in return. Any sensible woman would have long since delivered a sharp rebuke to a man who engages in such empty banter without taking action. Alas, it is the 7 devoted brothers who bear the brunt of this folly, having offered their unwavering support without complaint in their previous lives. Strangely, why does the Sun woman remain motionless, her face devoid of expression? This cannot stand. If she does not call out to her scoundrel brother Chun, how will I find an excuse to exit gracefully? How will I prompt her to initiate a divorce tomorrow? Eureka! The scoundrel has claimed he would accompany the Sun woman. So I shall seize this opportunity to withdraw. Indeed, I am a clever and considerate husband, always thinking of my wife. La la la. Ah, no, brother Chun. How right you are. For now, you are the one accompanying the dog. Rather, my dear sister Bingning. Zhu Tianfan suppresses the urge to retch, wearing a forced smile as he concocts a pretext. Look how astute he is, crafting such a reason. Truly, he is a caring and understanding husband. Now, perhaps Lung Bingning will cease her cold disdain, and tomorrow she might even come prancing to him to request a divorce. Lung Bingning's grip on her knife and fork tightens, veins bulging with ire. She is already incensed, and now, with Li Chun, that conniving scoundrel, blabbering away with his self-satisfied jokes. Her husband's internal mutterings of insults and mockery only stoke the flames of her fury. The thought of him standing up and imagining her initiating a divorce tomorrow sends her emotions spiraling like a volcano ready to erupt. The more she contemplates, the more her anger intensifies, compelling her to lash out. With her eyes shut tight, her resentful husband has become an irreplaceable treasure, one she cannot rebuke or strike. Thus, she must vent her frustrations on the insufferable Li Chun. Silence. Do not call me Bingning. How revolting. With a surge of unbridled rage, Lung Bingning barks at Li Chun to be quiet, then, in a flash, delivers a stinging slap across his face. It is all the fault of that oblivious Li Chun, the illegitimate son of the Li family, daring to pry into her company's secrets, seeking her assistance from the 7th brother, conspiring against the Lung family, and attempting to collaborate with that wretched Lung Shiner to deceive the 7th brother. Outrageous. She must be out of her mind to consider such a notion. Not killing Li Chun on the spot is already showing him great mercy. After delivering a sharp slap, Lung Bingning still felt unsatisfied and seized her glass of red wine, splashing its contents onto Li Chun. Get out. Following this, with the astonished and fearful gazes of those around her, she coldly commanded the restaurant's female manager. Fetch a pair of chopsticks for my husband. If you fail to find them, you need not return to work tomorrow. Turning to her secretary, she insisted, Secretary Gu, you shall slice the steak for my husband right now. After uttering these words, Lung Bingning pressed her hand against her chest and took a deep breath. All the rules of fine dining, all the prohibitions against using chopsticks, would be disregarded in accordance with her husband's whims. If the manager could not procure a pair of chopsticks, she would have no qualms about dismissing her on the spot. After all, a manager lacking in discernment was of no use to her and would be permanently terminated. Feeling that her anger was still not fully expressed, She cast a cold glare at Zhu Tianfan and gritted her teeth, uttering a chilling statement that sent shivers through the crowd. Now, my dear husband, you can eat your meal properly with chopsticks. The room fell silent, with everyone, including the elegantly dining Lung Xingxia and the curious Gu Qingqing, staring at Lung Bingning in shock. What a spectacle! Her husband desired chopsticks for Western cuisine, and upon hearing this, the domineering female CEO had slapped someone twice and drenched them in wine. Was this truly the formidable Lung Bingning, renowned for her poise and intelligence? This was nothing short of a fervent protector of her spouse. Even Zhu Tianfan found himself involuntarily touching his face, his body stiffening as he stammered out insincere words. Dear wife, I will eat properly right away. Only Li Chen stood there, bewildered, covering his face, his expression resembling that of someone who had just suffered a great loss. Why was this thoughtless woman slapping him again in her desperate bid to please her infatuated husband, while also dousing him in wine? Bingning, I won't be angry with you. I understand you're upset. I will come to see you tomorrow. Yet, true to his nature, Li Chun refrained from criticizing Lung Bingning in front of others. Instead, he swallowed his frustration and uttered a few sickeningly sweet phrases before hastily departing. Chapter 20. Let me show you a performance by my timid sister after the meal. Husband, Brother Qi, come with me to meet Xiner. I know who she is with. Lung Bingning coldly addressed Zhu Tianfan and Lung Xingxia, casually expressing her demand. Earlier, these two men had indulged in a lavish 3 million yuan dinner and were now seeking various excuses to escape, claiming they were tired and sleepy after dining. They simply did not wish to seek out Lung Xiner. This was unacceptable. She had orchestrated an entertaining spectacle for them to witness. To comprehend the treachery of Lung Xiner and Lan Ruyue from last night, one must question the humanity of foregoing revenge. Thus, she instructed her bodyguard to administer a copious amount of drugs to the two. Given the volume they consumed, it would be impossible for the effects to dissipate without an entire night of revelry. Simultaneously, Lung Bingning, in a bid to ensnare her beloved sister and close friend along with the paramour, had 10 ruffians don masks printed with the visage of the scoundrel Li Chun, 5 of which were retrieved from Lung Xiner herself. However, by calculating the time, the two would likely awaken around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it would be intriguing to witness their reactions to the elaborate spectacle she had orchestrated for them. What? Zhu Tianfan exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Lung Bingning. My dear wife, I am not particularly close to Xiner, so perhaps I need not accompany you. 7th brother can take you. I shall wait for your return in the lounge. Zhu Tianfan's lips twitched as he hastily sought out Lung Xingxia as a scapegoat. The irate demeanor of the domineering female CEO was exceedingly volatile today. Should he accompany her, he might easily become a target for her ire. Akin to the hapless Li Chun. Ugh, that Sun woman is truly deranged, knowing full well that Lung Xiner thrives on feigned vulnerability to elicit sympathy and provoke your ire. You would confront her in a moment of weakness? Moreover, given the tenacity of the scoundrel, he would undoubtedly follow Sun today. Does Sun intend to expose Lung Xiner's sordid heart before him? Alas, Sun's intellect appears to have diminished post-betrayal. Lung Xiner is the eternal muse in the scoundrel's heart. How could her image be tarnished by mere words? Sun deserves to be heartbroken. She has never encountered such foolishness in the 12 years of memories from her predecessor. Lung Xiner, the adopted daughter of the Lung family, was difficult to tolerate. Aside from her insipid and flat physique, the primary reason lay in Lung Xiner's penchant for portraying herself as weak and pitiful, particularly before her paramour Li Chun, constantly lamenting, Brother Chun, I am in such pain, which starkly contrasted with Lung Bingning's assertive persona. Consequently, Lung Bingning often endured Lung Xiner's whims in front of her lover, leading the domineering CEO to occasionally vent her frustration on her predecessor, sowing a deep-seated disdain within her. You are my husband. You must accompany me. 7th brother. You must join us in seeking Sister Xiner. Lung Bingning felt a surge of irritation. Despite her husband's ostensibly timid demeanor, he was internally berating her. Just look at him. His speech was riddled with terms like madwoman and fool. Were it not for her husband becoming her treasured confidant, she would have long sent Zhu Tianfan back to reflect in the confines of their restroom. Cold Bingning let out a silent snort within her heart, casting a frigid glance at Cold Xingxia, silently warning him to refrain from uttering anything that might be deemed both foolish and irksome. Indeed, everything my sister says is absolutely correct. Brother-in-law, you should accompany us. Cold Xingxia, who had initially contemplated slipping away unnoticed, found himself trembling in place. Compelled by his sister Bingning's gaze to utter a disingenuous remark filled with trepidation. In the adjacent hotel room of the Dream Illusion Bar, Cold's adopted daughter, Cold Sheener, and her close friend, Lan Ryue, gradually stirred from their slumber, their faces pale and reflecting a restless night. As they attempted to rise, they felt utterly drained, as though their very bones had disintegrated from an exhausting night of labor. They soon realized that their memories were disconcertingly muddled, as if they had forgotten something of great significance. Wait, it seemed they had accompanied their sister, Cold Bingning, for drinks the previous night. How had she vanished amidst their revelry? Just as Cold Sheener and Lan Ryue endeavored to piece together the hazy memories of the previous night, a chilling voice emerged from outside the door. Sheener, Ryue, are you awake? We are coming in. In an instant, both women panicked, hastily donning their garments. Yet, unbeknownst to Cold Bingning, whether by accident or design, she pushed the door open without regard for the women's readiness. The piercing cries of shock erupted as Cold Sheener and Lan Ryue clutched their clothes and two cushions to shield their modesty. The bed was devoid of blankets, as Cold Bingning had deliberately instructed the bodyguards to remove them. Almost immediately, a bewildered man stumbled out from the adjacent room, none other than the illicit lover, Li Chun, who stood flabbergasted, wishing he could dig a hole and disappear. How utterly humiliating it was to witness his beloved Moonlight in such a chaotic state with her close friend. How could a mere afternoon feel so surreal? Wait, something was amiss. How had he ended up in the neighboring room? He vaguely recalled being knocked unconscious earlier, and the peculiar scent in the air was all too familiar. At that moment, Cold Bingning's icy gaze fell upon Li Chun, her brow furrowing in suspicion. Yet, she paid little mind to it. Her attention fixated on her adopted sister Cold Sheener and her friend Lan Ryue, whose expressions and figures elicited a disdainful curl of her lips as she uttered a heart-wrenching remark. Sisters, Ryue, your drinking seems rather tasteless. You've indulged all night. Li Chun, what are you doing here? And why does the room smell of chestnut blossoms? It appears we have arrived at an inopportune moment. True to his role as the protagonist of a romantic tale, Li Chun swiftly concocted an excuse to defend his beloved amidst the ensuing chaos. Sister Bingning, this is not the fragrance of the chestnut flower. It is the scent of disinfectant. Li Chun, possessing an audacious demeanor, remained unfazed by the scene before him. He merely perceived it as a ploy devised by familial rivals seeking to sully his reputation. Perhaps they intended to incapacitate him or administer some nefarious substance. Simultaneously, Li Chun felt a tinge of disdain, believing his competitors to be utterly foolish. They did not even bother to inquire about his relationships with the three women, Lan Sheener, Lan Ryue, and Lan Bingning. It is essential to note that Lan Sheener is not only his white moonlight, but also his first love. Their bond is as unyielding as gold, impervious to any external forces attempting to disrupt their affection. Lan Ryue, while being a close confidant of Lan Bingning, also shares a strong rapport with Lan Sheener and Li Chun. Even if Lan Ryue found herself entwined with another man, he would remain unperturbed. For Li Chun steadfastly believes that in this vast world, the man Lan Ryue cherishes most is none other than himself. As for Lan Bingning, the seemingly simple-minded woman could be easily placated with a few sweet words. Li Chun is confident that she harbors love for him as well. After all, the depth of love often breeds intense jealousy. Lan Bingning surely desires to possess him entirely. Otherwise, she would not utter such scornful remarks. However, Li Chun's confidence is misplaced. The machinations at play are not the handiwork of other competitors within the Li family, but rather a scheme orchestrated by Lan Bingning. Seeking revenge against Li Chun and his perceived betrayals by Lan Sheener and Lan Ryue. This plot aims to allow her resentful husband Zhu Tianfan and the ineffectual tool brother, Lan Xingxia, to disseminate the scandalous information. Chapter 21. Husband, do you still wish to stand here and watch them dress? Sister, you have arrived. There is truly nothing between Brother Chun and Sister Ryue. This is all the result of someone attempting to undermine Brother Chun. Brother Chun, do you not agree? Upon finishing her words, Lan Sheener clutched her heart, furrowing her brow like a delicate beauty in distress, her lips curling into a pained yet pitiable expression. The glimmer in her eyes conveyed a sense of impending sorrow, as if she were on the brink of despair before her beloved, yet unable to relinquish the brightness of her affection. Despite her confusion over how her memories from the previous night had intertwined with Lan Riyue and Li Chun. She was resolute in maintaining her facade before Lung Bingning and Li Chun. Sensing the tension, Lan Riyue, too, felt flustered, recalling memories of being with Lung Xiner and Li Chun. Now, faced with her dear friend, she could only echo a similar excuse to justify their actions. Indeed, Bingning. You must trust us. Nothing untoward has transpired between us and Li Chun. Lan Riyue harbored genuine feelings for Li Chun and often praised him in front of Lung Bingning. Therefore, her intimacy with him did not bring her anguish. Rather, it filled her with a delightful sensation. Yet, she found herself perplexed, for she distinctly remembered administering 5 bottles of the enchanted fruit wine laced with a drug to Lung Bingning. How could it be that Lung Bingning appeared before them now, accompanied by the entertainment superstar Lung Xingcha and her ineffectual husband? Had she truly escaped an ordeal after being beset by 5 ruffians and managed to return home to her incapable spouse? Upon this realization, Lan Riyue's heart surged with resentment towards Lung Bingning. Why did that wretched Lung Bingning have the fortune of being born into a wealthy family, while she herself came from a family that prioritized sons over daughters, where even a daily meal was a luxury? Why did Lung Bingning have a devoted man and 7 doting brothers, as well as loving parents, while she was left with nothing but an incompetent brother who incessantly begged for money and biased parents? The heavens were truly unjust. She felt compelled to ruin Lung Bingning. Only by doing so could she restore a semblance of fairness to the world and find solace in her own heart. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan observed Lung Xiner and Lan Riyue, recalling memories of his previous life while casting disdainful glances at them. Lung Xiner, the adopted daughter of the Lung family, stood at 160 centimeters and weighed a mere 44 kilograms, her figure best left unmentioned, resembling a frail and pitiful little neighbor. Many men, upon encountering Lung Xiner, were immediately struck with a protective instinct towards the delicate girl. Even the scoundrel Li Chun had fallen for her at first sight. However, this did not imply that Lung Xiner was exceptionally beautiful. She was merely above average, fitting the mold of a charming neighbor, scoring barely 88 points, certainly not reaching 90. Yet, she remained the unattainable ideal in the heart of the unscrupulous Li Chun. Lan Riyue was no different. Standing at 165 centimeters with a score of 80 for her looks and a flat figure, she seemed cheerful yet often succumbed to melancholy due to her familial background. After becoming good friends with Lung Bingning, she developed a fondness for the male lead, Li Chun, often speaking highly of him while looking down on the former self who was reduced to a mere house husband. How utterly disheartening. The man whom the woman desires turns out to be such a disappointment. To rush back at midday for this. He appears presentable, yet is truly repulsive. It's no wonder that the unfortunate scoundrel is always in and out so quickly. It explains the love bites adorning Lung Xiner's neck and heart, revealing his inadequacies. What a pity that both Lung Xiner and Lan Riyue have figures akin to flat frying pans, leaving any man who gazes upon them haunted by nightmares. Only a scoundrel could be so infatuated. Ah, I see now. The reason the scoundrel is so fixated on Lung Xiner, aside from his lack of affection for Lan Riyue, is a significant factor. A woman of her allure and charm, he fears that once he indulges, he would inevitably perish at her hands. Lan Riyue deserves her fate. How contemptible, sister? Lung Xiner felt a surge of panic as she noticed Lung Bingning still standing at the doorway, coldly observing her. In the past, whenever Lung Bingning saw her being even slightly close to Li Chun, she would go into a frenzy for an entire day. Why was she not unleashing her wrath today? Why did it seem like she was not the jealous woman going mad at the sight? Why wasn't she rushing to confront Li Chun with her icy demeanor? Was it possible that Lung Bingning had grown disenchanted with her brother Li Chun? This simply could not be. The aspirations of Li Chun were at stake. Lung Bingning cast a cold glance at Lung Xiner and Lan Riyue, and with a measured breath, uttered a single word. Having eavesdropped on her husband's innermost thoughts, she felt no shred of affection or kinship towards Lung Xiner's pretentiousness. As for the scoundrel Li Chun, she wished for nothing less than to plunge a knife into him. How could she possibly continue to indulge in the mindless adoration he once showered upon her? Husband, 7th brother, please call our parents and inform them that Xiner, who has not returned all night, has been found. They need not worry. With that, Lung Bingning turned on her heel and departed without casting a glance at Li Chun. At that moment, Lung Xiner stood frozen in shock. The domineering CEO, Lung Bingning, had astonishingly shed her usual combative demeanor. Not only did she refrain from calling him Chen Guo, but she also displayed none of the jealousy that once characterized her behavior. Instead, her gaze toward him resembled that of someone observing a stray dog, devoid of any concern or familial sentiment. Bingning, please let me explain. Things are not as you perceive. The most panicked among them was Li Chun. Today, Lung Bingning was utterly unlike her usual self. She neither called for him nor engaged in any rivalry with Lung Xiner, not even throwing a slap in his direction. Such a woman had completely surpassed his control. What right did he have to assert his status as the illegitimate son of the Li family or to prove himself before them? However, it was not only Li Chun who felt the pangs of anxiety. Even Zhu Tianfan was taken aback. Why has the woman turned and left? Shouldn't she be sweetly calling her scoundrel Chingu and engaging in rivalry with Lung Xiner? Why does it feel so disconcertingly calm now? Zhu Tianfan thought to himself. Hurry back and call him Chingu, for he is the man you long for. Furthermore, Zhu Tianfan noticed something he had missed the previous night. Both Lung Xiner and Lan Riyue bore marks upon their necks and chests, while Lung Bingning was entirely unmarked. Wait, wasn't he the woman who lost her virtue? How has it turned into the scoundrel with both Lung Xiner and Lan Riyue? But that is not right. Didn't the scoundrel seek out the woman this morning and noon? Could it be that last night, after Lung Xiner and Lan Riyue met with the woman, they fled midway to discuss matters with Li Chun, and in the process, fell victim to the enchanted fruit wine? Then they hurried back to find the woman? Seeing things go awry, did they rush back to continue their rendezvous? Goodness, this plot has completely unraveled. Before Zhu Tianfan could ponder further, a chilling remark from Lung Bingning pierced through the air, laden with an icy malice. Husband, do you wish to remain here watching them both undress? Zhu Tianfan stiffened and turned to see Lung Bingning standing before him, her gaze icy and scrutinizing. No. I merely intended to wait for seventh brother to close the door together. Lung Bingning scoffed disdainfully and shot Zhu Tianfan a cold stare. Is that so? And you, seventh brother? This resentful husband speaks sweetly, yet just moments ago, he was secretly observing the figures of Lung Xiner and Lan Riyue. Although his comments regarding the physiques of Li Chun, Lung Xiner, and Lan Riyue elicit amusement, his incessant reference to them as those women is undeniably infuriating. Furthermore, Lung Bingning harbors a lingering discontent. Her husband cannot seem to take his eyes off the slender forms of Lung Xiner and Lan Riyue. When his own wife possesses such a splendid and voluptuous figure, it is truly vexing that he chooses to admire the flat bodies of others instead of his own wife. Chapter 22. Hurry up and call out to your unfaithful brother-in-law. If you're too shy, I'll help you. Sister, I feel the same. I'm waiting to close the door with my brother-in-law. As a mere tool, Lung Xingxia is once again drenched in sweat, gazing at the cold, piercing eyes of Lung Bingning. Ever since her ascent to the position of a domineering CEO, her gaze has grown increasingly sharp. One glance from her can leave one feeling as if standing before a ferocious tigress. Moreover, Zhu Tianfan, the spineless brother-in-law, holds a grudge far too dearly. After just one morning's remark about being a coward, he has managed to ensnare him twice. Alas, this couple truly provides no respite. Lung Xingxia sighed inwardly, wishing to close the private room door, seeking solace in ignorance. What is Li Chun up to? He dares to extend his foot outside the door, thwarting his attempt to close it, as if he wishes to stage an embarrassing scene before his sister. Self-reflection, perhaps? Li Chun, why is your foot outside? Are you not concerned that your dear sister might feel humiliated? With a furrowed brow, Lung Xingxia attempts to push Li Chun back inside, yet Li Chun stubbornly resists. Pleading loudly, seventh brother, I beg you, allow me to explain myself to Bingning. Bingning, I was wrong, truly wrong. Every fault lies with me. I missed you so much that I mistook them for you. Have you forgotten our shared understanding of our careers, our discussions, our pursuits? Though Li Chun felt anxious, he still sought to justify himself, confidently believing that Lung Bingning's reaction stemmed from an inability to relinquish her pride. If he merely lowered his defenses and expressed his feelings sincerely, her lack of discernment would surely lead her back to him. At that moment, he could shower her with compliments, ensuring that today's incident would resolve itself peacefully, even allowing him to solicit Lung Xingxia's assistance for his company. What a cunning man. What a sweet-talking brother-in-law. Surely she will be deeply moved and turn back to say, Brother Chun, you understand me best. Ah, how delightful such a scene would be. Hurry, call out to him. Your beloved brother-in-law, who cherishes you dearly, is gazing at you with longing. If you feel shy, you can hint to me, and I shall create an opportunity for you. Or I can call out for you. Just promise to increase my allowance when you discuss divorce. Hee hee. I am truly a considerate and enthusiastic husband. La 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 la. With wealth at my disposal, I could whisk away my beautiful secretary to a secluded countryside villa, where we would cherish a lifetime of sweet affection and raise several children together. Suddenly, Lung Bingning halted in her tracks. Initially, Li Chen's words had no effect on her. She dismissed them as mere barking from a lapdog on the roadside. However, the incessant musings of her resentful husband were utterly infuriating. As he envisioned a scene where she sweetly called out to him as Brother Chun, and even conspired to increase her financial settlement upon their divorce. The audacity of him to fantasize about having children with his secretary, Gu Qingqing, was maddening. How dare such a pitiful man? If only she could deliver a couple of slaps to quell her rage. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Until she elegantly turned on her heel and strode back to Li Chun, her voice icy as she uttered 4 words. Is that so? Disgusting. Smack. Smack. Remember, do not call me Bingning anymore. After swiftly delivering 2 resounding slaps, she cast a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan. Wasn't he her resentful husband eager for this very scene? Well, now he was witnessing the wrath of a domineering female CEO. Li Chun felt the fiery sting on both sides of his face, simultaneously bewildered and relieved. Bewildered by the fact that Lung Bingning had slapped him yet again. This was the 3rd time in full view of others. Relieved that she hadn't simply walked away, but returned to deliver more slaps. This indicated he still held a place in her heart, or perhaps it was a case of love intertwined with resentment. After all, it was natural for a woman to feel discomfort upon seeing her beloved man with others. Li Chen justified his feelings with unwavering confidence. At this moment, Zhu Tianfan stared at Lung Bingning in confusion. This domineering CEO was acting strangely today, having slapped her unfaithful husband 3 times in succession, when typically she seemed to revel in his attention. Why is this woman glaring at me? I didn't stand there spewing nonsense. Could it be that she is furious because her unfaithful lover prefers to indulge with his good sister rather than with her? I must be quite astute to deduce such thoughts. Alas, this woman is truly foolish. The unfaithful one is merely a treacherous wolf, intent on bringing ruin to the Lung family. How could he possibly cherish her or indulge in her affections? I recall him stealing confidential business files from her computer on several occasions right under her nose, and she foolishly suspected it was an internal thief. Even first pointing the finger at her beautiful secretary. Ugh, why doesn't this woman just vanish already? However, it must be acknowledged that Sun is indeed an extraordinary woman. She has single-handedly built a company worth trillions, compelling the Li family and other clans to unite against her, only to find themselves outmatched. Had it not been for her lover's treachery in stealing confidential business information, Sun would not have foolishly relinquished her company. With her remarkable capabilities, she could undoubtedly forge a business empire surpassing tens of trillions. Lung Bingning cast a cold glance at Li Chun. What an audacious man. A mere illegitimate son of the Li family, daring to attempt theft of her confidential data from her office laptop. Surprisingly, the slap she delivered to Li Chun proved effective, prompting her resentful husband to occasionally divulge secrets. It seems she shall have to engage in a clever game of subterfuge with her brother-in-law Li Chun from now on. Moreover, she must ensure her laptop undergoes a thorough transformation by her brother. As for her resentful husband and his bitterness about their divorce due to the beautiful secretary, Lung Bingning could only swiftly remind herself of his virtues. For instance, he is now her cherished treasure, having just praised her in his thoughts for being a formidable woman. Moreover, he had endured countless hardships in a past life, scavenging for her family's burial, embodying the essence of a devoted man. By focusing on these thoughts, Lung Bingning felt she could temper her rising anger. Otherwise, she might genuinely unleash her fury upon her husband. Meanwhile, concealed beneath the blankets, Lung Shiner hurriedly dressed, heart aching at the sight of Li Chun being struck. This was her beloved brother, who had spent the night with her, the one she wished to cherish for a lifetime. How could Lung Bingning be so cruel? Why must she slap him? And what of the cold-hearted men? Lung Xingxia and Zhu Tianfan, one her brother, the other her brother-in-law. Why did they not intervene to stop Lung Bingning's atrocious behavior? In a bid to leave a favorable impression on Li Chun, Lung Shiner rushed to embrace him, feigning a heartbroken demeanor while clutching her chest and shedding tears. Sister, what are you doing? Does your face hurt, brother? Let me help you. Sister, if someone must be punished, let it be me. Why strike him? Chapter 23. Think carefully. What is Li Chun worth? Lung Shiner, Use your brain and think carefully. Humph. To utter such nauseating words in front of my husband, what does Li Chen amount to? Lung Bingning cast a disdainful glance at Li Chen, her gaze coldly fixed on Lung Xiner as she uttered a statement that deeply unsettled Li Chen. After delivering her cutting remark, she did not relent but instead took Zhu Tianfan's arm, leading him away. What on earth? Is Sun truly deranged? To take my hand in broad daylight. Surely, it cannot be. Such a domineering CO would not make such a blunder without a hidden agenda. I comprehend that the woman, Sun, is venting her frustrations regarding her unfaithful partner. He would rather indulge in a clandestine relationship with her close sister and confidant than acknowledge her, using me as a mere shield to provoke jealousy and ire. How contemptible. The man, with his duplicitous nature, will undoubtedly malign me in front of Sun. And once he acquires her company, he may very well seek a pretext to incapacitate me. Alas, this predicament seems dire. I must devise a means of self-preservation. Zhu Tianfan, in a moment of panic, hastily withdrew his hand from Lung Bingning's delicate grasp and positioned himself beside Lung Xingcha, adopting an aloof demeanor as if the unfolding drama bore no relevance to him. In stark contrast, Lung Bingning's face transformed into that of a winter goddess, radiating an aura of frigid disdain. What a wretched husband. She had lowered herself to grasp the hand of her unfaithful partner, Li Chen, in an effort to sustain their marital bond, only to be met with rejection and the insidious suggestion that her actions were merely a ploy to incite jealousy. How infuriating. I must not succumb to anger. This is my lamentable husband. I cannot respond in the same manner as Li Chen, who would resort to slapping to alleviate his frustrations. It is understandable that, in her previous life, she feared retribution from Li Chen due to her own capriciousness. Taking a deep breath, Lung Bingning endeavored to rationalize Zhu Tianfan's behavior, attempting to quell her rising fury. With a stiffened demeanor, she retracted her hand and, through gritted teeth, uttered, "Husband, you must be tired. Let us return to the office." A troubling thought surged within Zhu Tianfan's mind. His domineering wife was truly incensed once more. But what could have provoked her this time? Was it the unfaithful Li Chen? He gazed up at Lung Bingning with his clear, yet somewhat naive eyes, quickly formulating an excuse for her displeasure. Sun seems unusually irritable today. Could it be that her monthly cycle has arrived? If so, I must tread carefully in the coming days to avoid incurring her wrath, much like Li Chen had. Meanwhile, Lan Riyue, her loyal confidant, sat silently on the bed. Was she also troubled by the loss of innocence? Similarly, Sun had been distraught after her own encounter last night. Alas, these ungrateful souls bring their own misfortunes upon themselves. It is not my concern. As an observer, Lung Xingcha noted the icy demeanor of Lung Bingning, which caused him to break into a cold sweat. He was well aware of his sister's domineering nature. Now, witnessing her being slighted by her ineffectual husband, he feared she might again unleash her ire upon another. To ensure safety, Lung Xingcha promptly urged Zhu Tianfan to depart, dismissing any concern for whether his sister would strike Li Chen again. After all, Li Chen was neither his brother-in-law nor a member of the Lung family. His sister was correct. It was time for them to leave. Nonetheless, Lung Xingcha felt a sense of satisfaction with Zhu Tianfan's recent display of backbone. The once timid husband had finally shown some spirit, daring to confront his sister. It was worth the effort he had taken to discreetly provide him with a card containing a substantial sum of over 20 million yuan. Li Chen and Lung Xiner stood at the doorway, completely stunned as they watched Lung Bingning and her entourage depart, their expressions reflecting sheer bewilderment. What a rare and extraordinary spectacle it was. The domineering female CEO, Lung Xiner, had taken the initiative to grasp the hand of her devoted husband, Zhu Tianfan, only to be met with a disdainful rejection. In the past, it was Zhu Tianfan who would have eagerly sought to hold Lung Bingning's hand. If the auxiliary figure, Lung Xingcha, had been present, he would have surely scoffed at the scene, deeming it unworthy of astonishment. Just moments earlier, in the office, Lung Bingning had personally apologized to her ineffectual brother-in-law, uttering the words "I'm sorry," a gesture that even he was obliged to reciprocate. In the bedroom, after donning her attire, Lan Riyue found herself in a rather dismal state. The unpleasant odor clinging to her and the sharp, searing pain in her body had transformed her previous elation into a tumult of anxiety. It finally dawned on her that something was amiss. While she harbored some feelings for Li Chen, there was no justification for relinquishing her most treasured virtue to him. Moreover, the intimate display between Lung Xiner and Li Chun stirred a fresh wave of discomfort within her. What was her role in this scenario? A third party intruding upon the relationship between Lung Xiner and Li Chun, or merely a tool for unreciprocated desires? The more she contemplated, the more her resentment intensified. Sitting on the bed, she clenched her fists and cast a venomous glance at Lung Xiner, wishing for her immediate demise. Why was fate so unjust? After finally developing feelings for a man and offering him her most precious gift, she found him devoted to another. In terms of beauty, wealth, and the status of being the adopted daughter of the Lung family, Lung Xiner was beyond comparison to her, who was merely worth 100 million. Not to mention the burdens of her dysfunctional family. Lan Riyue sighed inwardly, recognizing that a man like Li Chun was simply unattainable for her. With a sense of despondency, she descended from the bed, her steps unsteady as she approached Lung Xiner. Sister Xiner, how do you think we should handle this? Lung Xiner surveyed the bruises on Lan Riyue's neck and chest, realizing that this situation required careful management. If she could fully ensnare Lan Riyue in her schemes, the latter's animosity towards her sister could serve as a potent weapon against Lung Bingning. Once Lung Bingning was out of the picture, the necessity for the Lung family would cease to exist, and all their wealth would rightfully belong to her beloved Li Chun. To Lung Xiner, the Lung family was devoid of familial affection. Her sister Lung Bingning had always looked down on her, while her 7 doting brothers showered their affection solely upon Lung Bingning, neglecting her entirely. Although her adoptive parents were fond of her, it was merely a substitution for the warmth they failed to receive from Lung Bingning, driven by ulterior motives. Thus, after encountering Li Chun, Lung Xiner vowed to dismantle the Lung family, to obliterate that wretched woman, Lung Bingning, and to eliminate her 7 overindulgent brothers, along with her scheming adoptive parents. Cold Heart clutched her chest, took Blue Ruyu's hand, and placed it in Li Chun's, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she uttered a heartfelt declaration. Sister Ruyu, I do not concern myself with how many women my brother Chen has, only with the fact that the woman he loves most is me. Upon finishing, Cold Heart shut her eyes and leaned directly into Li Chun's embrace, embodying the role of a caring woman. Yet, in her heart, she had no intention of accepting Blue Ruyu in the future. With Cold Heart's cruelty and Li Chun's ruthlessness, once Blue Ruyu had outlived her usefulness, there would be no reason for her to remain alive. At that moment, Blue Ruyu gazed at Cold Heart in shock, astonished by her surprising generosity. What more could she desire? After coming to terms with her situation, she smiled radiantly and uttered the most sincere words. Sister X and Heir, I shall never betray you in this lifetime. With that, Blue Ruyu, equally flushed, nestled beside Cold Heart in Li Chun's arms, savoring the delightful scent of her beloved man. Only Li Chun remained in a daze, pondering whether he truly had entangled himself with both Cold Heart and Blue Ruyu. If not with him, then whom would this pure-hearted Cold Heart be with? Yet the purple bruises on her neck and chest were solely his doing. The same went for Blue Ruyu. The marks were undeniable, and it was impossible for both women to be mistaken. Ultimately, due to his trust in the pure-hearted Cold Heart, Li Chun accepted the reality that he had indeed been intimate with both Cold Heart and Blue Ruyu in the room. Chapter 24. Why did you drive me out of the car? On the road, Cold Bingning donned her gold-rimmed glasses, her expression cold as she leisurely drove the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost back to the company. Moments ago, the 2 shameless women, Blue Ruyu and Cold Heart, had spent the night believing they were with the worthless Li Chun, which delighted her immensely. As long as she held that video evidence, she had nothing to fear from their future schemes to entrap her. She could even deliver a decisive blow at the right moment. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan remained in the passenger seat, captivated as he gazed at Cold Bingning's profile. TSK, 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 the side profile of this woman is truly stunning. Just look at that curvaceous figure. She is the most perfect woman I have ever encountered. That face, those breasts, that waist, those hips, those legs. Cold Bingning truly deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the Magic City. Even the exquisite secretary, Gu Qingcheng, must humbly accept second place. Cold Bingning, overhearing this, could not help but let a faint smile grace her lips. Finally, her resentful husband had ceased to criticize her in his heart and began to praise her beauty and figure. It was quite pleasant. Although she harbored considerable confidence in her appearance and physique being the finest in the Magic City, hearing such compliments from Zhu Tianfan made her feel quite elated. Cold Bingning believed that her perceptive husband, who often played the role of the aggrieved party, truly deserve to be rewarded with a delightful evening. The couple decided to share a sumptuous and sweet dinner at home, hoping to foster their relationship further. As long as he refrained from provoking her ire, all would be well. Darling, what would you like for dinner tonight? I can ask Wu Ma to buy the ingredients, she inquired, lost in his own reverie. Zhu Tianfan was jolted back to reality by Cold Bingning's soft voice. What is this situation? The woman is unexpectedly asking me what I want to eat. Could it be a ruse? He pondered. No, something has been off with her since last night. She has been quite irritable. Today, witnessing her husband with another woman. Perhaps she intends to share a final meal with me before parting ways. He chuckled at the thought. It is entirely plausible. After seeing her husband with his mistress, she must feel that time spent with me is futile, and she has decided to confront him, seeking a divorce. The prospect of liberation thrilled him. Oh, beautiful secretary, wait for me. Once I am divorced, I shall marry you, and we shall raise a brood in the countryside. Ah, my dear wife, you mentioned dining at home? I am open to anything. Australian lobster, black gold abalone, golden bird's nest, Tianzhou shark fin, Alaskan king crab, New Zealand deep-sea prawns, Almas caviar, Bellin oysters. Or Kobe A5 beef. I would be delighted. Zhu Tianfan was lost in his culinary fantasies, oblivious to Cold Bingning's icy glare directed at him, her expression transforming into that of an ice queen. What a foolish man he was, a husband full of grievances. All she desired was to share a meal and ease their marital tensions, yet he rambled on about divorce and fantasized about an affair with his attractive secretary, envisioning a life of rural bliss together. What audacity allowed him to be so naively optimistic? Divorce was out of the question. He could never entertain such thoughts. She was resolute. They would never part ways. Get out of the car, Cold Bingning commanded, her voice sharp as she slammed on the brakes. In the back seat, the hapless Cold Xingxia trembled at the sight, hastily shutting his eyes to feign contemplation of company matters. Oh no, my sister is angry again. Who knows how that useless brother-in-law managed to provoke her this time? I can only hope she doesn't unleash her fury upon me. As for the ineffectual brother-in-law, Cold Xingxia noted some progress. The fact that he could incite such a reaction from the domineering CEO's sister suggested that he was beginning to grow. Zhu Tianfan was once again startled back to reality, realizing that his formidable wife was indeed furious and insisted he exit the vehicle. Bah! The woman, Sun, met with an unfortunate fate, unexpectedly ordering her husband to disembark from the vehicle mid-journey. Well, if I must exit, so be it. With newfound wealth, I fear not the journey back. Soon, I shall revel in the company of exquisite models at the club, indulging myself before returning home. As Zhu Tianfan rested his hand upon the car door, the chilling words of Lung Bingning pierced the air with a frosty, unforgiving tone. Did you hear me? Get out of the car, seventh brother. Darling, where's your hand resting? What a shock. It was not the spineless brother-in-law being dismissed, but rather his own elder brother. Lung Xingxia, seated in the back, wore a bewildered expression. Indeed, his younger sister was as tempestuous as she had been that morning, venting her frustration upon him. I will exit immediately. Please do not be upset, sister. Lung Xingxia hastily threw open the car door and dashed out, standing forlornly by the roadside, watching the vehicle speed away. It was a tragic predicament for the nation's most celebrated entertainment star and the head of the largest entertainment company in the City of Magic. He had been unceremoniously ejected by his domineering sister, but it was not he who was dismissed. Rather, it was the seventh brother. Zhu Tianfan, in the passenger seat, quickly retracted his hand, internally exhaling a sigh of relief. It turned out that Lung Bingning had not commanded him to exit, but rather Lung Xingxia. Yet, what could have transpired to provoke such ire in Lung Bingning, leading to his abrupt ejection? What a terrifying woman. How did I ever come to be enamored with such a fierce creature in a past life? Truly, my judgment must have been clouded. Why did I not choose the gentle, lovely, and kind Gu Qingsheng instead of this tyrannical Lung Bingning? Bah! Nevertheless, what shall we have for dinner this evening? With Sun in such a foul mood, if I dare suggest those dishes, might I not receive a few slaps in return? Oh, this tempestuous queen is truly a challenge to appease. Ah, this is infuriating. The audacity of that man is utterly maddening. The illustrious and beautiful president of the Magic City, reduced in the eyes of that man to merely a fierce dinosaur? She is stunningly beautiful and voluptuous, a paragon of innate allure. How could she ever resemble a dinosaur? I cannot contain this frustration. If I do not express it, driving could become perilous. Ah, smack, smack, smack. the more Lung Bingning pondered. The angrier she became, resorting to pounding the steering wheel in a fit of rage. What has caused her such fury? How could that foolish seventh brother provoke such ire in her? Alas, I might be caught in the crossfire. Perhaps it would be best to feign ignorance for now. Moments later, having released her pent-up frustration, Lung Bingning cast a fierce glance at Zhu Tianfan, who was feigning lifelessness in the passenger seat. The silence that he maintained was a blessing. However, the moment he spoke, it would surely reignite her escalating wrath. It was clearly he who provoked her anger. Yet he feigned innocence, claiming that Qi Gu was the one who upset her. Such a contemptible man would have been unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle in the past. Lung Bingning took a deep breath, striving to suppress the fury swelling within her. No anger. Must not succumb to anger. If she continued to fume, she might inadvertently frighten her resentful husband. With an icy glare, she watched as Zhu Tianfan gritted his teeth and uttered a single phrase, "Darling, let us not return home for dinner tonight. Instead, we shall dine at the restaurant for a sumptuous Chinese feast." Chapter 25. The overbearing CEO's wife prepared a lavish dinner. What could this mean? At 5 in the afternoon, after concluding her work matters on the backup laptop, Lung Bingning leaned back in her chair, fatigued, and gently massaged her temples. Fortunately, the hard drive of her broken laptop had been salvaged and successfully transferred to the backup device by the diligent repair personnel. Where was her resentful husband? It seemed quite some time had elapsed since she last heard Zhu Tianfan grumbling and cursing her. Suddenly, she recalled how, earlier that afternoon, in an effort to avoid disturbing her work, she had coaxed her resentful husband into the lounge, leaving him to entertain himself. Now, the silence in the lounge was palpable. Surely, hadn't he fallen asleep out of sheer boredom? With soft footsteps, she opened the door to the lounge and discovered Zhu Tianfan indeed asleep on the bed, though in a rather ungraceful manner, curled up in the corner with her beloved pillow, oblivious to the blanket that had slipped to the floor. In truth, when this dog of a man was not inciting her ire, he did possess a certain charm. At the very least, he had a decent appearance, with features she quite favored. With a gentle sigh, Lung Bingning picked up the blanket from the floor and draped it over Zhu Tianfan, intending to wait for him to awaken before they headed out for dinner together. At that moment, Zhu Tianfan, sensing something covering him, abruptly opened his eyes, staring in bewilderment at the blanket in Lung Bingning's hands. What on earth? Is this woman standing at the edge of the bed plotting something? Is she attempting to suffocate her devoted husband? Thank goodness, she is merely covering me with a blanket. I nearly had a heart attack. I never expected her to show such kindness, thinking to cover me with a blanket. Wait, why should I feel touched? In my past life, I covered her with blankets for decades, and she never once expressed gratitude. Bah. May she meet a wretched fate. It was utterly vexing. Her resentful husband, upon waking, would undoubtedly commence his internal tirade against her, dismissing her goodwill as something to be taken for granted. She had intended to inquire whether he fancied a candlelit dinner that evening, perhaps with someone playing the violin nearby to enhance the ambience. If he desired live singing, she could have Qi Gu arrange for a talented singer to perform. Whatever her resentful husband wished for, she would ensure Gu Qingcheng prepared it forthwith. But now, her patience had worn thin. This dog of a man would no longer be consulted on such matters. The domineering female CEO must embody her role, decisively making choices without hesitation. Cold Bingning cast a sharp glance at Zhu Tianfan and, with a frosty demeanor, uttered a single phrase, "Darling, let us dine later." Unfazed by whether Zhu Tianfan had heard her, she sent messages to Gu Qingcheng and Lung Xingxia before sashaying to the vanity to touch up her makeup for the evening. Half an hour later, Cold Bingning linked arms with Zhu Tianfan as they arrived at the opulent Chinese restaurant housing the dining department. Although Zhu Tianfan occasionally grumbled internally, labeling Cold Bingning as a shrew, she had nonetheless committed to memory the delectable dishes he had mentioned during their car ride: Australian lobster, black gold abalone, golden bird's nest, Tianjiao shark fin, Alaskan king crab, New Zealand deep-sea rock lobster, Almas caviar, Belen oysters, and Kobe A5 Wagyu, all of which she would ensure were procured, even if it meant having Gu Qingcheng source them from other high-end hotels at inflated prices. While this extravagant dinner would cost significantly more than the typical Chinese fare, around 8 million, Cold Bingning deemed it worthwhile, motivated by her desire to bring joy and satisfaction to her beloved husband. She felt that such an arrangement would help alleviate some of the pent-up grievances he had carried for decades. Secretary Gu, please proceed with the arrangements. Darling, let us take our seats. With that, Cold Bingning promptly settled into her chair. Eager to hear how her husband might express his gratitude for her being such a wonderful wife, while also harboring a small anticipation for his words. Secretary Gu, you are here too. It is truly delightful to see you. At that moment, Zhu Tianfan observed Gu Qingqing's presence as she graciously pulled out his chair, prompting him to sit with a broad smile. Gu Qingqing's exquisite visage paired with her gentle smile imparted a soothing aura, and her curvaceous form only heightened the impression of her being unforgettable. Gazing into Zhu Tianfan's clear, albeit somewhat foolish eyes, she offered him a sweet, tender smile. Indeed, Mr. Zhu, I am honored that the president has once again assigned me to host you. I shall be at your service throughout the evening. Although Gu Qingqing was unaware of the reasons behind the domineering female president's decision to have her attend to Zhu Tianfan, she felt a sense of privilege in being part of such a high-caliber dinner. Furthermore, Zhu Tianfan's intriguing gaze piqued her curiosity, igniting within her a desire to delve deeper into his character. After speaking, Gu Qingqing immediately began to arrange the tableware and linens in front of Zhu Tianfan, simultaneously signaling the musicians, a violinist, a saxophonist, and a pianist, to commence their performances. This orchestration left Zhu Tianfan momentarily speechless, as Gu Qingqing's ample bosom had nearly brushed against his face. Oh, how deeply moving it is. The beautiful Secretary Gu has graciously set the table for me. Truly a reflection of her exquisite beauty and kind heart. Just look at this thoughtful and gentle gesture. How delightful it would be to have her as a wife. And with that alluring figure before my eyes, I fear I may find it impossible to sleep tonight. Alas, why can't that Sun woman possess such tenderness? She only casts cold glances my way. Yet, it strikes me as peculiar. The dishes at this dinner seem to be precisely what I mentioned in the car. This is rather extravagant and costly. What could Sun woman be up to? Her eyes flicker with hesitation, as if she wishes to convey something to me. Surely, she harbors some ulterior motives. What? An ill-intentioned husband? The beautiful, generous, and voluptuous Secretary Gu prevents her resentful husband from sleeping at night? Cold Bingning, filled with anticipation, listened to Zhu Tianfan's incessant murmurs, her anger surging to a boiling point, almost prompting her to overturn the table. This infuriating man has vexed her beyond measure, chattering away without a single word of praise for her, only casting doubts and criticisms, while showering his secretary, Gu Qingqing, with countless compliments. It is impossible to strike him, to scold him, or even to show him displeasure directly. Life has become exceedingly burdensome. With a snap, 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 the more Cold Bingning pondered, the angrier she grew, ultimately resorting to breaking all 3 pairs of chopsticks on the table, as it was the only way to relieve her pent-up frustration. Secretary Gu, please replace these chopsticks for me. She shot a furious glance at Zhu Tianfan, her annoyance palpable. Just then, a familiar voice, tinged with the essence of a homebody, echoed from a distance. Sister, I brought the laptop, desktop, and Singer for you. The laptop and desktop are set up on your office desk, all wired up and ready to go. This time, I've installed all the software and games you both like, ensuring you'll be completely engrossed. By the way, 7th brother mentioned he is too busy with company matters to join you and brother-in-law for dinner, so I brought the Singer along. Upon hearing that familiar, homebody voice, Cold Bingning realized her good 3rd brother, Cold Xingqiu, had arrived. As for 7th brother, Cold Xingqia, whether he came or not was of no concern to her now. The Singer had been delivered, which was sufficient. 3rd brother, since 7th brother is not coming, please stay and have dinner with us. Cold Bingning, initially intending to reserve a spot for 7th brother, now offered it to 3rd brother Cold Xingqiu, as they were all family. 3rd brother, Zhu Tianfan, recalling past memories, calmly echoed her sentiment. 3rd brother? Let me think. Isn't that the homebody Cold Xingqiu? He rarely speaks unless it's about computers. However, the fate of the reclusive 3rd brother is indeed tragic. It appears he was mercilessly deprived of his hands by the treacherous lover and the cold-hearted woman, ultimately succumbing to starvation in a dark, desolate basement. How pitiful is the 3rd brother. As a timid hacker, he foolishly allowed the manipulative woman to coax him into assisting her lover in establishing a hacking department. Once the department was formed, the lover, fearing that the 3rd brother's formidable hacking skills might expose past transgressions, conspired with the cold-hearted woman to bring about his demise. Alas, the manipulative woman deserves a fitting punishment, having willingly delivered her brother's life into the hands of the treacherous lover and the deceitful woman. What? The third brother met such a gruesome end. His hands were severed by that wretched lover Li Chun, leaving him to perish from hunger in the basement? What tormented the cold-hearted Bing Ning even more was the realization that she had unwittingly facilitated all these calamities by her own actions. Clenching her utensils tightly, her hatred for Li Chun reached a boiling point, and she yearned to confront him and exact her vengeance immediately. Nevertheless, Bing Ning's resolute character quickly returned to normal. Revenge against Li Chun and the cold-hearted woman was not urgent, for she possessed ample time to orchestrate her retribution, ensuring that both would find themselves in a state of despair. The present priority was to enjoy a delightful dinner with her resentful husband. Meanwhile, Cold Xing Chu observed his sister with a hint of confusion. She had appeared quite enraged moments ago. Was it merely an illusion? Brother-in-law, when my sister mentioned the desktop computer intended for gaming, I knew it was for you. I immediately arranged for the finest gaming setup, complete with an emulator, translator, and modding tools. Whether it be ancient DOS games, classic single-player titles, or top-tier AAA masterpieces, they will all run smoothly without interruption. Cold Xing Chu, possessing a timid disposition, often secluded himself in his room, living a life reliant on his computer. The family only recognized him as a capable hacker, as he seldom emerged unless the topic of conversation veered away from technology. Typically, whether it was his older brothers or younger siblings seeking assistance, he would find any excuse to evade them, save for his sister, who would unconditionally lend her support. By virtue of his affection for her, Cold Xing Chu found a slight common ground with his brother-in-law, Zhu Tianfan, a shared love for classic single-player games. Of course, Cold Xing Chu remained oblivious to the fact that his sister's fondness for such games stemmed from a desire to conserve money. Given her meager monthly allowance of merely 250 yuan, after finishing his lengthy discourse, Cold Xing Chu awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of how to discreetly transfer a bank card to his brother-in-law. Earlier in the afternoon, upon hearing from his younger brother Cold Xing Che about the affairs between his sister and brother-in-law, Cold Xing Chu felt a twinge of worry that this ineffectual brother-in-law might very well find himself unable to safeguard the bank card once again upon returning home tonight. Brother-in-law, I need to discuss something with you. Let us speak in the restroom. Reluctantly, Cold Xing Chu resorted to such a flimsy excuse. Third brother, whatever it is, we can discuss it while we eat. Lung Bangning cast a dismissive glance at Lung Xing Chu, curling her lip in disdain. It was merely a customary act of stealthily slipping a card to her hapless husband, as she had done countless times before. The card always contained over 20 million, a fact she was well aware of. In the past, her beleaguered husband would dutifully surrender it to her that very evening, proclaiming that if one loves their wife, one must contribute their salary. Although Ning Ning initially had no intention of accepting it, her husband's persistent and pitiful pleas compelled her to acquiesce, with the intention of returning the money to her brothers later. Truth be told, Lung Binging did not require the 14 million this month. Her company's income was immeasurable. However, her husband's incessant nagging had forced her hand. Resigned, Lung Xingchu took a seat, uneasily eyeing his domineering sister, waiting for an opportune moment to secretly pass the bank card to Du Tinfan. Dear wife, let us divorce. After this dinner, we can part ways amicably and go our separate paths. I know you hesitate to utter these words, but I understand. I truly comprehend your feelings. Rest assured, I won't be unreasonable. When we married, I merely merged my 50 million company into Bing S. So for our divorce, I shall only request a transfer of 50 million. As for the houses and cars, they do not belong to me, and I shall not claim them. Of course, should you wish to bestow additional funds upon me, I would gladly accept, considering I have cared for you over the past 5 years. Though I may not have achieved great feats, I have certainly endured my share of hardships. By the way, the bank card given by Chigurh can also be considered my asset. We can sign the divorce agreement tonight. You needn't worry, my greatest virtue is my lack of persistence, and I certainly won't plead pathetically. Zhu Tianfan gazed at Lung Bingning with his clear yet foolish eyes, slowly uttering words that left everyone present in utter shock. Roses, candles, a violin, a saxophone, and a live singer. What has this woman prepared for dinner tonight? She appears to be on the verge of saying something, with those tear-filled eyes. Could it be that she wishes to propose a divorce, but is too embarrassed to speak up, hence the elaborate dinner to facilitate a graceful separation? In that case, it is my duty to support my formidable wife. Beautiful secretary, wait for me. Tonight, after signing the divorce agreement with her, I shall immediately seek you out, and we will escape from this woman who enjoys sending companies and lives to their doom. Divorce? Far from it. What I await is not the word divorce, but rather sweet praises tonight. That cursed man, that wretched husband. How could he be so ungrateful after I spent 8 million preparing this sumptuous feast? It is exceedingly infuriating, truly irksome, a vexation that pierces the very core of one's being. Lung Bingning took a deep breath, exhaling with equal intensity. She knew she must remain composed. It was imperative not to berate her inconsiderate husband, nor to resort to physical reprimands, let alone cause a scene that might drive him away. With great effort, she suppressed the tempest of rage surging within her, casting a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan. Darling, you are intoxicated. Let us finish our breakfast and return home. Lung Bingning sought to shield herself from the judgment of onlookers regarding her marital troubles, hastily conjuring a flimsy excuse. At that moment, Zhu Tianfan sensed a wave of discomfort wash over him as he met Lung Bingning's frosty gaze. Had he misspoken? Surely not. Was not divorce the very notion she had long yearned for? Was it not she who had so jubilantly compelled her previous self to seek separation after their intimate encounter? He believed she should be elated at his proposal. What does this woman mean by looking at me so intently, knowing full well I do not drink? She accuses me of inebriation, surely of fabrication. Yet her icy demeanor is almost unbearable. I have proactively suggested divorce, and still, she is dissatisfied? Bah? Surely she would not deny me the 50 million. That would be truly malevolent and devoid of humanity. May she meet a grim fate. Chapter 27. Secretary Gu. Please fetch my husband a glass of ice water to rouse him from his stupor. Sister, that would be unwise. Lung Xingqiu, inherently timid, felt his mind nearing collapse in the face of the tense situation between his sister and brother-in-law. How could a mere homebody like him intervene in such a tumultuous marital discord? Moreover, he was acutely aware of Lung Bingning's domineering nature, which far exceeded his capacity for mediation. Suddenly, he recalled his younger brother, Lung Xingqia, mentioning some peculiar occurrences earlier that day. It seemed that his sister had been in a foul mood all day, and her husband had begun to assert himself. Could it be that their quarrel stemmed from financial disagreements? This was indeed plausible. His younger brother had discreetly given Zhu Tianfan over 20 million while his sister was distracted at noon. Had she discovered this and deemed her husband unfaithful for not surrendering the funds, prompting her to seek divorce? Though a recluse, Lung Xingqiu empathized with Zhu Tianfan's plight. A monthly allowance of merely 250 yuan was indeed pitiable. This situation could be rectified if a man were to shed the image of a mere dependent. Having financial means would undoubtedly restore his confidence. His sister, the formidable CEO, should not be so miserly as to withhold a trifling sum from her husband. He could easily cover this for them. As one of the world's foremost hackers, earning 300 million a month, he could afford to assist the couple. Just as he prepared to offer further counsel to Lung Bingning, her piercing gaze fell upon him, compelling him to shift his focus toward Zhu Tianfan. Brother-in-law, you must not despair. It is merely a matter of finances. Allow me to assist you. I have 20 million available. Let us ensure it is managed wisely. The couple must never consider divorce, for once severed, reconciliation becomes a formidable challenge. Cold Xingqiu hurriedly retrieved a bank card from his pocket and pressed it into Zhu Tianfan's hand, his eyes glistening with hope that his brother-in-law would apologize to his sister and refrain from mentioning divorce. Earlier, his sister had crafted a feeble excuse for her husband, wishing he would graciously withdraw from the confrontation. After all, if she were to divorce him, she would become a divorced woman. It would be scandalous for a formidable female CEO to part ways with her husband. Such news would surely tarnish the reputation of the entire Cold family. Moreover, if she later regretted her decision, only to find her husband had remarried, their brothers would be left to bear the brunt of the consequences. Indeed. Zhu Tianfan's eyes sparkled as he stared at the bank card in his hand. With the combined funds from the nerdy third brother and flamboyant seventh brother, a total of 40 million was at his disposal. Should he also receive the 50 million promised by Cold Bingning upon divorce, he would be nearing a staggering 100 million. Naturally, Zhu Tianfan had mentally prepared himself. If Cold Bingning refused to part with the 50 million, he would settle for a mere 5 million to round it off to a whole number. With that 50 million, he would be emboldened to elope with Gu Qingqing. What a generous third brother. I shall accept this bank card, but I will not surrender it to the Sun woman tonight. How dare she demand it from me? Nonsense. The flamboyant seventh brother and the nerdy third brother share a bond, yet the Sun woman remains the most malevolent. A mere 5 million a week from her. Ridiculous. The Sun woman deserves no mercy. She treats me like a beast of burden from a past life, even making me sleep in the bathroom. Who could possibly have it worse than that? It is all the fault of Cold Sheener and Lan Riyue, those wretched women. Had they been more generous with their concoction, the Sun woman would have believed she had lost her virtue to a lover, compelling her to demand a divorce with tenfold the assets. Alas, such is my misfortune. Never mind. Tonight I shall concoct an excuse to slip out to the club and indulge in the company of young models to soothe my wounded heart. La la la. This is my life. I must relish this splendid existence rather than be relegated to the role of a servant alongside the Sun woman. Cold Xingchu's intentions were noble. Gifting Zhu Tianfan the bank card was commendable. However, it only led Zhu Tianfan to praise Cold Xingchu, while simultaneously cursing Cold Bingning in his heart, further inciting Cold Bingning's ire. Enough. Third brother, kindly maintain silence and eat, Cold Bingning exclaimed, rising abruptly to slam her palm on the dining table, casting a piercing glare at Cold Xingchu. How could this third brother be so loquacious? The typically taciturn nerd had transformed into a chatterbox akin to a gossiping woman. Indeed, Cold Xingchu, after placing several pieces of lobster meat into his bowl, retreated to a corner to eat quietly. He had fully grasped the wisdom imparted by the seventh brother. Whenever his sister was irate with her husband, the best course of action was to distance oneself, lest he become the target of her frustration. Cold Bingning observed her brother, Cold Xingchu, quietly dining, and cast another contemptuous glance at Zhu Tianfan. Clutching her chest in frustration, she gritted her teeth and managed to utter, "Secretary Gu, please pour my husband a glass of ice water to help him regain his senses." Ah, that dog of a man. This was infuriating. Do not be angry. She must not succumb to anger. If she did, it would only benefit that scoundrel and the cheap women at the club. This ungrateful husband harbored delusions of grandeur, wishing to use her money to indulge in cheap pleasures while desiring to engage in a throuple. What audacity he possessed. Did he not consider whether his frail physique could withstand the debauchery of two such women for an entire night? Wait, on second thought, it seemed this ungrateful husband was still a virgin. It would indeed be a pity if he were to be sullied by those women, especially since she had yet to experience such degradation herself. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and soon enough, a sharp pain pierced her heart. This ungrateful husband was utterly exasperating. In the past, her anger had merely caused her head to throb, but this time, it even made her chest ache. Desperate, Cold Bingning pressed her hand against her chest, taking deep breaths while seated. After a minute, she gradually managed to suppress her fury, along with the pain in her heart. "Husband, are you awake now?" She glared coldly at Zhu Tianfan. Dear wife, I am quite awake, and this ice water tastes delightful." Zhu Tianfan contentedly drained the entire glass, honestly believing that the grilled beef paired wonderfully with the ice water. What a thrill. That Su woman is rather thoughtful. She knows I enjoy ice water with grilled beef. However, she appears quite upset. Could it be that the reclusive third brother has angered her again? Ugh, that Su woman truly lives up to her reputation as a domineering CEO, always quick to take offense. Perhaps there is no one in this world capable of keeping her calm. Speaking of which, I do worry for that Su woman. Having lost her virtue to 5 blonde ruffians, while her best friend succumbed to an affair, and her younger sister has long been entangled with a paramour. It seems quite challenging for her to pursue a relationship with that man now. I wonder how she plans to navigate this chaotic predicament. Nonetheless, I wish her well. May she lock herself in with her lover, best friend, and sister. After we finalize our divorce agreement tonight, I shall take the money and elope with the beautiful secretary. Why is that Su woman trembling in her seat? Oh, I see. She must be overwhelmed with emotion at the thought of finally being free from me. Perhaps she is on the verge of tears. What a joyous occasion. Truly a splendid turn of events. At this moment, Cold Bingning was so enraged that her whole being trembled, her heart feeling utterly shattered and on the brink of tears, nearly rising to overturn the table. Despite having prepared so much for her ungrateful husband, why had everything transformed in his eyes into mere schemes and divorce thoughts? Did he truly no longer love her, causing all normalcy to morph into various conspiracies? Never mind. Patience is a virtue. At the very least, I must allow my resentful husband to enjoy a sumptuous meal. As a domineering CEO's wife, I possess a modicum of tolerance. As for thoughts of divorce, such notions are utterly inconceivable in this lifetime or the next. There is no door to escape through, nor a window to flee from. Upon returning tonight, I shall demonstrate to my resentful husband the journey from hope to despair. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my anger and cast a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan, calmly uttering, "Darling, as long as you are happy." Chapter 28. The Intriguing Interloper. Accompanied by the protagonist's sister, I am full now. Someone online is looking for me, so I shall return first. Oh, by the way, our parents hope you can visit them when you find time. Sister, I urge you to reconsider the matter of divorce. Having finished her meal, Lung Xingqiu quickly made an excuse to visit the restroom, sent a message on her phone, and hastily departed. Today's divorce drama between my sister and brother-in-law was truly terrifying. Indeed, a married woman is devoid of reason when angered, akin to a mother Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only a true man like my brother-in-law could endure 12 long years facing my domineering sister. Had it been me, I would have faltered within a day. Lung Xingqiu resolved never to seek a woman from the real world for a spouse. A computer would suffice for companionship. Yes, having a waifu from the virtual realm is quite appealing, as they are least likely to become irate. Regarding the divorce between my sister and brother-in-law, Lung Xingqiu planned to confide in my second brother, for only he and my eldest brother could persuade my sister. Even our parents lack that power. However, my eldest brother is often away on military assignments, returning only once a year. Meanwhile, Lung Bingning frowned at a message from her third brother, Lung Xingqiu. Her irritation stemmed not from his abrupt departure, but from the prospect of returning home to face their parents. She was acutely aware of their tendencies. Once home, she would be bombarded with endless chatter and the covert competition for affection with her sister, Lung Xiner. Though being with her resentful husband sometimes made her want to smash the house, she knew he would not harm her from the shadows. However, Lung Xiner certainly would. "Husband, have you had enough to eat? If so, we can head home." Just as Lung Bingning intended to take her resentful husband, Zhu Tianfan, home to showcase the journey from hope to despair, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "Sister, brother-in-law, you are both having dinner here? I just saw someone whose silhouette resembled that of third brother. Could it be him?" Lung Bingning looked up to see Li Chun, clad in white, leading Lung Xiner, who was adorned in a frilly Lolita outfit, approaching slowly. Lung Xiner feigned delicateness, clutching her chest in a pitiful manner, almost leaning against Li Chun. Has Lung Xiner ceased her pretense? Just look at how she clings to Li Chun. No wonder my resentful husband claims these two shameless individuals have already conspired together. As he beheld the man clad in white attire, a sense of disdain washed over Zhu Tianfan. Was this ostentatious outfit deliberately chosen to catch the eye of the woman named Sun? Given the shamelessness of such a man, it was entirely plausible that he would seek out Sun to lament his misfortunes after the scandalous events of the day. The mere thought of this white garment incited anger within him. How he loathed the fact that Sun insisted upon him donning identical dark clothing whenever he ventured outside. Oh, how he yearned to dress flamboyantly, to flirt with enchanting women, particularly the alluring secretary, and to bask in her embrace throughout the day, dreaming of a future filled with children in the countryside. Zhu Tianfan's mind drifted to the lamentable fate of his former self, who had endured 5 years of marriage across all seasons, only to be rendered helpless by that same man, reduced to crawling and begging for sustenance until cold Bingning collected and buried his remains, all while clad in somber attire. To flirt with other women? To desire the affection of Gu Qingcheng? To be held by her all day and to dream of progeny? What a despicable man, what a wretched husband. It was he who chose to wear nothing but dark clothing in a misguided attempt to save face for his wife, refusing to overshadow her, only to now accuse her of coercion and seek out the company of other women. Cold Bingning, filled with ire, found herself wishing to unveil the secrets hidden within this man's mind, questioning how he could constantly fixate on the captivating secretary, Gu Qingcheng. Yet, she refrained from unleashing her fury upon Zhu Tianfan, directing her disdain instead towards Cold Xiner and Li Chun, whom she regarded with contempt. Furthermore, with the presence of these two wretches nearby, she was reluctant to air her grievances in front of them, fearing mockery and disgrace. Following the deceitful incident involving Cold Xiner, her affection for the girl had evaporated. Had Cold Xiner not been a foster child of the Cold family, Bingning might have already dispatched someone to render her powerless. leaving her in a state of despair. As for Li Chun, Bingning saw his current utility. He could serve as a weapon against the Li family and ensure that these wretches faced their own demise. Dear Bingning, it was merely a misunderstanding on Shiner's part. If third brother were here, we would all gladly entertain him, wouldn't we? Li Chun remarked, observing cold Bingning's unwavering coldness towards cold Shiner, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Earlier that afternoon, while discussing matters with cold Shiner and Lan Ryue, cold Shiner had noted that upon entering, cold Bingning appeared utterly transformed, exuding an air of chilling composure as she regarded the three of them. A hint of worry flickered in Li Chun's heart. He feared that cold Bingning might not care for him any longer, jeopardizing his objectives against the cold family and its members. Observing the frigid demeanor of Lung Bingning, Li Chun could not help but think that Lung Shiner must have misjudged the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly reiterated his ultimate purpose for the day. Oh, dear Bingning, I have embarked on an entrepreneurial venture with a small team of merely 15 individuals to establish an entertainment company. In a few days, why not come and visit us? Despite the gentle facade Li Chun presented, a tempest brewed within him. Wishing fervently to strike down both Lung Bingning and Zhu Tianfan with a single blow. The opulent delicacies adorning the table only intensified his ire. In his mind, the only individuals worthy of occupying this dining table were he and Lung Shiner, not the vacuous Lung Bingning and her sycophantic husband, Zhu Tianfan. Begone. However, before Li Chun could voice his thoughts completely, Lung Bingning abruptly retorted with a sharp "get lost." Earlier, upon hearing Li Chun greet her with "Dear Bingning," she was overcome with nausea, having already slapped herself thrice in disbelief. How could this Li Chun continue to refer to her in such an endearing manner, truly embodying the thick-skinned persona her resentful husband often derided? She could scarcely fathom how she once naively believed that the epithet Bingning was sweet and affectionate. How audacious of this scoundrel to seize every opportunity to lament. She mused. Strange, though, despite his lengthy tirade, this woman, Sue, has merely told him to leave. Is she still furious over the events of noon? Yet this seemed contradictory, for Sue had trembled with excitement upon hearing her own proposal for divorce moments ago. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan, who had been an amused spectator throughout, noticed a hint of anger flickering across Lung Bingning's face. He hastily swallowed a morsel of shrimp, washed it down with the last sip of ice water, and then uttered, "My dear, if you wish to return home, we shall do so." He turned to the waiter. "Please, pack up the unfinished dishes. We must not let them go to waste." "Ah, I see." Sue is testing the scoundrel, attempting to elicit a sincere apology for her feigned anger. Once her ire subsides, she will gleefully present the divorce agreement to him, seeking validation. Zhu Tianfan thought to himself, had I known earlier, I would not have hesitated to accommodate her desires. If Sue wishes to return home to sign the divorce papers, then let us go. Accompanying her through a day's work can indeed be exhausting. What a clever and considerate husband I am, to have deduced this. With that, Zhu Tianfan rose without hesitation. And under the astonished gazes of Lung Bingning, Gu Qingcheng, Lung Shiner, and Li Chun, he pointed to the dishes he favored and instructed the waiter to pack them accordingly. Chapter 29. Alas, the domineering CEO's wife has once again struck her unfaithful husband. Bang! Infuriated by Zhu Tianfan's incessant internal monologue, Lung Bingning erupted, snapping a beautifully crafted plate in half before her. This insufferable man was truly exasperating. Her heart was laden with resentment, constantly berated by him, as he dared to envision a timeless romance between her and his rival. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Lung Bingning felt as though her head might explode from the strain. Enough. Let it all come crashing down. I have no strength left to harbor anger. Manager, please fetch several takeout boxes to pack up and deliver to my estate. If they are insufficient, instruct the catering department to prepare another batch. Lung Bingning took a deep breath, pressing her forehead, and waved her hand dismissively at the trembling manager beside her. Let her irritable husband complain and pack as he pleases. Soon, she would take him to a high-end bespoke clothing store where he could have any ostentatious attire tailored to his liking. She hoped that after sharing a bed tonight, he would refrain from nagging until midnight, for she could hardly endure the relentless grievances of her disgruntled husband. Bingning, is your hand injured? Li Chun, noticing Lung Bingning's despondent demeanor, felt a surge of delight. Was this not his opportunity to play the caring brother? Just as he intended to check on her hand, he was met with her icy glare. Leave. Do not bother me. Bingning was already feeling irritable, and the presence of this ungrateful wretch was only exacerbating her frustration. Sister, why scold Brother Chun? He did not mean it. Lung Xiner seized the moment to add her taunt. Get away from me too. Do not disturb me. Lung Bingning's pent-up anger flared anew, wishing she could take a knife and dispatch her adversaries one by one. Lung Xiner, leaning against Li Chun, felt a flash of triumph at her sister's evident distress. The fact that Bingning could not express her fury was immensely satisfying to her. In just one afternoon, her sister's composure had crumbled so quickly, it was unlike her usual self. Lung Xiner believed she had yet to unleash her full arsenal to annoy Bingning. However, she was somewhat taken aback by Bingning's harsh treatment of Li Chun. Several times tonight, she had ordered him to leave. Was she still upset about the midday incident? With a smirk, Lung Xiner would not let this opportunity slip away, continuing to feign vulnerability in front of Li Chun. Sister, how have I angered you? I truly did not mean to, and Brother Chen did not intend to either. Nothing happened between us. Lung Xiner cared not for her sister's feelings. Her aim was to provoke Bingning before Li Chun, knowing that if she could incite her sister's fury, he would step in as the compassionate brother to console her. This would enable him to seek assistance from her sister in securing resources in the entertainment industry, including potential rising stars and singers. Meanwhile, her feckless brother-in-law today seemed different from usual. During lunch, he had leered at her and Lan Riyue from behind Bingning. If the opportunity arose, perhaps there could be an unexpected surprise. Lung Bingning, icy and unyielding, glanced up at both Lung Xiner and Li Chun. Had she unwittingly stirred a nest of lowly individuals? Both Li Chun and Lung Xiner were indeed insufferable. Since I cannot strike or scold my unfortunate husband, should I not also unleash my fury upon the wretched Cold Heart? Let me first deliver a few slaps to alleviate my anger. Smack! Smack! Away with you! Cold Heart stood there, bewildered, clutching her stinging cheeks. She had the audacity to be slapped by her sister. Just as Cold Heart was about to unleash a torrent of curses, she was met with her sister's emotionless gaze, which filled her with trepidation. A wise woman knows when to hold her tongue. It was best to remain silent. Immediately, Cold Heart feigned innocence, covering her reddened face. Sister, where did I err? Can I make amends? My dear Chengu, my face aches, my heart is heavy, I can scarcely breathe. Chengu, could you hold me? Li Chun, standing nearby, was displeased. How could a foolish woman strike his beloved Moonlight? Ice, if you are upset, direct your ire towards me. Why must you strike your own sister? Apologize to Heart. Cold Bingning cast a cold glance at Li Chun, finding him insufferable. She had not yet vented her anger, and now he sought to defend Cold Heart. Smack! Smack! You too can leave. After delivering her scorn, Cold Bingning turned to her unfortunate husband, Zhu Tianfan, who was visibly frightened, yet she softened as she linked her arm with his and uttered, Darling, tonight I shall take you to buy new clothes. Secretary Gu, do join us to offer your advice. I shall also cover your new outfit. At this moment, Cold Heart glared venomously at Cold Bingning's retreating figure, wishing to inflict 1,000 cuts upon her sister to quell her resentment. However, she refrained from uttering any harsh words and instead feigned contrition, saying, Sister, it is all my fault for upsetting you today. But our parents miss you and asked me to tell you to come home when you have the chance. As the Rolls-Royce pulled into the garage, Cold Bingning alighted with a frigid expression, casting a sharp glance at Zhu Tianfan. She had expected praise for the hundreds of custom outfits she had ordered in various vibrant colors, but instead, her husband's mind was occupied solely with Gu Qingcheng, incessantly prattling about whether her numerous customizations were meant to placate him. As a wife, even Cold Bingning's patience was wearing thin under Zhu Tianfan's incessant nagging. Enough. Why the fury? Alighting from the car with disdain. If you are so quick to anger, do you intend to slap me tonight and demand a divorce? Huh, not a chance. Let us see who ends up begging. Never mind, I shall not hold a grudge against small matters. After all, I possess 5 million. And I fear you not. You may scorn me all you wish. Oh, how tender and kind the beautiful secretary was while changing my clothes. Her gentle demeanor was truly refreshing, her curvaceous form ever so captivating. Wait, I haven't finished enjoying the delightful treats that arrived today. I'll go have a bite first. As for that woman, she can take her time with the divorce agreement. Zhu Tianfan feigned ignorance to Lung Bingning's icy glare and leisurely remarked, Darling, I'll grab a bite to eat first. I'll come upstairs once I'm done. Bang! In a fit of anger, Lung Bingning slammed the car door shut. snatched the car keys, and strode towards the elevator in silence. Inside the elevator, she stomped her high heels fiercely, as if she intended to crush Zhu Tianfan beneath her feet. Yet, seemingly coming to a realization, she shot him another cold glance. "Husband, remember to come upstairs early after you finish eating. I need to talk to you about something." Zhu Tianfan stared blankly at the closing elevator doors. What was happening? Even if she was upset, there was no need to slam the car door with such force. What if she broke it? Did this domineering CEO wife cease her facade once they returned home? It made sense. After all, they were both on the verge of signing divorce papers, and it was hardly surprising that Lung Bingning bore him no goodwill. But never mind that. The most pressing matter at hand was to satisfy his hunger and subsequently transfer funds from his bank card to his mobile payment app. The elevator reserved for Lung Bingning led directly from the garage to their bedroom door, accessible only by her facial recognition. Zhu Tianfan, unable to accompany her, had to opt for one of the other elevators to reach the ground floor as he sought to indulge in a late-night snack at the open-air restaurant. Chapter 30. Is the resentful son-in-law about to rise up? All arrangements in place. At the open-air restaurant, Zhu Tianfan commanded, "Wu Ma, please bring over the packed meals and a small bucket of ice. Tonight, I want chilled water to accompany my gourmet delights. Oh, and find me a young, gentle maid with a light touch who can wear a maid outfit from an anime for my massage. It's been exhausting following my wife at work all day. Also, Wu Ma, have someone set up the projection screen and play some movies. In this day and age, one must treat oneself well." Zhu Tianfan settled into the understated luxury of the open-air restaurant, waiting for Wu Ma to bring the ice. According to Zhu Tianfan, having thousands of maids and servants at his disposal meant he shouldn't have to lift a finger. Yet, he, in his previous life, was nothing but a foolish sycophant. After 5 years of marriage to Lung Bingning, he had done everything himself, allowing the household staff to lounge idly. Truly, a sycophant deserved no mercy. All right, son-in-law. I will have everything prepared for you immediately." Wu Ma looked at Zhu Tianfan with astonishment, quickly directing the household staff to fetch ice, set the table, heat the food, play the movie, and arrange flowers and candles. Meanwhile, she summoned the estate's steward, Fu Bo, to gather all the maids and servants for the resentful son-in-law to choose from. Wu Ma never anticipated that the sun would rise in the west today. The disgruntled son-in-law unexpectedly commanded her to perform tasks. This brought great joy to Wu Ma, who thought that perhaps the son-in-law had come to his senses, realizing that a feeble man would hardly win the affection of the young lady. For the first time, she sensed a hint of the commanding presence of a patriarch emanating from him. In Wu Ma's mind, only such an authoritative demeanor could subdue the headstrong Miss Lung. And it was precisely this quality that could uphold the entire household. Having served the Lung family for over 2 decades alongside the butler Fu Bo, Wu Ma had watched the willful Lung Bingning grow up. She understood her domineering nature well. It was hard to believe that someone like Zhu Tianfan could ever win her favor. His incessant attempts to take on tasks himself had left Wu Ma and Fu Bo at a loss for words, as they had counseled him for quite some time. Yet he remained obstinately set in his ways. "Sir, is there anything else you wish to command? Perhaps I could summon a few more young maids to don their uniforms and assist you with a shoulder massage or a leg rub. A day of work can indeed be exhausting." Wu Ma beamed at Zhu Tianfan, wishing he would constantly seek her assistance. If only the son-in-law and the young lady could have a child soon, she would relish the opportunity to care for the little one. This thought led Wu Ma to ponder 2 peculiar matters. The young lady and the son-in-law had been married for over 5 years, yet they remained childless. It was unclear whether it was the young lady's unwillingness to bear children, the son-in-law's inadequacies, or perhaps the young lady's refusal to allow any intimacy. Moreover, the master and mistress frequently brought an array of tonics and supplements to enhance virility for the son-in-law, yet he had never partaken of them. And the young lady showed no concern. If the son-in-law were indeed lacking, the young lady's domineering nature would surely compel him to consume them daily. Wu Ma sighed inwardly. It was most likely that the young lady was either unwilling to conceive or forbidding any physical contact. It was indeed a pity for the son-in-law. Yet it seemed he was finally on the verge of transforming himself. "You are absolutely right, Wu Ma. One maid for massages is indeed insufficient. Let us arrange for those who can assist with shoulder rubs, leg massages, and feeding." Zhu Tianfan, noticing Wu Ma's gaze upon him, felt a strange sensation, as though it were laden with sympathy. Could it be that Wu Ma had discerned the signs of Lung Bingning's desire for divorce? This possibility was not far-fetched. as Wu Ma and Fu Bo had accompanied Lung Bingning from the Lung family, having cared for her since childhood. It would not be surprising if they sensed her intentions regarding divorce. In that case, he might as well indulge in the last moments of comfort available to him. At the open-air dining area, Zhu Tianfan stared in disbelief at the ranks of maids and servants standing in orderly rows of 20, 50 individuals per row. Wu Ma, Fu Bo, are you certain that you have summoned every maid and servant in the household to stand here? Zhu Tianfan felt a wave of resentment wash over him. He could hardly believe that in a vast estate of 150,000 square meters, staffed by 2,000 servants, there was not a single young, beautiful, and voluptuous maid or servant who met his standards of 90 points or above. The opulent manner of the esteemed Lung family was sorely lacking in the quality of its female attendants, most of whom were nearly 30 or 35 years old, with appearances hovering around 70 to 80 points. There were scarcely any with commendable figures, and the thought of sharing this lamentable situation with others seemed utterly implausible. Master, have you forgotten? It was you who insisted we replace the maids and servants. Wu Ma interjected with an awkward smile, fully aware of her master's peculiar preferences. It was indeed a directive from him during his marriage that had led to this predicament. What? It was my own request? Zhu Tianfan exclaimed, bewildered, as he pointed to his own face. Oddly, he recalled none of this from the memories he had inherited. Could there have been an error? This seemed improbable, as the Zhu Tianfan in the book bore an uncanny resemblance to himself on Earth, and he had always believed that the world within the book was a parallel universe. Never mind, Wu Ma. Let these 20 remain and don the proper maid attire. You may have the others escorted away by Fu Bo. Zhu Tianfan decided without further contemplation, selecting the most visually appealing and well-proportioned individuals from the 1,000 maids and servants to attend to him. Alas, with divorce looming on the horizon, he wished he could suggest to Lung Bingning that at the very least, they ought to choose 100 maids dedicated to personal service and caretaking to uphold appearances. If it were up to him to make the selections, he would stipulate that personal attendants be no older than 20, standing at least 172 centimeters tall, with ample and rounded figures, and their beauty must score no less than 95 points, with 98 points required for the head maid. The criteria for caretaking servants could be slightly relaxed, yet they must be between 25 to 28 years of age, over 168 centimeters tall, with similarly pleasing figures. And their appearances should also not fall below 90 points, with 95 points needed for the head servant. In the ensuing hours, Zhu Tianfan completely indulged himself, relishing the attentive service of the 20 maids. Is the pressure from your shoulder massage adequate, master? One inquired. The pressure is fine, but there's no place for my head to rest. He opened his mouth. I will feed you lychee. This lychee is delightful, sweet, and tangy. Please continue. How is my technique in massaging your legs? Another maid asked. It's satisfactory, just a little higher and gentler, please. Ah, the maid massaging my shoulders is quite good. At least my head isn't left hanging. The maid feeding me fruit is also commendable, attentive, and thoughtful. The one massaging my legs is particularly adept, ensuring every inch is tended to. Though only 20 out of the thousands of maids and servants could be deemed acceptable, I truly disdain the lack of initiative among the women. With so many attendants, why not select a few who are more pleasing to the eye to maintain appearances? Forget it. I shall make do with the situation. I will no longer reside here. Life must be savored in this manner. In my previous existence, I was truly blind to let so many devoted maids go unheeded, while I foolishly accompanied that woman, enduring a life worse than that of a servant. Zhu Tianfan remained oblivious that this scene had been entirely witnessed by Lung Bingning from the balcony above. Chapter 31. What a despicable man. Caressing the maid's hand before his wife's very eyes, Lung Bingning stood on the third-floor balcony, her cold gaze fixated on Zhu Tianfan. Surrounded by 20 voluptuous maids tending to him, anger surged within her, causing her eyelids to twitch, her hand gripping the ornate railing tightly, veins visibly protruding. Despicable man. Despicable man. Despicable man. I wish a bomb would fall from the heavens and obliterate this wretched man, creating a deep pit to entomb his shattered remains. She had envisioned the forthcoming events. Zhu Tianfan, this unfortunate husband, would merely indulge himself for a while before ascending the stairs, obediently sitting in a chair, awaiting his domineering wife to reprimand him. Subsequently, he would weep and apologize, vowing never to mention divorce in front of others again. Then they would retire peacefully, together. cherishing sweet dreams, only to rise and strive for work the next day. However, after waiting for half an hour, she saw no sign of her unfortunate husband returning. Concerned that something might have transpired, she inquired with Aunt Wu and the butler, Fu Bo. Aunt Wu informed her that her husband intended to gather all the maids for some selection process. With that, she dismissed her worries. Planning to have Fu Bo arrange for the cleanup of the items shattered the previous night and the reinstallation of the bathroom mirror. Once she finished addressing these matters and stepped onto the balcony, she beheld a shocking sight. Her husband had completely surrendered to indulgence, reclining in the outdoor dining area. Attended by around 20 maids, he was relishing the delicacies and fruits they offered, reclining in their embrace as they pampered him, massaging his head, shoulders, and legs. Embodying utter debauchery, taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress her mounting fury. She could no longer afford to be enraged. If she continued, that detestable man would live in comfort and ease, while she would be consumed by her rage. That wretched husband. How infuriating. At such a distance, she could still hear the incessant murmurs of her husband's thoughts, and the sight before her only intensified her ire. Lung Bingming's lips twitched in disbelief. Her husband had truly lost all sense of propriety. Just look at those eyes, practically glued to the maids, and that wretched hand of his wandering towards the legs of those maids fanning him. Despicable man. May he meet a most unfortunate end. To cavort with the maid before his wife's eyes. What audacity. It was infuriating, absolutely infuriating. She wished to gouge out his eyes and trample them underfoot. To sever that repugnant hand and feed it to the dogs. Humph. The exquisite figure of one's own wife goes unnoticed, while one seeks the company of a maid in her 30s. How utterly shameless. Bang. Cold Bingming gazed at the ornate railing of the balcony, now broken by her own hands. Her fury igniting once more. Even the damned railing seemed to conspire against her. The more she looked, the angrier she became, yearning to seize the shattered ornament and hurl it at her resentful husband below, hoping to incapacitate him or perhaps even end his life. Ultimately, her heart softened, and she cast the broken piece to the ground, stomping on it in frustration. With a disdainful glance at her husband, she retreated to the bedroom, venting her anger by smashing items in the bathroom. Bang, bang, bang. After a considerable time, having vented her frustrations, Cold Bingming lay on the bed in silence, resting her head on her legs, feeling so enraged that tears threatened to spill. No matter how she endeavored to please Zhu Tianfan that day, this resentful husband seemed intent on divorce, desperately wanting to escape her. Had 5 years of marriage truly extinguished any affection he once held for her? At this moment, Cold Bingming felt a wave of regret. Regret for not recognizing her husband's resentment sooner. Regret for waiting until the love of her life had faded away. Regret for the absence of any remedy for her remorse in this world. For context, the entire estate is a crescent-shaped 10-story building with 50 rooms, encompassing various facilities such as entertainment, medical care, and dining, all surrounding an artificial lake, swimming pool, and landscape parks, covering an area of 150,000 square meters. Moreover, the estate includes several other buildings, housing over 2,000 servants and staff, including maids, drivers, cleaners, buyers, chefs, security, patrollers, and maintenance personnel. Cold Bingming and Zhu Tianfan reside on the 3rd floor, in the most well-lit and scenic position. Downstairs, in the open-air dining area, as Zhu Tianfan lounged in a recliner, savoring the attentive service of 20 maids who fed him delicacies, he suddenly noticed a shadow blocking the light above him. The young lady. Who was this so bothersome? Huh. Why did all the maids call out young lady? Who was the young lady? Zhu Tianfan, still in a daze, was about to ask the person to step aside when, abruptly, the figure spoke, her voice cold and piercing, as frigid as ice. Come upstairs with me, husband. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the domineering CEO, his wife. Cold Bingming. She stood like a queen of ice, her gaze icy as she looked down at Zhu Tianfan. Her 6 short words emanating an unbearable chill that nearly froze him in place. Wife, I haven't finished eating. What a formidable aura this dog woman possesses as a CEO. Her tone suggests she's irked. I wonder which man has provoked her wrath. Ugh, the impatient woman urges me to ascend the stairs. Could it be that she is eagerly awaiting the signing of our divorce agreement? Ah, this wretched woman deserves no mercy. Does she not see that I am currently indulging myself? These 20 maids in their 30s, while not extraordinary, were selected from 1,000, and at the very least, Their figures and appearances are passable. Oh well, the sight of her cold, piercing gaze is too daunting to ignore. I must ascend. I wonder how she has honed such a frigid stare that sends shivers down my spine. Just then, my phone rang, interrupting my thoughts. Dear, please hold on a moment. Let me check who is calling. I reached into my pocket and discovered it was my mother-in-law. Hello, mother, is there something you need? A gentle voice of a middle-aged woman immediately resonated through the phone. Hello, son-in-law. Why haven't you and Bing Ning come home to visit us recently? It's been almost a month. Rest assured, your father and I will no longer pressure you to take medicine. You must bring Bing Ning home in a few days. Son-in-law, I mustn't keep you any longer. As my mother-in-law ended the call, her soft words stirred painful memories within me, causing my lips to twitch involuntarily. My somewhat oblivious in-laws, while not entirely lacking in awareness, exhibit peculiar tendencies. They foolishly dote on their adopted daughter. But they relentlessly push me to consume a plethora of tonics to enhance my vitality, all in hopes of hastening Bing Ning's conception. If I refuse, they will surreptitiously present me with a mountain of invigorating herbs, insisting that I restore my health. Each time they promise not to prepare such tonics again, yet inevitably, I find a large bowl awaiting my consumption upon my arrival. Additionally, akin to their 7 foolishly indulgent sons, they discreetly provide me with 5 million yuan each month to purchase nutritional supplements, ensuring I maintain my health for the sake of having children with Bing Ning. Speaking of which, that wretched cold heart previously suggested that the woman should visit her parents, and now my mother-in-law is calling to urge her again. How long has it been since she returned home? Has it truly been a month? Ugh, what a filial daughter she is. It is no wonder her parents dote on the White Lotus, Cold Heart, treating her like a cherished child while neglecting their own daughter. Wait a moment. I recall that shortly after returning home with her last time, my mother-in-law encountered some misfortune, allegedly a scheme orchestrated by Cold Heart and her illicit lover. What precisely was that conspiracy? I can't quite recall. Oh, never mind. It might be for the best if that entire family meets their end, sparing the woman the solitude of being a vengeful spirit. Chapter 32. You are given 2 choices. Either pay more or take 2 slaps and leave cold. Bing Ning listened to Zhu Tianfan's incessant inner monologue, her face turning a ghastly white, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. She dreaded returning home to face her parents' nagging, and it had been quite some time since her last visit. Little did she expect that her beloved mother would encounter misfortune, and that the scheme was concocted by her adoptive daughter in collusion with the scoundrel Li Chun. This plot must be thwarted, and their conspiracy must be dismantled. Her wretched husband, too, was infuriating, speaking in half-truths that only served to frustrate, leaving the details of the scheme shrouded in mystery. Given the insidious and malicious intentions of Lung Xiner and the lecherous Li Chun, it was imperative that her lamentable husband recollect the truth, lest she risk losing her mother forever. Now was not the time to harbor anger towards her husband. At the very least, she could not show him her displeasure tonight, nor could she allow him to overthink matters. Cold Bing Ning took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tempest of emotions within her, and coldly gazed down at Zhu Tianfan, calmly articulating her demand. Husband, come upstairs with me. We need to have a serious discussion. A serious discussion? Could it be that Cold Bing Ning had finally resolved to sign the divorce agreement? All right, my dear. I shall ascend with you at once. Everyone else, please feel free to rest. If you wish to indulge in these delicacies, do so. If not, discard them. Zhu Tianfan's face lit up with astonishment, as he hastily seized the opportunity to pat the thighs of several maids before rising to stand beside Cold Bing Ning. Ha ha ha. The woman is finally ready to sign the divorce agreement. I shall be liberated from this domineering woman's reign. Truly, it is regrettable that such a captivating and alluring figure has been beyond my reach for 5 years, only to be lost to 5 unruly ruffians. How deservedly she suffers at the hands of her lover. Nevertheless, what do I have to lament for her now that she is set to divorce me? Once the agreement is signed and the money is in hand, her affairs will no longer concern me. However, tonight shall be the last I spend in this mansion. Should I leave early for the club, or linger a while longer? I must ponder this. Wait, why would I go to the club? Did she not just drop off the beautiful secretary when she returned? Since I know where Gu Qingcheng resides, I shall seek her out tonight. Claiming that my wife cast me out for her lover, given Gu Qingcheng's kind-hearted nature, she will undoubtedly assist me and perhaps even offer me a place to stay. Cold Bing Ning watched as Zhu Tianfan brazenly groped the thighs of the maids as he stood up, fury boiling within her, veins bulging at her temples. What a despicable man! What a lamentable husband! What a lecherous fiend! Finally, before her very eyes, he revealed his true colors. Not only preoccupied with unfounded divorce notions, but also plotting to visit Gu Qingqing after signing the agreement. He even had the audacity to slander her, all while groping the maids in front of his wife. Such a wretched man truly deserves nothing but misfortune. I am overwhelmed by the desire to sever these wretched hands and feed them to the dogs, ensuring that my unworthy husband can no longer lay his hands upon any other woman. However, it must be said that my husband's peculiar interests bear a striking resemblance to those of a reclusive otaku. He seems to have an affinity for the whimsical attire of maid costumes from the realm of anime. Is it possible that I shall have to procure several maid outfits to stow away in my wardrobe for future use? In a bid to soothe the escalating fury within, I, Lung Bingning, grasped this bizarre rationale and gritted my teeth to utter a single command. You shall all proceed according to my husband's instructions. With that, I cast a cold, reproachful glance at Zhu Tianfan and, with a sway of my hips, ascended the elevator, opting for the solace of absence. Zhu Tianfan remained seated, enduring a verbal onslaught. Husband, I implore you never to utter the word divorce again, nor should you ever broach the subject in public. Do you comprehend, my dear husband? I pulled a chair closer, crossed my legs, and, with my arms resting over my heart, I gazed down at the resentful man before me, delivering my message with frigid detachment. You do not wish to hear the word divorce, and it must not be mentioned? Zhu Tianfan stared blankly at the crumpled divorce agreement in his hands, his body stiffening as he looked at Lung Bingning in confusion. This situation felt entirely askew. He had anticipated that Lung Bingning would request he sign the divorce papers. Yet here we are. What a perplexing turn of events. How could the fervent tremors of her earlier agitation transform into such a serene demeanor upon our ascent? Moreover, why was she now addressing him as husband in such a soft tone? Was there a hidden agenda at play? Zhu Tianfan could not fathom the reasoning behind this shift and could only gaze at Lung Bingning with wide, naive eyes. Dear wife, if we are not to divorce, what shall become of me? His instinctive rejection of divorce stemmed from the knowledge that remaining with Lung Bingning would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate. How can it be that this woman refuses to grant me a divorce? How shall I amass 5 million to seek out 5 beautiful women in the countryside to care for me? How will I pursue the alluring secretary, Gu Qingqing, tonight? Oh heavens, why must you treat me so cruelly, bestowing both hope and despair upon my weary soul? This cannot be allowed to stand. Why must Lung Bingning dictate the terms? Why must I, as the scorned husband, be relegated to the role of a mere pawn? Even her tender address of husband is futile. This situation demands compensation, greater compensation. Compensation? Very well. If my resentful husband has resolved within himself that I have betrayed him, believing I am still entangled with my lover, then let him not blame me for becoming even more assertive. Lung Bingning disdainfully curled her lips and, raising her index and middle fingers towards Zhu Tianfan, coldly articulated a few more words. This situation is quite troublesome. I offer you 2 choices. First, either increase the funds and continue to endure a life of love and sweetness with me, or second, receive a couple of slaps and then sign the divorce agreement, leaving with nothing. 7, 3, and the money I previously gave you must also be returned. As a generous wife, I shall reserve next month's allowance of 250 for you. My dear husband, please make your choice now. Upon finishing her ultimatum, Lung Bingning smirked inwardly, eager to see if her husband, the eternal victim, had the audacity to choose the latter. If he unhesitatingly opted for the first choice, she might be inclined, in her good humor, to bestow upon him an unexpected surprise. However, should he select the second option, she would not hesitate to reveal her ruthless side, allowing him to truly experience the descent from hope to despair. She would indeed deliver 2 sharp slaps and render him incapacitated, ensuring he remained confined to their bedroom, obedient and compliant for all eternity. Such was her domineering nature. Zhu Tianfan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lung Bingning, his expression instantly brightening. An increase in funds is possible. This domineering CEO wife isn't so bad after all. As for the second choice, Zhu Tianfan completely disregarded it. Only a fool would opt for the humiliation of slaps and departing empty-handed. He had previously promised Lung Bingning to delay the divorce merely to reclaim 50 million from her. Now, with 5 million in hand, Adding an integer would allow him to break even. As for the timing of the divorce, with Lung Bingning's obliviousness, he believed it would not be long. For now, he would endure the humiliation and toil for wealth, envisioning a brighter future with Gu Qingxie. Wife. I certainly choose the first option, Zhu Tianfan declared with a beaming smile, his heart racing with anticipation. How much would she add this time? Lung Bingning, though maintaining her icy demeanor, felt a sense of delight at his choice. This husband of hers was not foolish. He was rather clever. If it was merely a matter of increasing funds, she could certainly accommodate that, even if it were to be $1 billion daily in the future. She was not one to falter, bolstered by her 7 brothers and parents. Chapter 33, an increase of 57. 25 million? Is the sun rising from the west? Husband, it seems you are quite astute, Lung Bingning remarked, retrieving her phone and preparing to input a figure on the payment page when her husband began his internal musings once more. If that's the case, then there's no rush to make the payment. Let us first hear what her husband is thinking. If he continues to scold her, the increase will be halved. Should he praise her, then the funds shall be doubled. 7. The total amount from the woman amounts to 42.5 million. I wonder how much she will add this time. If it were another 2.5 million, that would be delightful. Should she add 7.5 million to make it a neat 50 million, she would truly be an extraordinary wife. Had I been blessed with such a generous and domineering CEO wife in my previous life, my fate would not have been so dire. Zhu Tianfan gazed at Lung Bingning with eager anticipation, longing to hear the most enchanting words in the moments to come. Ding. Payment of 2.5 million yuan received. Or ding. Payment of 7.5 million yuan received. At this moment, Lung Bingning was thoroughly pleased with Zhu Tianfan's expectant gaze, internally praising him as an exemplary husband. If even a disgruntled husband harbors such hopes for her to increase the funds, then why not oblige? After all, 7.5 million is but a trifling sum she could easily earn back in a single day. What if she were to double the amount? Would her disgruntled husband shower her with even greater compliments? The mere thought warmed Lung Bingning's expression, banishing the coldness as she began to anticipate the praises her husband might bestow upon her. Without hesitation, she deleted the previous payment figures and contemplated before entering a significantly larger sum for transfer. Ding. Payment of 57.5 million yuan received. My dear wife, is this truly for me? Zhu Tianfan stammered, trembling hands retrieving his phone to verify the payment page. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 zeros, an astonishing 57.5 million. This was indeed a genuine transfer, and combined with the existing 42.5 million in his account, his total savings had soared past 100 million. If Lung Bingning, this commanding CEO wife, were to continue her generosity, he could accept any label: disgruntled husband, a mere pawn, or a cuckolded spouse. When the day comes that Lung Bingning expresses her desire for divorce to be with another, he would readily acquiesce, taking his wealth to the countryside with Gu Qingcheng to raise a brood of children. Upon confirming his newfound fortune, Zhu Tianfan's face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but express his admiration. Wife, you are truly remarkable, a once-in-a-lifetime partner. From this moment forth, I shall never utter the word divorce again, nor will I speak of it before others. Haha, I finally possess a fortune of 100 million. Beautiful secretary, for the sake of our splendid future, please endure a little longer. Once I earn more from Sun, I will elope with you as my bride. Then we shall have sufficient funds for our children's milk. Yet, Sun truly should have mentioned such a delightful arrangement sooner. I would have readily agreed. Frankly, a domineering CEO like Sun tends to overthink. It took me ages to decipher her intentions. Wait, I have an epiphany. Sun was led astray by her dear sister and close friend, and now she hesitates to bring up divorce before third brother and the lovely secretary, as it would be quite embarrassing. No wonder Sun was so insistent upon maintaining eye contact and forbidding me from mentioning divorce. I truly lacked consideration. Next time, I shall understand. If divorce is to be discussed, it must be in the privacy of our home, preserving her dignity while also securing more funds. I am indeed a clever, resourceful, and considerate husband. However, there remains one matter that leaves Zhu Tianfan pondering with confusion. According to the original storyline, after losing her dignity, Lung Bingning would come joyfully to demand a divorce from her former self, who would then kneel in anguish, pleading throughout the night, only for Lung Bingning to eventually relent and agree not to divorce. However, for reasons unknown, She returned home last night after partially losing her dignity and did not mention the divorce. Now, she is again using financial pressure to compel him to remain married. Is this not an alteration of the plot? Has the world within the book truly evolved into a parallel universe, rendering the heavenly principles ineffective? Otherwise, how could the storyline be corrected? A solemn reminder: this narrative contains no systems, no heavenly principles, no cultivation, and no ancient martial arts. The praise from the obedient husband is undoubtedly the most delightful sound in the world. Come, come, come. Shower me with more compliments. Let my wife hear them. As Lung Bingning listened to Zhu Tianfan's flattery, a smile nearly broke across her lips, and her heart swelled with joy. Yet, the very next moment, Zhu Tianfan's inner monologue swiftly extinguished her smile, igniting a rising tide of anger within her. How could this foolish man be so misguided? His mind filled with thoughts of her seeking a divorce to find a lover, while he himself is the one who married Gu Qingcheng as a concubine and fathered a child. Alas, relying on the hope of correcting her resentful husband's thoughts is indeed exhausting. Having invested over 50 million, all she received were superficial compliments, far inferior to Gu Qingcheng's significance in his heart. Nonetheless, it is crucial to glean information about her mother from this resentful husband. Lung Bingning vigorously suppressed the urge to slap him, her expression icy as she delivered a pointed remark. Husband, is there something you have yet to disclose? If you can recall it, I will grant you a grand surprise. What could it be? A surprise? With Lung Bingning's domineering CEO demeanor, this matter held promise. Zhu Tianfan scratched his scalp, surveying the room, only to realize he had nothing to say. Wait, when he left with Lung Bingning in the morning, he had seemingly forgotten to clean up the shattered items scattered across the large bathroom floor, along with the dirty clothes he had changed out of in the small bathroom. This is manageable, having just transferred 57.5 million. He could reluctantly tidy up, and if unsatisfactory, he could simply summon the maid or housekeeper. Wife, is it the broken items in the bathroom that remain uncleaned? And my unwashed clothes? Rest assured, I shall clean them immediately. Just as Zhu Tianfan was about to rise, Lung Bingning shot him a frosty glare. Sit down. I have already instructed Fu Bo to send someone to clean. Focus on the next task. Zhu Tianfan was momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't this the matter at hand? Could it be that Lung Bingning felt a sense of accomplishment watching him wash her delicate garments last night, prompting her to want him to wash the light purple intimate attire today? This was not insurmountable. As long as she didn't mind, he would reluctantly wash them again. Wife, shall I wash clothes today as well? Then let's change it now. I'll go to the restroom to fetch some water for washing. Lung Bingning shot a fierce glare at Zhu Tianfan, her face taut with shame and anger. It was one thing to secretly change and hide it beneath her pillow for washing, but to bring it to light now was simply putting her in an awkward position. No, don't overthink it. Focus on the next task. Zhu Tianfan was once again taken aback. It wasn't sweeping or doing laundry. What could it possibly be? There seemed to be no major chores at home. Could it be preparing some health supplements or snacks? Surely, that could be directly assigned to Aunt Wu without needing to consult him. The women in his life were truly something, always casting cold glares his way. How could such a gentle and lovely mother-in-law have given birth to a daughter like Lung Bingning, who was so domineering, frigid, and prone to anger? Ugh, one couldn't help but wonder if, during her pregnancy with Lung Bingning, she indulged in too much ice cream, resulting in a genetic mutation. Speaking of mother-in-law, it reminded him of a troubling thought. The scheming Lung Shiner and her lover had plotted to tamper with his mother-in-law's vehicle, aiming to end her life. Fortunately, his mother-in-law had survived a tragic accident, albeit as a mere shell of her former self, a vegetable. Poor father-in-law, devastated by the incident, had divided half of their shared assets with Lung Shiner, while the other half was shared among the rest. In his previous life, he too had received a fortune of 10 billion, while his father-in-law devoted himself to waking his mother-in-law from her stupor with 100 billion. Interestingly, it seemed that within 2 years, the elderly couple perished in a fire, allegedly instigated by Lung Shiner and her lover. Speaking of that 10 billion, although he hadn't acquired it in his past life, it was reasonable to think that after years of crawling and begging, it would eventually lead to a dignified burial for his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and the entire Su family. Chapter 34. The thoughts of a dominant CEO's wife are truly elusive. Summoning the maid to clean the room, Lung Bingning couldn't help but nod slightly. Finally voicing this concern brought her a great sense of relief. However, her resentful husband was indeed a bothersome man, muttering insults to her in his mind while reminiscing about future events for her to overhear. Just moments ago, he had spent 57.5 million, yet still called her a dog woman, accusing her of genetic mutations during her fetal stage. How infuriating. All right then, dear husband. If you can't remember, then forget it. Let's rest early tonight and continue our work together tomorrow. Lung Bingning didn't wish to dwell on it further. Casting a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan, she rose and sashayed towards the restroom. She needed to ponder how to coax her resentful husband into joining her for a milk bath. It seemed simple in thought, yet executing it was quite challenging. She needed him to realize he could overhear her thoughts without directly stating it in front of him. Lung Bingning frowned at the complexity of the situation, cursing her troublesome husband, who was both disobedient and prone to silent insults. What a vexing man. The woman is truly deserving of no good fate. She had assured me of a surprise while asking me to reflect on matters, yet now I find myself in this ambiguous predicament, unable to sleep at night. What a shameless and brazen individual she is, and how foolish of me to have anticipated so much. But is this not an opportunity presenting itself? Since my resentful husband has been disparaging me from behind, I shall seize this moment to deliver a proper reprimand. Cold Bingning halted abruptly, turning around with a frosty expression to confront Zhu Tianfan, who was just rising from his seat. With an icy demeanor, she uttered words that were exceedingly vexatious. Husband, sit down. Were you just secretly criticizing me behind my back? How did Cold Bingning come to know of this? Zhu Tianfan froze. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily retorted, No. How could I possibly speak ill of my wife? You're overthinking it. Go take a bath. Upon completing his words, he glanced around nervously, his eyes darting about for quite some time. He was well aware of Cold Bingning's domineering nature, should he admit to it. He feared she might engage in her habitual mode of scolding, and who could predict whether he would end up rewriting a confession in the bathroom all night long. Is that so, husband? As long as you obediently confess to having insulted me, not only will I refrain from punishing you, but I shall also grant you the surprise I promised earlier. However, if you deny it or stubbornly feign ignorance, well, I believe you are already aware of the consequences tonight. Cold Bingning had no desire to engage in pretenses, standing there with a cold glare directed at Zhu Tianfan. Should her resentful husband utter something contrary to her expectations, she would relish the opportunity to deal with this whiny man who had been berating her in his thoughts. Furthermore, she had numerous plans for the evening. Beyond coaxing her resentful husband into a milk bath, she intended to contact Qi Gu to suppress the entertainment company of the scoundrel Li Chun. Additionally, she would reach out to San Gu, the hacker Lung Xingqiu, to implant a listening virus in Lung Xiner's phone and install needle cameras in the garage, at home, and in her parents' vehicles. Moreover, Cold Bingning contemplated reaching out to Si Gu, Lung Xingyuan, who, as an assassin, possessed an understanding of how to stage fatal accidents in vehicles. Is this truly happening? Wife, will you really surprise me if I confess? Zhu Tianfan felt somewhat conflicted. Although Cold Bingning was exceedingly domineering, she was a woman of her word. For the sake of a surprise, perhaps it would not be unreasonable to comply. Who knew? She might even be so pleased as to transfer him a substantial sum of money. Indeed, I keep my promises. Husband, when have I ever deceived you? Cold Bingning gazed at Zhu Tianfan, who continued to hesitate, her expression growing ever colder, her eyes nearly radiating icicles. Was it truly so difficult to admit to having spoken behind someone's back? Though she was fiercely assertive, she had no intention of striking her resentful husband. That incident with Li Chun was merely a mishap. Dear wife, I did indeed speak ill of you, Zhu Tianfan cautiously uttered. His nerves taut as he looked at Cold Bingning, fearful that this domineering woman might strike him or say something that would send shivers down his spine. My dear husband, it appears you possess a certain honesty. As for the 20 maids from tonight, I shall neither dismiss them nor punish them. Instead, I will have them attend to our every need starting tomorrow. However, I have one stipulation. You must not engage in any relations with any of them, or I shall personally turn you into minced meat for the dogs. By the way, dear husband, do refrain from speaking ill of me behind my back. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your little schemes. After Cold Bingning finished speaking, she cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Tianfan, her lips curling in contempt. Such a dashing young man, yet he has not even indulged in his youth. How could he possibly grant any favors to these voracious maids? Humph. Zhu Tianfan, observing the disdain in Cold Bingning's eyes, felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this domineering wife's ultimate desire to ensure that if she could not have him, no one else would? My dear wife, do not overthink it. I am a man of integrity and kindness, and I would never dream of committing such a betrayal against you. Bah, that wretched woman will have her due. What a ridiculous surprise this is. Merely a tantalizing sight without the taste, merely feasting my eyes and hands upon the maids. How cruelly she treats her husband. From now on, I shall not only berate her daily, but will do so incessantly. Yet, these maids' appearances and figures pale in comparison to the exquisite women I know. It would indeed be a loss to associate with them. Perhaps after parting ways with that wretched woman, I shall seek out a cadre of stunningly beautiful and shapely personal maids to assist me in my golden years. Yes, each day, I shall indulge in one. That is the life one ought to savor, la la la. Cold Icening frowned. That insufferable man. His thoughts have grown increasingly depraved, desiring to exploit a maid daily while cursing her incessantly in his heart. Who has inflated his ego? She longed to slap his head off, to unveil his mind and see if there was any substance to it, or if it was merely filled with water. Alas, what a predicament! The formidable CEO must resort to threats to coax her reluctant husband into a milk bath. Who would believe such a tale? That wretched man. With a fierce glare, Cold Icening chided Zhu Tianfan, gritting her teeth as she commanded, "Husband, fill the tub with water. Tonight, I shall indulge in a milk bath. Once this is completed, you shall be free." As Zhu Tianfan hurried to the bathroom, her mood lightened considerably. Finally, she had managed to persuade that insufferable man to prepare the bath. Cold Icening sighed in relief, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Over the past 20 years, she had never initiated such an absurd act. That wretched woman, treating her husband like a beast of burden. Bah, why didn't you call me to join you for a milk mandarin duck bath? I really want to see what that bitch looks like naked. Ugh, my old waist can't take it anymore. I need to find a stool to sit on. The new dressing mirror and bathroom mirror are nice. They're definitely a matching set of expensive stuff. That bitch has so many jars and bottles of cosmetics. I smashed so many last night, and she already replaced them with a new batch. She has been soaked in cosmetics for over 20 years. No wonder she smells so good and looks so pretty. Truly Shanghai's top stunning beauty and overbearing female CEO. Listening to her pain-in-the-ass husband muttering to himself in the bathroom, Lung Bingning felt all the shame that had just welled up in her heart turn into anger. He was calling her names again after just a little while. Forget it. Forget it. All this is to keep this pain-in-the-ass husband satisfied. After all, her own life and the lives of her entire family depend on him in the future. Lung Bingning frowned as she opened the wardrobe. While searching for the nightgown she'd wear to bed, she tried to comfort herself with several excuses in her mind, and at the same time, struggled to hold back the anger sparked by her husband's muttering as he filled the bathtub again. Chapter 35. A habit rooted in his blood. Covering the belly button with a little cloth after taking a shower, Zhu Tianfan laid down on the bed in a star shape. Resting his head comfortably on the pillow, gazing at the soft light on the ceiling, he fell into a reverie. Life is meant to be enjoyed. After his shower today, he tossed his dirty clothes casually into a basin to wait for the maid to wash them. It's great not having to lift a finger for things like this. He couldn't figure out why the previous owner of this body had been so stupid as to be a simp. He'd even lived a life worse than a dog. Something off under the pillow. It feels like there's something poking my head. Zhu Tianfan lifted the pillow, and when he saw the light purple intimate apparel, he immediately had a bad feeling. Wouldn't T Lung Bingning, his overbearing CEO wife, end up like last night, crossing her legs, staring at him coldly, and nagging him to wash the clothes again? It was forgivable that she'd been in too much of a hurry to go out and hadn't had time to wash them yesterday. But today she hadn't even gone out. Now she'd taken this off and stuffed it under the pillow. She must be up to something. Zhu Tianfan stared at the scene before him, falling into deep thought about life. Did this woman do this on purpose? Intentionally? Deliberately? Stuff her intimate clothes under the pillow? Could it be that she gets a sense of accomplishment from staring at me coldly and nagging me to wash clothes? No, that can't be right. This woman's mind isn't that simple. Damn it, I get it now. This woman definitely wants to torture me to death. Making me wash my coat in the morning and her intimate clothes at night. Spending the whole day washing and washing. Bah, this woman can rot in hell. Does she really think she can make me give in with such tricks? Bah, bah, bah. But to be fair, her taste isn't bad. Every piece is definitely a designer piece. Look at the stitching, the lace, The gold threads. TSK, paired with her top-tier natural enchanting mature woman-esque body. She really is a first-class beauty. Sigh. No wonder I was willing to be a simp in my past life. At this moment, Lung Bingning, soaking in a milk bath and texting a few brothers, could not help but reveal a subtle smile at the corner of her mouth while listening to Zhu Tianfan's incessant ramblings from the bedroom. This unfortunate husband possesses a bit of cleverness. He quickly discovered the intimate garments she had secretly tucked under the pillow. As expected, he launched into another round of nagging and baseless speculation, just like the previous night. Since her husband has such peculiar interests, she thought it might be amusing to make him wash the laundry, lest her own frustrations remain unaddressed. It seems she truly needs to replace the garments under her pillow daily. The thought made her feel both embarrassed and infuriated, prompting her to consider ordering several hundred sets of intimate clothing in various colors and styles to avoid running out. However, Lung Bingning quickly regained her focus. She had important matters to attend to. Seventh brother, we must exert all efforts to suppress Li Qin's newly established entertainment company, ideally driving it to bankruptcy. I cannot fathom how my dear sister, Lung Xiner, could be so foolish as to give all her money from our parents to Li Chun. Third brother, we cannot inform our parents of this. Given their personalities, they would not easily believe it. Only by presenting evidence of Lung Xiner conspiring with outsiders in the car will they be inclined to accept the truth. I have already consulted fourth brother. As an assassin, he understands these lethal methods best. He will assist you. All right, sister, I will discuss this with fourth brother. We owe this unexpected discovery to our brother-in-law. Sister, heed my advice. Your brother-in-law is the man who truly loves you. Do not continue to quarrel with him over divorce. Li Chun is not worth your time. I will not divorce him, third brother. After sending the messages, Lung Bingning also texted fourth brother Lung Xingyuan regarding Lung Xiner's plans with her paramour, Li Chun. Once she finished her milk bath, Lung Bingning donned a slightly sheer pink silk robe, deliberately changing into this outfit to surprise Zhu Tianfan. However, upon seeing him casually placing the pale purple intimate garment over his navel, her earlier delight evaporated, replaced by a surge of anger. Ah, how shameless can this man be? Is he truly devoid of shame? Not only did he fail to wash my intimate garments before returning them to their hiding place, but he now brazenly uses them as a cover over his navel. Is this a sign of lacking maternal affection? If her unfortunate husband truly yearned for maternal love, she would not hesitate to play that role herself, delivering a few slaps to his face to remind him of what maternal love feels like. Humph. Lung Bingning let out a cold snort, her face expressionless as she glared at Zhu Tianfan, who was engrossed in watching a video of beautiful women dancing on his phone. Gritting her teeth, she uttered, "Darling, is the air conditioning too cold that you're using my intimate garments as a blanket?" As Zhu Tianfan was engrossed in a video of a captivating dancer, he suddenly noticed Lung Bingning, her expression frosty, standing at the edge of the bed and casting a disapproving gaze upon him. In an instant, he recalled the predicament he found himself in. Good heavens! He had been so absorbed in his phone that he had carelessly tossed aside a towel, which now lay awkwardly on his abdomen. My dear wife, this is a misunderstanding. I don't possess such peculiar preferences. Just as he reached out to discreetly tuck it back under the pillow, Lung Bingning swiftly snatched it from him, her eyes narrowing dangerously. I'm going to do the laundry. You need to quietly go to sleep. After uttering those words, she turned, her countenance a mixture of indignation and embarrassment, and sashayed towards the bathroom. Zhu Tianfan pondered the implications of her statement, sensing a deeper meaning. Was she implying he should not disturb her slumber tonight? Ah, he understood. It appeared that Lung Bingning, in her folly, wished to prevent her lover, Li Chun, from overthinking or misunderstanding the situation. She desired to maintain a distance. Had she mentioned this earlier, he would have been more than willing to sleep alone. The experience of sharing a bed with her was far from pleasurable. With restrictions on touching and playing, he could only endure the torment of covert glances. Immediately, he made his way to the small bathroom, drying the floor and hastily tossing his change of clothes and other miscellaneous items into a basket. Wait, this bathroom is too cramped. Perhaps I should opt for the larger one to sleep in. At least it's spacious, bright, and airy, with air conditioning for comfort, music to soothe, and a splendid view of the estate and city skyline. Ah, women truly know how to indulge themselves. Just one bathroom occupies such vast space, equipped with several air conditioners. If she were to be with her lover, would they not need to renovate a bathroom of over 200 square meters for their romantic baths? Ugh, What an utterly shameless pair of scoundrels. Meanwhile, Lung Bingning was diligently washing her recently changed intimate garments in a dedicated laundry basin. Bewildered by Zhu Tianfan's incessant inner monologue. What on earth was this resentful husband contemplating? First, he complained about the size of their bathroom, then expressed a desire to sleep in the larger one. And now, he was berating her for being a shameless woman with her lover, Li Chun? My dear, I'm going to sleep now. The resentful husband had made his way into the bathroom, unfolding bedding. Was he truly planning to sleep here tonight? Lung Bingning ceased her washing, casting a sharp glance at Zhu Tianfan. What are you doing here? She noticed he still held his phone charger. Are you really going to sleep in the bathroom tonight? A frown creased her brow. After a brief moment of silence, how could her resentful husband's mind wander back to imagining tender moments with her lover, Li Chun? Was he truly contemplating whether they would need to transform a 200-square-meter bathroom for their romantic baths, while simultaneously accusing her of being shameless? Such bizarre and unfounded notions are truly exasperating. At that moment, Zhu Tianfan did not even lift his head as he replied, My dear, I am perfectly fine. You carry on with your laundry. I understand. It is merely a nominal separation, isn't it? I shall quietly retire to the bathroom and not disturb your washing or your slumber. Without concern for whether Lung Bingning had heard him, Zhu Tianfan skillfully unfurled his bedding and lay down, picking up his phone to scroll through videos of beautiful women dancing. It was then that Lung Bingning comprehended Zhu Tianfan's intentions. It seemed that her scheming husband had overthought her last remark. Normally, he was not known for such cleverness. Why, then, did he suddenly exhibit such imaginative thinking regarding their separation? Chapter 36. I wish I could take the laundry basin and pour it over that scoundrel's head. Wretched man. Wretched man. Wretched man. I am infuriated. Truly, I am vexed beyond measure. It is utterly maddening. Lung Bingning was so incensed that she could hardly articulate her thoughts, resorting only to a derisive heh. Alas, Lung Bingning suddenly realized that in her fury, she had damaged her favorite delicate lavender lingerie while washing it. Stupefied, she found herself aghast at the thought that her anger had led to the ruin of something she cherished so dearly. Wretched man. Wretched man. Wretched man. It is all the fault of that scoundrel. An 8,000 yuan set of intimate apparel rendered useless. Staring at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, with veins bulging on her forehead, she felt on the brink of madness, longing to cry out to the heavens. Oh, why must you send such a wretched husband to punish me? Seeing Zhu Tianfan still engrossed in videos of long-legged beauties dancing, Lung Bingning was increasingly tempted to grab the laundry basin and pour it over her scoundrel of a husband to cool his ardor. Fortunately, she repeatedly reminded herself that her wretched husband was now a treasured possession, untouchable, unshoutable, and unarguable. Thus she resisted the urge to unleash the basin upon him and swiftly discarded the ruined lavender lingerie into the trash bin. After completing her task, Lung Bingning dried her hands and stood before Zhu Tianfan, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon him, before extending a finger towards their bed and uttering two chilling commands. Husband, now at once, go lie down on the bed. We are lawful spouses, and we must share the same bed every night. Do you understand? Zhu Tianfan, secretly glancing at his domineering wife's displeased countenance, could only respond weakly in acquiescence. Lawful spouses indeed. For 5 years, he had not once been permitted to share the bed with her, and now she dares to speak of nightly companionship. What a pitiful existence he led. Very well, my dear, he conceded, swiftly rolling up his bedding and, under her watchful gaze, hastily returned to their bed. Although he was unaware of why Lung Bingning had cast her cold gaze upon others, the expression on her face indicated that someone had undoubtedly enraged her once more, prompting him to silently curse in his heart. Ah, Sue, how utterly tiresome. If someone has provoked your ire, why must you take it out on others? Why direct your disdain towards me all day? I am not the one responsible for your misfortunes, nor am I the reason for your marital strife. Ugh. Sue deserves nothing but a miserable fate, deserving of her heart to be torn asunder by her illicit lover. How foolish Sue truly is. If she wishes to marry her lover, why not simply divorce me? She could invest hundreds of billions into her lover's entertainment company and enlist the flamboyant Cold Xingxia to provide her with resources in film and promising artists and singers. With her lover's shameless nature, he would surely come running to marry Sue like a dog. Nevertheless, it must be noted that her lover has already failed thrice in his attempts to win Sue's favor today. Tomorrow, he shall undoubtedly devise another scheme to persuade her. According to my recollections from a previous life, he adeptly exploits Su's inability to withstand Lung Xiner's provocations to force her into submission, and he has always succeeded. Ugh, Su is indeed foolish, lacking in discernment, and utterly oblivious, unable to perceive such crude tactics while claiming to be the most formidable domineering So in the Magic City. Listening to Zhu Tianfan's internal monologue filled with vitriol, Lung Bingning felt her composure begin to shatter. Ah, what a wretched man, what a lamentable husband. Merely lying down, he began to berate her internally for being foolish, for lacking intelligence, for being utterly senseless, even condemning her for her position as the preeminent domineering CEO of the Magic City. Such despicable words nearly drove Lung Bingning to tears of frustration. For the lamentable husband was indeed right. How had she failed to see through her lover Li Chun's inept strategies? It was all her own folly. Glaring at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, where veins pulsed visibly on her forehead, Lung Bingning, in a fit of rage, shattered the shower head against the mirror, subsequently wreaking havoc upon an array of bottles and jars. Crash, crash, crash. After venting her frustrations, Lung Bingning emerged from the bathroom to find Zhu Tianfan lying on the bed, feigning sleep in a most obedient manner, which significantly alleviated her anger. Had it not been for the fact that her lamentable husband was beyond reproach, she would have readily placed the entire laundry basin atop his head, compelling him to reflect on how his mind could be so peculiarly different. In an effort to quell her fury, Lung Bingning reluctantly began to self-soothe. Despite the fact that Zhu Tianfan often provoked her volcanic eruptions, he remained obedient to her and occasionally divulged glimpses of future events. With this thought, her ire subsided considerably. She casually switched off the main lights in the bedroom, leaving only the gentle glow of the bedside lamp, and quietly lay down beside Zhu Tianfan, wishing to enjoy a peaceful slumber until dawn. Alas, Lung Bingning's hopes were overly optimistic. Su had, just moments ago, wreaked havoc in the bathroom, clearly indicating her foul mood had once again spiraled out of control. I am uncertain as to the cause of the recent upheaval. It is quite likely related to the unfaithful husband, considering that today he brazenly engaged in intimacy with both her close friend and sister right before her eyes. Alas, how can a woman like me, so unexpectedly summoned to bed at such an early hour, find solace in sleep? Just moments ago, I was captivated by the enchanting dance videos of beautiful women on my phone. The allure of those long legs and voluptuous figures is simply irresistible. Wait a moment. Did not the woman clad in a delicately sheer pink silk nightgown look exquisite tonight? Perhaps I should divert my attention from those seductive images on my phone and appreciate the alluring figure of my own wife, who is undeniably a paragon of beauty and charm. What a shameless man I am. Here I am, reminiscing about the captivating long-legged beauties on my phone while neglecting the stunning wife who lies beside me. Cold Bingning, with her eyes tightly shut and body trembling, attempts to suppress the rising flames of indignation within her. Yet, there is a silver lining. My once nagging husband has ceased his incessant chatter and instead begun to admire her splendid form. This is indeed a welcome development and a source of joy. In a moment of quiet resolve, Cold Bingning took a deep breath, feigning sleep, while silently reassuring herself to remain calm and composed. She must not succumb to anger. The fact that her husband is secretly admiring her physique is a positive sign, a moment ripe for mending their relationship. On the other hand, Zhu Tianfan discreetly opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Cold Bingning lying beside him with her eyes closed, unabashedly gazed upon her voluptuous figure. He had not anticipated that she would appear so alluring tonight. The sheer pink silk nightgown accentuated her curves, rendering her ethereal and enchanting. She indeed embodied the essence of the most beautiful and formidable female CEO in the city. How exquisite she looks tonight in that transparent pink ensemble, far surpassing the allure of last evening's attire. It is evident that her sense of fashion is impeccable, exuding an air of refined taste. To be candid, it is no wonder that the unfaithful husband dares not approach her. Her innate beauty is formidable. It is a pity, however, that she fell victim to the machinations of her so-called friends, resulting in her unfortunate entanglement with those 5 ruffians. Yet, why should I lament? It is the unfaithful husband who ought to feel regret. My true affection lies with the beautiful secretary, Gu Qingqing, who remains unmarried and unencumbered by romantic entanglements. The mere thought of her lifts my spirits considerably. As cold Bingning listened closely, she soon realized that Zhu Tianfan had drifted into slumber. A wave of relief washed over her as she glanced at the clock, noting it was 10 o'clock. At last, she could enjoy a peaceful night's rest. As for her husband's lingering fixation on her innate beauty and his fantasies about Gu Qingcheng, although vexed, she ultimately chose to endure it all. Chapter 37. The overbearing CEO's wife prepares breakfast? Surely, she is not plotting to poison her husband like Pan Jinlian did to Wu Dalong. The following day, at 7:30 a.m., upon awakening, Zhu Tianfan found himself alone, with only a delicate, slightly transparent pink silk robe resting beside him. A sigh of regret escaped his lips. He lamented the absence of his formidable wife, the icy and domineering CEO, Lung Bingning. Indeed, he recalled drifting off to sleep the previous night without the chance to surreptitiously scroll through his phone and admire the beauties in the videos. A splendid opportunity lost. Darling, have you risen? At that moment, the landline on the bedside table emitted a voice, and the screen illuminated with Lung Bingning's image. Zhu Tianfan hastily pressed the answer button, addressing the screen with a weary tone. Wife, I have yet to get up. In the kitchen, Lung Bingning observed her husband's lethargic demeanor on her phone screen. Casting a cold glance, the bedroom was equipped with cameras, allowing Lung Bingning's phone to monitor the entire estate, including the bedroom. A setup orchestrated with the assistance of Lung Xingqiu. This was why she decided to call Zhu Tianfan's landline just as he awoke. This slothful husband, who had been lounging at home every day, was indeed lacking in vitality so early in the morning. She thought it prudent not to indulge him too much. How could he accompany her to work later if he was not given a taste of sweetness? Furthermore, she had contemplated a significant idea the previous night. Darling, come downstairs for breakfast once you're up. Prior to retiring for the night, Lung Bingning had instructed Aunt Wu to arrange the 20 maids Zhu Tianfan had selected on the 3rd floor, adjacent to their room, ensuring they could swiftly attend to the couple's needs. The remnants of what she had smashed in a fit of frustration the night before were yet to be tidied up, as she wished not to disturb Zhu Tianfan's slumber. However, now that he was awake, it was of little consequence. Aunt Wu, have those 20 maids awaken the young master and tidy the room. Lung Bingning fancied herself a considerate and domineering CEO wife. After all, her husband had made considerable sacrifices for her over the years. Since he relished having the maids attend to his morning routine, she resolved to grant him some joy. In the bedroom, the maids chorused, "Young master, the young lady has sent us to rouse you." Zhu Tianfan, taken aback by the sight of 20 maids entering his chamber, all clad in short skirts and maid outfits, found himself momentarily bewildered. These are indeed the maids I selected last night. All right, I will rise immediately. His face lit up with excitement. This was undoubtedly the treatment befitting the son-in-law of the Lung family. The sight of these voluptuous and beautiful maids bowing before him exuded an air of respect, instantly enchanting him with the privileges afforded to those of affluent lineage. Young master, as instructed by the young lady, we shall assist you with dressing and grooming from now on. As Zhu Tianfan was about to rise, 5 maids emerged from the group of 20, encircling him. They not only selected his attire for the day, his clothing, trousers, and shoes, but also brought warm water and towels for his face wash and teeth brushing. The entire process could be summed up in 4 words. No need to lift a finger. The remaining 15 maids were similarly divided into 3 groups. One group proceeded to the large bathroom to clean up the shattered bottles and install a new bathroom mirror. Another group attended to the smaller bathroom to tidy up and wash the clothes Zhu Tianfan had changed out of last night, while the final group set about organizing and cleaning the entire bedroom. Observing the maids as they dressed him, Zhu Tianfan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Oh, these diligent women truly uphold their promises. They have indeed bestowed upon me a delightful surprise. These voluptuous and beautiful maids are indeed the epitome of excellence. Cultivated from affluent families, the meticulous manner in which they attended to his dressing and laundry imbued him with a sense of the status befitting a son-in-law of the Lung family. It seemed he ought to have these maids assist him with rising, dressing, and brushing his teeth on a daily basis. Little did he know that all of this was being monitored through a phone by Lung Bingning, who was watching with mounting frustration. In the kitchen, Lung Bingning, observing the surveillance footage on her phone, felt her temples throb with anger. What a despicable man! What a wretched husband! How dare he begin to relish the privileges of a son-in-law of the Lung family on the very first day? She was infuriated by the sight of him contentedly patting the maid's hands. What right does such a dog of a man have to expect me to prepare his breakfast? Why should he indulge in the porridge I painstakingly made? With a glare, she dumped a bowl of fresh shrimp, scallop, and abalone porridge she had just prepared into the trash. However, after discarding it, she gazed at the pot, which still held half a portion of the porridge, feeling a mix of regret and anger. This exquisite porridge had been a last-minute decision made before bed, orchestrated with her butler, Fu Bo, to procure the finest live abalone and bamboo shrimp from the largest seafood market in the city at 2 in the morning. She had instructed Aunt Wu to soak the scallops by 5 o'clock and had planned to rise an hour and a half early to personally cook breakfast for Zhu Tianfan. The delightful shrimp, scallop, and abalone porridge, intended to be a delicious meal for her reluctant husband upon his awakening. Now, with half of it discarded, it appeared there wouldn't be enough left for both of them. This dog of a man is not worthy of a large bowl for himself. He deserves only a small bowl shared with me. Reflecting on the image of Zhu Tianfan playfully patting the maids, she coldly divided the remaining porridge into 2 small bowls, each containing just a few bites. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan leisurely ascended to the second-floor dining room via the elevator, staring in astonishment as he watched Lung Bingning bustling in and out of the kitchen with breakfast. Goodness, today is indeed a rare occasion. This lazy woman is actually in the kitchen preparing breakfast. No, wait. With that apron, it seems she is truly cooking. Oh my. Someone from my past life must come and witness this miracle. From the very beginning, she had always been accustomed to having her meals served and her clothes handed to her, never lifting a finger. Yet, unexpectedly, the aloof Sun woman ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Regardless of whether it was the 3rd floor, the 2nd, or any other level, the establishment boasted several kitchens and dining areas, even adjacent to the main bedroom of Lung Bingning and Zhu Tianfan. There existed a kitchen and dining area solely designated for Zhu Tianfan. However, the kitchen and dining space on the 2nd floor were the most well-equipped, spacious, and luxurious in the entire building, reserved for Lung Bingning to dine at home or to entertain her brother, parents, guests, and friends. Darling, let us enjoy breakfast together. I have personally prepared a delectable congee with fresh shrimp, scallops, and abalone, alongside a breakfast crafted by a 5-star chef. Despite her irritation, upon seeing Zhu Tianfan, Lung Bingning did not greet him with a frosty demeanor or a cold stare. Rather, she wore a beaming smile as she spoke. She believed that her hard work in preparing breakfast would deeply touch her resentful husband, and even if he remained unmoved, he would shower her with compliments. She envisioned a future where their married life would flourish, eventually leading to the joyous arrival of a little one, forming a happy, healthy, and harmonious family. However, the smile on Lung Bingning's face as she sat at the dining table, coupled with the lavish spread of breakfast before her, struck Zhu Tianfan as exceedingly bizarre, invoking an unsettling sensation within him. The breakfast was indeed sumptuous, featuring not only the congee, but also freshly steamed crystal shrimp dumplings, perfectly pan-seared snowflake beef, caviar, vegetable salad, crispy bacon, Hong Kong-style char siu, soy milk, and milk. Yet Zhu Tianfan found himself too apprehensive to take a step forward. Something is amiss. Extremely amiss. Monumentally amiss. This woman, who has always regarded me with a cold demeanor, is now smiling as she prepares breakfast. Could it be that she intends to poison me like Pan Jinlian did to Wu Dalong? Yet that doesn't make sense. If she were to poison me, it would not serve her interests. I recall that last night, she gave me 5 million and warned me against any involvement with the maid. Could it be that she, just in case, has poisoned this breakfast to render me a eunuch? Indeed, that must be it. She does not wish for me to commit any unspeakable acts with the maid, nor does she desire the negative repercussions of our divorce. So she aims to portray herself as a victim of a loveless marriage, preparing to marry her lover. Ugh, this woman is truly malicious. Such a person is terrifying and heartless. What should I do? Who will come to my rescue? Chapter 38. Not poisoning, just eunuch medicine? The inner turmoil of the dog man is truly profound. Lung Bingning seethed inwardly, cursing him vehemently. Dog man, dog man, dog man. Ah, this dog man really is insufferable. Not only does he refuse to eat breakfast, but he also imagines me as a schemer trying to poison him like Pan Jinlian. What an immense injustice. Where could she have possibly conjured such malevolent thoughts? This is truly more lamentable than the tale of Do Yi and June Snow. Lung Bingning, no longer merely infuriated, nearly succumbed to tears at the dining table. This wretched husband is utterly insufferable. Today, after dedicating an hour and a half to prepare congee, she is absurdly accused of concocting a deadly poison. With eyes aflame and body trembling, Lung Bingning struggled to suppress her boiling rage. Gritting her teeth as she commanded the 5 accompanying maids, "You all serve breakfast to my husband." After issuing her command, she cast another icy glance at Zhu Tianfan, fiercely restraining the urge to overturn the table, and forced out a single, gritted remark. "Darling, after you finish eating, accompany me to work." At that moment, Zhu Tianfan, encircled by the 5 maids, felt an overwhelming dread as he observed Lung Bingning tremble at the dining table. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. The scheming woman is so rattled that her entire body is trembling. This is truly dire. Not only have the 5 maids surrounded me, but they are also holding my hands. Is this a forced feeding of the eunuch's poison? Wait, what do I see? Oh no. The butler Fu Bo is leading several individuals with shovels downstairs. Could it be that the scheming woman intends to eliminate me outright, then bury my remains? That wicked woman deserves no mercy. Oh, it's over. I loathe the heavens, the earth, and myself. Ugh, scheming woman. How foolish and blind I was in my past life to have fallen for you. Pursuing you like a princess for 7 years and caring for you like a queen for 5. If there is a next life, the day I encounter you again, I shall surely gouge out my own eyes. Lung Bingning was utterly devoid of any anger now. She felt that her fervent morning efforts had been in vain. Akin to feeding a dog, all she wished to convey to Zhu Tianfan was, "You are such a bore." As a formidable and domineering female CEO, must one resort to such convoluted measures to eliminate her husband? Is it not simply a matter of poisoning or burying him? One wonders if this wretched husband has become so enraptured by romantic dramas that he has lost himself in their convoluted plots of love and strife. Just as Lung Bingning contemplated dismissing the maids and allowing her unfortunate husband to have breakfast alone, her phone suddenly rang. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Upon hearing the ringtone, Lung Bingning immediately recognized it was not her phone. Zhu Tianfan felt his heart leap into his throat. A call at this moment. Could this be my only chance for salvation? Should I answer the call or let it pass? If I answer, what if the caller fails to comprehend my plea for help? Will the scheming woman notice? If I do not answer and refuse to eat her breakfast, will her wrath lead her to bury me alive? Oh, I am so frightened. What should I do? What can I do? Wretched man. This must be a manifestation of paranoia. It is merely breakfast, after all. Why so many thoughts? It is not as if I am being led to the gallows. Cold Bingning, with a frigid expression, struggled to suppress the rage boiling within her, her icy gaze casting a sharp glance at Zhu Tianfan. Answer the phone and see who is calling you. If I must die, so be it. 20 years from now, I shall still be a valiant man. Bah, Sun woman, wait for me. I shall not spare you and that scoundrel of a lover even in death. Zhu Tianfan, with a valor akin to a martyr, picked up his phone. Why is it my mother-in-law calling? What could she possibly want at this hour? Surely, she is not suggesting I come over for some invigorating tonic again. This feels rather awkward. Nevertheless, I shall answer it. Hello, Mom. Son-in-law. Today I found something wonderful while out shopping. Please bring Bingning home for dinner tonight. Let us all dine together as a family. Zhu Tianfan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Mom, I will. I'll inform Bingning right away. Wife, Mom wants us to come home for dinner. Zhu Tianfan declared, handing the phone over to Cold Bingning. Seeing her resentful husband pass her the phone, she could only maintain her icy demeanor and respond curtly, Mom, I will be home. She promptly hung up, casting a cold glare at Zhu Tianfan. Husband, let us finish breakfast together before heading to work. We can visit later this evening. With that, Cold Bingning shot another fierce look at Zhu Tianfan, pouring the few remaining bites of his delectable shrimp and scallop congee into her own bowl, before unceremoniously devouring it. What a wretched man. Truly, a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, oblivious to the kindness bestowed upon him. He shall never deserve the breakfasts I prepare with my own hands. At this moment, Zhu Tianfan realized that Cold Bingning had not truly rendered him impotent, and seeing her return to her usual cold demeanor brought him immense relief. This domineering CEO wife had finally reverted to her typical frosty self, and he began to enjoy his breakfast, attended to by the maids. Sun woman is truly insufferable. She nearly frightened me to death this morning. I thought I might become a eunuch or be buried alive. Yet, I must admit, this breakfast is both delightful and visually appealing. The maids are quite attentive in serving me. As Zhu Tianfan savored his meal, memories of his past life began to resurface. For whenever his mother-in-law or father-in-law called with such words, it was a clandestine signal to provide the former with a bank card. His in-laws were quite generous, each bestowing 5 million monthly, totaling a staggering 100 million. Alas, the first thing the previous soul would do upon receiving the money was hand it over to Cold Bingning, justifying it with the saying, to love one's wife is to share one's wealth. Of course, if the spirit of the former owner were to appear before him, Zhu Tianfan would undoubtedly deliver a thorough thrashing, leaving him half dead, while adding the scornful remark, a sycophant deserves no mercy. A man's greatest confidence lies in his ignorance, believing that loving his wife means he must surrender his earnings. What a ridiculous notion. Oh, the benevolence of my mother-in-law and father-in-law allows me to procure funds once more, each granting me 50 million, totaling 100 million. Coupled with the 100 million already in my mobile payment, I will possess 200 million. If I endure a few more months, I could amass several billion. Oh, beautiful secretary, I shall soon hold 200 million. With a little more profit from the woman named Sun, I will divorce and flee with you to the countryside, ensuring our lives are devoid of worries henceforth. Today is indeed a splendid day, filled with hopeful aspirations and the promise of tomorrow's fortune. Yet, on the other hand, Lung Bingning scoffed disdainfully. Such a greedy man, blinded by avarice. How dare he touch the maid's thigh over breakfast? I wish to sever that shameless hand with an axe. Nevertheless, it is curious. I have never witnessed such a theatrical display of inner turmoil from him before. Today he seems utterly consumed by his absurd fantasies. Lung Bingning felt an overwhelming urge to slap Zhu Tianfan on the head, hoping to reveal if his mind had been muddled. If it were not, she would gladly add a few more spit-filled thoughts to ensure his head brimmed with water. Yet, she too felt a pang of sorrow. Ever since Zhu Tianfan's rebirth, he had transformed into this resentful creature, devoid of love or affection for her. His mind constantly occupied with thoughts of his wife and her supposed infidelity, or his desire to escape with the secretary Gu Qingsheng to start anew in the rural expanse. Today, Lung Bingning was utterly disinterested in further quarrels over his inappropriate behavior towards the maid. She feared that continued disputes might provoke her resentful husband to tears. Chapter 39. Can one get angry over texting the adulterer? Not long after leaving the estate, Lung Bingning received a message and a video from her brother, Lung Xingqiu. Sister, after mother finished her call with my brother-in-law, that wretched Cold Sheener immediately made 2 calls, one of which was to Li Chun. Then, she stealthily headed to the garage. Lung Bingning promptly parked by the roadside, pretending to touch up her makeup. Darling, let me fix my makeup a bit. It's slightly askew today. She had anticipated Cold Sheener's swift actions. Quickly, she angled her phone away from Zhu Tianfan's view, not wanting him to see the unfolding events. She felt that revealing her cunning side would only provoke her timid husband further. With that, she applied her powder while checking the videos sent by her brother. Indeed, Cold Sheener had taken action, tampering with the brake system of their mother's car in accordance with Li Chen's instructions over the phone. Understanding Lung Bingning's perspective on her mother's driving habits, particularly her penchant for abruptly accelerating and braking, it becomes evident that while the braking system may initially function without issue, prolonged reckless driving could lead to catastrophic failures, potentially resulting in a fatal accident for her mother. Yet, a sudden realization dawns upon Lung Bingning. This situation may not be as straightforward as she presumed. Her mother is navigating the bustling streets of the magical metropolis, where, despite her speed, it is unlikely to exceed 60 kilometers per hour. Thus, Lung Sheener's actions alone are insufficient to endanger her mother's life, unless there are ulterior motives at play. According to her resentful husband, Zhu Tianfan, her mother had previously escaped a harrowing accident by sheer luck, instead becoming a mere shell of her former self. Lung Bingning quickly comprehends that the term harrowing accident encompasses a multitude of scenarios. It is not solely her mother's vehicle involved, but rather a chain reaction involving multiple cars. It is no wonder that Zhu Tianfan would assert her mother's extraordinary fortune in surviving such an incident. Upon reflection, Lung Bingning realizes that since Lung Sheener has already taken action, the orchestrators of this potential calamity cannot be limited to just her and Li Chun. There may well be other parties involved, possibly even the Li family or hired assassins. The mere absence of an accident does not preclude the possibility of it being engineered. Notably, Lung Sheener had made a call to an unknown number in addition to her call to Li Chun. This unfamiliar contact could very well belong to an assassin or an associate of the Li family. Consequently, Lung Bingming reaches out to her elder brother, Lung Xingqiu, inquiring whether he could trace the location of the call made by Lung Xinar. If feasible, she suggests that their younger brother should investigate. Subsequently, she communicates with their younger brother, Lung Xingyuan, urging him to look into the matter. She informs him that Lung Xinar has commenced her actions under Li Qin's directive and has made another call, emphasizing the necessity of an investigation to apprehend whoever is behind this, regardless of whether this unfamiliar number is linked to an assassin or a member of the Li family. Lung Bingming feels it imperative to capture and interrogate them swiftly. Once the perpetrators behind this scheme are dealt with, she can then stage a faux accident before Lung Xinar and Li Chun, aiming to reveal the treachery and ingratitude of Lung Xinar, ensuring that her parents do not let their compassion cloud their judgment. Having completed these tasks, Lung Bingming applies a light touch of makeup, attempting to feign innocence before her overly suspicious husband, Zhu Tianfan. Meanwhile, he, seated in the passenger seat, studies her profile with keen interest, appreciating the natural beauty that emanates from her features. It is often said that a woman's beauty can be accentuated through makeup. Yet a striking profile is a gift of nature, and only those who possess beauty from both the front and the side are truly enchanting. Indeed, Lung Bingming, often hailed as the most beautiful woman in the magical metropolis, possesses a perfectly proportioned nose, chin, jawline, and lip shape, captivating regardless of the angle. Today, the enchanting woman donned neither black stockings nor high heels. Instead, she adorned herself in nude tights that complemented her striking crimson ensemble, which included a vibrant red dress, a form-fitting ruby skirt, and scarlet heels. The overall effect was an intoxicating blend of innocence and allure. Alas, such a stunning woman was seemingly squandered on 5 unruly ruffians. Ling Bing listened intently as Zhu Tianfan lavished praises in his mind, and her heart swelled with joy. Although she was confident in her status as the most beautiful woman in the metropolis, the compliments uttered by her somewhat disgruntled husband held a different weight. It was akin to receiving affirmation from someone whose opinion truly mattered, filling her with a delightful sense of satisfaction that made her want to throw him a sultry glance. What a perceptive husband, indeed. Her beauty and figure were undoubtedly unparalleled in the city. However, this disgruntled spouse still harbored the mistaken belief that she had given herself to 5 unsavory characters. Oh, the frustration of wanting to clarify, yet feeling unable to explain left Ling Bing quite vexed. She turned her head away, casting a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan, while silently reassuring him, "Rest assured, my dear husband, my body, in this life, the next, and beyond, will forever belong solely to you. No one can take it away." Zhu Tianfan was utterly bewildered. Why was Ling Bing casting him a frosty look? He had done nothing wrong, nor had he harbored any ill thoughts. He was merely captivated by the beauty of her profile. Surely, she wouldn't deny him the pleasure of gazing at her side view? It was hard to fathom, especially since just last night, she had worn a delicately sheer pink silk nightgown and a matching set of intimate apparel while sleeping beside him. Such tantalizing attire accentuated her exquisite physique. Could it be that Ling Bing was in a foul mood, perhaps provoked by someone? Zhu Tianfan began to suspect this was indeed plausible. After all, Ling Bing had paused the car for quite some time, retouching her makeup while incessantly messaging someone. Could it be a quarrel with that scoundrel Li Chun? If that were the case, it would explain everything. After all, Ling Bing had, without provocation, slapped Li Chun 3 times the previous day and given his infidelity with her dear friend. It was only natural that he would shamelessly reach out to her for an explanation. Ling Bing, indignant over Li Chun's betrayal, would surely engage in a heated exchange with him. Based on previous experiences, Ling Bing often vented her frustrations on Zhu Tianfan whenever she was upset due to Li Chun. In other words, she had likely been angered by Li Chun's messages and was now taking it out on him. To avoid receiving a slap himself, Zhu Tianfan decided it was best to feign ignorance. He promptly turned his head away, pretending to admire the scenery ahead. "Ah, woman, I merely found your profile captivating and glanced at it briefly, yet you scold me with a cold stare. How unfortunate for you, as I no longer wish to gaze upon it." Ah, when one reflects upon the character of that malicious and foolish woman, Sun, it is truly disheartening. Having just endured humiliation from her illicit lover, she chooses to cast her disdain upon me, venting her frustrations in my direction. How deserving she is of her lover's treachery. If only the beautiful secretary were here, her gentle and kind gaze could offer solace to my wounded spirit, inflicted by the cruel Sun. Oh, how I long for her presence. Chapter 40. The Inner Musings of a Dogged Man. Now, it is about the safety pants. The icy demeanor of Lung Bingning furrowed her brow. Just moments ago, she had been met with a cold glare, and now Zudian Fan was theatrically lost in his own thoughts. How tedious it is to witness the internal drama of this resentful husband. He berates her in his mind, labeling her as both foolish and malicious, claiming she unjustly channels her grievances towards him, and even invoking the name of Gu Qingqing, the secretary, lamenting her absence. How shameless can a man be? Since eavesdropping on Zudian Fan's true feelings, Lung Bingning severed all ties with Li Chun, erasing every means of communication. Thus, his baseless suspicions infuriate her, provoking a desire to reveal her conversations with San Gu and see Gu to vindicate herself. Yet, she fears that Zudian Fan might misinterpret her actions, leading to a futile explanation. Truly, what a despicable man he is. In mere moments, he attempts to impose an unfounded accusation upon her. Despicable man. Despicable man. Despicable man. She feels an overwhelming urge to slap Zudian Fan across the head, to expose his ignorance, and to stuff her phone into his oblivious mind. The more she contemplates, the more her frustration boils over, forcing her to pound on the steering wheel in a desperate attempt to alleviate her rising fury. Smack, smack, smack. In the passenger seat, Zudian Fan sat in utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, Lung Bingning and her lover Li Chun were engaged in cheerful banter. How could the atmosphere shift so dramatically? What on earth could Li Chun have done to provoke such wrath from his formidable wife? Oh dear, could he be implicated in this turmoil? Zudian Fan cautiously glanced at Lung Bingning. Should he offer her comfort, or would it be wiser to feign ignorance, allowing the tempest to pass unnoticed? No, he cannot ignore her. After all, Li Chun had been met with 3 unexpected slaps from her just yesterday. Who could predict whether his silence might provoke yet another reprimand? Perhaps it would be better to inquire after her well-being. Surely, she wouldn't retaliate for simply asking a question. As the domineering wife, Lung Bingning typically exerts her authority. Yet throughout the years, she has never struck her husband, nor has she demanded he kneel in submission. Instead, she allows him to sit comfortably, even while he writes his confessions atop the toilet seat. Zhu Tianfan pondered briefly, then immediately turned his gaze towards Lung Bingning. His eyes clear and bright, yet imbued with an air of foolishness. "My dear, what seems to be troubling you?" he inquired. Lung Bingning, taken aback by his insensitivity, felt a surge of frustration that nearly brought her to tears. How could her husband be so thoughtless, inciting her ire while feigning nonchalance? What a dog of a man, she thought, utterly exasperated by his audacity to pretend to inquire about her mood. Just look at that innocent facade and those eyes, so clear and bright, yet undeniably foolish, perfectly epitomizing the essence of a deceptive husband. With an icy demeanor, she glared fiercely at Zhu Tianfan. Wait a moment, she mused. Gone are the timid eyes of my husband. Instead, they have transformed into this clear and bright, yet foolish gaze. How peculiar, I never noticed this before. As she scrutinized Zhu Tianfan's face and expression, she found it increasingly difficult to remain angry, even feeling a twinge of embarrassment for her cold demeanor. With a dismissive pout, she turned her head away, forcing herself to feign indifference. It's nothing. I need to drive, she asserted before promptly starting the Rolls-Royce, gripping the steering wheel with determination as she headed towards the company. Zhu Tianfan, relieved by her assertion that all was well, exhaled deeply. His formidable wife, the domineering CEO, was quite tolerable in her treatment of him. At least she did not resort to the typical antics of women in novels, such as slapping their husbands or bellowing for them to go away. Observing that the tension had dissipated, he began earnestly pretending to admire the scenery ahead, casually glancing sideways at Lung Bingning, particularly at her striking crimson bodycon dress. What a tiresome woman. Almost gave me a heart attack. Why glare at me when it was the affair that angered you? It's utterly absurd. One moment, she's fuming. The next, she's pounding the steering wheel. And then declaring she's fine. I wonder if it's that time of the month or perhaps the onset of menopause. Her temper is simply explosive. Bah. Serves her right to be betrayed. She wouldn't let me gaze upon her face earlier, so now I shall stealthily admire her figure. Truly, I am a clever, resourceful, and benevolent husband. Her smooth, voluptuous legs are quite impressive, perfectly complementing her wide hips. No wonder she embodies the archetype of a bewitching mature woman. Indeed, I recall that men online often favor the pear-shaped figure, characterized by narrow shoulders, ample bosom, a slim waist, wide hips, and full thighs, igniting a primal desire at first glance. Just look at Lung Bingning's curvaceous form. What a revelation. It's no wonder none of the 20 maids at home can compare to her. I wonder if she's wearing safety shorts beneath that short crimson bodycon dress. A mere bend could expose her, and if someone were to catch a glimpse, it would surely become a sensational event in the city, perhaps even nationwide. I'm afraid I cannot confirm why I find myself questioning whether Sun, that captivating woman, is indeed wearing safety shorts. Last night, she lay beside me, enticing me, and I should have been reveling in her potential embarrassment instead. Alas, this wretched man's possessiveness has me feeling reluctant to let such a beautiful, sexy, and voluptuous Sun expose herself. My resolve is faltering. Oh, heavens above, come to my rescue. Having just quelled the anger within, I now find myself irked by Zhu Tianfan's furtive glances at her alluring figure, while simultaneously relishing the notion of her misstep. This insufferable husband dares to suspect that I might venture out in a form-fitting skirt without proper undergarments? Preposterous. Each time I don any skirt, I ensure to wear safety shorts before stepping out of the bedroom, only removing them upon returning home to avert the prying eyes of malicious onlookers. Moreover, the sheer pink ensemble I currently wear is inherently playful, specifically donned to tantalize my husband and offer him a glimpse of delight. As these thoughts crossed my mind, my flawless visage hardened once more, and my mood plummeted, with anger surging anew. This wretched man, how dare he anticipate my downfall as his domineering wife? I am tempted to pull over and thrust his head beneath my skirt, revealing for him the truth of my attire. Yet, despite my ire, I would never stoop to such triviality. With a frosty demeanor, I shot Zhu Tianfan a piercing glance. Sit straight. Humph. This man, so eager to witness my potential embarrassment, shall have to await an opportunity in the office to ascertain whether I wear safety shorts beneath my skirt, to spare me from his incessant nagging throughout the day. Chapter 41. A disappointment. Not the glamour I imagined in the office. I ushered Zhu Tianfan inside, and my gaze immediately fell upon the clock on the wall. 8:25 a.m., merely 5 minutes until the workday commenced. I instructed him to sit and engage with the computer while I turned my attention to the pressing matters of the company, opening my new laptop to diligently address the daily business requiring my approval. These documents had been meticulously organized by Secretary Gu Qingsheng and sent to my email or chat application half an hour earlier. As I often assert, a president must cultivate commendable habits. Upon entering the office, one must transition to a work mindset and mentally review the day's responsibilities before attending to personal affairs. This is a routine I adhere to daily, prioritizing company matters before addressing the mundane or personal tasks that await. If the company's operations necessitate a meeting of key personnel, then Lung Bingning would meticulously simulate the entire session to ensure that matters are effectively delegated in one go. What irks her most is the tendency of certain supervisors within the company to summon meetings at the drop of a hat, where subordinates are frequently called to engage in discussions filled with trivialities, rather than addressing substantive issues. This habit has become a secret ingredient in Lung Bingning's ascent as the most formidable female CEO in Shanghai. 2 hours later, having successfully attended to all matters requiring her approval, Lung Bingning allowed herself a moment of respite from the tension that had enveloped her. Rubbing her temples, she cast a sidelong glance at the newly added desk and computer, curious about what Zhu Tianfan was engrossed in. Her husband, the notorious gaming enthusiast, remained as absorbed as ever in his single-player game. Lung Bingning harbored a certain admiration for Zhu Tianfan, particularly noting his quiet demeanor while gaming, regardless of victory or defeat. He never raised his voice in exclamation. Observing him deeply immersed in his game, an intriguing notion struck her. Earlier in the car, he had expressed a desire to sneak a peek at whether she was wearing safety shorts. Perhaps now it was time for him to indulge that curiosity. Thus, she feigned a careless accident, letting her stylus fall beneath the desk, where it rolled into the depths of a corner, unreachable without bending down. "Darling, could you come help me retrieve my stylus? It has fallen beneath the desk, and I can't bend down to get it," she called out, maintaining a stern expression as she lounged in her executive chair, legs crossed. The stylus is beneath the desk. You can't bend down to retrieve it?" Zhu Tianfan mused, momentarily taken aback. He had been thoroughly enjoying his game and was about to decline her request when a thought crossed his mind. This might be a perfect opportunity to clarify something. Wait, let me save my game first, and I'll be right there. The beauty of single-player games lies in their ability to pause and save progress at any moment. Soon after, Zhu Tianfan rose and approached Lung Bingning's desk, soon spotting the white stylus nestled deep in the corner. However, the prospect of retrieving it caused him to frown. Accessing it would require him to bend down and crawl into the recess, and who knew if there were any cobwebs lurking there. Noticing his hesitation, Lung Bingning smirked inwardly. Shi Wunti let her husband off the hook so easily for his earlier curiosity. Darling, hurry up and help me. Can't you see it? Or shall I illuminate the area with my phone's flashlight? She shot him a cool glance, intentionally shifting her chair to allow the sunlight to stream in, ensuring that Zhu Tianfan could clearly see the scene beneath the desk. Is this meant to assist me in retrieving the stylus? Zhu Tianfan remained oblivious to Lung Bingning's true intentions, merely assuming that the domineering CEO's wife was shifting the president's chair to expedite his retrieval of the stylus from beneath the desk. Faced with this scenario, Zhu Tianfan had no choice but to crouch down and slowly crawl underneath, rationalizing that he might as well grab it and take the opportunity to sneak a glance at whether Lung Bingning was wearing safety shorts. This tantalizing thought had lingered in his mind. How captivating it was to envision the woman, with her legs crossed and clad in a tight red skirt, exuding both innocence and desire. Alas, she wasted her alluring long legs, which were too long to fit beneath the desk. How foolish and dim-witted she seemed. Oh dear. I bumped my forehead. Who designed this desk with a wooden beam affixed at the edge? At last, I've obtained the stylus, but truly, it was not worth it to fetch it for her. Next time, I ought to summon a petite female employee to crawl in instead. One couldn't help but wonder if the scoundrel and the shameless Lung Shiner had engaged in unsavory activities beneath this very desk. However, given Lung Bingning's workaholic tendencies, it was unlikely that the scoundrel would have the time to indulge in such distractions, especially while using a USB drive to pilfer confidential documents. Unbeknownst to Zhu Tianfan, Lung Bingning had been eavesdropping on his internal monologue. Upon witnessing her beleaguered husband retrieve the stylus, she promptly set her legs down from their crossed position and feigned seriousness while sitting upright in the CEO chair. She was acutely aware that since Zhu Tianfan's rebirth, he had never been entirely honest with her, instead displaying an insatiable curiosity akin to that of a seasoned rogue. Indeed, as Zhu Tianfan crawled backwards from beneath the desk, he seized the opportunity to glance at the alluring contours of Lung Bingning's form. To his dismay, what he beheld was not the enticing sight he had hoped for. Instead, he discovered that her safety shorts matched her skirt in a vibrant red hue. What a letdown. Had he known, he would not have bothered retrieving the stylus for her. Dear wife, I found your stylus, Zhu Tianfan exclaimed, handing the recently retrieved item to Lung Bingning, his face etched with disappointment and barely suppressed resentment. How I wish my beautiful secretary were here. With her kind and gentle nature, she would never require me to crawl beneath the desk for a stylus. Even if I insisted on helping, she would cradle me affectionately, tenderly soothing my forehead with gentle caresses. Alas, it is only this wretched and malicious Lung Bingning who would subject me to such indignities, causing me to bump my head. Lung Bingning, may you meet a fitting end. What a waste of my time, truly deserving of being skewered. In her vexation, Lung Bingning felt a blend of anger, shame, and humiliation. To quell Zhu Tianfan's suspicions, she reluctantly resorted to tossing the stylus beneath the desk, parting her legs to allow her beleaguered husband a glimpse of her safety shorts in an act that bordered on the absurd. The result was that her resentful husband not only failed to comprehend her feelings, but also wore a face full of indignation, internally grumbling about her while fantasizing about the gentle Gu Qingqing comforting him. Was it truly the case that all the blame lay with her? This wretched man. Did fate send him to torment her? Was it merely because he caught a glimpse of her wearing safety shorts and was disappointed that he could not see what he desired? As Lung Bingning's anger simmered, she felt an overwhelming urge to stand up, remove those safety shorts, and shove them into Zhu Tianfan's hands while unleashing a torrent of invective at his forehead. This wretched man. If he wanted to see, she would bend down and show him. But if he did, he must refrain from laughing at her misfortune, from reveling in her embarrassment, and from exhibiting his masculine possessiveness. Chapter 42. A reminder that even trivial quality issues can bring one to tears. How peculiar. Crack. Lung Bingming stared in shock at the two broken pieces of the stylus in her hand. This was the fourth stylus she had snapped in frustration due to her resentful husband. The accursed stylus, even it conspired against her? Then she would break every stylus in existence. Just as she reached for the remaining stylus, she noticed Zhu Tianfan standing nearby, nonchalantly observing her. A wave of irritation surged within her. Would her resentful husband think too much if he saw her break the last of the styluses? If he became dramatic, she would surely suffer a headache. Yet, without breaking the stylus, she could not vent the fury that filled her heart. Lung Bingming contemplated finding an excuse to send Zhu Tianfan to the lounge for a rest or to fetch a document from Secretary Gu Qingcheng, thus allowing her the opportunity to release her pin-up anger. However, just as she was about to speak, Zhu Tianfan leisurely uttered a remark that made her blood boil. Wife, this stylus is of poor quality. It broke upon hitting the ground. Remember to buy a better one next time. Seeing the broken stylus in her hand, Zhu Tianfan kindly offered his advice. Poor woman, even the money for the stylus must have been embezzled by the procurement department. I wonder where they procured such low-quality items. If I were the president, I would certainly launch a major investigation to see what the procurement department has actually acquired. Should I remind her about it? What if she thinks I'm meddling? Never mind, it's not my concern. In these times, staying out of others' business is the way to survive. The game awaits me. If she is free, she should hurry and let me play. What a wretched man. What a resentful husband. Did he wish for her to be driven to her wit's end? Lung Bingming longed to stand up and vehemently scold Zhu Tianfan, yet she understood that at this moment, she must not chastise her resentful husband, nor could she silence him. After all, the resentful husband, Zhu Tianfan, was merely attempting to offer a kind reminder to her. However, if he were to be scolded, the consequences could lead to an even deeper resentment towards her, further complicating the restoration of their marital relationship. No. She must not succumb to anger. If she allowed her fury to escalate, she would inadvertently pave the way for the little mistress, Gu Qingcheng. Lung Bingming took a deep breath, exhaling forcefully to suppress the raging anger within her. She compelled herself not to utter any curses, gritting her teeth as she begrudgingly expressed her gratitude to Zhu Tianfan. Darling, you are right. This stylus is indeed of poor quality. Thank you. Upon uttering these words, she felt an incessant twitch at the corner of her eye, and a fleeting thought crossed her mind of spitting blood onto Zhu Tianfan's innocent face. With frustration having no outlet, she was overwhelmed with indignation, vexation, and a profound sense of helplessness. Dear, no need to thank me. If there is nothing else, I'll go play on the computer. Zhu Tianfan, oblivious to Lung Bingming's response, merrily dashed to the computer to continue playing his video game. No need to thank you? She scoffed inwardly. What a brazen man. This shameless man. Oh heavens, why must such a resentful husband exist? Sitting in her executive chair, Lung Bingming gazed at Zhu Tianfan's retreating figure, her heart trembling with anger as a tear escaped her eye. Heaven above, is this resentful husband truly your punishment for me? Lung Bingming longed to shout out of the window. Women are indeed peculiar. Merely reminding someone about a stylus can bring them to tears. In my past life, I toiled and sacrificed everything, yet it failed to evoke any gratitude from her. What a mundane and shameless woman. Bah! Enough of her, let us return to the game. While Lung Bingming had managed to suppress her anger before, at this moment, she could no longer contain herself. She yearned to hurl the bothersome new laptop to the ground in a fit of rage. Just as she reddened with fury and lifted the laptop, her telephone rang, and the gentle voice of her secretary, Gu Qingcheng, echoed through. President, Mr. Li and Miss Lung have arrived to see you. Li Chun, Lung Xiner? Those two ingrates are back. Darling, you continue with your game. I'll see what Li Chun and my sister want. She quickly suppressed her inner fire, setting down the laptop and casting a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan. Excellent. Since this resentful husband cannot be reprimanded, scolded, or even addressed, she would take her frustrations out on these two wretches instead. Zhu Tianfan replied without lifting his head. This woman is truly foolish. Lung Xiner and that scoundrel have come with ill intentions today. It's evident they aim to provoke you. Moreover, since the scoundrel was unable to have the woman seek assistance from the flamboyant Lao Qi yesterday, he must have brought Lung Xiner today, hoping to incite you to provide him with funding, right? I pondered for a moment, and it truly seems plausible. The unscrupulous men and women possess an astute understanding of the heart of the Sioux woman. One plays the role of the pitiful adopted sister, feigning vulnerability as she claims to be bullied by her elder sister, while the other assumes the guise of a caring older brother, engaging in verbal acrobatics to win her affection. Should Lung Xiner declare that she is utilizing her private savings to assist, the Su woman's foolish mind would undoubtedly be deeply provoked, compelling her to part with hundreds of billions in an effort to validate herself. How amusing it is that the cunning man has indeed devised a clever plan, while pursuing the frivolous Lao Qi proved futile. Soliciting funds from the Su woman may indeed yield fruitful results. However, it is worth noting that the Su woman's investment in the cunning man did not transpire until a month later, by which time Lao Qi had already transferred a substantial amount of film resources and promising singer stocks to the cunning man's entertainment company, leaving only the issue of finances unaddressed. At present, without Lao Qi's assistance, the entertainment company has not flourished, comprising merely 15 individuals. With just the 1 billion in private savings discreetly provided by Lung Xiner, the cunning man could sustain himself for several years. Thus, one must ponder why he seeks further financial support from the Su woman now. Lung Bingning raised an eyebrow. It seems her pitiful husband possesses a modicum of cleverness, managing to discern a hint of strategy in the arrival of the cunning man and the sister. Yet, it is merely a fraction. Nonetheless, today, she would not permit Li Chun and Lung Xiner, the two wretches, to escape unscathed. At the very least, she must provoke them thoroughly. Moreover, after much contemplation last night, she resolved not to allow the two of them to develop freely, but to keep them under constant suppression. Additionally, her pitiful husband ought to have a career of his own. As for why she did not simply eliminate Li Chun and Lung Xiner, Lung Bingning had considered this matter with great care on numerous occasions. Firstly, Lung Xiner is the adopted daughter of the Lung family, a cherished daughter to her parents, and a descendant of their best friend's lineage. Should she be eliminated outright, her emotionally invested parents would likely struggle to accept such a loss. Thus, dealing with Lung Xiner must be approached gradually. Altering her parents' perspective is paramount. Secondly, Li Chun, being the illegitimate son of the Li family, serves as a covert weapon against the Lung family. Rather than eliminating him outright, it would be more prudent to keep him under surveillance. He has a penchant for sneaking into her office to pilfer confidential business documents, so why not allow him to steal counterfeit documents embedded with computer viruses? This could potentially provide an opportunity to clandestinely seize control of the Li family's computers and perhaps even spy on their secrets. Moreover, retaining Li Chun offers the advantage of leveraging her pitiful husband's foresight regarding the future, enabling her to grasp the trajectory and direction of forthcoming developments. If Li Chun were to be killed, who could say whether another illegitimate child from the Li family might arise to confront the Lung family? Chapter 43. The Inner Musings of a Pitiful Husband and the Emergence of Directorial Talent Sister. I have brought Brother Chen to see you, Lung Xiner exclaimed, adopting a feeble demeanor as she stood at the office door, addressing Lung Bingning. Good morning, Bingning. Li Chen simultaneously stood beside her, exuding confidence and greeting her with a smile. The two individuals were taken aback by Lung Bingning's decision to bring along her devoted husband, Zhu Tianfan, to work today. Was this a sign of an unexpected shift in her demeanor? Historically, she had exhibited a strong aversion to appearing in public with her adoring spouse. Yet today she had brought him along consecutively. Within a mere 5 seconds, Lung Xiner and Li Chun found themselves ensnared in an awkward silence, as Lung Bingning regarded them with an expression of cold indifference. Li Chun subtly nudged her with his elbow, signaling the need to dispel the uncomfortable atmosphere. Their presence here was not merely for pleasantries. Observing Lung Bingning's aloof demeanor, Lung Xiner felt a surge of embarrassment and anger at her sister's foolish pretense. Why did she always gaze at her like a lifeless figure? The urge to rid her of those disdainful eyes was overwhelming. Brother-in-law, are you here assisting my sister? Lung Xiner timidly addressed the engrossed Zhu Tianfan, hoping to alleviate the tension. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhu Tianfan finally responded, albeit without turning his head. He uttered, returning to his solitary gaming. Ah, the insufferable couple has arrived. It seems the drama is about to unfold. How delightful. I shall focus on my game to ensure my survival, he mused inwardly, finding Lung Xiner's presence utterly unworthy of further commentary. Her appearance was distractingly provocative, akin to a sizzling dish, which added to his apprehension regarding Lung Bingning's silent scrutiny. In this moment, Lung Xiner felt a sense of relief as Zhu Tianfan broke the silence. What was amiss with her foolish sister today? It was peculiar, Usually, upon arriving with Li Chun, her sister would spring to life at the mere sight of them. If she remained silent, how could Lung Xiner devise her next move? Wait, hadn't Li Chun mentioned that all of his sister's contact information had been blocked? Clearly, she was still miffed about the previous day's incident involving him. How unfortunate that this foolish sister did not simply succumb to her fury right then. With a heart laden with anguish, Lung Xiner lamented her sister's obstinacy, and in a sorrowful tone, she expressed the purpose of her visit. Sister, please save my brother's endeavors. His entertainment company is on the verge of collapse. This is his last chance. Sister, I implore you to assist him. With the desperation of a heartbroken soul, she beseeched Lung Bingning, her eyes pleading as though she were on the brink of despair. Sister, I understand you may still be upset about the matter concerning Li Chun. If that is the case, I sincerely apologize once more. I am truly sorry. The eloquence of the despicable Lung Xiner is truly remarkable. How will the woman named Sun react upon hearing this? Will she rush forward, weeping and pleading for forgiveness from her lover? Or will she deliver a stinging slap across his face? How peculiar. Why has Sun fallen silent? I am utterly compelled to turn and observe her expression. Alas, it was a grave miscalculation on my part to position my desk incorrectly. I should have faced the entrance like Sun rather than turning my back to them. After Lung Xiner spoke, she could not help but wipe the unshed tears from her face with her sleeve, casting a furtive glance at Lung Bingning to gauge her reaction. However, Lung Bingning remained cold and unyielding, her gaze fixed upon her and Li Chun. At this moment, Lung Xiner felt utterly at a loss. Could it be that her foolish sister has lost her wits today? Why does she not react at all? The silence, with her merely watching, has become rather intimidating. It seems I must resort to my final tactic. Lung Xiner immediately pressed her hand to her chest, her face a portrait of feigned distress, swaying as if she were about to collapse. In a bid to maintain her charade before her beloved Chingij, she deliberately cast another glance at Lung Bingning, then pretended to be so startled that she stumbled back 3 steps, falling into Li Chen's embrace. Chingij, I am so sorry. I failed to appease my sister and could not secure her help for you. You don't hold it against me, do you? The helplessness in her eyes, the delicate curve of her lips, and her frail form made her appear as though she were a meek and timid neighbor girl, continuously tormented by the domineering Lung Bingning. The formidable CEO, upon witnessing Lung Xiner's frightened demeanor, which rendered her unable to stand, Li Chen's heart shattered. He swiftly reached out to embrace her, simultaneously seeking to defend himself. Bingning, you must believe in me. Is my character not worthy of your trust? This investment in my entertainment company will undoubtedly yield miraculous results. Even Xiner has entrusted me with her savings, amassed over the years. Thank you, Xiner. I will never blame you, my dear. Li Chun held Lung Xiner tenderly, his eyes brimming with affection, as if they were about to melt into sweet, sugary strands. Were it not for the presence of 2 unwelcome witnesses, he would have fervently expressed his love for Lung Xiner right then and there. Indeed, Lung Xiner and her lover are aptly suited as a pair of shameless individuals, flaunting their affection in front of Sun. Given Sun's naivety, she is bound to fall for it. In light of their shared history as a couple, I, as a considerate husband, have meticulously envisioned the ensuing scene. Sun will likely pound her desk with authority, exclaiming, "Enough! Enough!" before tearfully confessing her mistakes to her lover and, in her sorrow, promptly offering him a staggering investment of billions. Such a scenario would surely move her lover profoundly. If Sun did not appreciate the woman, she could indeed be replaced with a more profound emotional drama. First, one should set aside the despicable Lung Xiner, then feign sorrow in the arms of her paramour while tearfully exclaiming, "Brother Chun, I am so sorry. It is all Bingning's fault," and subsequently invest a staggering sum of over 100 billion. Haha, I am a husband who is both clever and charming, deeply considerate for my domineering CEO wife. Reflecting on it, I might possess a flair for directing. I can conjure up such poignant narratives of love and despair. Lung Bingning, listening to Zhu Tianfan's theatrical antics, felt an intense wave of anger swelling within her. The shameless display of Lung Xiner and Li Chun, pretending to seek her financial support, was already repulsive enough. Now, her pitiful husband, on the sidelines, was mockingly critiquing her while engrossed in a game, shamelessly claiming to possess directorial talent. Does she require such a talent? What she truly needs is the ability to comprehend others. How infuriating. That wretched man truly does not deserve her consideration of his future. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. With a heavy hand, she slammed the table and shot Zhu Tianfan a glare before fixing her cold gaze upon Li Chun and Lung Xiner, mercilessly uttering 4 words. Silence, now? Chapter 44. The performance is about to begin. Is this an investment of 100 billion for the paramour? With a sharp slap, Lung Bingning's powerful gesture startled Lung Xiner and Li Chun, who had been engrossed in their flirtation, snapping them back to reality. How utterly domineering of this foolish woman to demand silence when they had done nothing wrong. Was she still furious about yesterday's events? Exchanging glances, Lung Xiner and Li Chun could not suppress a thrill of delight. This was a fortuitous development, indicating that Lung Bingning was still irate. If they continued to provoke her, would the investment of over 100 billion not soon be within reach? Even a mere 10 billion would be splendid. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan, hiding and feigning concentration on his game, was also startled by Lung Bingning's forceful action. Silence. How could she demand silence from Li Chun, the very paramour she was supposed to be confronting? Wasn't the narrative supposed to unfold as he envisioned? Perhaps Lung Bingning remained upset over the previous day's rendezvous. This plot seems awry. When provoked, Lung Bingning could lash out at anything, even passing dogs, flying birds, or climbing snails. Perhaps I should retreat to the lounge and play dead? No, I shall observe a while longer. This is an excellent opportunity to witness the unfolding drama. If the situation turns unfavorable, I will concoct an excuse to escape to the lounge and pretend to sleep. Zhu Tianfan ultimately decided to discreetly eavesdrop, eager to witness the unfolding events. At that moment, Lung Xiner smirked inwardly, clutching her chest and feigning the appearance of fainting once more, all the while observing Lung Bingning's feeble explanations. Sister, I'm truly sorry. I've upset you again, she lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Oh, Brother Chun, I am but a powerless and impoverished woman. My phone only holds a mere 10 million, which I shall transfer to you now. After uttering these words, she mustered her frail body and retrieved Li Chun's payment information, sending the 10 million with determination. Ding! The message echoed throughout the office. 10 million received. Following this transaction, Lung Xiner leaned against Li Chun's embrace, turning her face away to obscure it from his view while fixing her gaze defiantly on Lung Bingning. Her demeanor had transformed entirely. The sickly appearance was replaced by a gaze filled with venomous provocation and a faint smirk of derision. She yearned to observe how her foolish sister would respond to her tactics in front of Brother Chun. Simultaneously, Li Chun looked at Lung Bingning with eager anticipation, longing to hear the melodious sound of the incoming funds. He recalled that whenever the mindless woman was upset, a simple apology from Lung Xiner would send her into a flurry of tears and extravagant gestures to appease him. The mere thought of this ignited a fury within Li Chun. He wished for Lung Bingning to perish sooner, blaming the foolish woman for her stubbornness. It had been an entire day, and she still had not forgiven him. Frustration brewed in Li Chun's heart, as his attempts to confront Lung Bingning yesterday had resulted only in failure and inexplicable slaps. Were it not for the need to solidify his position as the illegitimate son and to secure investment from the mindless woman for his entertainment company, he would hardly tolerate this domineering and ill-tempered individual. Realizing this, Li Chun devised a plan upon returning home. Since he could not persuade the mindless woman to seek assistance from Lung Xingcha directly, he would instead employ a roundabout strategy. First, he would concoct a reason for her to invest, and then feign losses through fabricated accounts to elicit her sympathy. Surely, she would turn to Lung Xingcha for help. In comparison, Lung Xiner appeared as the benevolent neighborly sister, while Lung Bingning was perceived as a cruel and tyrannical woman. Here it comes. Lung Xiner and Li Chun's ultimate objective was laid bare, promising an intriguing spectacle. One wondered how the domineering woman would choose. Would she transfer 10 billion to her lover on the spot, or instruct her beautiful secretary to invest hundreds of billions in his entertainment company? The anticipation was palpable. In his eagerness to savor this spectacle, Zhu Tianfan even ceased his mouse movements, straining his ears to hear how Lung Bingning, the imperious CEO, would respond and act next. Is that so? My dear sister is indeed generous. I cannot afford to be stingy either. Cold Bingning let out a chilling laugh, her gaze fixed disdainfully on Lung Xiner and Li Chun as she delicately pressed the button on the office phone. Secretary Gu, please come here. How could she refuse such a comical display from these two despicable characters today? Soon, she would lead them from hope to despair, while her resentful husband, Zhu Tianfan, transitioned from being a mere spectator to one of shock. Cold Bingning even envisioned the ensuing scene in her mind. The foolish pair would unleash their anger, accusing her of being reckless for a man, while her husband, Zhu Tianfan, would undoubtedly be astounded and then, with satisfaction, accept everything she had done for him. Perhaps he would even internally praise her for being such a considerate, yet domineering wife, wholly dedicated to her husband's career. The mere thought of this filled Cold Bingning with delight, causing her previously icy demeanor to soften. Indeed, I was right. Su Woman is nothing but a foolish and brainless individual, easily flustered by a mere provocation from Lung Xiner and her lover, falling into their trap. Next, it would likely be Su Woman instructing her beautiful secretary to draft documents, followed by how to fund her lover's entertainment company. Perhaps Su Woman would sweetly throw herself into her lover's embrace, while coldly berating Lung Xiner, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been angry with you." At this moment, Zhu Tianfan couldn't help but reflect on his past, lamenting how he had been a sycophant, ultimately left with nothing. A sycophant. A sycophant. It truly leads to a miserable end. After all, he had toiled as Cold Bingning for over a decade, yet received a mere 250 yuan in monthly allowances. Meanwhile, her lover, Li Chun, merely had to feign a wretched act to receive 10 million yuan from the white moonlight and hundreds of billions in investments from Cold Bingning, the foolish woman. Nonetheless, it must be said that Lung Xiner is quite generous, pouring all her private funds into her lover. First, she provided 100 million to establish his entertainment company, and now she is transferring another 10 million for its survival. How fortunate her lover is to have such a devoted white moonlight. Alas, the thought of it only deepened his heartache. How pitiful it was for him to have devoted decades to Su Woman without complaint, only to receive a meager 250 yuan each month, residing in a bathroom. Now, with a mere display of sorrow from her lover, Su Woman would invest hundreds of billions into his entertainment company. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Su Woman truly deserves a wretched fate. She is destined to suffer at the hands of her lover. I wish for Su Woman and her family to depart this world together, sparing me the need to beg for their burial. Zhu Tianfan's self-pity and profound resentment left Cold Bingning both enraged and deeply pained. It is infuriating that the monthly allowance of 250 yuan, which was earnestly begged for by her husband, is now turned against her as he accuses her of being stingy, inconsiderate, and lacking generosity. This is an immense injustice, even more profound than the plight of Do Yi. It is heart-wrenching to recall how devoted her husband was to her in the past, while she offered no acknowledgement in return, either dismissively rejecting his gestures or expressing disdain. Ultimately, she has indeed erred grievously, allowing a man who loves her so deeply to be worn down. Cold Bingning feels a profound ache in her heart and silently vows to compensate her devoted husband for the love he has offered in both this life and the next. Chapter 45. Are you seriously suggesting I start a company with 100 billion in funding? President, may I inquire if you have any instructions? Moments later, Gu Qingqing, adorned in a bright yellow professional outfit, entered the office with a radiant smile. The beautiful secretary has finally arrived. I wonder what color she is wearing today. I shall steal a glance. Ah, she looks stunning in her vibrant yellow ensemble, every detail including her stockings, high heels, and accessories harmoniously matching. The lovely secretary, with her naturally fair complexion, radiates even more brilliance against the backdrop of this striking color. The woman from last night seemed grand and beautiful, yet now pales in comparison. The beautiful secretary captivates me far more. I wish to marry her and cherish her in my rural home, watching the sunrise and sunset together, surrounded by a brood of children. Zhu Tianfan discreetly turned, his face filled with infatuation as he gazed at Gu Qingqing. Cold Bingning immediately recognized that her husband was ogling Gu Qingqing, fantasizing about marrying her and starting a family. She cast a cold glare in his direction. Scoundrel! To eat from one bowl while eyeing another. May you meet your just desserts. Why do I feel a chill creeping up my spine? Is it possible that the woman is casting judgment upon me? No, I have feigned indifference today. Surely she wouldn't be so petty as to concern herself with my affairs. Ah, it must be that the woman is still seething over her infidelity, which is why I feel this unsettling chill. But the lovely secretary is kind-hearted and always greets me with a smile. Yet, I cannot shake this discontent at being a mere spectator in this drama. I wish I could shout from the rooftops. Come, everyone. Witness the tempest of the domineering female CEO in turmoil with her lover and her white moonlight. Thankfully, the beautiful secretary has arrived to share in this spectacle with me. Zhu Tianfan retracted his neck, continuing to gaze adoringly at Gu Qingqing. Ah, 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 scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel. The situation is utterly exasperating. Cold eyes. Despite being fully aware, feigns ignorance, harboring intentions to divorce her and marry Gu Qingqing, his secretary, as a mistress. He even contemplates enjoying the spectacle of her suffering alongside Gu Qingqing, who bestowed upon him such audacity. Were it not for the presence of those despicable individuals in the office and the pressing matters at hand, she would have locked this resentful husband in the lounge for a moment of reflection. Inhale, exhale, breathe in again, breathe out. Cold Bingning strives to suppress the fury boiling within her, casting another withering glance at Zhu Tianfan. As a secretary, Gu Qingqing quickly discerned the peculiar behavior exhibited by the domineering CEO, Cold Bingning, and Zhu Tianfan. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she continued to gaze at Zhu Tianfan, offering him a tender and sweet smile in secrecy. In her heart, Zhu Tianfan, the resentful man, once again astonished her. She never anticipated he would brazenly play games in front of his formidable CEO wife. Surprisingly, Cold Bingning permitted Zhu Tianfan to engage in his computer games, her demeanor displaying only a cold glare rather than any semblance of anger. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Previously, during her visits to Cold Bingning's residence, Zhu Tianfan was always timid and hesitant, hardly daring to raise his voice. He would either timidly call out for his wife or gently knock on the door to suggest she take a rest. Could it be that the resentful man's mention of divorce at the dinner table yesterday has compelled the formidable CEO's wife to relent once more? If that were the case, her interest in this resentful man would only deepen, especially with those clear, naive eyes of his, igniting a profound curiosity within her. Today, she donned a striking bright yellow professional outfit, tailored jacket, pencil skirt, and high heels, all in vibrant yellow, with a total value of $1.88 million. With her annual salary in the millions, such extravagant bespoke attire was quite difficult to fathom. Although Gu Qingqing could not comprehend why Cold Bingning had commissioned over 100 sets of bespoke clothing for Zhu Tianfan, nor why she had suddenly ordered more than 20 equally stunning outfits for herself, each ranging from over $1 million to $9 million. It was evident that everything related to the resentful man Zhu Tianfan. Otherwise, Cold Bingning would never engage in such trivial pursuits. Secretary Gu, please draft a business proposal concerning an investment in an entertainment company with a total capital of $10 billion and an initial investment of $1 billion, which I will transfer directly to you. By the way, the primary responsible parties for the entire company will be the two of you, yourself and my husband. Other matters will be handled by a professional team, and I will ensure that Lung Xingxia assists you in the development of your entertainment company. Cold Bingning observed the barely contained smiles on Lung Xiner and Li Chen's faces, and a cold smirk formed in her heart as she slowly revealed a shocking piece of information. Now, let us see how those despicable individuals manage to maintain their amusement and whether they dare to flaunt themselves before her, attempting to enact a nauseating and revolting display of affection. It seems that her resentful husband will no longer scold her, as she has found a lucrative company where one can earn money simply by lying in bed, only needing to listen to monthly reports detailing profits. Moreover, she has arranged for the beautiful secretary, Gu Qingqing, who her husband has long admired, to come over directly. Any discerning observer would recognize that such an arrangement surely exceeds the boundaries of her role as a domineering female CEO. Nevertheless, Lung Bingning believes that all her actions are for the benefit of Zhu Tianfan, and whether or not she has informed him is of little consequence. This is precisely what a caring and considerate domineering CEO wife ought to do. As she reflects on this, her cold heart begins to anticipate the forthcoming praise from her resentful husband. Will he commend her as a beautiful and capable wife, or as a wife who is both wise and affectionate? The anticipation is truly exhilarating. If her husband were to shower her with compliments, perhaps she would feel inspired to indulge him later that evening. Ah, how delightful it would be to claim him as her own, marking him with the unmistakable emblem of Lung Bingning, the domineering female CEO. At this thought, a wicked and icy smile crept across her lips, revealing a mischievous and ruthless demeanor. Were there a camera capturing her, it would undoubtedly portray a female demon hovering nearby, holding a fork and casting a cold gaze upon her trembling husband, Zhu Tianfan. However, the course of events often unfolds in ways beyond ordinary imagination. In the next moment, Lung Bingming found herself shivering as she was met with an outburst of curses from Zhu Tianfan in his mind. How absurd! Have I become a pawn alongside the beautiful secretary, merely a shield for the white moonlight's ire? Why must we be dragged into this? Do they not regard us as human? Oh, the wretched woman! How could she be so heartless, disregarding the lives of others for her own selfish desires? She deserves to meet a tragic end on the operating table, never to find peace in death. Ugh, no one will ever claim her remains. Chapter 46. The domineering CEO nearly crushes the stainless steel pen holder in anger. Listening to Lung Bingming's words, Gu Qingqing felt a profound shock. The domineering CEO seemed to be deliberately announcing her next investment project in front of her. Had the CEO come to a realization? Or had she finally seen through the true nature of Lung Xiner and Li Chun? If that were the case, a celebration would certainly be in order, marking the CEO's departure from unscrupulous individuals. In Gu Qingqing's mind, both Lung Xiner and Li Chun were far from virtuous. One was a foster daughter of the Lung family, adept at feigning innocence, while the other was a self-proclaimed good brother who incessantly prattled on in the office. Gu Qingqing had once advised Lung Bingming that Li Chun was untrustworthy, prone to making grandiose promises, and possibly entangled in dubious affairs with Lung Xiner, even having engaged in inappropriate conduct in the lounge. However, lacking evidence and surveillance, coupled with Lung Bingming's disbelief, ultimately led to her loss of trust in him. Each day, he could only assist her with trivial matters. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan, inwardly cursing with frustration, reluctantly set aside his mouse and turned to greet Gu Qingqing with a facade of cheerfulness. "Hello, Secretary Gu. Oh, my beautiful secretary. Why must our fates be so miserable? Entangled with this foolish woman? With the cunning and merciless nature of her lover, Lung Jian, I fear we shall soon be consumed by jealousy. Rest assured, my beautiful secretary, I will ensure your safety. After securing the funds tonight, I shall find a way to slip away and meet you. If we can escape, we shall." Having added Gu Qingqing's contact information the previous night, Zhu Tianfan hesitated to message her, planning instead to reach out discreetly later. As for Lung Bingming, the domineering CEO, he wished for her downfall, hoping she would meet a fate worse than death. "Hello, Mr. Zhu. May I assist you with some water?" Gu Qingqing greeted him with a gentle smile, curious about what this troubled man desired from her. "No need, just serve my wife." Zhu Tianfan had no intention of drinking water. He was merely captivated by Gu Qingqing's presence. Humph, that man. His gaze was almost piercing through to her heart. And he had the audacity to utter such words. Lung Bingming glared at Zhu Tianfan, seething with rage, contemplating destructive thoughts. That wretched man. He truly deserved a miserable fate. How could he misinterpret her goodwill as treachery while secretly wishing to escape with his mistress, Gu Qingqing? This was a grievance more unjust than any tale of woe. She never intended to use her devoted husband and secretary as shields for her lover, Li Chun. Her sole aim was to provide her husband an opportunity to thrive, ensuring he could enjoy a life of ease while preventing Gu Qingqing from being lured away by another man. Lung Bingming could not fathom why her husband would curse and blame her so unjustly, leaving her utterly infuriated. This was beyond maddening. That man would never deserve her assistance in his endeavors, nor the ease of receiving money without effort. He was destined to remain her devoted husband, relying on her for allowances. This figure on the pen holder increasingly resembled that wretched man, baring his teeth at me. Humph, wretched man, this shall be your fitting end. In a fit of rage, Lung Bingming seized the stainless steel pen holder intended for storing styluses and squeezed it vigorously beneath her desk. The unsettling sound of creaking filled the air as she deformed the pen holder in the process. Having vented her frustration, Lung Bingming swiftly regained her composure. It was not yet the time for her anger. She picked up her phone and began entering payment details, her icy gaze fixed upon her infatuated husband, Zhu Tianfan, who was entranced by the secretary, Gu Qingqing. What a formidable woman, to crush a stainless steel holder with such ease. Truly, she embodied the essence of the most formidable female CEO in the metropolis. Gu Qingqing, upon hearing the disconcerting creaks, could not help but admire Lung Bingming. Her eyes subtly flicked towards Lung Xiner and Li Chun, pondering what misdeeds could have provoked the fear to such a degree that she would deform a pen holder. Moments later, a notification chimed. 1 billion yuan had been deposited. Gu Qingqing was struck with astonishment, Could this project truly be legitimate? An investment of 10 billion in an entertainment company. Was this a windfall or an arduous challenge for her? Yes, CEO, I will prepare immediately. Gu Qingcheng, though taken aback, quickly regained her poise. All she needed was to draft a business proposal. A dedicated team would later handle the establishment and execution of the entertainment company. Before departing, she cast a lingering gaze at Zhu Tianfan, accompanied by a gentle and sweet smile. She understood that her involvement in the leadership of this 10 billion yuan investment in the entertainment company was largely due to Lung Bingming's affection for her beleaguered husband. Gu Qingqing found herself drawn to Zhu Tianfan's clear, naive eyes, igniting her curiosity. Just as she took her first step away, Li Chen suddenly called out, "Wait." Secretary Gu. Seeing Gu Qingqing leave, Li Chen was filled with urgency. This vast sum of 10 billion was his. How could Lung Bingming possibly establish an entertainment company for her sycophantic husband, Zhu Tianfan? Was this not a blatant affront to him? He swiftly pushed aside Lung Xiner and approached Lung Bingming's desk, leaning on it with a pained expression. "Please, Bingming, this isn't a laughing matter. I know you're still upset with me, but there's truly no need for this. Lung Xiner and I are innocent." Li Chen, still under the impression that Lung Bingming was merely sulking over his previous night spent with Lung Xiner and Lan Riyue, believed that with some kind words and a softer demeanor, he could soothe her ire and secure the funds for his entertainment venture. Thus, he inhaled deeply once more, adopting a faux sentimental expression as he gazed at Lung Bingming. "Ice condensation, sister, Brother Chen sincerely apologizes to you. From now on, Brother Chen will ensure he never angers you again and will cherish you alone forever." Li Chen was loath to see the hundreds of billions in funding he had longed for slip away, willing to utter the most repulsive words, if need be. In Li Chen's heart, the mindless woman, Lung Bingming, was forever unworthy. Only the moonlight, Lung Xiner, deserved such sweet nothings. Though Lung Xiner felt a twinge of discontent after being rebuffed, she quickly realized the magnitude of the situation. This was a matter of billions, precisely what her brother Chen's entertainment company desperately required. Concealing the venom in her gaze, she abandoned her provocative demeanor, approaching Li Chen humbly, watching as Lung Bingming feebly spoke nonsense. "Sister, Brother Chen truly has not been involved with us. Please believe in our pure and beautiful friendship. I beg you, sister. Brother Chen's entertainment company is in dire need of rescue funds. Without this 100 billion investment, we are doomed." Chapter 47. Am I like a mother Tyrannosaurus? The overbearing female CEO cracks again. Huh. Lung Xiner and Li Chen indeed make a despicable pair, spouting revolting lies. Especially Lung Xiner, the wretched girl, who, upon realizing her unwillingness to provide investment, became frantic, even adopting a pitiful demeanor. Just moments ago, she had glared at Li Chen with malice from his embrace. "Secretary Gu, please proceed with the proposal." Lung Bingming dismissed Gu Qingcheng, inwardly scoffing. Having just been infuriated by Zhu Tianfan, her heart ached. Since she couldn't bear to strike or scold her unfortunate husband, would she hesitate to act against these two despicable individuals who had presented themselves? Leisurely, Lung Bingming fastened all the buttons on her shirt until her bosom was concealed, then leaned forward to grasp Lung Xiner by the collar, delivering two swift slaps to her face. Smack! Smack! After dealing with Lung Xiner, she seized Li Chen's collar as well, delivering two more resounding slaps. Smack! Smack! The reason she buttoned up was to prevent Li Chen from glimpsing her treasures, as they were reserved solely for her unfortunate husband. Once she had unleashed her frustration, Lung Bingming felt an immediate sense of relief. The pain in her heart from earlier had dissipated, leaving her utterly invigorated. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan was taken aback by Lung Bingming's fury, finding a strange thrill in witnessing the punishment of the treacherous Li Chen and the wretched Lung Xiner. Oh, how foolish this scoundrel is. The woman is in a foul mood, quick to cast cold glances and prone to anger. Isn't it only fitting that he suffers for approaching her now? Well done, Lung Bingming. I've long held disdain for them. The repugnant antics of the heartless wench and her unscrupulous lover are truly nauseating, evoking feelings of revulsion even in a man like myself, who has weathered the trials of love. I cannot help but utter a begrudging admiration for their audacity. Fortunately, I am merely an observer, spared from confronting the abhorrent spectacle directly. How utterly revolting. Yet, one wonders how the woman will navigate the impending chaos. Will she confront her rival, tearing apart the illusion of her lover's affection, compelling him to choose between his beloved and a substantial financial investment? Or will she, in a fit of rage ignited by her rival, succumb to his soothing words, weeping and willingly offering the enormous funds to the entertainment company, thus perpetuating this melodramatic saga? Regrettably, the beautiful secretary has departed, depriving us of the opportunity to witness the spectacle of the woman confronting her paramour. Alas, the secretary's attire today has truly captivated my heart. How I long to wed her, for she embodies kindness, tenderness, and warmth, always gracing me with her smile. Oh, that man. It is clear he is no good. He gazes longingly at others while dismissing his own wife, criticizing her vibrant red attire, and suddenly finds himself enamored with the sweet and gentle demeanor of Gu Qingqing. Cold Bingning scoffed disdainfully, casting a glance at Zhu Tianfan before returning her cold gaze to Li Chun and Cold Heart. She had no time to harbor resentment towards her ungrateful husband. She must first address this loathsome pair, and only after that will she deal with her husband, who incessantly berates her in his mind. Sister, are you still angry? If a slap from you would ease your ire, I would remain perfectly still. Cold Heart lamented, clutching her chest in apparent agony, leaning against Li Chun, her voice laced with fragility, as if she might perish should Cold Bingning raise her hand once more. Indeed, Bingning, if it would relieve your anger and resolve the misunderstandings among us, I would allow you to strike me endlessly. Li Chun echoed, his voice dripping with insincerity. Cold Bingning fell silent, realizing the audacity of these two. The unexpected patience displayed by Li Chun and Cold Heart was surprising. They remained in place even after she had slapped them. With her keen intellect, Cold Bingning quickly discerned their intentions. They believed her fury had led her to strike them and assumed that once her anger subsided, they would be rewarded with the vast investment. However, such a notion was utterly inconceivable. That fortune was intended solely for her ungrateful husband to pursue his ambitions, and she had no inclination to share it with anyone else. Yet, the loathsome antics of this couple are simply too repugnant to endure any longer. It would be best to dismiss them swiftly. Ah, Li Chun, have you perhaps misunderstood? You are neither my kin nor my husband. Why should I harbor resentment towards you? And what relevance does your apology hold for me? Sister, you may invest over 100 million in establishing an entertainment company for your man, and I, too, can allocate 10 billion to create one for my husband. Now both of you leave at once. The words of Lung Bingning were utterly piercing, leaving Li Chun and Lung Xiner at a loss for a retort. Naturally, they understood that they would gain no advantage today and had even suffered 2 slaps for their trouble. If they lingered any longer, given Lung Bingning's ruthless demeanor, they might find themselves in an even more humiliating predicament. After Li Chun and Lung Xiner departed, Zhu Tianfan initially felt rather pleased, feigning engagement with a video game while inwardly berating Lung Bingning. Goodness, this woman has shown such resolve today. Ever since the arrival of her unfaithful partner, she has remained silent, yet now she scornfully dismisses him with just a few words. It seems she has been simmering with anger all day. Alas, how foolish she truly is. With the unmistakable glances exchanged between Lung Xiner and the cad, how could she not see it? Is she genuinely blind or merely pretending not to see? It appears that the unfaithful husband is enjoying the spectacle, pretending to be engrossed in a solitary game as if oblivious to the situation. Lung Bingning slowly rose and approached Zhu Tianfan from behind, casting a cold gaze upon him, and icily uttered, "Husband, why aren't you moving the mouse?" Upon hearing her voice, Zhu Tianfan realized he was in dire straits. Lung Bingning clearly had not yet exhausted her frustration, and now it was his turn to face the consequences. He could only awkwardly turn around, gazing at her with wide, naive eyes. "Dear wife, I was pondering something. I'll resume the game shortly." Oh dear, the innocent fish suffers when the city gate is ablaze. Curse that cad for provoking this woman. Now I'm in trouble. Once the mother Tyrannosaurus is enraged, it's a wonder I haven't been slapped yet. Never mind. Given how easily she flies off the handle lately, I'd best concoct an excuse to retreat to the lounge, lest I become collateral damage. Zhu Tianfan pondered for a moment, cautiously observing Lung Bingning as he fabricated a flimsy excuse. "Dear wife, I've grown tired from gaming. May I lie down on the bed?" What a wretched man. How dare he insult her in his thoughts, referring to her as a mother Tyrannosaurus. And now he desires to escape to the lounge to evade her wrath. Humph. Such fortune is not meant to be. Lung Bingning glanced down at her shapely legs. With beauty and allure like hers, How could she possibly resemble a Tyrannosaurus? Wait, could it be that robust thighs denote a mother Tyrannosaurus? Ah, but indeed, a Tyrannosaurus' legs are quite formidable. Wretched man, is he disparaging his wife's figure or merely her thighs? The thought ignited a fury within Lung Bingning, veins throbbing on her forehead. Ah, 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 may that wretched man meet his demise. I long to give him a thrashing. No, I mustn't. Ling Shiner and Li Chun, this pair of despicable individuals, have departed, leaving no outlet for her pent-up frustration. Ling Bingning took a deep breath, striving to soothe herself, insisting she must not succumb to anger, for it is simply not worth the emotional turmoil. With her husband's heart seemingly elsewhere, she knew that should she lash out, he would undoubtedly flee, leaving her no time to mourn her losses. Suppressing her indignation, Ling Bingning cast a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan and, gritting her teeth, uttered a line laden with implication. Darling, if you're feeling fatigued from your games, why not rest on the sofa? Later, I shall join you for some gaming fun. Chapter 48. Wife wants to play computer games? Watch as I reduce you to tears. Outside the headquarters building, Brother Chun, what shall we do? My sister remains irate and refuses to invest in your entertainment company. Ling Shiner lamented. I am devoid of funds as well. My adoptive parents only allocate me a mere 10 million each month as pocket money, insisting on saving more for my future dowry. Clutching her chest, she leaned against Li Chun, appearing frail and delicate, as if she might collapse at any moment. Yet, the instant Li Chun diverted his gaze, her seemingly gentle expression morphed into one of resentment and malice, wishing nothing less than to publicly execute her foolish sister, Ling Bingning, for the indignity of having been struck twice. Li Chun, captivated by his cherished Ling Shiner, recognized her unwavering support for his aspirations and affectionately ruffled her hair, offering her a light-hearted reassurance. Do not fret, dear sister, I shall devise another plan. Li Chun had approached Ling Bingning, expecting fruitful outcomes, such as securing a monumental investment for his entertainment company, or at the very least, a few $100 million transferred to his account. Instead, he was met with disappointment, receiving nothing but the stinging slaps from the vacuous woman. This ignited a fierce resentment within him, breeding hatred for fate, for the lack of a prestigious lineage, for the absence of a doting father, and for being raised by a mother devoid of understanding. With a deep sigh, he gazed at the towering 88-story headquarters of Bingning's company, envisioning how splendid it would be to claim it as his own. Even a fraction of the neighboring dining, entertainment, or leisure establishments would suffice, alleviating the embarrassment of his illegitimate status and sparing him from his father's wrath. In truth, Li Chun was not overly anxious about the entertainment company. His primary concerns were twofold: how to legitimize his status as the illegitimate son within the Li family, and how to establish a successful career in front of his biological father. As for the entertainment company, he refrained from revealing the truth to his beloved Ling Shiner. Before, Ling Shiner invested over $100 million in establishing an entertainment company for him. In reality, aside from the costs associated with founding the company, recruiting personnel, venue rentals, and promotional activities, he had merely expended around $30 million. Now, having provided an additional $10 million, he still has approximately $80 million remaining, which is more than sufficient to sustain the entertainment company for several months, or even half a year with frugal spending. However, Li Chun does not desire to settle for a stable development. As a disregarded, illegitimate child raised in the countryside, he yearns for his biological father's acknowledgement. To achieve this, he must expedite the growth of his entertainment company and achieve remarkable success, thereby positioning himself as a legitimate contender for the Li family inheritance. This explains why Li Chun shamelessly approaches Lung Bingning multiple times, imploring her to beseech seventh brother Lung Xingcha for a share of film and television resources, as well as promising talents and singers for his entertainment company. Even if he faces rejection, Li Chun remains unfazed, returning the next day with a smile and renewed confidence to seek out Lung Bingning. Here it should be noted that, as the male protagonist, Li Chun possesses no business acumen or substantial wealth. The substantial startup funds provided by the female protagonist, Lung Shiner, merely inflated his desires and led to extravagant spending. The mere 15-person entertainment company consumed around $30 million. The secret to Li Chun's success lies solely in his ability to charm and extract wealth from women, subsequently morphing into a domineering CEO who is wholeheartedly devoted to and protective of the female protagonist, Lung Shiner. The intermediate process is of little consequence. At this moment, Lung Shiner, witnessing her beloved sigh, feels an immense pang of distress. This is the man she cherishes most, the one to whom she has given her innocence. The man she shall never forget. Since her foolish sister, Lung Bingning, continues to be irked over the hotel room incident, she should not blame her for hastening the demise of their foster mother. Brother Chun, since my sister has made such a resolute decision, do not hold it against me for my lack of compassion. Let the old dog pass this afternoon, so I may swiftly inherit her fortune. Li Chen nodded slightly. He had contemplated this matter long ago, but would not bring it up lightly, as he wished to maintain the image of a good brother in front of Bai Yueguang. As for the misdeeds, they would naturally be initiated by Lung Xiner. You've borne a great burden, dear sister Xiner. Let us not dwell on these bothersome matters any longer. Brother Chin will take you to the amusement park, and afterward, we shall find a room to rest. Lung Xiner shyly lowered her head, her voice faint as a whisper. All right, Brother Chun. Originally, Lung Xiner intended to delay her actions for a few days, but today, Lung Bingning's behavior was intolerable, prompting her to hasten the old dog's departure this very afternoon. In the office, Lung Bingning lounged with one leg crossed over the other, deftly twirling a stylus in her hand, her icy gaze fixated on Zhu Tianfan, who was feigning rest on the sofa. Darling, have you rested well? Once you are ready, I shall join you in playing games. Cold and icy anger simmered within Lung Bingning. Just moments ago, Zhu Tianfan had called her a mother Tyrannosaurus Rex, and each time she caught sight of her voluptuous long legs, she nearly lost her composure. Fortunately, her disgruntled husband had merely been describing her fiery temperament, likening it to that of a mother T-Rex, which somewhat alleviated her wrath. Now, if she didn't seize the opportunity to discipline this disgruntled husband, how could she justify the irritation she had endured these past few days? Darling, I've rested well. Shall we play a game together? Huh, are you seeking punishment? While I may not excel in running a company, do you truly believe I cannot outplay you in classic real-time strategy games? Come, watch as I reduce you to tears. Zhu Tianfan replied with a beaming smile, eagerly accepting Lung Bingning's invitation to play. He recalled the memories of his previous life. This domineering CEO wife had never indulged in gaming with him, nor had he ever witnessed her play. Thus, he felt utterly confident. 10 minutes later, Zhu Tianfan blinked in disbelief at Lung Bingning's frosty demeanor. How could he have been obliterated in every round within 3 minutes? Darling, let us try again. I didn't sleep well last night. It's impossible. My skills cannot possibly be inferior to yours. How could you defeat me 3 times in a row? Surely, I was too distracted by your alluring figure last night. Is that so, dear? Then let us play again. Lung Bingning scoffed, unimpressed by Zhu Tianfan's excuses. How could he lose his confidence over such a trivial game? She would soon make him question his very existence. 30 minutes later, Zhu Tianfan was utterly flabbergasted. After 10 consecutive matches, each lasting under 3 minutes, his base had been annihilated every time. Darling, let us go again. My hands were numb. I couldn't perform to my full potential. Surely, you must have cheated. I cannot fathom losing 10 matches in a row. This is not reflective of my true abilities. Fear not, dear. I shall remain by your side to play. Lung Bingning crossed her legs, casting a cold glance at her husband. This foolish man. He was indeed inept. Yet he stubbornly clung to his excuses. 60 minutes later, Zhu Tianfan declared, I'm done playing. This woman is truly domineering and merciless. Even in a game, she insists on my continuous defeat. Will she not allow me a single victory? Ugh, this wretched woman. I shall never play with you again. Zhu Tianfan gazed at Lung Bingning's exquisite profile, questioning his very existence. How could this formidable CEO wife be so skilled even in gaming? Life seemed so bleak. Lung Bingning smirked inwardly, finally managing to turn the tables on her disgruntled husband. Just moments ago, he had boasted about reducing her to tears. What a foolish man. Unable to best her, he resorted to silent curses. Tonight, she would show him just how to dominate a man, and in the end, it just might be he who weeps. Although Lung Bingning had never played games in front of her resentful husband, her elder brother, Lung Xingqiu, had introduced her to them since childhood, to the extent that even he was no match for her. All right, my dear. I will have Secretary Gu reserve a table for seafood at the restaurant. This time, it will only be the 3 of us, you, me, and Secretary Gu, ensuring that no one will disturb our time together. Naturally, Lung Bingning was reluctant to see Zhu Tianfan grappling with existential doubts. Just as she was about to inform Gu Qingxing, a message notification chimed from her phone. Beep, beep, beep. Upon checking, she discovered it was a message from her brother, Lung Xingqiu, concerning Lung Xiner. Sister, that wretched Lung Xiner just instructed the assassins to act prematurely, intending to strike at mother this afternoon. Instantly, Lung Bingning's gaze turned icy. Since Lung Xiner had made her move, it was time for their fourth brother, Lung Xingyuan, to act as well. However, Lung Bingning had no intention of merely eliminating the assassins. She planned an elaborate scheme to address the entire situation. Chapter 49. Dear, this ailment needs treatment. Do not fear the loss of face. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lung Bingning drove her Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost towards her parents' home. In the passenger seat, Zhu Tianfan once again fixated on Lung Bingning's curvaceous figure. That woman flaunts her long legs before me every day. Does she not fear that one night I might succumb to temptation? No, that would make me the fool, unwilling to be a mere tool for her. At the very least, I deserve compensation. Bah. Today that woman is quite peculiar. She has remarkably arrived at my in-laws' home over 2 hours early, when she usually would rather wait until mealtime to return home. Could it be that she has become addicted to slapping faces and wishes to return home to teach Lung Xiner another lesson? But on another note, should I inform that woman in advance about Lung Xiner's scheme with her paramour? Alas, perhaps it's best to wait until I receive the 1 billion yuan from my in-laws tonight. Then I shall inform her of my dream revelation. Whether she believes it is her concern, not mine. Initially, Zhu Tianfan's incessant musings did not faze Lung Bingning. She dismissed it as mere venting from a resentful man. However, upon hearing news related to her parents, she trembled slightly. Her resentful husband had not abandoned her. He remained deeply devoted to her and her family. Of course, even if Zhu Tianfan remained silent, Lung Bingning felt no anger nor resentment. After all, she was the one who had wronged him first. The decades of his devotion in his previous life, coupled with 12 years in this life, could warm even a stone. While she had turned a blind eye to it all, at times, Lung Bingning questioned herself, pondering whether she would possess such magnanimity. Perhaps she would wish for her entire family to face ruin instead. Reflecting on this, she felt a surge of emotion and glanced at Zhu Tianfan, vowing in her heart that she would cherish and love her resentful husband for the rest of her life. Even if her resentful husband desires to take Gu Qingcheng as his concubine, she would begrudgingly deliver this secretary to their marital bed. For such is the fate that her husband deserves. Zhu Tianfan was taken aback. Why was Lung Bingning looking at him in such a peculiar manner? Oh, the wretched woman trembled all over. What could this mean? Could she be having a fit? It is said that women who indulge excessively in drugs, those who are pregnant, new mothers, women plagued by ill-fated romances, and those with injuries are prone to sudden episodes. Could it be that this wretched woman is injured? Ugh, serves her right. In the future, everyone must refrain from indulging in drugs, ill-fated romances, and must protect themselves. This wretched man, how could he not wish her a swift demise? Not only did he suspect her of having an episode, but he even accused her of being injured, uttering the words, "Serves you right." What use is such a resentful husband? She truly wished to slap his head open to see if there was any sense within. If not, she would spit a few mouthfuls of saliva inside. How could such a wretched man provoke such ire? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, causing her body to tremble once more. Why is the wretched woman trembling again? Could it be another episode? Alas, the poor wretched woman. How embarrassing it must be. TSK, I must confirm. Let me see if she is truly having an episode. Zhu Tianfan glanced thoughtfully at Lung Bingning's fitted skirt. Lung Bingning, suddenly flustered, retorted sharply, "What are you looking at?" "I am not." Immediately regretting her words, she realized she had inadvertently confessed. She could only glare fiercely at Zhu Tianfan, seething at the skepticism reflected in his eyes. This wretched man, where does he think he is looking? She longed to pluck out those insufferable eyes. Yet, she noticed that the more furious she became, the more her body trembled. As expected, in the next moment, her body trembled once again. It was over. Now it truly was beyond explanation. Isn't this a confession of sorts? I didn't even say anything, yet I inadvertently admitted I wasn't having an episode. The wretched woman is just too stubborn, trembling 3 times and still denying it. How shameless, as thick-skinned as a paramour. In truth, if she is having an episode, so be it. What is the big deal? The wretched woman just loves to overthink and save face. I want to mock her. If she is ill, she must seek treatment. Don't her in-laws run a hospital? The finest one in the city. Visiting her own family's hospital would keep it discreet. Why not go to the hospital and have a look? This wretched man. This wretched man. This wretched man. Truly infuriating. Fabricating her supposed episode. This wretched man. He deserves to meet a gruesome end. She longed to find a knife and stab him 108 times, then toss him under a wheel to be ground into pulp. Containing the rage that threatened to burst forth, her veins throbbing at her temples, she coldly uttered 2 frigid sentences to Zhu Tianfan. Husband, I have told you. I am not. Close your eyes immediately. Zhi Tianfan, feeling the icy gaze of Lung Bingning upon him, promptly shut his eyes. Ah, this wretched woman. So quick to anger and so sensitive. I wonder what has provoked this fierce wife of the domineering CEO today. Never mind. I shall feign death by keeping my eyes closed, lest this troublesome woman strikes me. Tomorrow, I will seek out Mama Wu to summon the family doctor from the manor to examine this wretched woman, to ensure she does not suffer any lasting ailments. It would be quite embarrassing if the maids were to discover her in distress later on. Such a wretched woman. It is only due to your hefty transfer of 60 million that I bother to care about you. Otherwise, I would be indifferent. Suddenly, Lung Bingning slammed her foot on the brake. Wretched man, wretched man, wretched man. I cannot endure this any longer. My head aches from the fury. Oh, but I can strike the steering wheel forcefully without consequence. With that thought, she proceeded to pound the steering wheel several times. At this moment, Lung Bingning felt a wave of regret wash over her. Why did she have to show even a hint of emotion towards her resentful husband? Now, she appeared even more pitiful in his eyes, as if her physical discomfort was merely a pretext. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Once, a female colleague in her department was fond of reading romance novels on her phone. One line resonated with her. A moment of tormenting the husband brings fleeting joy, but pursuing him leads to the fires of hell. Now, she had tormented her husband for 2 lifetimes, amounting to decades. Was her pursuit of love not destined to lead her to the depths of Hades? No, 18 layers of hell would not suffice. She would need to descend to the 19th layer, the abyss of Jiuyou. Tears began to silently stream from the corners of her eyes. Although Zhi Tianfan had closed his eyes, he occasionally peered to check on her. Upon witnessing her tears, his heart softened. Wife, why are you crying? Please, do not weep. It is all right. I have a coat to cover you. Once we return home, we can change your dress. I promise no one will know. With that, Zhi Tianfan removed his flamboyant pink coat and draped it over Lung Bingning's long legs. How could such a cruel woman be in tears? Surely, she does not feel embarrassed due to her ailment? Alas, as a man, I cannot bear to see a woman cry. Besides, we are husband and wife. It brings shame upon me as well. Wretched woman, you ought to be grateful. You must not glare at me again. Is she so moved that she cannot speak? Why is she still glaring at me? Lung Bingning stared at the gaudy pink coat draped over her legs, lost in thought. Should she cry, or should she laugh? No. Why was she merely standing there in a daze? This entire episode is utterly devoid of any illness. Cold Bingning immediately realized this, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Tianfan. You wretched man. At this moment, I could hardly restrain my desire to force your head into the car's seat and ascertain whether I am indeed unwell. Gritting her teeth, Cold Bingning managed to suppress her burgeoning fury and uttered her final 4 commands. Remove the clothes immediately, and then be silent. I reiterate, I am not unwell. Sit properly. Upon finishing her statement, Cold Bingning glared at Zhu Tianfan, demanding he take away the clothes, and then violently pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Chapter 50. Wretched man, be silent. I have declared I am not unwell. After more than 10 minutes of furious driving, Cold Bingning arrived at an opulent villa district. Nestled between the banks of the river and a small hill, this area boasts the finest air quality, luscious greenery, and most exquisite scenery in the city, making it the most expensive villa district. Comprising only 100 villas, each occupying an area of 5,000 square meters. They stand like majestic castles at the foot of the hill, overlooking the river. Although each villa is priced at a staggering 500 million, the wealth of the city ensures that only those of significant status and influence can acquire them. The Cold family possesses merely 9 of these villas. Aside from the one currently inhabited by them, each of her brothers owns one, intended for future marital residences, and Cold Bingning has one as well. As for the adopted daughter, Cold Sheener, her parents have thoughtfully planned for this villa to be left to her after they depart. Darling, get out of the car and come hold my hand. Cold Bingning's expression was frigid, wishing she could freeze Zhu Tianfan with her icy glare. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhu Tianfan hurriedly approached her, wrapping his arm around her while discreetly glancing behind him. "Wife, let us step out. You wretched woman. What are you crying about in the car? I thought you were unwell, yet it turns out there is nothing amiss. How foolish of me to remove my coat unnecessarily. Every time I visit my in-laws, a wave of melancholy washes over me. Surely that medicinal concoction should be given to the frigid woman rather than me." Zhu Tianfan gazed at the imposing villa before him, feeling a profound sense of awe within his heart. Although this villa pales in comparison to Cold Bingning's lavish estate, spanning 150,000 square meters, it remains a rare gem in the precious real estate market of the city. "Be silent." Cold Bingning, in a foul mood, could hardly muster the energy to retort Zhu Tianfan. She understood that the more she argued, the more she would tarnish her husband's perception of her. This wretched man, how could he fabricate such nonsense about her being unwell and even sneak a glance behind him? "You are forbidden from mentioning this matter in front of my parents. Otherwise, do not expect to receive any money from them." Lung Bingning pondered for a moment before casting another cold glance at Zhu Tianfan, threatening him once again. "Very well, my dear husband." Zhu Tianfan immediately sealed his lips tightly. "Bah, this wretched woman truly deserves no good fortune. How could I have treated you with such warmth and passion? Humph. If you choose silence, then so be it. When you succumb to your ailments later, I shan't be removing my coat for you. Curse that man, that insufferable man." Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, her mind was a whirlwind of complaints. "Ah, that detestable man. It's infuriating. What's worse is that I cannot silence his thoughts either. Alas, the frustration of being unable to express my anger is truly maddening. I'm trembling with rage now. This is utterly incomprehensible. Oh heavens, why must you treat me this way? It is all the fault of that damned man." With this thought, Lung Bingning once again berated Zhu Tianfan. "Bah, what do you want now, wretched woman? It's not as if I am the cause of your distress. Sigh. This stubborn woman claims she is not unwell, yet a mere tremor reveals her discomfort. Very well, since you cannot speak, I shall pay closer attention to your condition later. I am indeed a clever and considerate husband. Miss, young master, what brings you here?" The first to notice Lung Bingning and Zhu Tianfan was the head maid, Aunt Shun, who had been with the Lung family for over 20 years since the adoption of Lung Xiner. She was quite surprised by Lung Bingning's decision to bring her husband home early, as she typically did not arrive until mealtime. With a frosty demeanor, Lung Bingning nodded slightly. "I came early today. Where are my parents? Are they home?" Aunt Shin quickly ushered Lung Bingning and Zhu Tianfan into the villa. "Miss, your father has not yet returned from the company, and your mother left around 1 o'clock this afternoon. She mentioned she was going to buy some fine ingredients to prepare a splendid meal for you. And she also intended to procure some medicinal herbs for your husband's soup." Aunt Shun cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Tianfan as she spoke. In the neighborhood, the other affluent ladies typically indulged in beauty treatments, enjoyed afternoon teas, and gossiped about the latest happenings in the city or the scandals surrounding the illegitimate children of various noble families. However, Lung's mother diverged from these frivolities, focusing instead on both her career and her children. After managing company affairs in the morning, she devoted her afternoons to her family's matters, such as arranging marriages for her 7 sons, addressing her daughter's prolonged childlessness, worrying about her son-in-law's frail health, and caring for her adopted daughter's ailments, among other concerns. Zhu Tianfan, of course, noticed Aunt Shin's gaze, yet he had undergone a change of heart and was now indifferent. His thoughts consumed by another matter entirely: why his in-laws believed him to be in poor health, often sending him tonics meant to bolster his vitality. As he scrolled through the memories within his mind, he could not help but lament the plight of the devoted suitor, who, in the end, gained nothing. Cold Bingning, with her domineering demeanor, had resolutely denied any physical intimacy, leading to her previous incarnation unilaterally declaring that her own health was the issue. In order to protect Cold Bingning's image, this misguided proclamation resulted in Cold's parents continuously purchasing tonics for kidney enhancement, ultimately wasting resources. Zhu Tianfan lamented the sheer waste of such remedies, believing it would be far more prudent to sell them instead. How disgraceful! What a pitiable man, a truly nauseating sycophant. How absurd! This woman has withheld affection for 5 long years, claiming she does not wish to jeopardize her career for the sake of a child. Clearly, she does not harbor any genuine feelings. In her previous life, She even concocted excuses to comfort herself, asserting that her health was the problem. What folly to have been enamored with such a wretched woman. Strangely, the maid, Aunt Shun, struck a chord of familiarity within me, as if I had heard her name before. Does she not love me? Cold Bingning felt a violent tremor throughout her body, as if thousands of needles were piercing her heart, accompanied by an acute sense of pain and regret. She suddenly realized that she might have been deceiving herself. Perhaps she had never truly loved Zhu Tianfan. In the past, she had taken his kindness for granted, viewing it as a mere obligation to appease his domineering wife. The resentful husband, reborn, also recognized this troubling truth. Cold Bingning's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that her resentful husband might choose to abandon her. If he truly desired a divorce, how could she possibly salvage their relationship? Should she plead tearfully for him to remain or continue her cold, domineering threats? Would even the most imperious woman find efficacy in such tactics against a man who had lost all hope? With a heart in turmoil, Cold Bingning gazed coldly at Zhu Tianfan, her mind a chaotic tangle of emotions. Why is this woman trembling again? Is she having another episode? No matter. Since she refuses to let me speak, I shall discreetly observe her condition. After all, it would be quite shameful for me, her husband, if my domineering wife were to suffer continuously. Alas, there is no husband quite like me in this world. This wretched woman deserves her fate after all the sacrifices I made in my past life. Yet, on a different note, should I indulge in the kidney-enhancing soup that my mother-in-law has prepared this evening? In an instant, the anxiety and regret that had previously consumed Cold Bingning vanished without a trace, replaced by a surge of indignation. This insufferable man. He seems preoccupied with thoughts of medicinal tonics once more, reveling in his absurdity when he should be concerned about her. Cold Bingning contemplated delivering a frosty warning to Zhu Tianfan, when an exceedingly irksome voice interrupted her thoughts. "Sister, what are you doing at home?" Upon turning, she realized it was none other than her dear sister, Cold Sheener. Seeing her in such a flustered state made it seem as though she had committed some grave transgression. Chapter 51. Observe how an angry woman may even strike passing dogs. What? Now that I am married, I cannot return home earlier? With a towering height of 1.78 meters, coupled with 10-centimeter heels, Lung Bingning approached with an air of superiority, casting a cold, disdainful glance down at Lung Sheener. A foster daughter should embody the essence of a foster daughter. Remember, this household is not yours yet. You lack the standing to question me. Although Lung Bingning's icy demeanor instilled a sense of oppression, her words struck at Lung Sheener's core. Each syllable pierced her heart, reminding her that she was merely a foster daughter, forever eclipsed by the biological daughter, Lung Bingning. No matter how much she endeavored to win the favor of her adoptive parents, she remained inferior to Lung Bingning in this home. "Sister, it's not like that. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just surprised. Brother-in-law, don't you agree?" Lung Sheener's face contorted in distress as she cast a venomous glance at Lung Bingning, weakly clutching her chest while directing a pleading gaze at Zhu Tianfan. Lung Sheener understood one crucial truth. When her adoptive parents were absent, she had no allies in the house, save for the maid. As for her brothers, who mindlessly doted on Lung Bingning, their presence was inconsequential. They did not regard her as a sister. At this moment, she believed that only Zhu Tianfan could lend her assistance. After all, he had discreetly admired her physique before. As the saying goes, a day as a husband brings 100 days of affection. Surely, a glance could warrant at least 10 days of goodwill. Zhu Tianfan casually replied. Preoccupied with thoughts of the tonic for vitality he would consume that evening. The plight of Lung Sheener was of no concern to him. He was no scoundrel, and certainly not the kind to fancy an ordinary figure. Wasn't Lung Sheener just asking for scorn? Why must she utter such thoughtless words when the irritable woman was in a foul mood? Now, it seems she has drawn the ire of the temperamental lady. Truly a foolish move. Sigh, when will my esteemed in-laws return? My mobile payment account is eagerly awaiting the influx of 100 million. By the way, I still haven't messaged the beautiful secretary. Perhaps I should share this good news with her after securing the funds tonight. After all, delightful things deserve to be shared with one's beloved. However, if I drink the vitality-boosting tonic tonight, how should I approach the beautiful secretary? It would be splendid to spend the night at her place. A scoundrel, planning to stray tonight? I'll keep tabs on it and settle the accounts later. Lung Bingning shot a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan, intrigued to witness how events would unfold next. At that moment, Lung Shiner was taken aback. Her brother-in-law seemed utterly unreliable, perpetually dismissing her with mere responses. Did he truly find her so distasteful? That couldn't be. He had gazed at her with desire just days prior. Even with Lung Bingning, the formidable tigress, standing by without a blink. Clutching her chest, she feigned injury from Lung Bingning's words. Her face a portrait of despair as she mournfully declared, "Brother-in-law, I truly never meant to prevent my sister from returning home." After speaking, Lung Shiner remained unsatisfied. She retreated 3 more steps, resembling a patient on the verge of collapse. "Brother-in-law, could you perhaps persuade my sister?" Her heart ached painfully, as if she could scarcely breathe. Lung Shiner believed that since Li Chun was absent, it would be a fine opportunity to entice her brother-in-law. At the very least, one of the old dogs of the Lung family would perish after today, and given her foolish sister Lung Bingning's temperament, she would undoubtedly be struck down by despair. Moreover, her brother-in-law's looks surpassed those of Chen Gu. The thought of embracing the refined and handsome brother-in-law stirred her imagination of delightful sensations. Yet, deep down, Lung Shiner still yearned to compete with her sister Lung Bingning. Why should her domineering and foolish sister garner her brother-in-law's affection, while the gentle and lovely adopted sister could not? Contemplating this, Lung Shiner lowered her head bashfully, lost in her own fantasies. Meanwhile, Lung Bingning found herself questioning life. How could that wretched woman Lung Shiner utter such disgusting words? No, these weak and feeble remarks reeked of a lasciviousness, almost as if there were a hint of her sister-in-law attempting to seduce her brother-in-law. How audacious! Ever since that incident with the yellow-haired ruffian, this adopted sister had now set her sights on her brother-in-law as a target for seduction. Just moments ago, Zhu Tianfan had been internally lamenting, treating Gu Qingcheng as his beloved, planning to indulge in a tonic to enhance his vitality before seeking her out. Wasn't this the very definition of a cheating scoundrel? Before Lung Bingning could fully unleash her fury, an opportunity presented itself in the form of this brazen woman. It would be an affront to herself not to deliver a proper thrashing. With a swift motion, she seized Lung Shiner by the collar and delivered several resounding slaps. After venting her frustrations, Lung Bingning looked down upon Lung Shiner with a chilling gaze. Calling him brother-in-law? It won't do you any good. Humph. Sister, some things are beyond your comprehension, do you understand? After warning Lung Shiner, she turned her icy glare towards Zhu Tianfan. That scoundrel. He must not be allowed to roam freely tonight. A single man out late at night is far too perilous. Better for him to stay at home and await her return. Zhu Tianfan, initially lost in thoughts of how to be with Gu Qingcheng, was abruptly jolted back to reality by the sound of slaps. Lung Bingning had resumed her habit of striking people, truly a domineering woman. Lung Shiner, knowing full well that her fierce sister was enraged, so much so that even a passing dog might receive a slap, was merely feigning weakness to provoke Lung Bingning further. It would indeed be surprising if she were not met with a slap. "Miss, please do not strike." The second miss did not mean it. She must have simply misspoken. After Cold Heart was slapped, the head maid, Aunt Shun, hurried over to pull her close, meticulously checking for any injuries, fearful that the domineering Cold Ice Ning had harmed her. Cold Ice Ning, of course, took no heed of this, but the next moment, her pupils constricted violently as she overheard the most shocking news. Aunt Shun. Shen Peilon. No wonder that name sounded so familiar. She is none other than the biological mother of the despicable Cold Heart. She is not a virtuous woman either, having long coveted the Cold family's wealth, instilling in Cold Heart a deep-seated hatred for all members of the Cold family since childhood. Little did that dog of a woman know. Cold Heart and Shun Peilon have recognized each other since childhood. As they grew older, they even underwent paternity tests. But they disguised themselves so well that their in-laws remained oblivious until both tragically perished in a fire. It was only then that the mother and daughter publicly acknowledged one another and inherited the family fortune. It is said that Shun Peilon, to ensure there were no witnesses, fabricated evidence at the fire scene and obliterated any traces, leading that foolish woman and her brainless, doting brothers to conclude it was merely an accidental fire caused by aging wiring. By the way, Cold Heart, this ingrate, has inherited Shun Peilon's traits. It seems that Shun Peilon had numerous affairs during her marriage, ultimately becoming entangled with a wealthy second-generation heir from the capital, resulting in Cold Heart's birth. Poor in-laws remained unaware until their demise that their only daughter, Cold Heart, was actually an illegitimate child. This was something I inadvertently overheard in a past life. hoping to use it to conspire against the adulterer with that foolish woman. Unfortunately, Cold Heart, this illegitimate child, ran to the capital to acknowledge her father, bringing substantial financial support for the adulterer's business, which left that foolish woman severely disadvantaged, even costing the Smiling Tiger's second son his official position. Zhu Tianfan observed Aunt Shen and Shen Peilon, filtering through all the information in his mind. To be frank, the adulterer Li Chun was indeed exceptionally fortunate. The identity of the White Moonlight turned out to be the only daughter of a prominent family in the capital. It was no surprise that after acknowledging her father, she would harbor resentment towards the Cold family and Cold Ice Ning. The deaths of several Cold brothers were partly due to the influence of that prestigious family. At this moment, Cold Ice Ning did not lash out, but instead cast a deep glance at Shen Peilon. No wonder a maid would show such favoritism towards Cold Heart. No wonder Cold Heart sought out the maid for comfort whenever she felt aggrieved. It's clear that they share a profound bond as mother and daughter. Taking a deep breath, Cold Ice Ning resolved that there were many adversaries to contend with: Li Chun, Cold Heart, Shen Peilon, and the powerful family far away in the capital. However, Cold Ice Ning was confident that as long as she had her resentful husband Zhu Tianfan by her side, she believed she could avoid the fate of the entire family marching to their doom. Cold Ice Ning also resolved to give her resentful husband a good lesson tonight, ensuring he would never escape the grasp of his domineering wife, the female CEO. Beep, beep, beep. A phone suddenly rang. Sister, mother is in trouble. Hurry to the hospital. Instantly, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. Two individuals displayed glimmers of joy in their eyes. One was utterly astonished. Yet, one remained unperturbed, maintaining an air of calmness. Chapter 52. An uneasy turn of events. The fate of the matriarch altered. The Cold family relies on their hospital, a private institution established by Cold Father and Cold Mother. It boasts an array of the nation's finest doctors, encompassing both traditional and Western medicine. It stands as the most luxurious and secure hospital in the metropolis and surrounding provinces. Each physician, while attending to patients in both outpatient and emergency settings, is safeguarded by bodyguards stationed directly behind them, with blast-proof glass to shield against irrelevant personnel. In the inpatient department, security is even more stringent, with bodyguards predominantly comprising retired soldiers, providing round-the-clock protection. Such measures ensure that physicians are exceptionally dedicated. Cases of critical illness that larger hospitals and other cities cannot remedy often find a second chance at life here. Of course, the costs of medical care are substantial. Yet the influx of patients remains remarkably high. Cold Bingning pressed the accelerator and swiftly transported Zhu Tianfan to the most prestigious VIP ward in the inpatient department. At that moment, in the ward, Cold Mother Li Jingyu had just undergone examinations by numerous doctors and appeared to have no serious issues, merely a case of shock, and was resting on the bed. Her sons were by her side, including the introverted third son Cold Xingqiu, the reticent fourth son Cold Xingyuan, and the flamboyant seventh son Cold Xingxia. The other sons were either abroad or engaged in missions in other provinces, unable to return immediately, but they had all called to check in. Mother, third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother. Cold Bingning entered the ward, her expression still icy as she uttered only a few words. The car accident had been orchestrated by her and her third and fourth brothers. Her mother had not sustained any injuries, and no innocent bystanders were harmed. The only casualty was the assassin, and the severely injured were all linked to him. On her way, she had instructed her brothers to disclose all evidence concerning Cold Sheener. She even revealed the recently overheard secret that Shen Peilon was Cold Sheener's biological mother. Initially, Cold Mother Li Jingyu had doubted, believing her sons and daughter were deceiving her. However, confronted with various forms of evidence, including videos and messages, she was compelled to acknowledge the malevolence and treachery of her adopted daughter Cold Sheener and the maid Shen Peilon. Mother, it's wonderful that you're all right. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother. Zhu Tianfan looked at the unharmed Li Jingyu sitting on the hospital bed, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and shock. Mother-in-law is fine. The wretched Cold Sheener made her move early? This narrative seems awry. It was supposed to unfold in a few days with Cold Sheener and her paramour striking, resulting in a catastrophic accident leaving mother-in-law a vegetable. Has the plot indeed changed? Perhaps it has. The situation, although peculiar, is nonetheless comforting, as my mother-in-law is well. I can rest assured that my monthly stipend of 50 million for health maintenance remains secure. The daughter, Sun, exhibits a lack of filial piety, failing even to inquire about her own mother. Is her heart as cold as ice? Perhaps I should confirm this by gently probing her chest while she sleeps at night. Alas, I have yet to experience such intimacy with Sun. What a foolish man I am, still lost in thought at this moment. Last night, I lay there, a silent observer, yet I did not act. Truly, I possess desire without the courage to act upon it. Cole Bingning shot a glance at Zhu Tianfan, wishing to ignore the scene before her. Dear son-in-law, do not worry. Mother is fine. Rest assured, I have prepared the medicinal ingredients for tonight. I even had your father purchase additional supplies. She assured him, once I return home, I shall brew it for you, ensuring your satisfaction this evening. Li Jingyu, the mother of Cold, gazed warmly at her son-in-law, Zhu Tianfan. This dutiful son-in-law is indeed a blessing for the Cold family, kind-hearted and gentle with his words. It was thanks to him overhearing the sinister plot devised by her adopted daughter, Cold Sheener, and her accomplice to usurp the family fortune, that she was able to evade a calamity. Regrettably, this dutiful son-in-law is burdened with the weight of a domineering and unyielding daughter. After caring for her for over a decade, it must have been a considerable strain. It seems imperative that I encourage Cold Bingning to conceive sooner rather than later, otherwise, how can we honor our dear son-in-law? Li Jingyu sighed deeply in her heart, contemplating ways to procure more restorative herbs to ensure her son-in-law's health improves completely. Despite being the daughter of a domineering CEO, she is, at her core, still a woman. Every woman possesses a tender heart, and as long as he provides her daily comfort, after she bears a child, what is there to fear regarding her son-in-law as standing? Mother, I am in no haste to drink this soup. Let us wait until you are well rested, Zhu Tianfan said, scratching his head in exasperation. His mother-in-law, true to the memories of his past life, is quite eccentric, still concerned with brewing nourishing soups at this juncture. Is it truly her greatest wish for her daughter and son-in-law to conceive? Zhu Tianfan discreetly cast a glance towards Cold Bingning, curious about her reaction. In his recollections, whenever his mother-in-law mentioned the restorative soup, Cold Bingning would roll her eyes in disdain, often rebuking her mother for prioritizing childbearing over her career. It's strange that today, Cold Bingning did not respond with her usual disdain. Regardless, it matters not. She will meet her demise at the hands of her treacherous lover. Mark my words. By the way, that man standing beside the reclusive third son, the brooding fourth son, Cold Xingyuan? As an assassin, he possesses a certain allure, yet he remains enigmatic. In my previous life, I would often receive a USB drive from him. Indeed, this behavior aligns perfectly with the enigmatic and brooding character of the fourth brother. After all, those who are reserved often present a calm and composed exterior, yet harbor profound thoughts and passions within. Regrettably, the fate of this brooding fourth brother was not auspicious. It appeared that a treacherous man frequently sought out the woman named Sun to lament his woes, compelling her to persuade the fourth brother to assassinate his rivals. In her misguided loyalty to this treacherous man, Sun did indeed implore the fourth brother for assistance, only for the treacherous man to grow fearful of retribution once he achieved his ambitions. He, along with the cold-hearted girl, devised a scheme to capture the fourth brother, ultimately reducing him to a mere plaything for his enemies, who tormented him for half a year until his demise. Ultimately, the blame rests squarely on Sun's shoulders, for her foolishness has led to the untimely demise of her entire family. Cold Bingning's gaze dimmed momentarily. The fourth brother, Xingyuan, also met a grim fate, having been sacrificed to the treacherous man, Li Chun, by her own hand. Thankfully, she overheard the heartfelt sentiments of her husband, Zhu Tianfan, which spared her from a tragic outcome. As for her husband's previous irritability, she felt no anger now. At the very least, her husband had ensured her mother's survival. In the future, if her husband wished to consume restorative herbs daily to enhance his vitality, she would gladly procure an abundant supply for them to share. Moreover, her husband expressed a desire to seek out Gu Qingcheng after indulging in those restorative herbs tonight. However, she could not allow that. She had no intention of permitting her husband to take advantage of his little wife, Gu Qingcheng. The thought left Cold Bingning disdainful, as she regarded her husband's slight physique with skepticism, questioning whether he could endure her relentless affection in the long run. According to her husband's assertions, her exquisite and alluring form was a treasure in the eyes of men, often unable to withstand the test of time. Zhu Tianfan, Observing Cold Bingning's peculiar and skeptical cold gaze, felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. What was his domineering wife plotting? Was she about to unleash her biting remarks or domineering reprimands, reminiscent of the memories from her previous life? Son, what was with that inexplicable look earlier? Is she about to berate me again? He pondered. And where are that wretched girl, Cold Heart, and the treacherous man? If they do not arrive, how can they divert Sun's ire? Oh, how I wish to witness the astonishment on their faces. Furthermore, he wondered why the scheming old wolf, Shin Peilon, had yet to make an appearance. He recalled that his mother-in-law held a sisterly bond with Shin, placing immense trust in her. Upon her return, Shin would likely lament her fears and seize the opportunity to extract further benefits. However, Zhu Tianfan remained perplexed as to why Cold Heart would act in collusion with the treacherous man. Just that morning, Cold Bingning had slapped her. And now she was taking action without fear of exposure? Wait. A flash of insight struck Zhu Tianfan. Was Cold Heart's aggression not instigated by Cold Bingning's actions? In recent days, Cold Bingning had been prone to anger, quick to cast icy glares, and even quicker to strike. Cold Heart and Li Chun had become the prime witnesses to her wrath. Just moments ago, had not Cold Bingning directly lifted Cold Heart and slapped her? There exists a domineering and heartless sister. It would be truly surprising if Lung Xiner harbored no resentment towards the Lung family. After all, Lung Xiner is merely a frail and pitiful adopted daughter. Who would have thought that this adopted daughter would hire an assassin to eliminate her adoptive mother? Zhu Tianfan promptly took out his phone and scrolled through various instant news public accounts from the metropolis. Indeed, numerous accounts reported a severe series of rear-end collisions that had occurred, resulting in a chain reaction of over 10 vehicles crashing into one another, with one male casualty and 5 others severely injured. Upon realizing this, Zhu Tianfan finally comprehended that the unfolding of events was nothing but a series of coincidences, all having been rectified. Creak. Who could it be? Before Zhu Tianfan could even turn his head, a slender figure rushed in. Mama, Mama, what has happened to you? The voice was filled with distress. I'm so sorry for coming late. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a delicate silhouette dashed toward the hospital bed, embracing the ailing Li Jingyu, crying uncontrollably without even glancing at her, tears streaming down her face. Zhu Tianfan recognized her immediately. It was indeed Lung Xiner. Just as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. However, Lung Xiner's sorrowful display was quite poignant, as she clung to her mother-in-law and sobbed, oblivious to the reality that when she finally comprehended the situation, she would be utterly shocked and disappointed. Haha, Lung Xiner has arrived, the wretched girl. I wonder if she will complain to her mother-in-law about how that Su woman slapped her a few times upon returning home today. Usually, her mother-in-law is very fond of Lung Xiner. Will she reprimand Lung Bingning this time? I eagerly anticipate the scene of the Su woman being chastised. In that moment, as Lung Xiner wept over her adoptive mother, she seemed to come to a realization, staring at her mother in shock, her eyes filled with disappointment and anguish. How could her adoptive mother, this old dog, be completely unscathed? This was infuriating. Lung Xiner felt a surge of anger. Hadn't her brother Li Qin claimed that the assassin was exceptionally skilled? Surely, it would have been easy to dispose of the old dog. Even if the old dog had evaded the accident, she should not have escaped the assassin's blade. With a venomous glare cast toward her adoptive mother, she feigned sorrow once more, wiping her tears and sobbing dramatically. Oh, Mama, you frightened me to death. It's a relief that you are unharmed. She bit her lip, clutching her chest as she trembled and wept, her face devoid of color, as if she might collapse at any moment. She knew that such a display would evoke sympathy from her adoptive mother, Li Jingyu. Zhu Tianfan stood behind Lung Bingning, curiously observing Lung Xiner's performance, secretly comparing her to Lung Bingning in his mind. TSK, Lung Xiner, this wretched girl, truly embodies the role of a devoted daughter. Look at her, nearly gasping for breath in her sorrow. It would be hard for her mother-in-law not to be moved. Yet here stands that Su woman, cold and unyielding, like an unfeeling block of ice. How utterly unfilial. After Cold Heart finished weeping, it was time for Shin Peilon, the maid who was like a sister to her, to emerge and shed tears as well. This pair of mother and daughter was quite adept at garnering favor with the matriarch. Initially, when Shin Peilon entered the hospital room, her face was alight with joy, but upon seeing the matriarch, disappointment flooded her countenance. Strange, where was the illicit lover? I distinctly recall that he had appeared alongside Cold Heart. Then, when soon, the woman became incensed at Cold Heart addressing him as Brother Chun. She had left in a huff. Was it possible that he would not show up today? That would deprive us of any entertainment. Madam, madam, Shin Peilon exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed upon the matriarch, Li Jingyu. Wasn't my daughter assured that everything would unfold flawlessly? Wasn't it guaranteed that a killer would deliver the final blow? Now that Li Jingyu is still alive, does that not mean my plans to seize the Cold family's fortune will be delayed? Cold Heart and Shun Peilon's exaggerated performances in the past would have moved the matriarch to tears, compelling her to console them with heartfelt empathy. Yet now, Li Jingyu merely responded with indifference, stating, "All right, ex-heir, Peilon, I'm fine. I can return shortly." These two ungrateful wretches feigning compassion truly believed her to be foolish. She was not blind to their astonishment and disappointment. The coolness of her adoptive mother, Li Jingyu, left Cold Heart in a state of shock. Why was everything going awry? The old dog mother seemed to have lost her usual warmth, regarding her as if she were a mere stranger. Cold Heart felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, her actions remained undiscovered by the old dog mother? That was impossible. No one knew, and her cooperation with her biological mother, Shin Peilon, was seamless. Suddenly, she recalled her foolish sister's disdainful remarks, and her brother-in-law standing with his head bowed. A thought struck her. Was it possible that her dim-witted sister, Cold Bingning, had reported her intentions to usurp her brother-in-law to the old dog mother? Indeed, it must be so. Regardless of how much the old dog mother might dote on her, she was still a foster daughter, an outsider. If a foster daughter were to vie for her biological mother's husband, the old dog mother would certainly sympathize with her own flesh and blood. Cold Heart shot a venomous glare at Cold Bingning, wishing fervently to punish her foolish sister in the most excruciating manner. Why should such a handsome brother-in-law not be permitted to belong to his sister? If she did not care for her own husband, at least allowing her sister to feel a pang of longing would suffice. After all, she still cherished her own man, brotherly Chun, and was utterly indifferent to his entanglements with Lan Ryua, for she was confident in her standing in his heart. But where was brotherly Chun? At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open once more, and to her astonishment, it was her adoptive father, Cold Shuda. Never mind. Since her beloved was not present, she would continue her charade of sorrow. Cold Shuda, akin to his wife Cold Sheener, was filled with anxiety as he rushed to the hospital bed, tenderly grasping the hands of his beloved wife, Li Jingyu. "Jingyu, are you all right? You truly frightened me." Upon seeing Li Jingyu seated on the hospital bed, Cold Shuda was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Li Jingyu had been his devoted partner for decades, embodying gentleness and kindness, nurturing the Cold family for many years. Now, the ungrateful adopted daughter, Cold Sheener, along with the housekeeper Shin Peilon, conspired with outsiders to usurp the Cold family's fortune, even plotting the demise of the couple. The thought of this treachery made him wish to confront the two with fierce indignation. Fortunately, with the persuasion of their daughter, Cold Bingning, and several sons, the Cold family decided to feign compliance, recognizing they were up against formidable adversaries. "It's all right, I'm fine. If you continue holding my hands, the children will have a good laugh." Cold Shuda, feeling somewhat embarrassed, finally released Li Jingyu's hands and turned to face his children and son-in-law. Their three sons stood silently by, while their daughter maintained her usual icy demeanor, grumbling about her husband. The adopted daughter feigned tears, and the housekeeper, Shin Peilon, pretended to wipe away tears of sympathy. Alas, the unfortunate son-in-law, Zhu Tianfan, seemed to cower behind the domineering daughter of the CEO. It was indeed a tragic situation. Such a wonderful son-in-law, yet their daughter seemed to take him for granted. The events of the day had been recounted to him, and various evidences presented, for which Zhu Tianfan had played a crucial role. Cold Shuda understood his daughter Cold Bingning's ruthless nature well. She never apologized or admitted fault. Every mistake was always someone else's doing. It appeared that it would fall upon him, her father, to console the dutiful son-in-law. "My dear son-in-law, I did not see you hiding behind Bingning. I sincerely apologize. Rest assured, I will bring home a generous supply of nourishing soup for you." This statement left Zhu Tianfan at a loss for words. Truly, a family of similar temperament. With such a mother-in-law, it was no surprise that the father-in-law mirrored her concerns, particularly about the evening's restorative concoction. "Father, there's no rush. Mother's health is of utmost importance. My dear wife, do you not agree?" Zhu Tianfan lamented internally about how both parents seemed fixated on the idea of consuming this tonic. Did they truly believe that such a potion would facilitate childbirth? It was an impossibility, for his wife, Sun, did not permit him to engage in such matters. Chapter 54. It's not my health that's the issue. Why must I declare my incapacity to the outside world? Zhu Tianfan quickly found an excuse to deflect the conversation, hoping to evade the icy scrutiny of his domineering wife. Cold Bingning. In the fragments of memories from his past life, he recalled that Cold Bingning would only bring him home at mealtimes to avoid her parents' incessant nagging, particularly regarding the restorative soup. Previously, Cold Bingning had shown great resistance to this tonic, viewing her parents' insistence as merely a pretext for pressuring her to have children. At times, when Lung Bingning is overwhelmed by annoyance, she not only casts a cold stare, but also expresses her irritation by recounting a few grievances from the past. This compels her husband to respond to his in-laws with silence, even when they discreetly bring medicinal herbs to their door. He can only accept them silently and pass them on to Lung Bingning for her to handle. Wait a moment. Something is amiss here. There is nothing wrong with my health, so why must I endure this unfair treatment? It is all the fault of that Sun woman, who claims she does not wish to have children for fear of hindering her career. Bah! In my previous life, I was foolish enough to let her deceive me into declaring my health as poor. Now, everyone assumes the Lung family's son-in-law is unwell. Bah! 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 That Sun woman truly deserves a wretched fate. Perhaps I should confront the issue directly. After all, we are at the hospital for a checkup. Then we can publicly announce the results and let Sun woman explain herself. I am indeed a clever and astute man who will not suffer losses. Zhu Tianfan resolved to seize the opportunity to undergo a health examination. He is not a sycophant, nor does he harbor feelings for Lung Bingning. Why should he bear the brunt of her burdens? If anyone must bear the weight, it should be Lung Bingning herself. Meanwhile, Lung Bingning's icy demeanor only served to amplify her growing ire. This wretched man, he truly deserves a miserable end. How can he shift the blame onto me for something I did not do? Why does this infuriate me so much? The feeling of being wronged is unbearable. That despicable man, I wish to strike him down right here. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, yearning to slap Zhu Tianfan, to see how his mind functions. Father, there is no need to rush. Let us return for now, she said. Suppressing her fury as she shot a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan and turned to her father, Lung Shuda, to share her thoughts. In truth, Lung Bingning inwardly acknowledged her past mistakes. To further her career and to avoid her parents' incessant nagging, she had used Zhu Tianfan as a shield, neglecting him for 5 years. However, she never intended for her husband to falsely proclaim his health as poor. It was he who insisted on this declaration, claiming it was to protect her reputation, taking it upon himself to shoulder the blame. Consequently, her parents, feeling sympathy for their son-in-law, inundated him with a plethora of tonics and remedies. Now, that wretched man feels wronged, unwilling to admit his fault, and instead attributes all blame to her, even going so far as to curse and berate her. Truly, he is a despicable man. See, whenever Lung Bingning feels even slightly displeased, she directs her cold ire towards him. Zhu Tianfan, observing her chilling glare, couldn't help but reflect on the unfortunate fate of his predecessor, who, blinded by affection for Lung Bingning, had endured decades of hardship. A sycophant. In the end, left with nothing and destined for a miserable existence. How apt that phrase is. That Sun woman is glaring at me again. It was clearly the father-in-law who mentioned the nourishing kidney tonic, not me. Why doesn't that woman go and scold her father instead? Truly a tyrannical CEO's wife. No wonder she deserves to be betrayed. What? That dog of a man. Cursing her in her heart again. Truly splendid. A clever, astute man who knows how to avoid losing, is he? Just wait and see how she deals with this dog of a man. Lung Bingning devised a plan. Since her resentful husband wouldn't dare to strike her, she would settle for a small act of revenge. If her husband dared to go for a checkup at the hospital, she would concoct a counterfeit report indicating erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation, and sexual dysfunction, leaving him in utter disbelief about his life, and forever unfit to claim his health was normal. Then let us see how her resentful husband proves his innocence and seeks cheap, unreliable help for his old age. If he obediently follows her home, then this matter would be settled. The tyrannical CEO's wife is indeed ruthless and unyielding. A wave of satisfaction washed over Lung Bingning. her lips curling into a sinister smile. However, this smile had an overwhelming effect on her two brothers, the introverted third brother, Lung Xingqiu, and the flamboyant seventh brother, Lung Xingcha, causing them to instinctively step back as if avoiding a dangerous figure. Only the introverted fourth brother, Lung Xingyuan, seemed puzzled as to why they feared their sister so much. Of course, Lung Bingning's idea was splendid, but the course of events often leads to unexpected anguish. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a man holding flowers and a basket of fruit, the very person Lung Bingning despised yet Lung Xiner adored. Li Chun. Xiner, Bingning, do not be distressed. I am here, Li Chun said, his eyes reddening as he wished to offer comforting words to the two women, but then caught sight of Lung's mother, Li Jingyu, unharmed and glaring at him from her hospital bed, causing his pupils to involuntarily contract. Goodness, this situation is incredibly bizarre. On his way here, Li Chun had learned from the latest news that one person had died and 5 were severely injured in the car accident, the deceased being male, and the injured both male and female. Li Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. That Lung's mother, Li Jingyu, had not perished on the spot was a matter of fortune. After all, the Lung family was affluent and had bodyguards. As for the assassins sent by the Li family and their contacts, their disappearance post-incident led Li Chun to believe it was merely a method of concealment by hired killers from within the nobility. Fortunately, Li Chun was quick to react and hastily corrected himself. Auntie, it's good that you're all right. Xiner, Bingning, what did the doctor say? Cursed be the heavens, for they seem to favor the Lung family. Why is this so? Li Chun inwardly raged against the heavens, wishing time could be rewinded, so he could himself drive and collide with Lung's mother. At this moment, Li Chun's arrival was not surprising to anyone present. Lung Xiner was the first to regain her composure, throwing herself into Li Chun's arms, weeping inconsolably. I'm deeply distressed, Brother Chun, you finally arrived. I feel so frightened and my heart aches, terrified of not seeing my mother again. I thought I was strong, yet here I am, feeling so fragile. Cold Xiner, while pretending to be heartbroken, clung to Li Chun, sobbing dramatically, all the while casting a sinister glance at Cold Bing, her lips curling into a taunting smirk. Cold Xiner's intent was not merely to provoke Cold Bing, but to humiliate her, to incite disdain for her brazen arrogance in such a public setting. Everything will be all right. Brother Chun is here, Li Chun reassured her, affectionately ruffling Cold Xiner's hair, while discreetly glancing at Cold Bing to gauge her reaction. In the past, at such moments, the mindless woman would become infuriated at the sight of his affection for the moonlight, leading to a fierce confrontation. However, contrary to Li Chun's expectations, Cold Bing merely cast a cold glance in their direction. My mother is fine. She was merely startled by the accident scene. You may leave now. And I've told you not to call me Sister Bing in my presence. It disgusts me. Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Why was Cold Bing still so aloof towards him after all these days? Was she displeased that Cold Xiner was in his embrace? Was she still angry about that night in the hotel? Li Chun felt a twinge of irritation towards Cold Bing. Did she truly consider herself so important? Surely, after all this time, she should have calmed down. If this tension persisted, his chances of obtaining Cold Bing's assistance would be bleak, and his aspirations as an illegitimate son would remain unfulfilled. The thought of returning home to face the wrath of his biological father sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 55. The Resentful Husband. If his parents were to ponder over this matter, it would truly be the end. Li Chun could only manage an awkward smile, mustering his confidence to explain his actions. Sister Bing, I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. Xiner is still young. She must have been frightened by today's events. Sister Bing, has Annie undergone a full medical examination? Is there truly no other injury? I know a highly skilled doctor at the city hospital. Perhaps we should transfer her there for a checkup. Raised in a rural setting, Li Chun believed the city hospital to be the epitome of medical excellence, viewing establishments like the Cold family's private hospital as mere private enterprises. However, Li Chun's intentions were not entirely altruistic. While he outwardly expressed concern for Cold Mother, inwardly he wished for her demise, hoping for her to suffer severe injuries. How could Cold Xiner manage the family's wealth and companies if Cold Mother remained unharmed? Oh dear, why does this situation feel so amiss? At this moment, the woman should be vying for Cold Xiner's favor, perhaps crying and exclaiming, Brother Chun, I'm so scared. I can't bear to be away from Mother. Brother Chun, my heart aches. I comprehend that Sun is surely still seething over the incident with her paramour that day. It is quite surprising how stubborn she is, holding on to her resentment for such an extended period. However, I cannot recall her exhibiting such vexation towards me. Could it be due to her relationship with that man? As a devoted husband, ought I not to assist Sun in this matter? If she does not reconcile with her paramour soon, I will be unable to expedite my divorce and, consequently, my pursuit of the lovely secretary. This cannot be allowed. Thus, I must first aid her paramour. But how might I assist him? Sun, with her domineering personality, is both proud and petulant, making her quite challenging to handle. Wait a moment, I have an idea. Since her paramour enjoys presenting himself as the ever-attentive Chun-Go, I shall simply express it as such. For the sake of this couple, I, the clever, intelligent, and considerate husband, am truly troubled. No, I have transformed into the astute, wise, and caring ex-husband. Zhu Tianfan stepped forward with a radiant smile directed at his wife, Lung Bingning, and remarked, "My dear, since Chun-Go is so concerned about mother, why not invite that doctor over for a consultation? The consultation fees are hardly a burden for the Lung family, are they?" Upon finishing, Zhu Tianfan confidently nodded at Lung Bingning, believing his assistance would surely please his domineering wife. However, his words and nod were met with peculiar glances from everyone present, save for Lung Bingning and Zhu Tianfan. They all harbored a different thought. Is he mocking his wife? Could their marriage be in jeopardy? Especially the reclusive Cold Star Chu and the flamboyant Cold Star Che, who blurted out, "Sister, you're not actually going to." The first to react was Lung Bingning. "Be quiet," she coldly retorted at her brothers, spitting out the words with disdain. She never anticipated that her hapless husband, Zhu Tianfan, would become so theatrical, essentially placing her in a metaphorical furnace, repeatedly subjected to ridicule. That insufferable man. How dare he not? Do I truly require such well-meaning assistance? What I need is for him to remain silent. If this hapless husband continues, I fear our parents might genuinely become distressed over nothing. Lung Bingning took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and, with a frozen expression, suppressed her mounting fury. Glaring at Zhu Tianfan, "Darling, you appear fatigued. Let us return home." Li Chun cast a surprised glance at Zhu Tianfan. Could this foolishly devoted husband have experienced a moment of clarity? Why would he assist him and mock Lung Bingning? If this is indeed the case, it bodes well for him, as he eagerly seeks to intervene between the couple. As long as he aligns himself with the devoted Zhu Tianfan, he can easily speak ill of Lung Bingning, ensuring that the couple's marriage is on the rocks. He has witnessed numerous couples in rural areas quarrel and divorce over mere words from outsiders. A domineering female CEO like Lung Bingning, wealthy yet lacking in intellect, serves as a stepping stone on the path to his success. It is utterly unworthy for a sycophantic and ineffectual husband like Zhu Tianfan to possess a brainless yet affluent wife. Sister Bingning, my brother Tianfan speaks the truth. Your mother must undergo a thorough health examination. Brother Chun has already made arrangements for you. Li Chun, with a smile gracing his face, began to search for contact information on his phone, simultaneously referring to Zhu Tianfan as brother for the first time, believing that this gesture would deepen their bond. Unbeknownst to Zhu Tianfan, he remained oblivious to the scheming intentions of the treacherous Li Chun, perceiving his solicitousness as merely insincere flattery. "Oh, this woman is once again casting her cold gaze upon me. As an ex-husband, I am evidently inferior to the deceitful brother Chun, who assists you only to be met with disdain. Alas, how unfair life is. Yet what is this scoundrel plotting? To address me as brother is utterly shameless. More so than that woman. Indeed, a rogue is never to be trusted. He must be concocting some nefarious scheme. However, given that the scoundrel has spoken thus, why does that woman remain motionless and trembling? Is she too overwhelmed by gratitude for his assistance to utter a word? As a husband who is both astute and considerate, I feel it is my obligation to lend a hand. Truly, I am a devoted and helpful partner. Perhaps my display of loyalty will ensure a more generous settlement during our divorce. Indeed. I misspoke. Brother Chun, with such heartfelt assistance, why does my wife linger idly? She should rush forward to express her gratitude." Zhu Tianfan, with a face full of sincerity and a smile, uttered words that were perceived as deeply sarcastic by those around him. Only Lung Bingning understood that her resentful husband's words were not meant to mock. Yet she could not articulate this truth. To explain would only complicate matters further. This feeling of wanting to express, yet being unable to do so, drove Lung Bingning to the brink of fury. "Cursed man! Why do you not perish? This truly defies all reason. In this moment, Lung Bingning was engulfed in a whirlwind of regret, anger, injustice, and unquenchable resentment. She regretted her desire to eavesdrop on her husband's thoughts, failing to silence him in time. She was furious at her past foolishness in being so enamored with the scoundrel Li Chun, having inadvertently lost the love of her devoted husband. She felt wronged for all she had done for her husband, yet he remained as indifferent as ever, even viewing her as a threat. Her unresolved hatred lingered, stemming from her inability to expel Li Chun from their home at the first opportunity or to slap him across the face. She cursed the heavens. She cursed the earth. She cursed herself. Yet, the one person she could not bring herself to hate was her devoted husband. Taking a deep breath, Lung Bingning reassured herself to maintain her composure. At this moment, it was of utmost importance to take her husband home, ensuring he would not speak further, for tonight she risked igniting an explosion within their household. Lung Bingning is acutely aware of her husband's status in the eyes of her parents, a son-in-law who has been subjected to the tyranny of a ruthless daughter for 12 long years. Now, as her husband utters such sarcastic remarks, her parents are bound to conjure up all sorts of thoughts. Should her brothers, Sang-gu and Chi-gu, carelessly mention the desire for a divorce, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Observing Zhu Tianfan's beaming countenance, Lung Bingning cast him a chilling glare, reminiscent of an ice-pick piercing one's eye, truly terrifying. After a series of gritted teeth sounds, she finally spat out 2 icy remarks. Husband, mother is fine. There's no need to trouble anyone further. Let us return home now. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you. Chapter 56. Sisters, Adulterers, and Servants. This family is not worthy of trust. Return home? Haha, I understand. Sun woman wishes to avoid discussing divorce in front of her parents and elder brother. After all, a formidable CEO seeking a divorce to pursue an adulterer would be quite shameful. If only she had spoken of it sooner, I would have been more understanding. Sun woman, truly. What a foolish creature. Prepare a meal for me? Ha ha ha. Now I see. The genuine farewell dinner is upon us. TSK. Sun woman is finally ready to divorce me. How splendid. A ray of light in my life. Tonight, I shall confess my feelings to Gu Qingcheng. The beautiful secretary awaits. La, Sun woman, I have assisted you in every way I can. The rest is for you to resolve. However, I cannot let my esteemed in-laws 100 million yuan slip away. How shall I hint to them for the money? Should I be direct? Or perhaps a wink? I must ponder this. Fine, my dear, whatever you say goes. Zhu Tianfan nodded, then fell deep into contemplation, devising a plan to procure the evening's greatest benefit, 100 million yuan. Lung Bingning, overhearing this, let out a sigh of relief. Her husband's silence was a blessing. So obedient and compliant, he deserved a rewarding evening. Today, she had resolved that once they returned home, they would close the door and discuss matters privately. Even if her husband wished to demand several billion, the topic of divorce must not arise at this juncture. However, Lung Bingning's hopes were overly optimistic. Zhu Tianfan's restraint did not guarantee that Li Chun would exhibit the same. Bingning, you have misunderstood. Tianfan is merely being considerate. How could we dismiss him? It's good to have him here to check on Andy. Bingning, don't you agree? Brother Chun is genuinely concerned about Andy's health. Li Chun, with a confident toss of his hair and a beaming smile directed at Lung Bingning, presented himself as the quintessential gentleman genuinely invested in her and her mother's well-being. What an insufferable scoundrel. How dare he intrude? My husband has no objections, so what is his purpose here? Lung Bingning seethed with frustration. She had finally managed to soothe her resentful husband, making him refrain from his theatrical antics. Now, with the arrival of the paramour, a torrent of words ensued. What if her disgruntled husband spoke of divorce again? Wasn't that a calamity? Cold Bingning silently cursed Li Chun, feeling that her day had taken a turn for the worse upon encountering such a despicable man. How could she not confront this scoundrel when she was unable to deal with her resentful husband? The thought made her temples throb, her fingers cracking ominously. This wretched man. I will take my time to settle scores once I'm home. But right now, I shall vent my frustrations on you. Cold Bingning quickly regained her composure, her eyes emanating a chilling frost as she cast a piercing glare at Li Chun. Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. I have told you not to call me Bingning's sister again. Do you take my words lightly? After this remark, she forcefully shoved aside the pretentious Cold Sheener, who was feigning sobs while clutching her chest, her gaze challenging. Get lost. With that, she seized Li Chun by the collar, her hands flying towards his astonished face. The resounding slaps echoed, each one fueled by her pent-up rage, a reflection of the rigorous military training she had undergone from her elder brother. After delivering several blows that left Li Chun bloodied and dazed, Cole Bingning's expression remained icy as she uttered a chilling warning. "If you dare to call me Bingning's sister in front of my husband again, you shall see what I am capable of." Her fierce and ruthless demeanor left everyone present in stunned silence, each person mentally critiquing the scene unfolding before them. Her resentful husband, Zhu Tianfan, lamented inwardly. "Why must my wife strike down her paramour again? Poor fellow, what did he do to deserve her wrath? Now, even the birds in flight and the stray dogs will feel her fury." Cold Xingqiu, the third brother, remarked, just as the seventh brother said, "Once the brother-in-law is involved, she will certainly unleash her wrath." Cold Xingyuan, the fourth brother, pondered, so this is what the third brother and seventh brother were referring to. But what has caused her to become so tempestuous? Her strength is formidable. Cold Xingbi, the seventh brother, noted with a hint of amusement, "Here it comes. Whenever there is a connection to the cowardly brother-in-law, she remains consistently fierce." Cold Shuda, their father, reflected solemnly, "Such a domineering and merciless daughter, I pity her gentle husband. Thankfully, she hasn't turned her wrath onto her own spouse. Alas, how could I, a learned and refined merchant, have birthed such a fierce and unyielding daughter?" Li Jingyu, their mother, sighed. "Oh, poor son-in-law, enduring life with such a fierce daughter must be unbearable. At least she refrains from striking her own husband, which brings me some comfort." The maid, Shun Peilon, lamented, "This daughter truly is ruthless, attacking outsiders with ease. Today, she has struck her opponent, and in the future, her husband may also feel her wrath. How unfortunate is my fate. Alas, Shuda, you have been cultured in propriety your entire life. Yet you have produced a wretched creature like Lung Bingning." The adopted daughter, Lung Xiner, lamented, "Oh, my foolish sister is so overbearing." Brother Chen merely uttered a single word and was met with violence. Should I intervene? Will I be struck again? Perhaps it is wiser to merely offer words of persuasion. "Oh, Brother Chen, what troubles you?" she cried. "Sister, how can you be so heartless? There is truly nothing between Brother Chun and me." She then implored, "Brother-in-law, do persuade sister. Brother Chun may be beaten to death." With her hand pressed against her heart, Lung Xiner approached Zhu Tianfan, her pallid visage reflecting immense suffering, as if she might collapse from the inability to breathe. Her behavior incited another surge of rage within Lung Bingning. Another shameless wretch stood before her, and Lung Xiner's delicate demeanor was unmistakably an attempt to seduce her resentful husband. With a frigid demeanor, Lung Bingning confronted Lung Xiner, her gaze as sharp as a blade. "Sister, you are hardly innocent." She seized Lung Xiner by the collar and swiftly delivered 4 resounding slaps. After being struck twice, Lung Xiner was so terrified that she fell to the ground, rendered incapable of further lamentation. "How frightful! How frightful! My foolish sister's eyes are terrifying, akin to ice blades piercing one's soul." Yet, a troubling thought plagued Lung Xiner. Despite the brutal beating from her domineering sister, why had her adoptive parents not yet come to offer solace? In the past, they would shower her with concern at the slightest grievance from Lung Bingning. Alas, it seems an adopted daughter is not held in the same regard as one's biological offspring. Look at this. Witness the cruelty inflicted upon the adopted daughter, while her parents merely observe as if it were a spectacle. Even if the curses of Lung Xiner reached the ears of her adoptive father, Lung Shuda, and adoptive mother, Li Jingyu, they would not intervene. After all, who cares for a daughter so ungrateful? However, Lung Xiner's biological mother, Shin Peilon, felt genuine compassion, quickly pulling her daughter behind her for protection. "My lady, this cannot continue. The second young lady is still your sister. Further violence may harm her health." Though Shin Peilon was indeed pained, she maintained a demeanor befitting a servant as she sought to mediate. After unleashing a torrent of slaps upon the wretched man, Li Chun, and the despicable Lung Xiner, much of Lung Bingning's fury had subsided. Yet, upon seeing Shun Peilon, the enemy of the Lung family, her ire surged anew. 1 strike is permissible. 2 strikes are justified. 3 strikes are even better. The more, the merrier. With a cold glare directed at Shin Peilon, the biological mother of Lung Xiner, who was destined to bring ruin to her parents, Lung Bingning declared, "Since you wish to defend that wretched girl, you shall not depart unscathed." With that, she seized her collar once more, preparing to unleash her wrath. Is that so? It appears you are far from virtuous yourself. With a sharp clap, Lung Bingning turned coldly to Zhu Tianfan after finishing with Shen Peilon. Her eyes as frigid as the gaze of a snow queen surveying the realm below, devoid of any emotional warmth. Darling, you must be weary. Let us return home. She commanded. Third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother, please escort our parents back. Such is the nature of a domineering female CEO, unyielding and assertive. Chapter 57. A grand secret unveiled. The maid harbored covetous desires for her father's and the Lung family's wealth. My dear wife, I shall heed your words. Zhu Tianfan, witnessing Lung Bingning's icy demeanor, could only respond stiffly. The domineering CEO had declared their departure, yet the unscrupulous Li Chun, in his misguided cleverness, dared to intrude with his incessant chatter, provoking Lung Bingning's ire and potentially bringing calamity upon the entire family. How utterly foolish. Fortunately, he was astute enough to acquiesce to Lung Bingning's wishes. Alas, how pitiful for this family to provoke a woman like Sun, the unyielding CEO, who is never one to relent. Yet, the scoundrel persists. Despite my assistance, he insists on prattling on, proving himself a hopeless case. Now, he has indeed dug himself a grave. As for a woman of Sun's caliber, having been caught in infidelity, why does the paramour not humble himself and offer a sincere apology? An enraged woman, once her fury has reached its zenith, is a force to be reckoned with. Alas, Sun's declaration of returning home surely means a retreat to the manor. What a shame that her parents have lost a fortune tonight. My heart aches for them. That scoundrel. He is the root of all this turmoil, yet he dares to feign innocence? Humph, what a heartless wretch. And come nightfall, she shall see how he faces her wrath. Darling, let us depart. Lung Bingning had no desire to endure the presence of the repugnant Li Chun any longer and urged Zhu Tianfan to leave with her. At that moment, the maid Shen Peilon seemed to regain her senses, pulling Lung Shiner before Lung Shuda and Li Jingyu, wailing, Master, Madam. This matter must be resolved for the second miss. Just look at her pitiful state. Will she not suffer a concussion? The unfortunate second miss, timid and weak since childhood, had endured such treatment without the courage to retaliate. Lung Bingning cast a disdainful glance at Shen Peilon, preparing to take her leave, when she inadvertently overheard something both revolting and shocking. TSK. Shen Peilon is indeed a scheming woman. Ever since the arrival of my esteemed father-in-law, her eyes have sparkled with adoration, as if she longs to cling to him. But it is understandable. My father-in-law is a man of culture and grace. Even in his twilight years, he remains an exceptional gentleman. It is only natural for Shen Peilon, with her past indiscretions, to find herself enamored with him. He. Little does Sun know that Shen Peilon has coveted my father-in-law for decades, though she has concealed her desires remarkably well. Indeed, I recalled that after the matriarch became a vegetable, the patriarch would divide the family fortune, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to caring for her, with Shen Peilon similarly by his side. This profoundly moved the patriarch. If I am not mistaken, the reason the matriarch and patriarch perished in a fire within less than 2 years, aside from the machinations of Lung Shiner and Li Chun, likely involved Shen Peilon's insidious influence. It seems that after Shen Peilon's confession was rejected by the patriarch, her vindictive nature, believing that if she could not have him, no one else should, led her to acquiesce to Lung Shiner and Li Chun's demand to set the fire that claimed their lives. She even assisted in fabricating evidence. What a treacherous maid Shen Peilon is, harboring such malicious thoughts, not only coveting the Lung family's wealth, but also attempting to exploit her father's intentions. Lung Bingning halted her steps, turning to glare down at Shen Peilon with icy disdain. What? Do you still wish to complain to my father? The formidable aura of Lung Bingning, coupled with her piercing gaze, rendered Shen Peilon utterly speechless, shrinking away like a quail trembling beneath its wings. Sister, how could you act this way? Shen Auntie is merely a maid. She has done nothing wrong. Why direct your anger at me? Lung Shiner hurriedly stepped in front of Shen Peilon, clutching her chest and appearing pale, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Simultaneously, to display her docile and understanding demeanor, Lung Shiner feigned weakness, as if perpetually under the oppressive weight of Lung Bingning's wrath. Sister, I have explained numerous times that the incident with Sister Ryue and Brother Chun was merely a misunderstanding. Nothing transpired between us. Lung Shiner continued. I understand you harbor doubts about me, but you cannot distrust Brother Chun, nor hold a grudge against him indefinitely. Just look at what you have done to him. In her desperation to maintain her image as the caring and gentle daughter before her adoptive parents, she bent over, clutching her heart in a display of feigned agony. Sister, if my actions have led to misunderstandings regarding Brother Chun, or misunderstandings concerning my husband or Shinani, I sincerely apologize. Lung Xiner's heart raced with anxiety. It was utterly unfathomable that her adoptive parents could merely stand by as she and her biological mother, Shin Peilon, were subjected to Lung Bingning's slaps. Although she could not comprehend why her adoptive parents did not rush to embrace her as they typically would, she endeavored to maintain the appearance of being considerate and well-behaved. Truly deserving of the title of the Lung family's darling. Always wearing a face of grievance, it is no wonder the patriarch and matriarch favored Lung Xiner so dearly. Nor that Lung Bingning, this domineering CEO, is so unappealing. What a clever tactic it is to feign weakness. What a strategic retreat. Lung Xiner's pitiful expression evoked a sense of unfairness in me. It seemed as though Lung Bingning was perpetually bullying her. Lung Bingning internally scoffed at the thought. Disgraceful man. How could one admire Lung Xiner so much and not appreciate one's own domineering CEO wife? However, Lung Xiner, that wretched girl, possesses a certain degree of skill, yet such tactics are futile against her. Lung Bingning, with a frosty demeanor, placed her hands over her heart and leisurely stood before Lung Xiner, her gaze fiercely dominating. Firstly, who is Li Chun to even think he qualifies to seek a doctor in our family hospital for my mother's health? Secondly, regardless of the relationship between you and Li Chun, it bears no relevance to me, and I harbor no anger towards you. Cease your self-deception. Thirdly, Aunt Shun is a servant of the Lung family. If she errs in her words or actions, why should I refrain from reprimanding her? You, dear sister, are merely an adopted daughter. Ask yourself, do you truly deserve this? Lastly, what does Li Chin amount to? He is fully aware that I have been married to my husband for 5 years, yet in his presence, he dares to call me Bingning's sister. Does he not know his place? Lung Bingning's barrage of questions left Lung Xiner at a loss for words. Li Chin may not understand the esteemed position of the Lung family's hospital in the Magic City and surrounding provinces, but surely she does. Moreover, Li Chin knows that my sister and brother-in-law have been wed for 5 years. Addressing me as Bingning's sister in front of my husband indeed carries insidious implications. Though Lung Xiner found herself speechless, it did not prevent her from resorting to underhanded tactics. The next moment, her eyes reddened, brimming with tears that cascaded onto her dress. Shortly thereafter, it appeared as if she could scarcely breathe, her complexion turning pale and devoid of color. Still not quite enough. Her face grew paler once more, and she staggered, collapsing onto the ground as if struck by an insufferable blow, trembling and sobbing in place. What does this signify? Why do her parents, Lung Fu and Lung Mu, remain indifferent? Why does no one come forth to comfort her, to express sympathy? Are they truly allowing their biological daughter to torment their adopted one? Meanwhile, Shin Peilon found herself puzzled. Previously, Lung Shuda and Li Jingyu had doted on their biological daughter, Lung Xiner, as if she were fragile. Now, they stood aloof, observing coldly. Strange, why have the in-laws suddenly gained clarity, permitting the Su woman to chastise Lung Xiner? In the past, the elderly couple had shown great concern for their adopted daughter. Whenever the Su woman spoke, they would conjure numerous justifications to coddle her. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. Allow the Su woman to discipline her. In my view, the elderly couple should continue this detached observation. Their biological offspring is clearly favored over the adopted one. Chapter 58. For the happiness of my sister and brother-in-law, the reserved fourth brother, Lung Xingyuan, worries unceasingly. On the side, brother-in-law, come here for a moment. Ji Tianfan, noticing the 3 Lung brothers gesturing, curiously approached. Brother-in-law, do you know what is going on with my sister? Why is her temper so volatile? The enigmatic cold Xingyuan, with an expression of curiosity, quietly inquired of Zhu Tianfan, as if he were witnessing the icy cold Bingning for the very first time. I am uncertain, he mused. My wife has been rather irritable these past few days, prone to anger and even violence. It must be that her monthly cycle is approaching. Surely you understand, Zhu Tianfan remarked. A woman's mood can be affected by 2 primary factors. Either her period is upon her, or she is entering menopause. The 3 men, Cold Xingqiu, Cold Xingyuan, and Cold Xingxia, nodded in unison, recognizing the truth in his words. At just over 20, my sister is far from the age of our mother. Thus, the most likely explanation is indeed her monthly cycle. Women, during those 7 days of bleeding each month, often become particularly irritable. Having been married to his domineering sister for 5 years, the resentful brother-in-law should have been well aware of the days when she experiences her cycle. Stealing a glance at Cold Bingning, who was still admonishing Cold Sheener, Cold Xingyuan swiftly produced a card and a USB drive from his pocket, discreetly handing them to Zhu Tianfan. With a knowing smile, he began to speak seriously, brother-in-law. This month I have procured some delightful treasures, figures from the two-dimensional realm, and exquisite photographs and videos of three-dimensional beauties. You and my sister ought to explore them together tonight. Every couple needs a bit of spice in their relationship. He continued, women, after all, may appear tough, but are often soft-hearted. I have saved over 20 million in this card. Perhaps a small gift will appease her mood. A man must not be without funds. Furthermore, my brother who studies medicine once mentioned that a woman deprived of a man's affection may experience hormonal imbalances, leading to irrational thoughts. Brother-in-law, do ensure you consume that kidney-nourishing tonic. Do not let her down. If a woman feels disappointed, thoughts of divorce may creep into her mind. You two have worked hard to be together. Divorce must be avoided at all costs. Though my sister can be domineering, she remains a woman, and with a little coaxing, her heart will soften. After imparting this wisdom, Cold Xingyuan patted Zhu Tianfan on the shoulder with a melancholic gaze. Ah, for a married man, having merely 250 yuan for pocket money each month is indeed a lamentable state. One can only wonder how long this card will remain in his possession. Zhu Tianfan regarded the USB drive and bank card in his hand with an expression of disbelief. Cold Xingyuan, despite his cold and ruthless exterior, was a warm-hearted elder brother, concerned even about the private matters of his sister and brother-in-law. Fourth brother, I understand. Rest assured, I shall not surrender at this time. I will also view the contents of the USB drive. Feeling grateful for the thoughtful assistance of his elder brother, Zhu Tianfan recognized the importance of the newfound wealth. Indeed, Cold Xingyuan, the epitome of the family's subtle charm, devoted himself to the well-being of his sister and brother-in-law's marriage, providing them with a USB drive each month. Tonight, I shall secretly examine what treasures lie within. I recalled that the woman named Sun seems to always take the USB drive, only to return it to the brooding fourth. One wonders if she has ever peeked at its contents. Alas, what a transgression it would be in a past life to neglect such treasures. How utterly wasteful. Sun shall meet her comeuppance. Dear brother-in-law, heed my words. Your sister, though tough on the exterior, possesses a tender heart. She may appear domineering, but she truly cares for you. The brooding fourth, Lung Xingyuan, felt a sense of relief upon seeing Zhu Tianfan clutching the card tightly. He had heard from third brother and seventh brother that this unfortunate brother-in-law was finally on the path to self-improvement, and indeed, upon their meeting, it seemed true. Just look at him, adorned in flamboyant pink attire, no longer clad in the somber black he once favored. His meticulous preparation for this unfortunate brother-in-law had not gone to waste. The USB drive, while it contained a typical array of two-dimensional and three-dimensional photographs, the real gems were the narrative videos within. Each depicted couples in discord, on the brink of divorce, only to either have their marriages shattered by outsiders or experience an unexpected resurgence of passion that enriched their union. They were even dubbed as cavalry films post-translation. It took him considerable time to select these, as each served a purpose in teaching the importance of harmony within marriage. The flamboyant seventh, Lung Xingcha, chimed in, Indeed. Brother-in-law, you haven't surrendered the bank card I gave you, have you? Even if you have, it matters not, for third brother has this card. Let us purchase some gifts to appease your sister tonight. I understand women's psychology well, brother-in-law. You must not continue to be so meek. Meanwhile, the reclusive third, Lung Xingchu, remained as ever, a silent observer, only speaking when matters of computers and video games arose. Just as the four men contemplated shifting the conversation to other topics, an unexpected voice pierced the air. What are you for whispering about? Lung Bingning, having overheard Zhu Tianfan's complaints, felt a surge of discontent and approached the three brothers and her unfortunate husband with a frosty demeanor. What a scoundrel of a man! He unjustly accused her, when it was clear that her unfortunate husband had voluntarily surrendered the USB drive. He claimed that a good man should never gaze upon other women, that couples need not engage with such frivolities, and what manner of a man would indulge in such trivial pursuits. Furthermore, she had her principles. It was evident that the USB drive given by fourth brother was intended for men. How could she, as a woman, dare to confiscate it and pry into its contents? Would that not be a slap in the face to both fourth brother and her unfortunate husband's masculinity? As the four men raised their eyes, they beheld the formidable presence of their sister, wife, Lung Bingning, standing before them, her gaze icy. In an instant, the reclusive third, brooding fourth, and flamboyant seventh retreated several steps and promptly feigned ignorance. Anyone witnessing Lung Bingning's current demeanor would realize one undeniable truth. In matters concerning one's brother-in-law, it is prudent to refrain from involvement. Otherwise, the domineering sister of the CEO may resort to cold disdain or even resort to violence. Zhu Tianfan, confronted by the icy demeanor of Lung Bingning while his three brothers abandoned him to face her alone, felt a surge of resentment. "Oh, it's nothing, dear wife. The three brothers were merely inquiring about our return home." To conceal the valuable items in his possession from Lung Bingning's discerning gaze, Zhu Tianfan discreetly tucked his right hand behind him. These were treasures indeed, 20 million yuan and a USB drive, which must not fall into Lung Bingning's hands. Lung Bingning looked at Zhu Tianfan's concealed hand with a dismissive curl of her lip. This foolish man, does he think I am unaware of what he is hiding? It's merely a bank card and a USB drive. In the past, her husband, often a source of annoyance, would dutifully present these items to her each month. However, one might argue that in this new life, her once tiresome husband had transformed into a rather audacious individual. At least he no longer bore the tiresome demeanor of seeking her approval at every turn. Tonight, Lung Bingning was curious to see if her husband truly possessed the courage to view the contents of the USB drive gifted by the fourth brother. If he hesitated, she would compel him to confront it by opening the computer, all the while delivering a few well-deserved admonishments to this man who often harbored unspoken grievances against her. "Is that so, dear husband? Then let us return home," she remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Tianfan as she gently looped her arm through his and exited the hospital room. In passing, she seized her phone to send a few messages to her mother, Li Jingyu. "Mom, I will take Tianfan back to the villa. By the way, please keep an eye on Shen Peilon. Her gaze towards Dad seems rather unsettling. Though Dad is rather oblivious, as a woman, I can immediately sense her ill intentions." Chapter 59. The calculations of the foster daughter and the enlightened mother. Shen Peilon? A rival? No, rather, an adversary. Li Jingyu pondered the message from her daughter, her mind delving into contemplation. She was acutely aware of the nuances in a woman's gaze, particularly since her husband, Lung Shuda, was renowned for his striking handsomeness at the onset of their marriage, and later became a prominent figure in the business world, attracting the attention of numerous women. Admiration, flirtation, reverence, and desire were all sentiments reflected in the eyes of those drawn to him. Previously, Li Jingyu had perceived Shen Peilon's gaze as that of a mere maid admiring her master, given their disparate social standings. It was inconceivable that Lung Shuda would seek a maid as a lover. However, it now appeared that Shen Peilon's gaze was imbued with a potent mix of possessiveness and desire. Was her plan to eliminate her own daughter, Lung Shiner, and son-in-law, Li Chun, only to then usurp her husband and gradually seize the wealth of the Lung family? The thought sent a chill down Li Jingyu's spine, igniting a fierce desire to apprehend the three before her, Shen Peilon, Lung Shiner, and Li Chun. Yet, she ultimately heeded her daughter's earlier counsel. Meanwhile, Lung Shiner, witnessing her sister's departure with her brother-in-law, began her performance. "Mom, have I done something wrong? Why does my sister treat me this way? Brother Chun, Aunt Shun, they have all been beaten." Cold-hearted air covered her chest, trembling as she approached her foster mother, Li Jingyu, tears streaming down her face as she recounted her grievances. "Indeed, madam, the second young lady is so unfortunate. Faced with such a domineering young mistress, she can only endure the bullying. Madam, what should we do if the second young lady is injured?" Meanwhile, Shen Peilon, witnessing the scene, also approached with her swollen face, adding fuel to the fire, as if she were a bystander championing the second young lady's cause. At this moment, Li Jingyu's emotions were complex. Looking at the foster daughter she had raised for over 20 years, and the maid Shen Peilon who had served the family for the same duration, she could hardly believe that these two ingrates could be so malicious and cunning. These two, old and young, not only plotted to usurp the Cold family's wealth and threaten her life, but also sought to steal away the man she had shared decades of companionship with. Now, After being reminded by her daughter, Lung Bingning, Li Jingyu could no longer ignore her feelings or empathize. These were two treacherous wolves, intent on claiming the Cold family's fortune and her man. With a cold demeanor, Li Jingyu uttered a decisive statement. Enough, you need not say more, return home. Heir, take Li Chun to the nurse's station to tend to his nosebleed. Your sister is not entirely incorrect. As a maid, if she makes mistakes or speaks out of turn, why shouldn't she be punished? If Peilon is unwilling to perform her duties, she may leave. With an impassive glance at the astonished Shin Peilon, Li Jingyu felt a moment of derision before turning back to cold-hearted Heir. Heir, your man, Li Chun, is fully aware that your sister is married. Why does he still address her as Sister Bingning in front of your brother-in-law? Such ambiguous terms can easily lead to misunderstandings, and I believe you understand their implications. If you were in her position, would you be comfortable with it? These words from her foster mother left cold-hearted Heir utterly stunned, scarcely believing that they were spoken by Li Jingyu, who usually held a different tone. In just a few hours, why had her foster mother's attitude shifted so dramatically? Could it be that their plan had been exposed? No, if that were the case, the three of them would certainly not linger in this hospital room. Cold-hearted Heir clung to hope, desperately looking at her foster father, Lung Shuda, wishing he would stand up for her, even if it meant offering some form of compensation. Yet, unlike before, Lung Shuda regarded her with the same indifference as a stranger passing by. Anxiety welled up within her. What could her detestable sister have said before her arrival to evoke such coldness from her foster parents? Cold-hearted Heir could only dig her nails into her palm, using the pain to jolt her senses. Why? Why was this happening? How could everything spiral out of control in such a brief moment? Meanwhile, Lung Bingning leisurely drove her Rolls-Royce toward the city center. Zhu Tianfan remained in his usual position in the passenger seat, quietly admiring the flawless profile and perfectly curvaceous figure of Lung Bingning. Alas, why must such a beautiful woman, like Su, tempt me with her side profile and form? I must preserve my resolve and not be swayed by her allure, lest I face dire consequences. Sigh, today has truly been a significant loss. If I do not visit the villa tonight, I shall forfeit the 100 million yuan bestowed upon me by my esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law. It is all the fault of that oblivious scoundrel who provoked Su to such anger. Now, I have lost my money. Su has indeed been increasingly irritable these past few days, quick to resort to violence. I wonder if she is truly experiencing her monthly discomfort. Wait, if Su is indeed unwell, will my life not become even more unbearable? It seems she suffers from dysmenorrhea. What if she employs the excuse of needing me to prepare brown sugar water, only to unleash her wrath upon me? Zhu Tianfan suddenly lost interest in admiring Lung Bingning's voluptuous form, his mind consumed with worries about her impending discomfort. According to his previous memories, it appeared that Lung Bingning experienced severe dysmenorrhea, often turning pale and on the verge of tears during such episodes. Nevertheless, she was remarkably resilient, enduring the pain with grit. Had it not been for his prior preparations, she might have fainted from the agony. As Zhu Tianfan sifted through his memories, he uncovered a revelation. Lung Bingning's dysmenorrhea was merely physiological and could be alleviated through various remedies, such as applying a warm towel to her abdomen, soaking her feet in hot water up to her knees, or using ginger slices for moxibustion at her navel. Additionally, consuming brown sugar water or ginger soup could provide relief. While the most effective remedy would be for the couple to engage in intimate relations regularly. In cases of pathological dysmenorrhea, one should consider endometriosis or adenomyosis, as well as the possibility of pelvic inflammatory disease, thus advising women to seek medical examination and treatment. Noticing Zhu Tianfan lost in thought, Lung Bingning became curious. Could this man truly fear her? It seemed plausible. Ever since her husband's rebirth, he had been more subservient than a dog, and now, observing his troubled expression, she realized he was concerned that during her menstruation, she might unleash her temper upon him. What a pitiable man. How could the formidable CEO's wife ever strike her husband? That would be utterly embarrassing. Punishing the scoundrel Li Chun was inconsequential, as he was merely an outsider. Husband, what occupies your thoughts? Lung Bingning mused, deciding to offer him a semblance of comfort to prevent his overthinking. Throughout the years, during her monthly discomfort, her husband had always been there to care for her. Though he may lack accolades, he certainly deserves recognition for his efforts. Zhu Tianfan raised his head, casting a furtive glance at Lung Bingning, pondering the meaning behind her words. Could it be that she was already seeking to gauge his thoughts regarding the farewell dinner planned for the evening? The woman had mentioned preparing a sumptuous meal, ostensibly for their parting feast. Was she now inquiring about his preferences? If she intended to cater to all his desires, perhaps finalizing the divorce agreement tonight wouldn't be such a bad idea. After all, with a fortune of 120 million already in hand, he could certainly afford a comfortable life alongside the beautiful secretary for the rest of his days. Wait a moment, this isn't the route home. It leads to his in-laws' villa. Hadn't she stated they were returning for one last farewell dinner? Was she having second thoughts about the divorce? Ugh, this woman is truly unpredictable, deserving of all the heartache she creates. To the lovely secretary, he silently apologized, reasoning that for the sake of their future and the prospect of providing more for their children, he must endure the humiliation and continue to bide his time beside this unpredictable woman. Surely, she would understand his plight. Chapter 60. Wife, look at the UFO. Huh. Why won't the car door open? Zhu Tianfan assessed the situation internally, glancing at Lung Bingning's piercing gaze, and ultimately uttered a disingenuous remark. And no, I was just admiring your profile, my dear wife. Your face is truly beautiful, and it captivates me immensely. This was the first time he had uttered such insincere flattery, hoping it would suffice to appease her. Surely, she wouldn't be upset now. This universal response was foolproof. Women, even the most formidable of them, relish kind words. Truly, I am a clever, charming, quick-witted, and handsome man. In all honesty, while Lung Bingning was indeed beautiful, her character left much to be desired. She was domineering, easily angered, and often critical. Marrying such a woman was a grave misfortune. How he longed for the lovely secretary to be by his side, as she would undoubtedly greet him with a warm smile, embrace him, and gently whisper, "Dear brother, are you tired? What a wretched man. You don't deserve her affection." The well-meaning intent to console her resentful husband only resulted in his internal complaints about her, while he reminisced about the beautiful secretary. What makes her inferior to Gu Qingqing? Her visage is more stunning than Gu Qingqing's. Her figure is more voluptuous. Her worth surpasses Gu Qingqing by leaps and bounds. Her family background eclipses Gu Qingqing's entirely. The only shortcomings lie in her bust and temperament, which are not as generous and gentle as Gu Qingqing's. Could it be that these minor aspects overshadow all her other virtues? So you desire a kiss, do you? I must teach you a lesson before I can sleep tonight. With that thought, Lung Bingning abruptly slammed on the brakes. Shooting Zhu Tianfan a frigid glare, she coldly uttered, "Is that so, my husband? Then close your eyes and bring your face closer to me." Zhu Tianfan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Lung Bingning, despite her usual disdain for flattery, was so infuriated that she sought to strike him? This was inconceivable. Zhu Tianfan distinctly recalled from his predecessor's memories that no matter how angry Lung Bingning appeared, she was still a woman at heart, and women generally delight in compliments. Do they not? Alas, this is it. I am truly doomed. Is this woman compelling me to present my face for her to strike? I cannot possibly meet the same fate as that scoundrel. Perhaps I should open the car door now and make my escape while she is distracted. It would surely be preferable to enduring a beating from her. Yes, that is the plan. The image of the scoundrel bleeding profusely from his nose sent a shiver through Zhu Tianfan, causing him to tremble and stammer. My dear wife, we need not close our eyes for this. Wife, look, a flying saucer. With that, Zhu Tianfan pointed toward the sky outside the car window, immediately pressing his hands against the door, eager to flee. What? Why was the door unresponsive? Oh no, it was locked. How utterly infuriating. Darling, where's the flying saucer? I don't see it. Lung Bingning chuckled coldly, leisurely glancing outside the window before turning back to Zhu Tianfan, delivering a bone-chilling remark. My dear, did you not realize that I lock the doors as soon as I get in the car? Zhu Tianfan blinked, his lips twitching, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish, devoid of any spark. He had indeed forgotten Lung Bingning's habitual precaution. She always locked the doors upon entering for safety. With this bulletproof Rolls-Royce, without her unlocking it, he was utterly incapable of opening the door and escaping. My dear wife, could you be gentle, please? I fear pain. Zhu Tianfan resignedly closed his eyes and leaned forward. Ugh, this woman is truly cursed. Her inexplicable rage and desire to strike her loyal husband are unfathomable. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Please strike this woman down with a bolt of lightning. Such a rebellious soul deserves to have her heart and liver extracted. Ugh! Just moments ago, I witnessed her slap the scoundrel repeatedly, laughing at his misfortune, and now the tables have turned, with her poised to unleash her wrath upon me. And there is no one in the car to witness. Life is so unpredictable, akin to a convoluted twist of fate. Well, once I acquire the funds from my in-laws tonight, I shall boldly announce my intention to divorce at the dinner table. This foolish man, who would have thought he would fear his wife so? His heart races uncontrollably. Perhaps a little intimidation would suffice. Better to retreat while ahead, lest I frighten him into a heart attack, and then I would be the one suffering. Lung Bingning observed Zhu Tianfan with his eyes closed, a faint smile gracing her lips. This unfortunate husband was so full of inner turmoil. She had no intention of truly striking him. Indeed, the face of my resentful husband is truly handsome, etched deeply in her heart. Observing the unnatural pallor on his visage and the rapid thumping of his heart, Lung Bingning let out a cold chuckle and leaned in, exhaling warm breath heavily onto Zhu Tianfan's face. What is happening? Is this woman trying to suffocate me with her fragrant breath? Is this some kind of final meal before my demise? I've heard that some psychologically twisted women reward men before tormenting them. But could it be that this woman has such a peculiar penchant? This is absurd. I am not a masochist. Wait, how come I never noticed this peculiar trait in her in my previous life? Could it be that she has been so enraged by her lover's infidelity that she seeks revenge? This woman truly plays with fire. Wake up, woman. I am not your lover. I wouldn't treat you with the affection of a brother to his sister. I wouldn't even cherish your kiss. If it were a kiss from a beautiful secretary, I might actually feel moved. At that moment, Lung Bingning was nearly driven to madness. This dog of a man had just thought of kissing her, yet now he was both disdainful and calling her a pervert. What a frustrating man. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap him hard enough to rattle his brain and see if it truly was muddled. With a cold glare, Lung Bingning cradled Zhu Tianfan's forehead and pressed her lips firmly against it, then left 2 heavy red lip prints on his cheeks. After completing her task, she exhaled deeply. Buckle up. I'm driving now. This infuriating man. Now are you satisfied? With a serious demeanor, she focused her gaze ahead, starting the car. Her face revealed no emotion, only an icy demeanor. As for the 3 vivid lip prints adorning Zhu Tianfan's face, that was entirely intentional. Should he dare to utter the word divorce in front of his family tonight, she would have every reason to cover her mouth. And if her family didn't believe her, those red marks would serve as the perfect evidence. Moreover, she was confident that Zhu Tianfan would remain oblivious to the 3 marks on his face. With his cunning nature, he might very well go to sleep without realizing they were there. At that moment, Zhu Tianfan suddenly opened his eyes, slumping in his seat. Goodness, this woman nearly scared me into fainting. I thought I was about to receive a dozen slaps. Thankfully, she only bestowed 3 kisses upon me. But how domineering of her. If she wanted to kiss me, she could have just asked. Why resort to such a ruthless display? It's not like I would refuse. Ugh, she nearly scared me to death today. Chapter 61. Something is off with my wife. We explored the entire villa. Lung Family Hope Hospital. After the 3 Cold brothers departed with their parents and the maid, the hospital room was left with only Cold Sheener and Li Chun. Cold Sheener immediately clutched her heart, her face etched with pain as she collapsed into Li Chun's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks like a torrent. Oh, Brother Chun. Does it still hurt? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you to the hospital. I'm so sorry. I never anticipated that my sister would be so tyrannical and heartless. To Li Chun, Cold Sheener was the ethereal light of his life, and he too held her in the highest regard. Since their first encounter, Cold Sheener had been profoundly enamored with him, especially when he would gently ruffle her hair. Gazing at her with eyes brimming with tenderness, his smile perpetually confident, as if no challenge in the world could ever daunt him. Unfortunately, Li Chun often lamented his lack of security, expressing his feelings of inadequacy as a son who had yet to prove himself worthy of his biological father's acceptance. This saddened Cold Sheener deeply, compelling her to consider parting with all her savings to support her beloved in his entrepreneurial endeavors. Yet, whether due to Li Chun's inherent lack of business acumen or his profound insecurities, despite her generous contributions, his entertainment company showed no signs of thriving. In a moment of desperation, Cold Sheener and Li Chun devised a plan that involved Cold Bingning. Initially, Cold Bingning, the foolish and naive sister, was easily swayed by Li Chun's charming words, completely oblivious to their intentions. However, in recent days, This seemingly simple-minded sister had shown signs of newfound cleverness and a volatile temperament, quick to resort to violence. On this particular day, Li Chun was brutally slapped multiple times by Cold Bingning, causing him to bleed from his nose. It was unbearable for Cold Sheener to witness, and her heart ached painfully. Sister Sheener, the reason Bingning has acted this way is due to our misunderstanding. Do not worry, I hold no grudges. Moreover, her aggression towards me signifies that she still cares. She is merely upset now, but once she calms down, she will undoubtedly continue to support us. Seeing Cold Sheener in tears, her fragile demeanor almost breaking him, Li Chun felt an overwhelming urge to have her rest on the hospital bed. But Brother Chun, am I foolish for being unable to assist you with this matter? If your entertainment company does not receive further funding, it may face bankruptcy. This is your only hope. Cold Sheener gazed at Li Chun with wide, yearning eyes. Brother Chun is so gentle and understanding. Even after being struck by my foolish sister, he remains unperturbed. Li Chun shook his head. Having failed in his plan to eliminate Cold Mother, he knew he must seek alternative solutions. He felt no urgency regarding the entertainment company. With the substantial funds Cold Sheener had provided, the prospect of bankruptcy seemed a distant concern. However, the inability to achieve greatness, strength, or success, and the failure to satisfy the patriarch of the Li family is the true concern. No need to rush. Since the assassination attempt on Li Jingyu has failed, we shall halt our actions against the Lung family for now. I will return and contemplate a strategy to seize the entertainment company with an investment of billions from your brother-in-law. Li Chun gently patted Lung Sheener's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. It is time for you to return home. Be sure not to give anything away. With tears streaming down her face, Lung Sheener looked at Li Chun and softly inquired, will you think of me often, Brother Chun, when I return home? Li Chun nodded affirmatively. Sister Sheener, I will. In that instant, the gazes exchanged between Li Chun and Lung Sheener transformed into a sweet, syrupy connection, reminiscent of candied sweet potatoes. Brother Chun, let us go to the restroom. A minute later, Lung Sheener, satisfied, adjusted her dress while smiling through her tears and waved goodbye as she left the hospital room. However, once Lung Sheener departed, Li Chun's expression hardened. With Lung Sheener unable to assist, he would turn to her dear friend, Lan Riyue, for help. Lan Riyue, also one of his women, would be more effective in her capacity as a close friend rather than as a foster daughter of Lung Sheener. This time, he was determined to leverage Lan Riyue's influence to secure the billion-dollar investment for his entertainment company. After Li Chun's departure, a nurse promptly entered the hospital room, retrieving 4 hidden camera needles from various corners before sealing the door behind her. Meanwhile, Lung Bingning, accompanied by Zhu Tianfan, headed straight to the villa. Finding no one home, she immediately began plotting with her unlucky husband, Zhu Tianfan. Lung Bingning reasoned that since her unfortunate husband was a reborn individual capable of recognizing the treachery of the ungrateful Shin Peilan, he could also discern if there were any other similar ungrateful souls within the villa. If so, they could be dealt with directly. After wandering for over half an hour, it appeared that the bodyguards, servants, and maids at home were not displaying any suspicious behavior, each one appearing quite innocent. However, it was also possible they had yet to return, leading to a missed opportunity or oversight. Naturally, Zhu Tianfan, sporting 3 fiery lipstick marks, piqued the curiosity of the bodyguards, servants, and maids, who began speculating about what mischief he had been up to. Some of the more astute servants immediately guessed that Zhu Tianfan's day had been anything but ordinary, flaunting 3 bold lipstick impressions in broad daylight while accompanying the young lady home. Unless the young lady had left those marks herself, with her domineering nature, it was entirely possible she could have given Zhu Tianfan a severe beating. Son, why are you dragging me around here? Aside from the river view, there's nothing worth seeing, just various maids and servants. To be honest, the maids and servants in the Lung family villa are quite mediocre, far inferior to those in our own estate. Could it be that my in-laws fear the 7 uncles might engage with the maids and servants? Strangely, today these maids, servants, and female bodyguards regard me with peculiar glances, seemingly infused with an ambiguous allure. Could it be that I have become more handsome? This possibility is indeed plausible. After all, I am no longer the sycophant I was in my previous life, nor am I ensnared in the torment of a certain woman. Life, oh life! I am on the verge of liberating myself from the clutches of that formidable enchantress. Cold Bingning listened with a sense of disdain as Zhu Tianfan rambled on in his mind, displaying no signs of anger, but rather a dismissive curl of her lips. Despite her husband's incessant thoughts of divorce, he remains utterly ensnared within her grasp. She is the illustrious and unyielding CEO of the metropolis, Cold Bingning. Darling, my parents have returned home. Shall we go greet them? Zhu Tianfan blinked in surprise. What has come over Cold Bingning today? She just guided him through the entire villa, and now she insists on descending to welcome them. This is unprecedented. All right, as you wish, my dear. Could it be that the formidable woman has experienced a bout of insanity or fever, leading her to greet her in-laws with such enthusiasm? Perhaps the near accident involving her mother has prompted her to cherish her parents and accept their incessant nagging? Yet, knowing her domineering nature, it would not be surprising if she soon grew cold and dismissive again. Regardless, such matters are of no concern to me. I must focus on the substantial sum of 100 million yuan in pocket money promised by my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Oh dear, it seems I have overlooked a vital matter, neglecting to visit the hospital for a male-specific examination to confront that woman. Alas, it is all her fault. She insisted on dining together, and now I have missed an invaluable opportunity for a complimentary examination. That woman truly deserves a fate most unfortunate. That man, how dare he bring this up? If he were to undergo an examination, his heart would surely shatter. Cold Bingning's expression remained frosty as she cast a withering glance at Zhu Tianfan and slowly descended the staircase. Father, mother, brother San, brother Si, brother Qi, Aunt Shun. You've returned. Zhu Tianfan, hand in hand with Cold Bingning, beamed with joy as he called out to greet his in-laws, the Cold family. As for whether he saw Cold Sheener return home, it was of no concern to him. After all, that dark-hearted flower would not bestow any fortune upon him. So he chose to ignore her entirely. Chapter 62. The beginning of revenge, with the first target being Cold Sheener's biological mother, Shun Peilon. Sister, brother-in-law, have you both just emerged from your room? The three brothers, Cold Xingqiu, the introverted third brother, Cold Xingyuan, the brooding fourth brother, and Cold Xingxia, the flamboyant seventh brother, observed their sister Cold Bingning and her husband Zhu Tianfan descending the stairs, the latter adorned with 3 vivid lip prints. They exchanged knowing smiles, reminiscent of amused ants. What a loving and eager couple they are. No wonder they returned home early. It seems they were engaged in passionate endeavors within the villa. Particularly, the introverted third brother, Cold Xingqiu, felt a significant relief upon witnessing the marks upon Zhu Tianfan's face, believing that his domineering sister would not be parting ways with her husband after all. Otherwise, he would seek out the second brother to persuade his sister. For that scoundrel Li Chun is clearly not a good man. To divorce for the sake of Li Chun is undoubtedly one of the most foolish actions one could take. The introverted third brother, Lung Xingqiu, is acutely aware of the sister's husband's character. If she were to divorce, she might never find a man as admirable again in her lifetime. Lung Bingning, having achieved her objective, coldly nodded in agreement. Yes, she had just been admiring the scenery with her husband upstairs. Of course, Lung Bingning also received a text message along with 4 video clips regarding Li Chun and Lung Sheener. Admiring the scenery? Standing by the bedside? Oh, the youth indeed plays boldly and thinks freely. Lung Fu, Lung Shuda, and Lung Mu, Li Jingyu, gazed at the lipstick mark on their son-in-law's face, and a heavy burden finally lifted from their hearts. Just moments ago, the son-in-law's peculiar behavior in the hospital had nearly induced a heart attack in the elderly couple. They feared that their headstrong daughter had truly wronged him. However, after witnessing their daughter's fierce confrontation with Li Chun and the involvement of their foster daughter, Lung Sheener, and Shun Peilon, the couple began to reconsider their assumptions. Now, with 3 lipstick marks on the son-in-law's face that he had no time to wipe away, it implied that the couple's relationship was not as dire as they had imagined. Otherwise, they would not have so hastily indulged in their affections before the couple's return. Once it became clear that there was no issue between her daughter and son-in-law, Li Jingyu began to plot her revenge against Shun Peilon. In the Lung household, Shun Peilon had diligently cared for the foster daughter, Lung Sheener, during her 20-plus years as a maid. Lacking children, a husband, and any relatives, Li Jingyu regarded Shun Peilon as a close confidant, a sister, even akin to family. Whatever Li Jingyu possessed, Shun Peilon would certainly receive as well. Conversely, anything Shun Peilon lacked, Li Jingyu would ensure she obtained. Thus, upon learning of Shun Peilon's betrayal, Li Jingyu felt the deepest sorrow. Peilon, please prepare a cup of tea for the young lady and son-in-law. After speaking, Li Jingyu subtly signaled to her husband, Lung Shuda, to find a reason to dismiss Shun Peilon from her position as head maid and replace her with a more loyal servant. Simultaneously, they would enhance surveillance on the relationship between Lung Shiner and Shun Peilon, whom they regarded as ungrateful. Though Li Jingyu was unaware of her daughter Lung Bingning's reasons for not directly dealing with Shun Peilon, she still supported her daughter's approach. As for the foster daughter, Lung Shiner, both Li Jingyu and Lung Shuda had yet to make a definitive decision regarding her fate. After years of nurturing, their bond remained profound. They merely suggested confining Lung Shiner to the villa. Yes, madam. Shun Peilon, unaware of Li Jingyu's true intentions, assumed that Li Jingyu sought to engage more with her daughter and son-in-law, so she personally brewed 4 cups of tea. Peilon, what is wrong with this tea? How did you prepare it? You serve tea like this for the young lady and son-in-law? Lung Shuda took a sip, frowned, and then slammed the cup down on the table, his face contorted with anger as he glared at Shun Peilon. Shun Peilon gazed skeptically at the 4 cups of tea she had prepared with her own hands. Despite following her usual methods, using the same tea leaves and water, why was Master Lung Shuda so irate today? Unperturbed, Shun Peilon brewed herself a cup, adhering to the same technique, and took a few sips in front of everyone. Master, this tea seems perfectly fine. The leaves and water were prepared just as before. After speaking, she turned her hopeful gaze towards Li Jingyu, wishing her dear friend could provide an explanation. After all, this was the lady of the house, akin to family. How could you ruin such top-grade Longjing tea? Peilon, this tea is worth a staggering 100,000 per pound. It was specially procured at great expense. Li Jingyu frowned, took a delicate sip, and disdainfully set down her cup, pointing at the Longjing leaves within. Peilon, you have truly disappointed me. Look at how the leaves have unfurled. They should have formed tender green buds, presenting a golden bell shape in the cup. I have been far too lenient with you over the years. Perhaps it would be best for you to return to the kitchen for some retraining. She waved her hand dismissively at Shun Peilon, indicating she should report to the butler and remain in the kitchen for her lessons. In truth, the so-called training consisted of menial tasks such as peeling potatoes, trimming bean sprouts, peeling garlic, and chopping scallions. Of course, Li Jingyu was intentionally stirring the pot, knowing Shun Peilon's proud nature. After having served as head maid for so long, she would be reluctant to return to the kitchen, likely complaining bitterly. Once she did, it would provide Li Jingyu with a valid reason to address Shun Peilon's shortcomings. Shun Peilon cannot brew tea properly? It's glaringly obvious. Isn't this a result of your own indulgence, mother-in-law? A mere act of feigned weeping from Lung Shiner would soften your heart immediately. From a mere maid to the head maid of the Lung family, enjoying all the luxuries just like you. Zhu Tianfan took a sip of the tea, and indeed, it was unimpressive. The 100,000 per pound Longjing tasted no different from the 10 yuan per pound tea sold by the roadside. It was truly a waste of precious resources. What a pity to treat such fine tea so casually with just hot water. I wonder how much Shun Peilon has squandered. Perhaps I should visit my in-laws tonight and request some tea to bring home? Unexpectedly, Lung Bingning cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Tianfan. Was her husband, who often lamented, not scolding her anymore? Did he still want tea? Typically, he preferred plain water. Had he even changed his taste since his rebirth? Her spirits lifted at the thought. Her husband not berating her was a significant relief. That evening, she would visit her parents to acquire more tea, intending to brew it for him personally. If it wasn't enough, she would procure more. If he desired other types of tea, she would ensure to acquire even the 10 most renowned varieties. Meanwhile, Shun Peilon felt increasingly flustered. Ever since she had ascended to the position of head maid and called Li Jingyu her close sister, each day had been filled with adoration and esteem. Even in matters of indulgence and leisure, her lifestyle was on par with that of Li Jingyu. She enjoyed the luxury of a chauffeur when venturing out, and at home, aside from casually brewing tea, she was relieved of any household duties, with even her garments meticulously hand-washed by other servants. Yet now, due to a mere incident involving tea, she found herself dispatched to the kitchen by Li Jingyu to peel potatoes, remove the roots from bean sprouts, peel garlic, and chop scallions. How could Shun Peilon possibly endure this indignity? Madam, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. I did not mean to offend. She pleaded. Please, I beg of you, have mercy. Shun Peilon thought that such a display of supplication would surely elicit some compassion from Li Jingyu. However, before Li Jingyu could utter a word, Lung Shuda issued a command. What a disgrace it is to weep like this in front of your daughter and son-in-law. Housekeeper, dismiss Peilon from her position as headmaid and send her back to learn how to properly serve. By the way, housekeeper, find someone skilled in tea preparation to brew tea anew. Lung Shuda slammed his teacup down on the table, his face a mask of fury as he ordered the ever-respectful housekeeper to expedite the replacement. Shin Peilon was left utterly dumbfounded. Without the status of headmaid, what right did she have to maintain her elevated position in the Lung household? What grounds did she have to be treated with reverence? To live in the comforts of a lady? Moreover, why hadn't her close friend, Li Jingyu, stepped forward to defend her or to reason with her husband? As these thoughts brewed within her, Shin Peilon's heart sank with discontent. Li Jingyu often referred to her as a dear sister, yet now, in her moment of crisis, she sat impassively as if watching a play unfold. Chapter 63, Wretched Man. Even the tea brewed by a skilled artisan could ignite one's ire. Shin Peilon, ever resilient, resolved to endure this humiliation for the sake of her future and her daughter, Lung Exiner. Yes, she thought, with a flicker of resentment in her gaze. She would prostrate herself before Li Jingyu, grasping her hand with earnest, humble pleas. Madam, I truly cannot afford to lose my position as headmaid. How am I to survive? I promise to improve. I will learn the art of tea brewing. I will enroll in a remedial class immediately. Alas, Shin Peilon's optimistic musings were swiftly dashed as Li Jingyu merely waved her hand dismissively, uttering a single, chilling phrase that extinguished all hope. Housekeeper, why do you not heed the master's words? Take Peilon away and assign someone to supervise her. Peilon, since you are unwilling to assist in the kitchen, you may serve as the toilet cleaner instead, as we are in need of one for the servants' restroom. When you finally come to recognize your errors, I shall request the master to restore your title as headmaid. What a cunning maneuver by Li Jingyu. How splendidly hypocritical. She often prattled on about sisterhood and familial bonds, yet now, her so-called training amounted to nothing more than relegating Shin Peilon to the kitchen to peel potatoes, remove bean sprout roots, and peel garlic. Not only had Lung Shuda stripped her of her title, but he also condemned her to a position as a toilet cleaner. This was not merely a punishment, but a wish for her utter degradation. Shin Peilon has come to a profound realization. Li Jingyu, the venomous woman, is willing to use her as a pawn to maintain her lofty position as the lady of the house. At this moment, Shin Peilon's heart is engulfed in a torrent of hatred, feeling that despite having cared for the Lung family for over 20 years, her worth is reduced to that of a mere cup of tea. Given another chance, she would undoubtedly be the first to eliminate Li Jingyu, that vile creature, along with her 7 sons and 1 daughter. Yes, my lord, my lady, I shall take her away at once. Although the butler was perplexed by his master Lung Shuda's usual amiable demeanor and today's sudden outburst of rage, he swiftly ordered the removal of Shin Peilon, secretly believing her fate was sealed. As Li Jingyu watched Shin Peilon being escorted away by the butler's men, a sense of malice and murderous intent flickered in her eyes. She could not help but lament how Shin Peilon is an ungrateful wolf raised by her own hand. After all those years of care, her true nature was revealed in a single moment. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan stood in bewilderment, observing Shin Peilon being taken away. This situation feels utterly bizarre. Why has my father-in-law dismissed Shin Peilon from her position as headmaid over something as trivial as making tea, relegating her to a mere toilet cleaner? And isn't my mother-in-law quite close with Shin Peilon? They often refer to each other as sisters or best friends. Yet today, she coldly rejected her. What a strange occurrence. Speaking of which, where could that wretched Lung Exiner be? Her own mother is being demoted to a toilet cleaner among the servants. Surely, she is not off indulging in some illicit romance with her lover. Poor Sun woman, her paramour clearly does not love her. Just look at him, preferring to dote on his white moonlight in the hospital rather than spending a moment with her. He wouldn't even bother to call her. Ugh, what a foolish and brainless woman Sun is, destined to have her heart and liver torn out by her lover. That scoundrel. She cursed him inwardly again. Here she was, merely seated with her tea, watching her mother deal with the old harpy Shin Peilon, while her resentful husband sat beside her, grumbling about her perceived foolishness and lack of intellect. In the past, Lung Bingning would have slapped Zhu Tianfan across the face, but now she could only endure. Alas, how torturous it is to mistreat a husband for a fleeting moment, only to pursue him to the depths of despair. That wretched man truly knows no bounds. She had even considered purchasing more tea leaves to appease him. Ugh, that scoundrel is unworthy of her efforts. The more Lung Bingming thought about it, the angrier she became. How could it infuriate her so much to lower herself as a domineering female CEO to chase after a husband? With a heavy hand, she set her teacup down on the table, casting a cold glare at Zhu Tianfan, wishing to ignore him and pretend she hadn't heard his complaints. A few minutes later, the butler sent over a skilled tea master to prepare tea. The tea master, equipped with professional tea utensils, sat before Zhu Tianfan and Lung Bingming, wearing a high-neck, thigh-slit tea-green qipao that accentuated her slender figure. The pair of long, alluring legs captivated Zhu Tianfan, rendering him speechless, as he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and express his admiration. Here lies an expressive emoji. Ah, what a splendid pair of elegant legs. It appears that the father-in-law has a penchant for such aesthetics, which explains why the mother-in-law possesses a similarly slender and graceful figure. However, it is quite puzzling that while the mother-in-law bore 7 sons with such tall and slender builds, she gave birth to a daughter like Sun Nu, who is voluptuous and fair-skinned. Truly a mystery. This tea artist is indeed a specialist employed by Lung Shuda to brew tea for visiting guests. Though not exceptionally striking, her oval face and delicate figure, complemented by a Chong Sam, immediately reveal her as an elegant and intelligent woman. In contrast, Shen Peilon's tea brewing skills are hardly noteworthy. She is merely regarded as family by Li Jingyu and Lung Xiner, who allow her to serve tea only to relatives, with the tea artist executing a precise brewing process. Zhu Tianfan soon found himself holding a cup of fragrant, top-tier Longjing tea. As he gazed at the cup before him, he inhaled deeply, savoring the rich aroma. What a robust fragrance! This truly is the epitome of Longjing tea. Without hesitation, Zhu Tianfan lifted the cup to his lips and swallowed a sip. Indeed, this Longjing tea, priced at a staggering 100,000 yuan per kilogram, exhibits the 4 renowned characteristics of vibrant color, exquisite shape, rich fragrance, and mellow taste, surpassing all others. Its unique subtleties and exceptional quality place it among the top 10 famous teas. Lung Shuda observed his son-in-law, who, for once, was partaking in tea drinking, and his spirits lifted immensely. This son-in-law finally honored him by drinking tea. Previously, he would rather sip plain water alone than join the others in enjoying tea. My dear son-in-law, do you relish tea? Here, take these leaves home and savor them. Lung Shuda beamed, handing several sealed jars of premium Longjing tea to Zhu Tianfan. Naturally, Zhu Tianfan accepted with delight. After all, this was exceptional tea worth 100,000 yuan per kilogram. Only a devoted admirer like him would disregard such fine offerings, opting instead to drink plain water for 12 years under the pretense of beauty. How could Sun Nu not have presented me with this exquisite tea earlier, compelling me to endure plain water alongside her? That scoundrel prefers coffee, and Sun Nu insists I partake as well. Bah! Sun Nu deserves her fate for such selfishness. Yet, how shall I brew such splendid tea? Perhaps I should enlist 5 voluptuous, stunning tea artists to prepare it for me. Yes, they should be at least 95 points in beauty, adorned in delicate green silk Chong Sams, performing a tea ceremony before me, and ultimately feeding me the tea with their mouths. Ha! By the way, I wonder if the beautiful secretary has ever learned the art of tea brewing. If she has, perhaps she could perform this task in the future. The thought of gently feeding tea mouth to mouth is exhilarating. As for Sun Nu, it's best to leave her out. With her domineering nature, it would be astonishing if she could brew good tea. Bah! Even if she did, no one would drink it. Oh, wretched man! May he meet a most unfortunate end. How could one dare to entertain such a tantalizing and ambiguous notion of brewing tea, and to suggest that Gu Qingqing assist in this endeavor, feeding it mouth to mouth? Is there truly any distinction between this and the behavior of a lustful hound? What infuriates me most is that she never compelled that resentful husband to partake in mere water, yet now she finds herself unjustly accused of coercion. Oh, what a tiresome man he is. As for the fact that the unfaithful Li Chen enjoys coffee, that little detail is duly noted and shall serve me well in future endeavors. Yet, the more I gaze upon my resentful husband, the more irksome he becomes. Bang! The more cold Bingming pondered, the angrier she grew, slamming the teacup down upon the table with a resounding thud, her cold gaze fixed upon Zhu Tianfan, wishing fervently to deliver a sharp slap across his cheek. That wretched man! He dares to propose mouth-to-mouth feeding? I ought to shatter his face instead and witness how he manages to kiss or eat thereafter. Chapter 64. Why is the domineering CO's wife upset again? And has she cracked the teacup? Crack. With the emergence of a fissure, the exquisitely crafted teacup, valued at several thousand, was thus shattered into halves by Cold Bingning's forceful action. What? The teacup is broken? Could it be that the woman is irate because her lover has not responded to her messages for quite some time? It seems entirely plausible. After all, how else could one shatter a teacup with such intention? Well, now one teacup is lost, rendering the entire precious tea set nearly worthless. Bah! That woman truly deserves no mercy. If she does not cherish the tea set, she might as well bestow it upon me. I recall my father-in-law mentioning that the set is worth over 5 million. How splendid it would be to take it home and brew tea with it. Why must it be shattered? Alas, I spent 12 years in the previous life with that woman and yet never possessed a tea set of my own. What a dismal existence. Bah! All blame lies with her. May she find no peace. However, it must be noted that her strength is indeed rather formidable, far beyond what one would expect from a woman. Bah! That woman is truly something else. With such strength, she resembles a warrior doll. Yet deceives me into doing this and that at home. What if she contemplates murder in the dead of night? Could she not easily suffocate me with a single hand? What a calamity! How did I ever find myself attracted to this woman? My judgment was surely clouded. Cold Bingning gazed at the broken teacup, listening to Zhu Tianfan's incessant internal tirade against her, and her anger surged once more to a boiling point. What a wretched teacup! Why must it conspire against me alongside my resentful husband? And that man continues to slander me. The recipient of my messages was not the unfaithful Li Chun, but my mother. Shin Peilon was dispatched to clean the toilets, yet Cold Sheener remains unoccupied and will undoubtedly create a scene upon her return. Cold Bingning felt compelled to signal her mother to remain stern. Indeed, her resentful husband is quite the actor today, now lost in the delusion that she might smother him in the night. Oh, what a pitiful man he is, terrified of his wife to this extent. Cold Bingning offered herself a moment of solace. Inhale, exhale, again inhale, again exhale. One must never exhibit even the slightest hint of anger, otherwise, upon detection by their parents, they would be subjected to yet another round of incessant reprimands. They would lament that a resentful husband is merely drawn to the sight of a tea artist's long, fair legs. If, in the future, the household were to be graced with more beautiful maids, wouldn't tea that incite daily indignation? Cold Bingning took a deep breath, suppressing the imminent eruption of her fury, gritting her teeth and feigning nonchalance. The quality of this teacup is truly abysmal. At that moment, the most astonished were not her father, Cold Shuda, nor her mother, Li Jingyu, nor even Zhu Tianfan, who was lamenting the loss of the tea set, but rather the 3 brothers of the Cold family. The instant Cold Bingning uttered those words, accompanied by her frigid expression, the brothers swiftly deduced that their domineering sister was once again incensed at her brother-in-law. Sister, brother-in-law, dad, mom, 4th brother, 7th brother, you all enjoy your tea. I shall retire to my room. The reclusive 3rd brother, Cold Xingqiu, gazed at the shattered teacup on the coffee table, alongside Cold Bingning's icy glare, and was utterly terrified. Just previously, during a dinner invitation from his sister, and even moments ago in the hospital room, she had exhibited the same cold demeanor, her face a mask of anger. As for the object of her ire, it was evident that the feckless brother-in-law had resolved to no longer be a pushover and was indeed resisting his domineering sister. How unreasonable of her! The brother-in-law merely glanced at the tea artist's well-toned legs. What was there to be angry about? He didn't even approach her. And then there was that ill-intentioned Li Chun, who Cold Xingqiu immediately recognized as a nefarious character. He couldn't shake the feeling that his sister was behaving strangely today. Perhaps she was unleashing her wrath upon Li Chun to prevent him from speaking. Cold Xingqiu resolved that when his second brother returned, he would implore him to reason with their domineering sister, urging her not to treat her brother-in-law so harshly and certainly not to consider divorce over another man. In this matter, Cold Xingqiu found himself firmly supporting Zhu Tianfan, believing that Cold Bingning was being excessively overbearing, prone to anger, and quick to cast icy glares. It truly was a remarkable feat for the beleaguered brother-in-law to have endured 12 long years of catering to his sister. After all, his two-dimensional paper doll wife would never exhibit such wrath. Wait. Suddenly, Cold Xingqiu was struck by a monumental realization. With that scoundrel Li Chen absent, who had served as a punching bag for his domineering sister, Would the brunt of her ire now fall upon the three brothers? Just as Cold Xingqiu contemplated rising from his seat, Cold Bingning's chilling gaze fell upon him, accompanied by a slow, icy declaration. Third brother, what do you think you are doing? Seated nearby, the brooding fourth brother, Cold Xingyuan, and the flamboyant seventh brother, Cold Xingxia, quickly grasped the situation. No wonder their third brother sought to depart. It seemed their domineering sister was once again incensed over her brother-in-law. Exchanging knowing glances, the two brothers turned their attention to the brother-in-law, who was indeed captivated by the tea artist clad in a qipao that revealed her long, slender legs. Disaster loomed. If their domineering sister was vexed with her brother-in-law, the consequences would undoubtedly befall the three of them. In unison, the brothers declared, Sister, brother-in-law, dad, mom, third brother. We shall retire to our rooms for a matter. You continue enjoying your tea. As for the third brother, he shall have to fend for himself. However, the two brothers rejoiced prematurely, as Lung Bingning let out a cold laugh, her piercing, emotionless gaze sweeping over them like a chilling wind. Heh, third brother is not leaving. And what of you fourth and seventh brothers? Are you also departing without enjoying your tea? It was over. This time, it was truly over. Anything related to her sister-in-law would surely provoke the domineering sister to lash out. The introverted fourth brother, Lung Xingyuan, and the flamboyant seventh brother, Lung Xingxia, both turned pale at the thought, regretting their decision to linger here for a few more sips of tea. Lung Bingning cast a disdainful glance at her three brothers, who huddled on the sofa like quail, and sneered. These three brothers were far less formidable than her husband, who at least had the audacity to confront her, often driving her to the brink of exasperation. In light of this, she resolved to treat her husband to some desserts, lest his simmering resentment continually irk her. With a dismissive eye, she scrutinized her brothers and languidly crossed her legs, articulating, Heh, it seems my three brothers are not inclined towards tea. Perhaps they crave some delicacies instead. Husband, what would you like to eat? Shall I order you a starter dessert? This wife. If she desired a sweet treat, she could simply voice it instead of dragging me into her schemes. How shameless of her. But fine, I shall play along to avoid her icy glares later. Oh, my dear wife, I long for the rock sugar blood swallow with papaya, preferably from the esteemed culinary establishment renowned for its exquisite stews, which caters to the elite of the city and prominent families, employing only the most authentic ingredients, all traceable. Zhu Tianfan skillfully named the most prestigious and luxurious stew shop in the magical city, known for its meticulously crafted delicacies. Thus, this culinary haven became Lung Bingning's favorite, particularly the rock sugar blood swallow with papaya, which she indulged in daily, 3 bowls, amounting to around 60,000 yuan. The previous incarnation had painstakingly apprenticed for 3 months to master the art of preparing bird's nest and other stews, all to better care for Lung Bingning. By the way, I suddenly recalled something. Ever since I ceased preparing breakfast for that woman and shifted to making stews, she has neither starved nor complained about Wu Ma's cooking. Humans are so prone to dramatics, and she is no exception. How lamentable it is to have devoted 2 lifetimes of sincerity, only to be met with disdain. Zhu Tianfan found himself reflecting on this, feeling it unjust. The previous incarnation had devoted his life to her, yet all he received in return was her indifference or impatience, or outright refusal to eat. Now, he barely lifted a finger, and yet Lung Bingning seemed to relish the stews prepared by the housekeeper, Wu Ma, without a trace of annoyance. Alas, in the end, it was the previous incarnation who suffered the most, a devoted fool. A fool, left with nothing in the end. At this moment, Lung Bingning, attuned to Zhu Tianfan's inner thoughts, felt as though her very lungs had been pierced once more. That wretched man. How could he curse her while she had graciously invited him to enjoy a nourishing meal? It would be better to purchase meat bones to feed the dog. At least the dog would wag its tail. However, the last words spoken by her husband resonated deeply with her. Cold and distant, she listened to Zhu Tianfan's heartfelt sentiments, feeling a surge of anger, yet also an overwhelming sadness and compassion. Her resentful husband chastised her internally, deeming her unworthy of anger or sorrow. Indeed, he was not entirely wrong. Her sincere affections had been squandered, akin to feeding a dog. Chapter 65. There exists a widow in the shadows. A captivating woman named Long Ling, who covets her husband. Perhaps in Zhu Tianfan's heart, she was even inferior to a dog. As Cold listened to her husband's final grumbling thoughts, guilt and regret washed over her. She recalled how her husband had endeavored to ensure she enjoyed the delicacy of rock sugar blood swallow stewed with papaya daily, even going so far as to apprentice at a culinary school. She was aware of this effort. Initially, she held it in contempt, dismissing him as a mere inept man incapable of learning anything worthwhile. Yet, a month later, her husband astonishingly gained the culinary master's personal guidance in the art of cooking stews and homestyle dishes. Cold was merely momentarily astonished, persisting in her belief that anyone could learn such simple skills. 3 months later, on the very night he graduated, her husband presented her with a bowl of rock sugar blood swallow stewed with papaya, seeking her praise. Instead, she scorned it as a trivial stunt, forbidding him from ever making that dish again, allowing only blood swallow, as she deemed it an affront to her cherished delicacy. Naturally, she had not treated the daily stews with the respect they deserved, often dismissing them with disdain or refusing to eat altogether, impatiently shooing him away. A year later, her husband had mastered even the most basic home cooking, and the culinary master himself declared him the most gifted man he had ever encountered. Yet, she remained dismissive, openly stating that his efforts were futile, which led to a public confrontation with the culinary master, culminating in her having to apologize to both her husband and the master, thus severing ties with the culinary school. Reflecting now, Cold felt profoundly shallow and ignorant. Her husband had sacrificed so much to earn the master's tutelage, and she had been so disdainful. In hindsight, she recognized her grave mistake in disregarding her husband's unwavering devotion and love over the past 12 years, taking it for granted as if it were her due. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she looked once more at Zhu Tianfan, her gaze filled with remorse and compassion. "What do you want from me?" she mused. "Surely, you do not wish to take my portion? How greedy you are. It seems you have everything you desire, yet today, you covet my share? Truly, you are a woman of insatiable greed, deserving of your fate." Her husband, indeed, was unworthy of her compassion or sympathy. A fleeting moment of concern for her husband was misconstrued as the gluttonous desire of a wicked woman, leaving her feeling utterly misunderstood. Cold Bingming shot a fierce glance at Zhu Tianfan, wishing she could slap him hard enough to crack open his skull, then spit inside, allowing that scoundrel to savor her disdain. That woman, Sun, dares to glare at me for my refusal. How domineering. Is it truly so delectable? This dessert of rock sugar blood swallow stewed with papaya? Fine, I concede. A respectable man should not squabble with a woman over a mere dish. Ugh. I can simply order a few more servings later, and we can share it. One bite for you, one for me, like a romantic toast. Ugh. Sun, you shall not partake then. That rogue. He grows more audacious, planning to secretly take his little mistress, Gu Qingqing, to indulge in rock sugar blood swallow stew, feeding each other bites? And she won't even get a share. That rogue. This is an affront to loyalty, a treachery of the highest order. The more Cold Bingming pondered, the angrier she became, raising her teacup to gulp down a generous sip, then slamming it back onto the table with a heavy thud. With a frozen expression, her eyes cold and unyielding, she fixed her gaze on Zhu Tianfan. Crack! A fissure appeared, and the newly acquired set of exquisite teacups was shattered into 2 halves by Cold Bingming's forceful placement. That rogue. Those worthless teacups. How dare these two unite against her? Truly outrageous. Is he too reluctant to reprimand the man, yet finds it easy to destroy the teacups? Slap. Cold Bingming struck the table with her palm, deciding to take matters into her own hands, burying the entire family of teacups. Butler, smash this set of teacups and the previous one into powder, then box them up and bury them in the garden. After declaring this, Cold Bingming still felt unsatisfied, noticing her husband ogling the legs of the tea artist. Husband, these teacups are indeed of poor quality. We shall not drink tea anymore. Remove all the teaware. Ignoring the astonished looks of her parents and the horrified expressions of her 3 brothers, she assertively proclaimed the teacup's inadequacy and ordered the tea artist to clear everything away. Dear wife, heed your words. Zhu Tianfan quickly sidestepped to feign death, fully aware that Cold Bingming was genuinely angry. As for the source of her ire, who could tell? Perhaps it was the lecherous Li Chun, or perhaps it was the cold-hearted Exiner, or her 3 foolishly doting brothers. Sun, how shameless. Why take your anger out on the teacups when you could have left them for me to enjoy? Even if there are only 11 left, I wouldn't mind. Alas, poor teacups, your master cannot save you now. Cold father and cold Shuda. Our dear son-in-law is quite the tea enthusiast. We must secretly gift him a set of teacups, lest our domineering daughter find out. Cold motherly Jingyu. How did I end up with such a headstrong daughter? My poor son-in-law, truly a trial for him. Homebody brother Cold Xingqiu. My brother-in-law is too unfortunate. Does my sister truly wish for divorce? No. Second brother can hardly persuade her. We must wait for eldest brother to return. In the midst of their conversation, the fourth brother, Lung Xingyuan, remarked to the seventh brother, Lung Xingqia, about the unfortunate plight of their brother-in-law, who must endure the domineering temperament of their sister daily. Alas, women with fiery tempers are indeed challenging to manage. He sighed. Lung Xingqia, with a teasing tone, observed the chaos that seemed to follow their family, asserting that any association with their sister would inevitably lead to turmoil, given her propensity for anger and incessant nagging. 15 minutes later, 7 bowls of rock sugar bird's nest with papaya were delivered. Darling, here, this is for you. Cold and aloof, Lung Bingning personally opened a bowl for Zhu Tianfan. What does this woman intend? Is she expecting me to play the role of Kong Rong, yielding my share of pears? How pretentious and greedy she is. Nevertheless, I shall indulge her. After all, my in-laws are set to bestow upon me a generous sum tonight. So consider this a gesture of goodwill. Sweetheart, you go ahead and eat. I'm not in a hurry. It matters not to me. Zhu Tianfan smiled warmly, pushing the bowl back, indicating that he was indifferent to the meal. Dog of a man. He has truly donned the mantle of a dramatist once more, comparing himself to Kong Rong, and speaking of goodwill as if it were a grand favor. A mere gesture worth millions. Humph. If it weren't for my reluctance to strike him, I would have long since made him reflect on his behavior. Sigh. Why is my husband so exhausting in this second life? Endure. Continue to endure. Strive to maintain my composure. Taking a deep breath, Lung Bingning fixed a cold gaze upon Zhu Tianfan and, gritting her teeth, declared, Darling, I specifically bought this for you. 1 bowl is sufficient for me. If that is the case, I shall certainly partake. Zhu Tianfan accepted the bowl of rock sugar bird's nest with gratitude, savoring the delicacy. To think this woman would generously share a bowl with me. Perhaps she has calmed down. Honestly, this bird's nest looks exquisite, devoid of impurities, and shines with a translucent brilliance. The flavor is authentic, perfectly sweetened, a testament to the skill of the elegant Long Ling. However, it is curious that Long Ling, who harbors a disdain for Lung Bingning, would not merely serve up something mediocre crafted by her disciples. I am pleasantly surprised by the sincerity of her offering. Oh, if only I had agreed to Long Ling's proposal in my previous life, to marry into the Long family and wed her. It would surely have been preferable to this existence with Lung Bingning. Learning culinary arts from Long Ling for a year would have been a true blessing. She genuinely cares for others, unlike Lung Bingning, whose heart remains as cold as ice after 12 years of care. What? Marry into the family? The widowed Long Ling dares to desire my husband? How is it that I was unaware? This dog of a man has never uttered a word of it. As Lung Bingning eavesdropped on Zhu Tianfan's thoughts, she was taken aback. Was it possible that besides Gu Qiqing, the widow Long Ling also sought to claim her husband? Seeing Zhu Tianfan lost in reminiscing while holding the bird's nest, Lung Bingning ceased her cold remarks, perking up her ears, determined to listen intently to his musings. Chapter 66. Cold and Anxious. Lung Bingning recalled an incident from her past life as she gazed at the rock sugar bird's nest stew with papaya in her hands. Her former self had indulged in a rather servile act, learning to prepare stews for his wife. According to her memories, her previous incarnation was indeed quite subservient. Lung Bingning had a penchant for savoring several bowls of the exquisite rock sugar bird's nest stew daily from the culinary establishment, which, however, did not accept reservations and only offered 999 portions within a specified time frame each day. Those wishing to procure the stews needed both economic means and social standing. And even Lung Bingning was limited to 3 bowls per day. Consequently, her former self took it upon himself to apprentice at the culinary establishment, aspiring to craft the delicacies for Lung Bingning. Initially, the owner, Long Ling, was reluctant to share the secret recipe, as it belonged to the Long family. However, after a month of earnest entreaties, she finally consented to teach him. Thus, every day, once Lung Bingning departed for her workplace, he would complete household chores before rushing to the culinary establishment for lessons, only to return home to cook just before her workday concluded. Perhaps due to innate talent or the fervor of love, he remarkably mastered the craft within 3 months and even received Long Ling's encouragement to further explore home cooking. Once he had become proficient in home cooking, Lung Bingning mocked him, prompting Long Ling to express genuine concern for his well-being. She confronted Lung Bingning, insisting on an apology from her, and even suggested that if he found no happiness with Lung Bingning, he could seek solace with her, even going so far as to become part of the Long family, which would be preferable to remaining with Lung Bingning. Her former self fell silent, deeply moved by Long Ling's sincere compassion, while Lung Bingning's frigid heart remained perpetually unthawed. Ultimately, he chose to remain with Lung Bingning, rejecting Long Ling's affections and continuing in his role as her devoted admirer. Zhu Tianfan, upon witnessing this memory, felt an overwhelming urge to confront his former self. What merits did Lung Bingning possess? She was domineering and heartless. Long Ling, the widow from the prestigious Long family in the capital, was the true woman who cared for him. Long Ling had opened a culinary establishment in Shanghai, seeking to escape a life burdened by the misfortunes that befell her on the night of her engagement when her fiancé tragically passed away. Sigh. One wonders how the formidable Long Ling manages alone in her culinary haven. Perhaps, after divorcing Sun, he might seek her out. It's worth noting that Long Ling and Sun share some similarities. Both are strong-willed. Yet Long Ling is not oppressive. She adheres to principles and will readily apologize and rectify her mistakes, even in public. In stark contrast, Sun is unyielding and cold, always attributing blame to others while never acknowledging her own faults. How foolish it was to have once been enamored with Sun. Women like the kind-hearted Gu Qingcheng or the assertive Long Ling are 1,000 times more worthy of affection than Sun. Yet, what if Gu Qingcheng, the beautiful secretary, refuses to leave Sun? Should I resort to abduction? This presents quite the dilemma. Perhaps I should consider approaching Long Ling and see if I could integrate into the Long family. It appears that the character from the narrative has never truly experienced love, and the allure of a strong and genuine woman like Long Ling is more appealing. Long Ling, of similar age and stature to the character, possesses a full and curvaceous figure, is assertive yet not overbearing, and genuinely cares for others. Her family background is even more illustrious than that of the character. When she departed from the culinary establishment, she had mentioned that if the character could not find happiness, she was welcome to seek her out. How splendid it would be to marry such an admirable woman. One might reflect that, rather than being with someone who does not reciprocate affection, it would have been far more fulfilling to join the Long family and be with a woman who truly cares. At least Long Ling would stand up to the character and demand an apology. Living together in the bustling metropolis would be just as enjoyable, regardless of formalities. Regrettably, these thoughts eluded the character in a previous life. The character feels immense frustration towards a man who, after gaining the affections of Gu Qingcheng, has begun to reminisce about Long Ling. Who is Long Ling? She is the esteemed young lady of the Long family, whose fiancé tragically passed away on the day of their engagement, leading to rumors of her being cursed in love. She relocated to the metropolis to find solace. But complications with her unfortunate husband have caused discord between her and Long Ling. Now, the man's tastes seem to have shifted dramatically, as he appears to fancy a widow. It is perplexing how he could desire a woman with such a tragic fate when he already has a beautiful, curvaceous, and commanding wife. Is he not wary of the potential for misfortune to befall him as well? Despite Cold Bingning's outward disdain and mockery towards Long Ling, she harbors deep-seated insecurities and fears that her unfortunate husband may distance himself even further. In her eyes, Gu Qingcheng is not a worthy rival. She perceives her as easily manageable. However, Long Ling is an entirely different matter. She exudes confidence and superiority in areas where Cold Bingning feels lacking. Long Ling possesses everything Cold Bingning has, and even excels in various aspects. Both women are comparable in appearance, but Long Ling's elegance surpasses that of Cold Bingning. In terms of business acumen and family background, Long Ling also holds an advantage. Moreover, she is a formidable woman who is willing to confront challenges head-on, as evidenced by her insistence on a public apology from Cold Bingning to protect her man and their culinary establishment. Who wouldn't he admire such a fiercely supportive partner, especially for a man like Zhu Tianfan who has endured heartbreak? As for the notion of being cursed in love, that seems trivial. A man in sorrow is unlikely to fear such superstitions. Ultimately, Cold Bingning lacks the confidence to win Zhu Tianfan back, fully aware that she has wounded his heart too deeply. Each day she finds herself contemplating divorce, unsure of how to mend his heart or what love truly entails. What has become of the domineering CEO's wife? Why has she forsaken the sweet delicacies she once cherished? Upon finishing the exquisite dessert of rock sugar and blood swallows nest stewed with papaya, Zhu Tianfan placed the vessel on the coffee table, only to observe Lung Bingning, who had taken a few bites of the dish but now stared blankly at him, her gaze devoid of focus. A sense of curiosity washed over him. What intentions did this domineering CEO's wife harbor? What is wrong with her? Holding the dessert, yet refusing to eat? Could it be that the flavor is unpalatable? Surely not. It is no different from what the elegant Long Ling typically prepares. Perhaps she now regrets offering it to me? Bah, what a tiresome woman, Lung Bingning. I cannot be bothered with your whims. Zhu Tianfan's thoughts drifted back to memories of the elegant Long Ling, suddenly igniting a vivid recollection. After being brutally crippled by the deceitful Li Chun and forced to crawl and beg on the streets, one fateful day it began to rain. Caught unprepared, he was unable to reach shelter. At that moment, Long Ling appeared, holding an umbrella and assisting him to a dry spot. They exchanged no words. Yet their eyes communicated an unspoken understanding. As she departed, Long Ling uttered a cryptic statement. All I can do now is this. The following day, he learned from passers-by that the most renowned food establishment in the magical city had changed hands, with the esteemed Long Ling abandoning her identity as the daughter of the Long family to become a nun at Wutai Mountain. No wonder he managed to survive, crawling and begging for decades to ensure a proper burial for Lung Bingning's family. It was all a sacrifice made by Long Ling. Elegant Long Ling? Long Ling the noble? Resolutely forsaking her identity as the Long family's heiress. The food establishment changes ownership, retreating to Wutai Mountain to take holy vows. How enlightening. In my past life, I truly failed her. It is evident. Given the treachery of that vile man, there was no chance he would let the past slip away. Nor would he be satisfied merely with crippling me for years of begging on behalf of Lung Bingning's family. It was Long Ling's sacrifice of her identity and the food establishment that facilitated this. Lung Bingning, you could never have imagined that the very Long Ling you opposed would aid you so much even after your demise. Lung Bingning, do not expect me to ensure your burial in this lifetime, nor should you anticipate Long Ling making any sacrifices for you. May you remain shackled alongside your deceitful husband. Chapter 67. That treacherous man, even my mother's gaze toward me has changed. Long Ling, a widow. She forsook her identity as the Long family heiress, abandoned the food establishment, ventured alone into monastic life, all for the sake of Zhu Tianfan, without expecting anything in return. A shiver coursed through Lung Bingning's body involuntarily. She introspected, asking herself if she were in Long Ling's position, would she pay such a price for Zhu Tianfan? The thought was too daunting to pursue, too unsettling to contemplate. She now recognized the answer within her heart. In an instant, Lung Bingning's spirits plummeted. Her recent self-indulgent affection for her resentful husband had merely been a self-deception. Compared to Long Ling, she realized she had never truly loved her resentful husband. It was only the flicker of hope that he provided for her and her family's survival that had motivated her. Gazing at the bowl of rock candy and bird's nest soup with papaya in her hands, Lung Bingning's desire to swallow it vanished, replaced by a piercing discomfort at the sight of the dish. Her husband, the one she had once resented, had meticulously prepared 6 bowls of this delicacy on his very first day back after completing his studies. Yet, rather than offering her praise, she felt it was an affront to her culinary standards. As for Long Ling, she had mocked her husband's lack of culinary skills. Yet she could fiercely defend her husband against Lung Bingning, even compelling her to apologize publicly. Compared to Long Ling, the devoted and affectionate widow, what use was Lung Bingning's heartless and domineering persona? She was even less than a mere ornamental figure in a wealthy household. How could she possibly compare to Long Ling? What if her husband, having given up on material wealth, chose to seek Long Ling instead, with only a marriage certificate to her name? Could she truly prevent her husband from departing? As she sat beside Zhu Tianfan, it felt as though an entire universe separated them. It was akin to what a friend had mentioned earlier that morning about a novel concerning the primordial era. Time was irrelevant. Only the calamities marked the passage of years. What was her situation if not similar? Inflicting pain upon her husband might bring temporary satisfaction, but pursuing him felt like a descent into hell. What should she do? Her husband seemed to drift further away, his heart no longer anchored to her. Competing with Long Ling seemed futile. The more she contemplated, the more anxious and fearful she became, entirely devoid of her usual commanding presence as a CEO. Her body trembled with fear, her hands quaking, dreading that Zhu Tianfan would abandon her. In an instant, regret and self-recrimination consumed her, and tears welled in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan, upon completing his thoughts, was struck by the sight of Lung Bingning trembling and shedding tears. He was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was wrong with her? Why was she trembling and crying? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Papaya had excellent diuretic properties. Consuming papaya or drinking copious amounts of papaya juice could easily lead to frequent trips to the restroom. Had she fallen ill due to the papaya? Poor woman, your cravings have led you to this. And now you're crying, seeking my assistance. Well, as your clever, resourceful, considerate, kind-hearted, and loving husband, I suppose I must help you. Falling ill in front of family can be quite embarrassing. He chuckled to himself, noting how effective papaya's diuretic effect was. He resolved to use this method to bring about her embarrassment in the future. Oh dear, what is the matter? Is the air conditioning too cold, causing you discomfort? Let me cover you up. Zhu Tianfan quickly removed his pink jacket and draped it over her lap. At that moment, Lung Bingning stared at him in shock. What on earth was wrong with this infuriating man? What was his mind composed of, always thinking of ways to embarrass her? Cold Ice Ning felt an overwhelming urge to slap her resentful husband across the head and then rise to force his head into the sofa, unleashing a torrent of curses. Wretched man, have you finally seen the truth? I am not unwell. I am merely terrified of losing you, my resentful husband. I fear that widow, Long Ling, will come to claim you. Cursed wretch, may you meet a terrible fate. Oh, how I long to weep. Alas, my anger has caused a pain to bloom in my chest. I wish I could strike this wretched man before me. No, I must endure. Long Ling, that widow, is still lurking nearby. Inhale, exhale, inhale again, exhale once more. Calm down, breathe deeply. Cold Ice Ning, in her fury, could only glare at Zhu Tianfan, forcing herself to utter a disingenuous phrase. Darling, I am fine, thank you. What a stubborn woman. Even now, she insists on holding it together. Bah, if you are unwell, then just admit it. I would not mock you. Bah, truly shameless. But alas, we are married. I shall be the good person to the end, assisting you in wrapping that form-fitting skirt so that it is no longer visible. Sigh. It is rather embarrassing for me as a husband to let others know my wife is unwell. They might think I am indifferent to her. Stubborn woman. Remember to be grateful. Either give me extra money when we return to the manor tonight, or consider an early divorce. My dear, as your husband, who else would I assist if not you? Zhu Tianfan stood, disregarding Cold Ice Ning's reaction, and squatted before her, deftly tying a flamboyant coat around her waist, effectively concealing the form-fitting skirt. Bah! This wretched woman truly deserves a miserable fate. I have helped her to this extent, yet she still glares at me. What a fool. Unable to recognize a good heart. Were it not for the 100 million yuan promised by my in-laws, I would have no interest in engaging with you. Wretched man, wretched man, wretched man, may you meet a terrible fate. Cold Ice Ning trembled in fury, gritting her teeth to cope. Darling, I assure you, I am fine. You just sit there, I will rest for a moment. What was non-existent in her eyes had bizarrely transformed into a source of embarrassment in her resentful husband's gaze. Stubborn woman, insisting there is nothing wrong. Look, your body is trembling again. If this continues, others may notice. How shall I assist you now? I am indeed a thoughtful, clever, and astute husband. My dear, I have finished my bird's nest soup. Allow me to help you to the room for some rest. Zhu Tianfan, with a beaming smile, found a suitable excuse, peering quietly behind Cold Ice Ning. Nothing. Then all is well. My in-laws will not notice. Nor will my 3 brothers-in-law. My wife, Cold Ice Ning, shall not be embarrassed. At that moment, cold motherly Jingyu noticed Zhu Tianfan's posture and seemed to sense something amiss. My daughter, why not let your obedient son-in-law assist you upstairs to rest? After resting, descending to dine is no issue at all. Cold motherly Jingyu, upon finishing her words, couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Just moments ago, her daughter and her dutiful son-in-law had returned, proclaiming their intent to view the river scenery from their room, with traces of her daughter's lipstick still adorning her son-in-law's face, remnants he had yet to wipe away. Now her daughter expressed a desire to retreat to their chamber once more. It seemed the couple shared an intimate bond. Alas, such matters are personal between her daughter and son-in-law, and what authority does a mother possess to intervene? Perhaps she shall enlist someone to procure additional restorative herbs for her son-in-law tomorrow, ensuring he is in optimal health, thus facilitating the arrival of a robust baby boy, which would undoubtedly strengthen the couple's relationship further. That wretched man, along with his mother, dares to cast glances behind. This truly spells disaster. If explanations continue, even the most innocent of situations may be misconstrued, spiraling into something entirely different. That cursed man, may he meet a woeful fate. Oh heavens, is this the tormenting husband she has been burdened with? It would be prudent to prevent her mother from dwelling on such thoughts. Mother, I am perfectly well and in good health. Do not let your mind wander. Cold Bingning was suddenly engulfed in despair, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to wanting to perish yet being unable to. She could not fathom why her mother harbored such peculiar notions, even expressing them through obscure glances and insinuating remarks directed at her. In that moment, Cold Bingning felt the world around her was rife with malice and deeply regretted leaving 3 fiery red lipstick marks upon Zhu Tianfan's face and forehead. Goodness, she truly had not fallen ill. Yet, how to articulate this situation? She feared that any attempt at explanation would only exacerbate the misunderstanding. This was indeed a calamity. The illustrious image of a powerful and domineering female CO would henceforth be tarnished in her mother's eyes, reduced to that of a mad daughter. Turning to Zhu Tianfan, Cold Bingning fixed him with a frigid gaze, her voice laced with irritation as she gritted her teeth and proclaimed, "Husband, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Sit properly." Her demeanor, a fusion of icy disdain and vexation, instilled terror in the hearts of the 3 brothers cautiously indulging in the rock candy bird's nest and papaya dessert, fearful that this formidable sister might involve them due to their ineffectual brother-in-law. Just as the 3 brothers were steeped in apprehension, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from outside the door. Aunt Shun. Aunt Shun. Chapter 68. A reflection on character. The temperament of the proud CEO's wife is not quite exemplary. Wailing, "Aunt Shun, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. It is all my fault for arriving late." Cold Sheener, with a venomous glare directed at the villa, spoke words meant to console her biological mother. Shen Peilon. Just moments earlier, upon returning to the villa's entrance, Cold Sheener had overheard the maids whispering among themselves, divulging that the esteemed head maid, Shen Peilon, had been dispatched by the master and mistress to the restroom, reduced to a janitor. Even her position had been rescinded. Initially, Cold Sheener had been incredulous, suspecting her ears had deceived her. Yet, after inquiring with several maids, she was compelled to accept the grim reality of the situation. In a hurried manner, she rushed to the servants' restroom, only to discover her biological mother, Shen Peilon, indeed squatting there, performing the duties of a cleaner, while several servants looked on. This revelation struck a painful chord in Lung X's heart. After all, this was her mother, who had cared for her for over 2 decades. How dare her adoptive parents treat her in such a degrading manner? Overwhelmed with emotion, Lung Xer burst into tears, asserting her identity as an adopted daughter to take Shen Peilon back to the villa. Naturally, the servants did not impede her, for she still held the status of a Lung family daughter, far surpassing their standing. In a matter of moments, Lung Xiner brought Shen Peilon through the door into the grand hall, eager to confront her adoptive parents regarding why they had assigned Shen Peilon to such menial labor. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback, confronted by the sight of her 2 adoptive parents, her foolish sister, 3 biased brothers, and her resentful brother-in-law, all indulging in sweetened bird's nest soup with papaya, a delicacy from the gourmet kitchen. How could it be that her biological mother was relegated to cleaning toilets while they feasted? A surge of venomous resentment filled Lung Xiner's gaze, as she wished fervently to exact a brutal vengeance upon the entire family. Yet, she ultimately concealed her hatred, clutching her heart, feigning sorrow as she pretended to sob dramatically. "Oh, Dad, Mom, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 7th brother, sister, brother-in-law, what crime has Aunt Shin committed to deserve this punishment? It is so unjust for her, who has grown up alongside me, to be forced into such degrading work." Lung Xiner understood one crucial fact. She currently possessed no power to oppose this wretched family. Thus, she resorted to eliciting sympathy to ensure her biological mother, Shen Peilon, remained with them, perhaps even reinstated as the head maid. This was her most effective strategy to manipulate her adoptive parents. However, moments later, a flicker of panic gripped Lung Xiner. Why hasn't my adoptive father spoken up to restore my mother to her rightful position? And where is my adoptive mother to console me? The sense of dread deepened, enveloping her in darkness. Since the car accident that afternoon, her adoptive parents had behaved strangely. Their previous affection for her vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. Without their favor, she felt utterly powerless to assist Li Chun and her biological mother, Shen Peilon. Should she cry even more dramatically, or feign a heart attack? Just as she was about to speak, Lung Bingming shot her a cold glance. Cry? Cry? Why are you crying? If a servant errs, they must be punished. Or they should resign. Sister Xiner, I find myself perplexed. How can you claim such a deep connection with Aunt Shen, akin to that of a biological mother, yet disregard the affection my parents have shown you while raising you? Lung Xiner felt a wave of guilt wash over her at Lung Bingming's words. Could it be that her relationship with Shen Peilon had been uncovered? It is utterly impossible. I have always been attentive to details and have never once addressed Shen Peilon as mother. Sister, I did not. I merely misspoke. In my heart, my parents will forever remain my most cherished kin, the best parents one could ever hope for. Lung Xiner, clutching her chest and biting her lip, hurriedly sought to clarify her stance. Her pallid complexion suggested that a mere utterance might render her breathless, resembling an imminent heart failure. On the other hand, it seemed that Sun, in her disdain, had begun to target Lung Xiner, possibly incited by the sight of Lung Jianren. Her mood evidently soured. Could it be that Sun intended to engage in yet another quarrel with Lung Jianren? Alas, what would become of my allowance then? Zhu Tianfan recalled the scenes from his previous life and felt an impending sense of dread. In the past, Lung Bingming had harbored a profound disdain for Lung Xiner's feeble demeanor, perceiving her as perpetually victimized, as if no one in the Lung family possessed any virtue. When she broached this topic in front of their parents, they urged her to exhibit understanding towards her sister's frail health, to show some leniency. Consequently, each time Lung Bingming encountered Lung Xiner's provocative gaze, she would storm off without so much as a bite to eat, hastily driving back to the estate. Now, with Lung Xiner returning to witness her biological mother Shen Peilon in such a state, it would be astonishing if she did not put on a display of tearful despair, as if she were on the verge of collapse. One could only fear that Lung Bingming would become incensed and refuse to eat, whisking him back to the estate. With this in mind, Zhu Tianfan hastily sought to mediate. All right, Xiner, you need not be so anxious to explain. Let me assure you, Aunt Shun is merely upset due to her poor tea-making skills, which have displeased father. Once Aunt Shun invests a few months in mastering the art of tea preparation and brews a satisfactory cup for father, he shall no longer be vexed. My dear wife, do you not agree? Zhu Tianfan promptly rose to comfort Lung Xiner, simultaneously signaling her to refrain from further provocation, as it would only serve to aggravate Lung Bingming. How could that wretched Lung Xiner return so swiftly? My in-laws have yet to bestow upon me the promised 1 billion in pocket money. What if her tears incite Sun's wrath, and she decides to retreat back to the estate? Had I already secured the 1 billion, even if she wept before me, I might have found it in my heart to relent. Alas, while the butler is indeed loyal, he ought to expedite Shen Peilon's departure. Now, it appears that Lung Xiner will once again advance, weeping and pleading on behalf of the maid, evoking sympathy from my mother-in-law, who will undoubtedly embrace Lung Xiner, leading to a cascade of tears. Given Sun's domineering nature, she shall stand by, coldly judging, cast as the villain. Subsequently, after being subjected to Lung Xiner's desperate antics and provocations, Sun will have no choice but to storm out of the villa in anger, even neglecting her meal. At that juncture, my billion in pocket money and the herbal remedies for vitality shall vanish into thin air. Lung Bingming furrowed her brow, acknowledging her husband's grievances. Indeed, she had previously reacted with undue haste, retreating to the estate at the slightest provocation, allowing Lung Xiner to emerge as the beloved darling in their parents' eyes. It seems that Lung Xiner, cunning as she is, has played her cards wisely, leaving their parents deceived and ultimately facing a most undesirable outcome. The delicate and fragile cold heart, much like a weeping child wronged by fate, indeed evokes a profound sense of sympathy, reminiscent of a neighbor's little sister reduced to tears, gasping for breath as if on the brink of demise. It is no wonder that the scoundrel regards Cold Heart as his cherished moonlight, for no other woman could possibly take her place. However, one must acknowledge that despite Cold Heart's shortcomings, she pales in comparison to the exceptional Sun woman. In terms of intellect, business acumen, character, and beauty, she falls drastically short of even 1% of the Sun woman's remarkable attributes. Oh, but I must retract 2 words. Character. The Sun woman's character, regrettably, is not commendable either, displaying little integrity, especially towards me as her husband, even inferior to Cold Heart. Ugh, may the Sun woman meet a fate most dire, for I have unwittingly praised her. Ah, but what irony awaits. Will the Sun woman's heart be ripped out by her lover in a bid to save Cold Heart? This notion carries a certain weight. Good and evil inevitably receive their due recompense. The cycle of fate is relentless. Look up and witness. Does the heavens spare anyone? Sun woman, did you ever foresee such a woeful destiny awaiting you? Cole Bingning had presumed that Zhu Tianfan's interjection was intended for reconciliation, only to realize his true motivation was the lavish sum bestowed by her parents. That wretched man. Humph. Truly, one cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. A mere compliment wouldn't have cost him anything, yet he retracted his words. What a despicable man. Of course, Cole Bingning found little cause for anger. She was well aware of her husband's newfound avarice following his rebirth. Yet, he needn't incessantly berate her in his thoughts. With a frosty countenance, Cole Bingning shot a piercing glance at Zhu Tianfan before turning her icy gaze upon Cold Heart. Sister Heart, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Chapter 69. A Grand Secret. Cold Heart's childhood facade of illness, I understand. Cold Heart shot a venomous glare at Cole Bingning. It was all the fault of that insufferable sister, meddling in her affairs at the villa. Now, even brewing tea could incite her adoptive father's wrath. Dragging her biological mother, Shun Peilon, into disgrace, stripping her of her position as head maid. Glancing furtively at her adoptive parents, Cold Heart felt a flicker of panic. Their indifference was palpable. It seemed the time had come to resort to her ultimate stratagem. Otherwise, her mother would never regain her standing, jeopardizing her own position and aspirations within the Cold family. Mother, sister, Aunt Shun means everything to me. She has cared for me since childhood and is my emotional anchor. I cannot fathom life without her. In the next moment, Cold Heart clutched her chest dramatically and collapsed onto Shun Peilon, casting her a subtle, imploring glance. Once she fell, she initiated her ultimate ruse, feigning illness. By holding her breath, she orchestrated a gradual pallor of her complexion and lips, mimicking the appearance of a heart attack. As if she were on the verge of death. Mother, sister, I implore you, spare Aunt Shun and allow her to return to my side. After a series of broken pleas, she tilted her head and pretended to swoon, collapsing entirely against Shun Peilon. Certainly, in order to enhance the realism, the biological mother, Shun Peilon, would also join in with a display of tears and lamentations. At this moment, receiving a subtle cue, Shun Peilon commenced an urgent and self-indulgent performance. Master, Madam, this cannot be. The second young lady has always been frail, unable to endure such a shock. Woe is the second young lady. Hold on. Butler, quickly summon Dr. Zhang. The second young lady is unwell again. Shun Peilon had already devised a plan. Once the family doctor arrived, she would ensure that the tale of Lung Xiner's feigned illness was told in even more tragic tones, seeking to exact a severe revenge on that wretched woman, Li Jingyu. On the other side, Zhu Tianfan observed the performance of Lung Xiner and Shun Peilon with a stoic expression, harboring a deep disdain for this pair of self-destructive mother and daughter. Lung Xiner, that deceitful woman, truly excels at her craft. Although she does not suffer from a heart condition, she insists on holding her breath to feign the appearance of imminent demise. Shun Peilon is quite adept as well. Knowing her biological daughter is pretending to be ill, she too joins in the act of weeping. TSK, what a splendid pair they are. Alas, given Sun's woman's fiery temper, I fear my 100 million may be at risk. Yet, on another note, Lung Xiner's ruse of feigning a heart ailment proves to be quite effective. The moment she acts out, her in-laws soften, their usual shrewdness evaporating instantaneously, and every demand made by Lung Xiner is met with compliance. Sun's woman ought to learn from this. Truly, she is both foolish and domineering. Indeed, Lung Xiner has previously employed this tactic against Sun's woman. The two of them staged an illness in front of the paramour, claiming that their hearts and livers were on the verge of failure, necessitating a donor. Naturally, the paramour would not permit the cherished one to perish, leading to Sun's woman being subjected to the extraction of her heart and liver. Sun's woman never envisioned that her unwavering devotion would culminate in a tragic end on the operating table. Lung Bingning furrowed her brow, her pupils constricting. She had stumbled upon a shocking secret. Her adoptive sister, Lung Shiner, had feigned illness since childhood, colluding with her biological mother, Shun Peilon, to deceive her parents, even potentially leading to her being subjected to a fatal operation. What a treacherous and venomous duo they were, if she did not exact proper retribution. How could her anger be appeased? Just as Lung Bingning contemplated sending a message to her parents and 3 brothers to expose Lung Shiner's charade, she suddenly recalled a troubling issue. Lung Shiner never seemed to have undergone a hospital examination. Each time, she was examined and treated at home by the family doctor. Could it be that such deception could go undetected? After pondering for a moment, Lung Bingning realized that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. It seemed that in her memories, Lung Shiner had always vehemently resisted going to the hospital, experiencing seizures and lapsing into unconsciousness as soon as she arrived. Consequently, her parents, out of compassion, had no choice but to acquiesce, enlisting a family doctor to be in constant attendance. In her childhood, Lung Bingning had mocked Lung Shiner for her cowardice. Now, it appeared that Lung Shiner was not a coward at all, but rather intentionally feigning illness to garner sympathy. Furthermore, it was improbable that the family doctor could not discern Lung Shiner's pretense, unless both the doctor and the nurse were complicit in this deception. After contemplating the situation, Lung Bingning retracted her previous messages and instead sent a note to her parents, urging them not to succumb to their emotions and to wait for the family doctor to arrive before making any decisions. Simultaneously, she communicated with her bodyguards, instructing them to summon the vice president of Lung Family Hope Hospital, the deputy head of the nursing department, the deputy head of the inpatient nursing department, as well as doctors and nurses from both the cardiology and cardiovascular surgery departments. She also requested that the wives of Zheng Rong and his mentor come to their residence, along with various medical examination equipment. For the past 2 decades, the family doctor residing with the Lung family has included 2 individuals, an elderly gentleman in his 50s, who has ascended to the position of vice president at the hospital, and a younger man in his early 30s who remains at the villa. There are also 4 family nurses. The 2 older nurses have similarly advanced to the roles of deputy head of the nursing department and deputy head of the inpatient nursing department, while the younger 2 still reside at the villa. Today, she has invited all of these individuals to witness how Lung Shiner has feigned illness for the past 20 years. Following Lung Bingning's messages, her father, Lung Shuda, and mother, Li Jingyu, remained unmoved. They merely gestured for the steward to bring the family doctor and nurses over. Meanwhile, lying in her biological mother's arms and pretending to be unconscious, Lung Shiner felt a surge of anxiety. Time had elapsed, yet her adoptive parents had not come to check on her. In the past, she had expertly manipulated her adoptive parents with this tactic, ensuring that even the most outrageous demands would be met. She knew that her adoptive mother, Li Jingyu, was soft-hearted. Whenever her heart condition flared up, her mother would cry and plead with her father, Lung Shuda, to satisfy the whims of this delicate daughter. Could it be that her adoptive parents were simply oblivious? If she were to suppress her emotions once more, it would be unbearable. Lung Shiner could only discreetly open her eyes to glance at her adoptive parents, and was instantaneously taken aback. Her parents remained impassive, seated on the sofa, not exhibiting the concern she had anticipated. Desperate, she prodded her biological mother, Shun Peilon, in hopes of conjuring a more sorrowful display. In that moment, Shun Peilon, observing the indifferent Li Jingyu on the sofa, felt an overwhelming urge to take drastic action against her. Cursed be Li Jingyu, who incessantly professed that her adoptive daughter was equally cherished, yet now, when Lung Shiner was unwell, she did not even bother to inquire. Indeed, an adopted daughter could never hold the same significance as a biological one. Oh, master, madam, I implore you, save the second young lady. She is merely in her early 20s and should not forsake such a promising life over trivial matters. Miss Son-in-law, I beseech you, rescue the second young lady. She is truly innocent and has never harbored ill intentions towards you. If there is anything she has done wrong, I will gladly apologize on her behalf. Third young master, fourth young master, seventh young master, I implore you, in light of the second young lady calling you brothers, please come to her aid. Shun Peilon believed that after appealing to so many individuals, someone would eventually take pity on Lung Shiner. As long as there was someone to show compassion, she could easily resort to moral coercion to persuade Lung Fu and Lung Shuda to intervene. However, Shen Peilon failed to realize that for over 20 years, she had relied on the Lung family for sustenance, believing instead that this was her due, and that the Lung family had wronged her and her unfortunate daughter. Yet, no one in the room responded to Shen Peilon. They all sat there, indifferent, watching her fervent performance. This left both the feigning comatose Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon feeling exceedingly awkward, as their usual tactics fell flat, leading them to harbor even greater resentment towards the Lung family. Chapter 70. The Lung family's scandal grows larger. The family doctor and the head maid collude. Dr. Zheng, you have arrived. Quickly, please examine the second young lady. With the arrival of the family doctor, Shen Peilon hastily wiped her tears, urgently cradling Lung Xiner while calling for an examination. Aunt Shen, rest assured, the second young lady is fine. Zheng Rong, the family doctor of the Lung family, possessed considerable skill. He listened to Lung Xiner's heartbeat and examined her eyelids, and in no time, he solemnly delivered the diagnosis. Aunt Shen, the second young lady is merely unconscious due to excitement. She will awaken soon. I can only prescribe a mild medication. The best course of action is to avoid further stimulation. Let the nurse assist now. Please hold the second young lady securely. Seeing this, Shen Peilon hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Dr. Zheng, thank you so much. Thank goodness, the second young lady is all right. After speaking, she discreetly nudged Zheng Rong, hoping he would be cautious when Lung Fu or Lung Mu Li Jinyu questioned him. Zheng Rong understood her intent and nodded in acknowledgement. It was merely a matter of intimidating the master and mistress, something he was well acquainted with, having done so for years. Now, assisting with this matter would allow him to indulge in a more intimate rendezvous with Shen Peilon that evening. Isn't Zheng Rong the second family doctor of the Lung family? I recall that later, with the assistance of Lung Xiner and her lover, his career flourished remarkably, leading him to become the head of Hope Hospital and a proud representative of the entire medical staff in the metropolis. The cunning woman would certainly not anticipate that both Zheng Rong and his mentor, the vice president of the Lung family's Hope Hospital, Dr. Wu, the family's first doctor, are actually under Shen Peilon's influence. It is said that it was mentor Wu who initially introduced Zheng Rong to the field, and from that point onward, their entanglement with Shen Peilon became irresistible. To be honest, Shen Peilon is quite remarkable, from her youth as an unfaithful partner to her current indiscriminate pursuits. She has maintained her allure. Although her character is not commendable and her looks are mediocre, her undeniable feminine charm prevails. In terms of appearance, despite being 45 years old, Shen Peilon retains a captivating grace, well-preserved, appearing to be only around 35 to 38 years old. By the way, the secret to Shen Peilon's success lies not only in her audacity, but also in her ability to wield her body as a weapon. Regardless of whether the individuals are young or old, if they can be of benefit to her or Lung Xiner, she will use her allure to ensnare them. When it comes to women, she employs precious jewelry, cosmetics, and wealth acquired from her mother-in-law to win them over. Indeed, the affair that Shen Peilon engages in is not vastly different from her own. In the future, aside from utilizing these women as stepping stones, she will also exploit other individuals such as Lan Riyue, creating a male and female counterpart in her schemes. The wretched Su women, however, are utterly inept and devoid of intellect. Compared to Shen Peilon and Li Chun, they are woefully inferior, even falling short of Lung Xiner. It is no wonder that they will be ruthlessly exploited by their paramours, unworthy of the title of the most domineering female CO in the magical capital. How foolish they truly are. Dogged men, Cold Bingming thought, as she shot a glance at Zhu Tianfan, continuing to listen to her husband's lamentations. She never anticipated such a colossal scandal unfolding within her own household, and right beneath her nose, spanning over 2 decades. It is important to note that Dr. Wu, who mentored Zheng Rong, had been visiting the Cold family since her childhood, monitoring her sister Lung Xiner's health daily. Now in his 50s, he has ascended to the position of vice president at the Hope Hospital of the Cold family, a man of high moral standing. If it were to be revealed that he shared a paramour with a student, all his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and his life would be effectively over. Cold Bingming contemplated swiftly. The fact that Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon could fabricate a heart condition stems not only from their unscrupulousness, but also from her mother, Li Jingyu's overly gentle disposition. She treats Lung Xiner, her adopted daughter, as a cherished confidant, fulfilling all her demands. Out of love for Lung Xiner, she has also embraced Shen Peilon as a close friend and sister. Considering that Shen Peilon, as a maid, enjoys a lifestyle akin to that of a wealthy lady. This raises significant concerns. However, Cold Bingning did not wish to unveil the truth just yet, as the hospital staff had yet to arrive. And she yearned to hear more of her husband's secrets. Li Jingyu, witnessing Lung Xiner still unconscious in Shun Peilon's embrace, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. She was acutely aware of her adopted daughter's frail condition. Only her daughter, Cold Bingning's insistence on remaining calm, prevented her from rushing forward to check. After the family doctor conducted his assessment, Li Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief and promptly inquired, "Dr. Zhang, why has Xiner not shown any signs of awakening yet?" She usually recovers swiftly. Responding to Shun Peilon's subtle cue, Zheng Rong feigned contemplation, gazing sorrowfully at Lung Xiner's tightly shut eyelids. "Madam, sir, the second young lady's health is exceedingly fragile. She must not be subjected to any further stress, or it could lead to irrevocable consequences. The best course of action now is to allow her to recuperate in peace. She must not endure any more shocks, or else her fainting spells will become more frequent and prolonged." After Zheng Rong finished speaking, he deliberately turned to Shun Peilon, offering a concerned glance as he reiterated the medical advice. "Aunt Shun, please take good care of the second Mrs. diet and daily routine from now on. It would be best if her meals are light yet rich in nutrients. Now, I shall proceed to give the second miss a full-body massage to help her awaken." Zheng Rong instructed the nurse to stand by while he pretended to administer traditional Chinese massage to Lung Xiner. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfan sat with a smile, appearing as though he were merely a spectator, seemingly oblivious to Lung Bingning's cold gaze directed at him. For Zhu Tianfan, it was Zheng Rong who commanded his utmost admiration. Here was a family doctor of the Lung family, with a promising future and a 28-year-old delicate wife who did not shy away from indulging in relationships, even with a 45-year-old woman like Shun Peilon, who was 15 years his senior, maintaining a close bond for many years. The glances exchanged between Zheng Rong and Shun Peilon were strikingly intense, far surpassing the passionate gazes of youthful lovers. Resembling a scene of lovers pulling sweet potatoes from the fire, it was disheartening that the woman, Sun, remained oblivious to such an evident situation, seemingly unworthy of her title as the domineering CEO of Magic City. She claimed to be the foremost domineering female CEO, while failing to recognize the questionable relationship between her mother, Shun Peilon, and the family doctor, Wu. Ultimately, Sun appeared to be a foolish and mindless woman. Indeed, she deserved further descriptors: arrogant, proud, pretentious, despicable, and deserving of a wretched fate for her infidelities. Dog of a man. Dog of a man. Dog of a man. Truly, he deserves nothing but a miserable end. The increasing audacity of her husband, who frequently berated her in his mind and added unflattering terms, frustrated Lung Bingning immensely. This audacious man evoked within her a desire to strike him, yet she found herself unable to do so, unable to scold, to argue, or to express her discontent. It was infuriating, as the anger bubbled within her. She turned to glare at Zhu Tianfan, wishing her gaze could pierce him like icy daggers. My dear wife, what are you looking at? Do you wish for a massage too?" Zhu Tianfan asked, bewildered by her expression. He could not fathom that Lung Bingning might desire him to massage her, a task he had no inclination to undertake. The former incarnation of himself had been a sycophant, eager to please Lung Bingning, acquiring medical textbooks for self-study, and even seeking guidance from others. Yet, Lung Bingning would summon him at her convenience, expressing impatience when she wanted a massage and coldly chastising him when she did not. In the end, the sycophant met a dismal fate. "Sun, you are truly tiresome. With your incessant demands, who would be willing to massage you? Even if I were to endure your cold remarks, you expect me to massage you? Dream on. Perhaps in the next life. How tiresome." Cold-hearted Lung Xiner felt her eyelids fluttering, as if she were about to feign consciousness. What a despicable man. Truly an actor at heart. Inhale. Exhale. Another breath in. Another breath out. Lung Bingning took a deep breath, striving to suppress the surging fury within her. The matter concerning Lung Xiner remained unresolved, and she could not afford to anger her husband, Zhu Tianfan, lest she miss out on further information. There was no rush to deal with her resentful husband. She could take her time once they returned to the manor. There would be plenty of time tonight. Chapter 71. Infuriating. How she longed to crush this despicable man's head on the spot. "Dad, Mom, Aunt Shun, what is happening to me? Dr. Zhang, you are here too?" Slowly, Lung Xiner opened her eyes, feigning a look of confusion as she surveyed those present. Ah, this wretched woman, Lung Xiner, truly knows how to put on a show. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, such weak and delicate signs of awakening could only be her doing. No wonder she is destined to become a queen of the entertainment industry, cherished by her illicit lover. Oh, but that foolish woman is entirely different, dim-witted and devoid of sense, perpetually quick to anger and casting icy glares. It is no surprise her lover has drained her heart and soul to prolong Lung Xiner's life. She deserves no mercy. Zhu Tianfan discreetly tilted his head, casting a glance at his domineering wife, Lung Bingning, and quietly made a comparison. Indeed, Lung Xiner, that wretched woman, possessed a certain cunning, embodying the traits of a protagonist. A black-hearted white lotus, it was no wonder she wreaked havoc upon the Lung family, and her lover, Li Chun, was utterly ensnared. What a despicable man! What a resentful man! How many sins has she committed to incite such resentment within her husband? To even compare her ostentatious display of disingenuousness to hers. Does Lung Xiner deserve it? Deserve it? Deserve it? Lung Bingning felt an urge to poke Zhu Tianfan's head and bombard him with a barrage of questions. Why must she only overhear the thoughts of this despicable man? She cannot strike him, scold him, or even speak to him. This sensation is utterly exasperating. Despicable man. Once she deals with Lung Xiner, we shall see how you compare. Lung Bingning clenched her fists, fiercely stifling her anger, suppressing the urge to lift her resentful husband, Zhu Tianfan, and give him a thrashing. At that moment, Lung Xiner also felt a twinge of panic. Having pretended to faint, her adoptive parents remained seated on the sofa, utterly indifferent, not even bothering to check on her. Forced to awaken under Dr. Zheng's gentle prodding, she noticed her adoptive parents still showed no concern, as if her life or death were of no consequence to them, devoid of even a hint of sympathy. Lung Xiner was perplexed. Today's events were far too unreasonable. Usually, as soon as she feigned fainting, the entire household would erupt into chaos. Her adoptive father would rush to carry her to bed, while her adoptive mother would frantically summon Dr. Zheng for assistance. The maids and servants would prepare her favorite foods and drinks, treating her like a cherished princess. Why has the anticipated event not yet occurred, unless there has been an unforeseen complication? Moments later, Lung Xiner swiftly deduced that it was highly likely her foolish and brainless sister who had reported her actions. After all, a biological daughter will always be favored over an adopted one. How could one disregard a report made by their own flesh and blood? Lung Xiner once again feigned distress. Clutching her chest, as if recalling a painful memory, she bit her lip and rose from Shun Peilon's embrace. Her face contorted with anguish as she uttered a few desperate words. Father, Mother, I am sorry. I am truly at fault. I cannot leave Aunt Shun. Sister, brother-in-law, I implore you, spare Aunt Shun. After expressing these words, Lung Xiner gasped for breath as though she were on the brink of death. To enhance the authenticity of her performance, she held her breath again, allowing her complexion to take on a bluish hue, a visage of torment. Naturally, Lung Xiner would not overlook any opportunity for manipulation, such as her biological mother's paramour, Dr. Zheng Rong. With Dr. Zheng's cooperation, she was confident that her adoptive parents would rush to console her. Witnessing Lung Xiner's deceitful antics is quite amusing. I wonder if her in-laws will approach to comfort her, or if that dog of a woman will confront her in a heated altercation. The anticipation for the ensuing drama is palpable. Perhaps even Shun Peilon, her biological mother, will join in with a display of tears and wailing. Zhu Tianfan glanced around casually, grabbing a few pieces of dried fruit and candied treats. Taking advantage of Lung Bingning's distraction, he secretly shifted his position, reclining on the sofa to indulge in his snack. Such a splendid opportunity to witness the unfolding drama. Lounging while observing is simply delightful. His in-laws had been considerate enough to fill the coffee table with his favorite treats. Life, after all, is meant to be enjoyed. Though it is regrettable that a beautiful maid is absent to attend to his needs with massages and comfort. Wait, that dog of a woman's long, shapely legs would make for a splendid pillow. Perhaps he should stealthily rest his head on them? On second thought, that would be too bold. Should he lean against the cushion instead? Just as Zhu Tianfan had taken a few bites of his snack, an unexpected voice called out from above. Darling, are you tired? If so, rest your head on my lap. Lung Bingning pretended not to notice Zhu Tianfan, yet her thoughts were entirely focused on him. Seeing her disgruntled husband seeking a maid to serve as a cushion, she realized he wished to retreat into solitude to enjoy the show. Humph, that scoundrel. To mend the rift in their relationship and prevent him from fleeing the marriage, she would take the plunge. Lung Bingning fixed her gaze on Zhu Tianfan, issuing her command with a cold demeanor. She understood that this man could not utter another word nor exhibit any semblance of concern or tenderness, for his overly imaginative nature might lead to unforeseen complications. Cold Bingning, the domineering CEO's wife, surprisingly showed concern for him. This is indeed a rare occurrence. However, it seems that she is still behaving quite normally. Resting her head on his lap should pose no issue. As for the massage, Zhu Tianfan never held any expectations. All right, my dear wife, Zhu Tianfan thought as he observed his in-laws and three brothers smiling merrily, suddenly comprehending Cold Bingning's intentions. I see. This scheming woman is putting on a show of marital affection before my parents and brothers. How tiresome indeed. Nevertheless, for the sake of money, I shall play along. I excel at this charade. Seeing my in-laws' beaming faces, it appears my 100 million yuan allowance is about to be deposited. It would be splendid if they could also provide me with a few more bags of kidney-strengthening herbs to take home. That would truly satisfy me. La la la. Zhu Tianfan then shifted positions, nonchalantly resting his head on Cold Bingning's long legs. As for comfort, to be honest, it was indeed quite pleasant. If it were Cold Sheener, that would be a different story. Her legs were as stiff as bamboo poles. This woman's massage technique is rather commendable. No wonder she is a domineering CEO, possessing a decent intellect. She must have self-studied traditional Chinese massage techniques to alleviate her menstrual pain. Strange, why are my in-laws sitting there on the sofa, utterly unresponsive? Weren't they always doting on their adopted daughter, fearing she might suffer a heart attack? Whenever she fainted, they would immediately acquiesce to her demands. This woman is quite peculiar as well, incessantly tapping away at her phone. Could she be messaging her lover? Just look at that smile gracing her lips. It's evident she's flirting with him. Bah, this wretched woman deserves no mercy. No wonder she allowed me to rest my head on her legs. She was afraid I might see her phone screen. Now that I am unable to see it, she is brazenly flirting with her lover. How swiftly she types. Sigh. How pitiful to have loved so wholeheartedly in the past. No, wait, this is a fortuitous turn of events. The more passionate her affair with her lover, the greater my chances of divorce. La la la. With this thought, my mood has indeed improved. The future is filled with sunshine. Zhu Tianfan turned his head and contentedly munched on candied fruits while watching Cold Sheener and family Dr. Zheng Ron's performance. What a despicable man. How can such a vile creature exist in this world? Offering my lap as a pillow and kindly massaging his head and temples. And yet this is the result? Cold Bingning's face darkened, veins protruding from her forehead. That wretched man. Perhaps it would be better to crush his temples on the spot and end it. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale again. Exhale once more. Stay calm. Stay composed. I must remain composed. If that dog of a man were to die at my hands, my love for him would vanish, and the lives of our entire family would still rest in his hands. Moreover, the formidable widow Long Ling would surely lose her mind. Who knows what might happen then? Perhaps I would end up accompanying that wretched man in death. Cold Bingning once again struggled to suppress her fury, swiftly reassuring herself that every situation should be viewed from a positive perspective. After all, her nagging husband's incessant complaints signified his concern for her. Yes, that was indeed the case. Chapter 72. Someone, please give Lung Sheener a thorough physical examination. Dr. Zheng, I can't breathe. It's so uncomfortable. Lung Sheener feigned a display of breathlessness before the family doctor, Zheng Rong, her eyes narrowing to mere slits as if she were on the verge of fainting. It appeared her act was still insufficient. She noted the apathetic demeanor of her adoptive parents lounging on the sofa, seemingly unmoved by her plight. With a slight tilt of her head, Lung Sheener leaned against Dr. Zheng, inhaling deeply, her eyes half closed, projecting an expression of distress. She harbored no animosity towards Zheng Rong. Rather, she took this opportunity to discreetly prod his chest with her finger, winking at him, signaling that the next move was in his hands. In truth, Lung Sheener possessed a selfish streak akin to her mother, Shen Peilon. She sought to manipulate any man who could benefit her for future use. Observing Zheng Rong's focused demeanor, her heartstrings stirred once more. She found him to exude a certain masculine allure, not quite matching the dashing appearance of her brother-in-law, Zhu Tianfan, yet still quite presentable, perhaps even more charming and gentle than Li Chun. Moreover, Lung Xiner made a peculiar discovery. Following her recent encounter with Li Chun, her desires had intensified, and she found herself increasingly attracted to other men, wishing she could be as audacious as her biological mother and seek out multiple lovers. At that moment, Zheng Rong noted Lung Xiner covertly winking at him beneath Shen Peilon's watchful gaze. Realizing this was yet another ruse to deceive the esteemed couple. Master, Madam, we mustn't provoke the second miss any further. At this rate, she may faint again. He implored. Master, Madam, perhaps it would be wise to acquiesce to the second Miss's wishes. Internally, Zheng Rong felt quite pleased with his performance. If Lung Xiner could persuade her parents to reinstate Shen Peilon's position as head housekeeper, he wondered how she might repay him. To be honest, he felt a sense of tenderness towards her, akin to that of a neighborly little sister, devoid of any pretentiousness. Often sweetly calling him Brother Zheng during their private encounters, so different from the cold, domineering demeanor of Cold Bingning. On another note, I knew it. Lung Xiner is no ordinary girl. Zheng Rong has fallen for her. Truly, like mother, like daughter. As Shen Peilon's offspring, she has inherited all her mother's exceptional genes. Just look at the way she gazes at Zheng Rong, their mutual scheming and flirtation practically written on their faces. Conversely, as for Sun, she fell short. She neither inherited her mother-in-law's gentleness and kindness nor her father-in-law's erudition and decorum. Instead, the genetic mutation rendered her exceedingly domineering and merciless, especially the cold visage of Sun Nu, which could almost freeze one to death. Ugh! The mere thought of that face evokes discomfort. Speaking of which, these candied fruits are rather delectable. I shall request my parents-in-law to provide me with a generous supply upon my return home. However, indulging too much may lead to thirst. Zhu Tianfan continued to relish the spectacle while munching on the candied fruits, their flavor intensifying with each bite, though it also left him increasingly parched. Darling, could you pour me a glass of water? He requested nonchalantly, his gaze still fixed elsewhere. Wait a moment. Zhu Tianfan suddenly snapped to attention, sitting upright. Had he just asked his formidable wife to fetch him water? Goodness! He had become so engrossed in the entertainment that he momentarily forgot the icy demeanor of Lung Bingning and her piercing gaze. Did you hear what I just said? At this moment, Zhu Tianfan remained oblivious to the fact that his imperious wife, Lung Bingning, was teetering on the edge of fury, secretly wishing to slam his head against her lap. Dear, you just called for me to pour you water. Have you forgotten? She replied with a frosty countenance. Her teeth clenched. That dog of a man had the audacity to address her with such a term, as if he were oblivious to the insult. That wretched man would not meet a favorable end. She had always been served water by others. Never had she been in the habit of serving anyone else. Now was not the time to deal with that insufferable man. First, she would take care of the bothersome individuals before her. Zheng Rong harbored overly optimistic thoughts. But in the next moment, a chilling voice cut through the air. Is that so, Dr. Zheng? You should think carefully before you speak, or you may not be able to bear the consequences. Zheng Rong looked up in alarm, spotting the young lady, Lung Bingning, seated on the sofa, regarding him with a frigid gaze. What could the proud Lung Bingning possibly be implying? Why was she addressing him in such a manner today? Did she somehow discover his fraudulent activities? That seemed implausible, considering he was under the mentorship of Dr. Wu, who had introduced him to the world of Shen Peilon. A woman of Lung Bingning's stature would hardly concern herself with the affairs of the underlings. Zheng Rong quickly regained his composure. Perhaps Lung Bingning was merely attempting to intimidate him, given her long-standing rivalry with Lung Xiner, which often led to disputes over trivial matters. Young lady, I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. I swear to the heavens. Otherwise, may I meet a dire fate. Lung Bingning observed Zheng Rong's unrepentant demeanor with satisfaction and promptly clapped her hands 3 times. Clap, clap, clap. Then she directed her icy gaze toward Lung Xiner, Shen Peilon, and Zheng Rong. Bring Lung Xiner for a medical examination. I am quite eager to discover why my dear sister frequently faints. Lung Bingning relished the thought of Zheng Rong's obstinacy. His audacity to swear to the heavens was splendid, as it would spare her the need to witness him weeping and begging for mercy later. In the next moment, the villa's grand entrance swung open, revealing the butler leading a contingent of 18 bodyguards and a team of numerous individuals, all pushing various medical instruments into the living room. Among them were the vice president of the hospital, the deputy director of the nursing department, and the deputy director of the inpatient nursing department from the Lung family, including Zheng Rong, the family's first physician, his mentor, and 2 nurses. Moreover, the wives of both Zheng Rong and his mentor were present. In an instant, Lung Xian'er, Shen Peilon, and the 2 nurses altered their expressions, as the secret of their collusion to feign illness had been exposed. Only Zheng Rong and his mentor, Dr. Wu, collapsed to the ground, gazing at their wives with the realization that their affair with Shen Peilon had been unveiled. Of course, Lung Xian'er was quick to react, immediately dropping to the ground in tears, confessing her misdeeds. Dad, Mom, I didn't mean it. It was all Aunt Shen's instigation. I was afraid you wouldn't want me anymore. So I deceived you. Dad, Mom, I know I was wrong. Sister, brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. 3rd brother, 4th brother, 7th brother, I know I was wrong. Lung Xian'er understood that this was her only path to mitigate the damage, for her adoptive parents would surely soften at her pleas. At this moment, Lung Fu, Lung Shuda, and Lung Mu, Li Jingyu, along with their introverted 3rd son, Lung Xingqiu, the reserved 4th son, Lung Xingyuan, and the flamboyant 7th son, Lung Xingcha, were all taken aback by the scene, utterly astonished that Lung Xian'er had been feigning illness since childhood. However, their shock was short-lived, as Lung Bingning had discreetly sent them the news. Sister, your pleas for mercy are in vain. You should patiently await the examinations by the cardiology and cardiothoracic specialists. Your biological relationship with Shen Peilon is bound to be revealed, and I trust that our parents will provide you with an explanation. After saying this, Lung Bingning waved her hand, instructing the bodyguards to escort Lung Xian'er for a thorough examination by the doctors. Dr. Zheng, Dr. Wu, I've brought your wives as well. Perhaps they would like to hear how you 2 maintained your illicit relationship with Shen Peilon, the maid, for so many years. Lung Bingning sneered, eagerly anticipating how she would deal with these 2 wayward men. Additionally, she intended to let her own ungrateful husband, Zhu Tianfan, witness that unfaithful men never meet a favorable end. At that moment, only Zhu Tianfan stood bewildered, watching the pleading Lung Xian'er, Shen Peilon, and Zheng Rong. Chapter 73, Dogmen. Their manipulative mentality is more sinister than mine. What is happening here? The plot seems off. How did Sun know that Lung Xian'er was feigning illness? How did she discover that Lung Xian'er and Shen Peilon are mother and daughter? How did she uncover Zheng Rong's collusion with Shen Peilon in this deception? How did she learn about the affair between Zheng Rong and Shen Peilon? This is truly strange. Sun is usually proud and arrogant, seemingly blind to the affair between Shen Peilon and the 2 family doctors. Why could she see it today? Has Sun suddenly regained her sight? What an enigma. Furthermore, why are the oblivious in-laws so composed? Given their astuteness, they should have easily recognized Sun's machinations. Why are they suddenly supporting her today? Have their thoughts shifted to Lung Bingning? Perhaps this situation arose because the perceptive Sun woman has finally recognized the nefarious scheme devised by Lung Xian'er and Shen Peilon. Given the character of her in-laws, no matter how affectionate the adoptive daughter Lung Xian'er may be, once the deception involving her biological mother, which has persisted for over 20 years, comes to light, any reasonable in-laws would instantly redirect their love towards their biological daughter, Lung Bingning. This seemingly clarifies the matter. Zhu Tianfan reclined on the lap of his assertive CEO wife, Lung Bingning, engulfed in existential doubts. The unfolding drama was utterly unbelievable, surpassing all his expectations. What unsettled Zhu Tianfan even more was the fact that his formidable wife, Lung Bingning, had not engaged in a confrontation with Lung Xian'er. Instead, she remained composed, observing the situation with a cold gaze, which was decidedly unusual. With such a calm, yet domineering demeanor, it would prove quite challenging for him to secure a swift divorce. She might even entangle him in disputes over marital assets. In an instant, Zhu Tianfan ceased his internal lamentations against Lung Bingning and began contemplating strategies for navigating a divorce from this composed, yet formidable woman. Ah, the audacious man. Are you frightened now? Are you plagued by existential doubts? Let us see if you can continue to bask in arrogance, or dare to harbor secret criticisms. Observing her husband, Zhu Tianfan, ensnared in a web of self-doubt, Lung Bingning felt an immediate sense of relief. The incessant grumbling and resentful demeanor of her husband were indeed irksome. He consistently managed to provoke her ire. As a commanding female CEO, Lung Bingning swiftly resolved all matters, excluding those concerning Lung Xian'er. First, Zheng Rong and his mentor. Dr. Wu promptly confessed how they had been seduced by Shun Peilon into becoming her subservient followers, and subsequently how they conspired with Shun Peilon and Lung Xiner to feign illness. Ultimately, they were stripped of all positions within the Lung family and faced divorce or imprisonment, with their future in the hands of the Lung family's whims. Next, the four nurses also recounted their enticement and bribery by Shun Peilon, detailing their collusion with Zheng Rong and Dr. Wu in deceiving Lung Xiner regarding her health. Unsurprisingly, their fate was similarly grim. Imprisonment awaited them. As for the matters involving Lung Xiner and Shun Peilon, Lung Bingming opted for a more measured approach. She instructed the butler to clear the area of all irrelevant personnel, leaving only the butler and a few bodyguards present. Lung Bingming believed that the resolution of Lung Xiner's predicament could be approached with patience. To be honest, it was indeed infuriating to deal with a husband who incessantly complained in his mind. Yet when he refrained from his grievances, there lingered the fear that he might conjure some dramatic folly. Having such a peculiar and resentful husband was truly a source of concern, even more so than managing an entire company. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lung Bingming felt a twinge of irritation. However, it was imperative to address the current situation involving the unscrupulous man and the deceitful woman. Yes, and perhaps it was time to give a stern reminder to this husband of hers. Darling husband, the show has concluded. The water has been consumed. Do you not think it is time for me to deal with that mother-daughter duo? Cold Bingming sneered, her gaze fixed on Zhu Tianfan, curious about how this resentful husband would navigate the presence of these individuals. Should he exhibit leniency and spare the despicable mother and daughter, it would reveal him to be a soft-hearted man unworthy of partnership in her ambitions, destined to languish at home as a mere dependent. Conversely, if he were to show ruthlessness and refuse to spare them, it would depict him as a merciless man, unworthy of her trust in business, relegated to the role of a mere advisor at home. If he chose to deal with one while sparing the other, it would signify his indecisiveness, making him unfit as her ally, destined to serve as a mere servant. Pleased with her thorough consideration of all possibilities, Cold Bingming felt justified in her domineering demeanor as a formidable female CEO. Dear husband, how would you like to handle this? I have no objections. Zhu Tianfan's thoughts turned to the woman before him, deeming her a flawed individual, foolish and without foresight, even daring to consult him on such matters. Serves her right to be betrayed by her lover. Seeking revenge on Cold Xiner and Shun Peilon is a task far too simple. If it were up to me, I would present Cold Xiner with a knife and a piece of candy. Choosing wisely could mean survival. The same applies to Shun Peilon. The forthcoming moment of retribution was paramount. Should the mother and daughter unhesitatingly choose the knife, it would reveal their cruel nature, indicating that they must not be spared. Should they opt for the candy without hesitation, it would suggest their cunning, and they too must not be allowed to live. If they selected both, their greed would be evident, and again, they should not be spared. If they chose neither, it would demonstrate their inherent rebellion, further sealing their fate. Indeed, villains often perish by their own verbosity. After dealing with the mother and daughter, I must ensure to deliver a decisive blow to the right side of their hearts, lest they somehow survive with their hearts on the right. Furthermore, a knife must be delivered to their posteriors and soles. For I have encountered tales where protagonists' hearts resided in such unconventional places. Unbeknownst to Zhu Tianfan, Cold Bingming's thoughts were solely focused on avenging herself against Cold Xiner. Whether she would truly follow through with her vengeance was of little concern to him, given the soft-heartedness of her in-laws. It seemed improbable that Cold Xiner would meet her demise. It wouldn't be surprising if they continued to provide her with a monthly allowance of 1 million. Due to Cold Xiner's feigned heart condition, her father and mother had not insisted she work at their company, merely wishing for her to enjoy her days at home. Thus, prior to her coming of age, she received a monthly allowance of 1 million, which escalated to 10 million once she became an adult. This explains her accumulation of a staggering 100 million in pocket money. Even if Cold Bingming sought to prevent her in-laws from providing funds, it would be futile. Cold Xiner had her shameless lover, Li Chun, who could easily swindle other women out of their fortunes. What a scoundrel of a man! It is not immediately apparent. Yet there lies a multitude of thoughts, more twisted than the 3 options presented by my mother, truly befitting the role of my resentful husband, who has even begun to toy with the intricacies of human emotions after his rebirth. Cold Bingming no longer regarded Zhu Tianfan with disdainful eyes, but for the first time, She found herself internally acknowledging that her husband's methods were indeed rather cunning. Even she could not deny that faced with such choices, she felt utterly powerless. Husband, you are right. Steward, take this pair of deceitful mother and daughter to the underground chamber. I must interrogate them thoroughly. With a wave of her hand, Cold Bingning earnestly instructed the steward to escort Shin Peilon and Cold Sheener away. In that moment, both Shin Peilon and Cold Sheener felt a surge of panic. Having always been at odds with Cold Bingning, they now feared that being taken to the underground chamber could lead to their torment, if not worse. Cold Sheener, as the heroine, no longer feigned illness but immediately began to bow repeatedly on the ground, exclaiming, "Father, mother, sister, brother-in-law, third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, do not let the steward take me to the underground chamber. Father, mother, sister, brother-in-law, third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother. This was all instigated by my biological mother. It truly has nothing to do with me." Simultaneously, Cold Sheener concealed the venomous resentment in her gaze. Now, under this roof, she had no choice but to bow her head, plotting her revenge against the Cold family for the future. Similarly, Shin Peilon knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. "Master, I never intended to frame the Cold family. This was all Cold Sheener's doing. Madam, did you not say we would always be good sisters and best friends? I have never wronged you, nor did I wish to harm the Cold family." Chapter 74. Why can a domineering female CEO have a lover? Yet I cannot seek a paramour? Indeed, it is no surprise that the mother and daughter, when faced with life and death, possess an exceptional talent for shifting blame. I wonder if the woman Sun has this ability. Well, I doubt it with my mother-in-law, but certainly with me. Given Sun's ruthless and domineering nature, she would rather I swiftly remove myself from her life, ideally never having existed in her world. Ugh, just thinking about this makes my mood sour. In my previous life, I truly was blind to fall for the woman Sun at first sight, pouring my heart out for decades, yet receiving not even a day's love in return. How tragic it is to be a devoted admirer. May Sun also meet her misfortune. Alas, thinking too much serves no purpose. Zhu Tianfan gazed at the dried fruits in his hand, and memories of his past life washed over him, rendering them tasteless. He let out a deep sigh. A devoted admirer. A devoted admirer. In the end, left with nothing. As a man, Zhu Tianfan found it utterly incomprehensible that his predecessor, a devoted admirer, would sacrifice everything for love. But was his predecessor in the wrong? No. As a husband, he fulfilled many responsibilities that most men would falter at. Yet ultimately, he still failed to earn Cold Bingning's affection. But was his predecessor truly blameless? Yes. Once a devoted individual, Lung Bingning had sacrificed everything. Yet it was the aloof and elegant Long Ling who had given her all. Ultimately, she had let down a woman who genuinely cared for her. The resentful husband sighed, holding dried fruits in a daze, perhaps reminiscing about past sorrows. As Lung Bingning gazed into Zhu Tianfan's emotionless eyes, her heart ached with a tumult of anxiety. The pain stemmed from her realization that despite decades of unwavering devotion, she had never earned even a day of his love. The resentful husband was not mistaken. Whether it was the 7 years of pursuit or the 5 years of marriage, she had never harbored love for him, only unreciprocated indulgence. What reason could there be for a woman like her to continue the relationship? Her heart raced as she sensed the absence of emotion in his gaze. If he hated her, there remained a glimmer of hope for reconciliation. But if even hatred had faded, it signified the death of his affection. Lung Bingning was at a loss for how to comfort Zhu Tianfan. His soft sigh pierced her heart, leaving her with the unsettling feeling that he yearned to escape her. Like a kite wishing to soar ever farther away. The chasm in their love felt as deep as the Mariana Trench, utterly unfathomable. In her turmoil, she longed to bare her soul to prove her transformation, to show she no longer disregarded his sacrifices and that she could indeed learn to love him. Yet, as she opened her mouth to offer solace, her eavesdropping thoughts nearly overwhelmed her with frustration. Wait, have I fallen into a misconception? While women like Sun are unashamed to seek out someone like Li Chun as a lover, why must I uphold the dignity of the Long family? Why not find a woman to indulge in as a mistress? No, a concubine indeed. Gu Qingcheng is delightful, and Long Ling is equally splendid. After dinner tonight, I shall concoct an excuse to approach them. Should either agree, I would promptly cleanse myself and present myself to them. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. Bah! To hell with those Sun women. May they meet a miserable fate. Zhu Tianfan mused that upon receiving a substantial sum from his in-laws, he would seek out Gu Qingqing and Long Ling to see which beautiful lady would accept him. If Gu Qingqing consented, he would persuade her to elope with him. If not, he would then approach Long Ling, first offering a heartfelt apology on behalf of his predecessor, and then express his desire to be with her. A woman like Long Ling, who was deeply passionate and willing to give her all, was indeed the most suitable choice for a wife. As for Lung Bingning, with her domineering and heartless nature, being with her was a gamble with an uncertain outcome. With this revelation, Zhu Tianfan's mood brightened, and he indulged in the dried fruits and sipped glass after glass of water. Dog of a man, dog of a man, dog of a man, such a miserable fate awaits. Ah, where had she strayed? Where had she lost her dignity? Where had she sought out Li Chun as a lover? Cold Bingning's forehead was instantly marred by prominent veins, the earlier pangs of heartache and anxiety having vanished without a trace. She felt an overwhelming urge to crush the head of the man who had betrayed her under her foot. This wretched man, he was forever unworthy of her comfort, forever unworthy of her sympathy. Just as she had softened her heart for a fleeting moment, he revealed his true nature before her very eyes. He even dared to seek out his secretary, Gu Qingqing, and the widow, Long Ling, as potential mistresses. Was this not a direct insult to her worth compared to these two women? Cold Bingning took out her makeup mirror and glanced at her reflection, her confidence reigniting. A woman as voluptuous, exquisite, and rare as she was indeed a rarity in this world. That wretched man. Humph, what audacity he had. She fought to restrain her trembling hands, desperately redirecting her attention to the coffee table before her, fearful that a moment's lapse might lead her to crush the head of Zhu Tianfan, who was leaning against her shapely leg. In an instant, a thought struck her. Why not simply break that man's legs? This way, he would be unable to stray and engage in indiscretions behind her back. After all, with his legs disabled, it would hardly matter. There were plenty of maids eager to care for him, and perhaps he would even find greater happiness. However, that was unwise. He would despise her for it. He might even wallow in despair, lamenting that while she possessed his body, she could never capture his heart. And then there was Long Ling, the widow, who lurked nearby, watching with keen eyes. If she found out that it was Cold Bingning who had maimed the wretched man, she might very well become a vengeful lunatic. Cold Bingning had no desire to provoke a madwoman from the capital. Yet, if she did not break his legs, what would she do with a man whose thoughts were consumed with lustful pursuits of Long Ling? What if one day he became entangled with her and did not return? That would be a disaster. Not only would she bear the shame of a green-hued reputation, but rumors might spread that the formidable female CEO could not compete against a mere widow for her husband's affection. After pondering this, Cold Bingning felt a surge of indignation. As the saying goes, better to keep the meat in one's own pot. Perhaps it would be best to break the man's legs and confine him to a secret chamber, surrounding him with 100 maids to attend to his every need. Should he fall into despair, she could always consider marrying Gu Qingqing as a secondary wife. But Long Ling was a formidable threat. The widow posed too great a danger. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Cold Bingning lowered her gaze, casting a chilling, icy glare at Zhu Tianfan, wishing she could brand the words wretched man onto his face. What are you looking at, Su woman? Are you perhaps feeling soft-hearted and hoping I will intervene to release that mother-daughter pair? If so, it only proves you are both foolish and brainless, deserving of the betrayal you suffer, even sparing your mortal enemies. Zhu Tianfan rubbed his mouth, still tingling from the dried fruit, and stole a glance at Cold Bingning's flawless and captivating visage. At that moment, she was filled with both fury and frustration. This resentful husband of hers was once again indulging in his theatrics, mistakenly believing she would release the duo, Lung Shiner and Shun Peilon. Did she truly lack such intelligence? In the eyes of her resentful husband, she appears utterly foolish and brainless, deserving to be treated like a dog by her illicit lover, Li Chun. That wretched man. He has riled her once again. Lung Bingning felt an intense pain in her heart, her anger boiling over as she cast a sharp glance at Zhu Tianfan. Oh, still glaring at people? That woman is truly detestable, demanding others to seek her out for assistance. Very well. As a clever and resourceful husband, I shall lend my aid. All I desire is for you to be happy and divorce me swiftly. Bah. Wait, I must ponder how to assist this woman in articulating her needs. If I phrase it poorly, her domineering nature may lead her to glare at me once more. Oh, how I worry for her. Without me, How will she survive? Zhu Tianfan found himself lost in contemplation as he observed Lung Bingning's shapely legs. Ah, 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 that insufferable man. I can hardly tolerate it any longer. I yearn to give him a thorough beating. How could a mere glance provoke such an overblown reaction from him? Oh heavens! Has this man been sent to torment her? Why must he be such a resentful creature? It's all the fault of that wretched mother-daughter duo. If they hadn't complained, he wouldn't have reacted so theatrically. With a frosty expression, Lung Bingning glared at Zhu Tianfan before turning her fury towards Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon, shouting, "Silence." Chapter 75. Lung Xiner, rest assured. Your lover will seek vengeance for you. Oh no. The domineering CEO's wife is furious. This is disastrous. Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon truly lack perception, choosing to provoke the wrong person by prattling on in front of her. Now, they have surely escalated her anger, for she abhors incessant chatter. Lung Xiner, Shen Peilon, you'd better hope for the best. This woman has been known to lash out at the slightest provocation, and one can never tell when her temper will flare. You know how women can be during such times. They become walking explosives. I will not come to your defense. Zhu Tianfan watched as Lung Bingning clenched her fists, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Although he was unaware of the cause of her ire, he decided it prudent to feign indifference, leaning against her ample legs and remaining motionless, all the while munching on candied fruits. As for the fate of Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon, it was of no concern to him. Even if Lung Bingning were to lash out at them right before his eyes, he would remain unfazed. At that moment, Lung Bingning's shout for silence led Lung Fu, Lung Mu, and her three brothers to believe that she was thoroughly annoyed with Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon, prompting them to offer their reassurances. My dear daughter, what troubles you? If you're feeling upset, perhaps we should have the butler escort them away. Indeed, sister. Shall I interrogate this mother-daughter pair? Sister, you're not suggesting these two have done something ill-fated, are you? Cold Bingning sighed softly in her heart, rubbing her forehead. It was all her resentful husband's fault for incessantly nagging in her mind, which provoked her to shout out without thinking. Dad, Mom, third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother. I'm fine. Feel free to ask anything. When the time comes for the interrogation in the basement, perhaps this mother-daughter duo will feign innocence again. By then, your compassion might lead to regret. Cold Bingning could only come up with a casual excuse to dismiss her parents and three brothers. As for Zhu Tianfan, who was feigning death with his head resting on her lap, Cold Bingning found herself even more infuriated. What a despicable man! How could her resentful husband, after being reborn, turn into such a coward? The moment things went awry, he immediately leaned on her leg pretending to be lifeless. This man truly incited her ire. All of this turmoil was instigated by him, yet he acted as if he were uninvolved. Looking at Zhu Tianfan resting on her ample thigh, Cold Bingning felt an overwhelming frustration she could not express, her heart simmering with indignation, wishing she could twist his head off and use it as a toilet. However, recalling the grievances her resentful husband had endured for decades, her anger slightly subsided. After all, this scoundrel was still her husband, no matter how furious she felt. She had to endure. For all those years, how could her resentful husband bear decades of grievances while she could not tolerate a fleeting moment of irritation? With this thought, Cold Bingning's heart softened, redirecting her anger towards the dried fruits and preserves. Forget it. If her resentful husband could incessantly munch on dried fruits, why should she suffer in silence? They should enjoy them together. Without hesitation, Cold Bingning shot a cold glare at Zhu Tianfan, snatching the peeled dried fruits from his hand and popping them into her mouth. What a domineering woman. How could she want food while simultaneously glaring at me? Snatching it from my grasp, one would think her hands, adorned with manicures, were too delicate to even peel a wrapper. Ugh, such an overbearing woman deserves to be betrayed. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Cold Bingning clutched her chest, where the anger had begun to ache, glaring fiercely at Zhu Tianfan. It was all his fault. If this daily torment continued to cause her pain, would she not age a decade or more prematurely? Meanwhile, Mother Lung, Li Jingyu, observed the performance of Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon with a detached gaze. Among the Cold family, it was Li Jingyu who felt the most heartache regarding Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon. Both of them were individuals to whom she had sincerely devoted herself. Now, these two were stabbing her in the back. How could she not be saddened? Peilon, may I ask you one thing? Have I ever treated you like a servant? Li Jingyu looked at Shen Peilon with a pained expression. Madam, never. Shin Peilon, despite her inclination to lie, knew some truths were blatantly obvious. Initially, she had been chosen as a maid in the cold household because she had lost a child and was a nursing mother. Thus, on her first day, Li Jingyu had sent her to care for her foster daughter, Lung Xiner. Simultaneously, Li Jingyu had granted Shin Peilon a considerable status and identity, requiring her merely to take care of Lung Xiner without any additional duties. Li Jingyu observed Shin Peilon nodding, and with a pang of heartache, she inquired once more. Over all these years, has the Cold family ever wronged you? Shin Peilon found herself unable to utter a falsehood once again. Throughout her many years with the Cold family, her status and position were nearly equal to that of Li Jingyu. Her living standards were on par with those of the lady of the house. Madam, I have not. Shin Peilon had no choice but to concede to Li Jingyu's assertion. Upon hearing Shin Peilon's admission, Li Jingyu nodded, relieved that she had the courage to acknowledge it. Peilon, in these past 20 years, have I ever reproached you or laid blame for your mistakes? Even when you expressed a desire for a home in the metropolis, I promptly purchased a $10 million villa as a gift for your 40th birthday. I have treated you as family, providing you with the same comforts and luxuries that I enjoy, all accounted for under my name. Yet, my kindness has been repaid with your collusion with your own daughter to deceive me for 2 decades. While you stab me in the back, do you think I can forgive such treachery? Shin Peilon fell silent, recognizing the truth in Li Jingyu's words, which left her without a rebuttal. However, she yearned to survive, to avoid being taken to the underground chamber. Madam, I was wrong. I will change. I promise to amend my ways. Li Jingyu, heartbroken, closed her eyes and waved her hand at the butler. Take her away. As for her adopted daughter, Lung Xiner, she had no desire to inquire further nor to show any leniency. Regarding the accident, it was Lung Bingning who had suggested they need to deal with Li Chun. Oh, dear mother-in-law, congratulations on finally coming to your senses. One must not show compassion to scheming and malicious mother-daughter duos like Shin Peilon and Lung Xiner. Butler, quickly have her removed, lest my resolute mother-in-law falter and regret her decision, leading to Lung Xiner's insidious charm resurfacing, and then, of course, she would turn her ire towards me. Madam, I am sorry. It is all my fault. Please, I beg you spare me. I promise it won't happen again. Shin Peilon, sensing the gravity of her situation, cried out in desperation to Li Jingyu. Peilon, do you still wish for another chance? Butler, take her away. Li Jingyu furrowed her brow and gestured dismissively. Shin Peilon's unrepentant nature was a bitter disappointment after all the kindness shown to her. Indeed, a wolf in sheep's clothing was never deserving of sympathy. Meanwhile, Lung Xiner, noticing the displeasure on her mother's face, realized that pleading for mercy would be futile. She turned her imploring gaze towards the silent Zhu Tianfan. Brother-in-law, please help me. Intercede with my sister and prevent me from being confined in the basement. Brother-in-law, just for calling you brother-in-law, please assist me. Lung Xiner's pitiful pleas may have appeared weak and pitiable to others, but in Zhu Tianfan's eyes, she was nothing but a shameless wretch. Xiner, I only heed my wife's wishes. Zhu Tianfan gazed at Lung Xiner, who was sobbing pitifully and could only feign helplessness. Closing his eyes. How absurd. Lung Xiner still had the audacity to speak. The reason she had once crawled and begged after having her legs broken was partially due to her own suggestions. Just like that treacherous woman, Sun. Both are heartless and shameless individuals, seeking to plead for mercy. How ridiculous. Lung Xiner, you are truly foolish to think you could come to me for help. With Sun's domineering nature, it would be a miracle if she heeded my words. Perhaps a mere glance from her would lead to me receiving a slap in return. But fret not, Lung Xiner. Your paramour, the scoundrel Li Chun, will surely seek vengeance for you. When Sun's lover meets a gruesome fate on the operating table, I shall not lift a finger to assist in the burial, not even for a moment. Chapter 76. Such a place as the basement. Could someone as delicate as I ever venture there? This man, what a drama queen. Not only does he berate her in his thoughts, but he also revels in his own mischief. What a splendid husband this resentful man is. Since this is the case, let him witness my methods of interrogation and perhaps teach him a lesson in the process. Darling, it is time to rise. Lung Bingning gently tapped Zhu Tianfan's cheek. Once he stood, she regarded him with a cold gaze and uttered words that left him utterly astonished. Father, mother, third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother, please begin preparing dinner. Husband, join me in interrogating Lung Xiner and Shin Peilon. Once we are done, We shall return for our meal. Lung Bingming had conceived a plan to experiment on the wretched duo, Lung Xiner and Shun Peilon, in the secluded chamber, utilizing the methods proposed by her resentful husband. Especially Lung Xiner, who often feigned illness and delighted in provoking her with venomous glares. Now, equipped with her husband's techniques, she was eager to see how Lung Xiner would meet her demise. The final strike of her resentful husband was indeed worthy of emulation. Lung Bingming resolved that if she were to eliminate Lung Xiner and Li Chun, she would undoubtedly employ her husband's method for the coup de grace. Naturally, she would not dispatch Lung Xiner so swiftly. After all, her parents were rather fond of her, and Li Chun needed Lung Xiner to remain tethered. Similarly, Lung Xiner required Shun Peilon to keep her grounded. Dear wife, I think I shall abstain. I am not well versed in matters of interrogation. Zhu Tianfan gazed up at Lung Bingming's piercing eyes, a sudden wave of apprehension washing over him. What did this domineering CEO wish to accomplish? The basement was clearly no place for amusement. Sun, that gluttonous woman. What business do I have in interrogating Lung Xiner and Shun Peilon, a mother-daughter pair? A place as sinister as the basement. Could a frail man like me ever step foot there? No. Sun's capabilities do not necessitate my presence unless she intends to conspire against me. This is dire. It seems Sun is plotting to murder her own husband, intending to dismember me in that dreadful basement. How malicious she is. This is truly a calamity. How foolish and brainless that woman Sun is. Being married to you is truly a stroke of misfortune. In my past life, I must have been blind to have chosen a woman like you. Why didn't you divorce me sooner, so you could swiftly seek out your lover? Zhi Tianfan felt a wave of terror wash over him, unable to meet the cold, disdainful gaze of Lung Bingming. His legs trembled involuntarily. In a panic, he hastily concocted an excuse to dismiss her. Dear wife, my legs are numb. Surely we need not venture into the basement. Dog of a man, is fear already creeping in? Are your legs trembling now? Just moments ago, you were so pleased to berate me in your mind, labeling me as a foolish woman. Lung Bingming observed Zhi Tianfan's theatrical display of guilt with a cold chuckle. The notion of retreat was utterly impossible for this cowardly man. Fear not, my love, we are husband and wife. I shall support you as we make our way to the basement. With that, Lung Bingming cast a frosty glance at Zhi Tianfan and resolutely assisted him toward the basement. As a domineering CEO's wife, she was to embody unparalleled assertiveness, entirely disregarding her timid husband's protests. Together, they descended into the basement, where the decor and design left Zhi Tianfan momentarily speechless. The villa's basement was unlike anything he had previously imagined. Beyond mere wine cellars and interrogation rooms, there were designated spaces for family disaster preparedness, warehouses brimming with supplies, and even a refrigerator, entertainment rooms, bedrooms, bathrooms, and kitchens. Essentially, it was an underground villa. Dear wife, is this truly a basement? I thought basements were small, dark, and damp, teeming with rodents and cockroaches. Zhi Tianfan was bewildered. He had no idea the Cold family's basement was so multifunctional. His former life's memories had failed to inform him of this. Indeed, my husband. Lung Bingming nodded. After 5 years of marriage and a lengthy stay at the estate, he was still unaware of the grandeur and extensive functionality of their own basement. It seemed he had never even considered this aspect, nor had he ventured below. Lung Bingming smirked, realizing her husband's naivety. No wonder he harbored such grievances and theatrics after his rebirth. Alas, it seemed to be her doing. What a cruel twist of fate. This thought soured her mood once more. This dog of a man truly knew how to ruin her day. With a sigh, she felt compelled to clarify matters regarding the basement to prevent Zhi Tianfan from overthinking. My dear, that is merely your preconceived notion. Most villa basements are indeed designed similarly, including ours. I shall take you on a tour sometime. I once thought that you would be as ruthless as the women in Red Spider, coldly eliminating me in the basement, swiftly dismembering my body with a chainsaw, and ultimately burying the remains beneath the floor, sealing the crime with concrete. Cold Bingming gazed at her resentful husband, filled with confusion. What on earth occupies this man's mind? If he wishes to kill someone, why should it be her who takes action? Surely, the bodyguards would not merely stand by and watch. Moreover, what is this Red Spider? A crimson arachnid, perhaps? While she is familiar with the Black Widow, one of the most venomous spiders in the world that devours its male counterpart post-mating. Akin to the praying mantis. Could it be that her resentful husband is likening her to a red Black Widow? But that seems incorrect. supporting the trembling-legged Zhu Tianfan. Her mind began to ponder what Red Spider truly was. Was it a film, a television series, or perhaps a novel that could frighten her husband to such an extent? Nonetheless, speaking of Red Spider, the series is indeed thrilling and captivating. It chronicles the real-life criminal cases of 10 women who committed murder, exploring the trajectory of their psychological transformations and documenting their confessions as they approached the end of their lives. On the other hand, given the foolishness and lack of intelligence of Sioux women, she would likely be incapable of mastering the treacherous tactics of the cunning women in Red Spider. However, that cold Sheener, the wretched woman, could potentially mimic them perfectly, perhaps even surpassing them. Bah! Sioux women truly deserve a miserable fate, being inferior even to cold Sheener's ruthlessness, justly punished for her infidelities. Leaning against Sioux women is rather comfortable. A plump and curvaceous figure is certainly delightful. At least it does not feel awkward. Truly worthy of being the exquisite embodiment of a captivating mature woman. This dog of a man. How dare he curse her incessantly in his heart? It seems that his heart is quite unsettled if he does not scold his CEO wife for a single day. Cold Bingning cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Tianfan, tempted to kick this dog of a man off her. Humph, this man is nothing but a lustful dog. Just moments ago, he was trembling in fear, supported by her. Yet now, seeing that she had not killed him and buried him, he begins to flaunt himself again, praising her figure. It appears that this dog of a man is rather enjoying her support. This dog. His lecherous expression is unmistakably indicative of his inappropriate thoughts. Feeling the weight of Zhu Tianfan against her, Cold Bingning shot him a cold look. Darling, are you tired? If so, shall I find you a chair to rest? In her heart, she conceived a brilliant idea to make her resentful husband's entertainment company a resounding success, to produce a television series themed around Red Spider. Although she was unsure where her husband had discovered such a series, she could certainly borrow a director, artists, and actors from her brother, Cold Xingxia. The entertainment company of her adulterous rival, Li Chun, also required suppression, and perhaps it was time to poach some talent. At this moment, Zhu Tianfan was jolted back to reality by Lung Bingning's cold gaze, and he hurriedly straightened his posture. No, my dear wife, I am not tired at all. Lung Bingning, the domineering CEO, was not the kind-hearted, beautiful secretary Gu Qingqing, nor the strong, yet nurturing widow Long Ling. Heaven knows what would happen if she were to become enraged. Perhaps he would find himself buried alive in the basement. Zhu Tianfan's refusal did not faze Lung Bingning. Instead, she continued to fix him with her icy stare, declaring a series of commands. Butler, prepare a reclining chair for my husband, and bring Lung Sheener and Shun Peilon here. Oh, and also fetch me a small knife and a piece of candy. I have my uses for them. Chapter 77. Here lies a knife and a candy. Choose wisely to survive. As Lung Sheener and Shun Peilon were escorted in by the butler, Lung Bingning commenced her interrogation. Sister Sheener, Aunt Shun, do not think I am denying you both an opportunity. Here lies a knife and a piece of candy. Now, you must make a choice. Will you choose the knife or the candy for one another? Choose correctly, and you shall both live. Choose incorrectly, and you will perish here forever. Ugh, what a tyrannical woman. I said I didn't want a reclining chair, yet she forcibly seated me. What a wretched woman. Ugh, if only she could be this domineering regarding our divorce, I would gladly initiate the proceedings. Alas, her procrastination is utterly tiresome. By the way, watching this interrogation, why does it feel so familiar? Wait, a knife and a piece of candy for Lung Sheener and Shun Peilon to choose from? Is this not the infamous trope that one must not leave alive? Such a ludicrous scenario. Where did this foolish woman learn such tactics? It is truly baffling. When did this dim-witted woman become so astute? That man, he dares to contemplate divorce. Such a notion is utterly impossible, unless perhaps in a future life. Lung Bingning paid no heed to her beleaguered husband Zhu Tianfan's internal grievances, for he was a source of frustration she could neither strike nor scold, often leaving her exasperated. Now, with adversaries at hand, why should she waste her energy on him? Slowly, Lung Bingning approached Lung Sheener, her eyes coldly scrutinizing. Lung Sheener, my dear sister, it is now your turn to make a choice. Gazing at the knife and candy that lay on the ground, Lung Sheener felt a surge of anxiety. What was her foolish and thoughtless sister attempting to accomplish? Was she truly forcing her to choose? But what did the knife signify? And what about the candy? Could it be that choosing the knife meant she would have to plunge it into her biological mother Shun Peilon's heart? Then the candy would be poison. To be fed to her own mother? What a cruel sister she had, to inflict such torment. Yet, that couldn't be right. Given her sister's foolish and domineering nature, she would not resort to such elaborate cruelty. Wait, it dawned on her. The knife represented death, while the candy symbolized life. Should one choose the knife? It signifies relinquishing the chance of survival, whereas opting for the sugar embodies the essence of life itself. Such a choice is a profound test of human nature. Indeed, the foolish and unthinking sister reveals herself to be a truly malicious woman, presenting herself with such a perilous decision. Lung Shiner, paralyzed by fear, found the life-or-death dilemma unbearably daunting. Yet, in her quest for survival, she could comprehend her biological mother's plight. Sister, I choose sugar. The knife can be left for my mother. With a fleeting glance at Shun Peilon, Lung Shiner bowed her head in trepidation. Lung Shiner, true to her nature, instinctively opted for the choice that favored her own interests, disregarding her biological mother's life as secondary to her own survival. Both Lung Shiner and Shun Peilon are selfish individuals, embroiled in a vicious cycle of mutual betrayal. One could only speculate whether the latter might soften her heart. Should she do so, it would be no more than a fitting consequence for her future, potentially facing dire repercussions. Instantly, Shun Peilon was filled with trepidation. Her daughter, a veritable wolf in sheep's clothing, had chosen to leave the knife for her, clearly wishing for her demise. Desperate, Shun Peilon fell to her knees, tearfully beseeching Lung Bingning for mercy, wishing she had chosen sugar herself to secure her life. Oh no, no, young miss, I bow before you. I too wish to choose sugar. Please, I do not wish to die. However, as Shun Peilon realized her pleas garnered no response from Lung Bingning, she turned to her own daughter, Lung Shiner, seeking salvation. Oh, my daughter, how could you be so heartless as to condemn me? Quickly, plead with the young miss on my behalf. Let me choose sugar as well. I truly do not wish to perish. I wish to live. Lung Shiner, embodying the essence of a heartless and cunning individual, remained utterly unmoved by her mother's desperate cries. Sister, I have made my choice. You must not regret it. Mother, can you not make a sacrifice for me? You have lived 45 years, enjoying the company of numerous men and a life of luxury. And I, at merely 20, having just begun my journey with Brother Chun, have barely begun to live. After uttering these words, Lung Shiner resolutely turned her head away, completely disregarding Shun Peilon's pleas, as if she were invisible. For Lung Shiner, survival was paramount. Death meant the end of all. Besides, her mother had already lived 45 years, indulging in countless affairs. Her life had been ample. As for her, at the tender age of 20, with only one man, Li Chun, how could she ever contemplate death? Her beloved was eagerly awaiting their future together in the pursuit of wealth and grandeur. Witnessing Shun Peilon's tearful supplications and Lung Shiner's indifference, Lung Bingning felt a profound disappointment. The mother-daughter duo had anticipated a heartfelt reunion, yet, in this critical moment of life and death, they diverged sharply. Clearly, their bond was far from robust. Nonetheless, the man, previously seen as a mere incompetent, demonstrated a flicker of intelligence by anticipating the unfolding drama between the two, a glimmer of potential beyond mere domesticity. Cold Bingning let out a chilling laugh. Oh, really? Since Aunt Shun has chosen sweets, then I shall acquiesce to your desires, along with my sister Xinar. She turned away, casting a frosty glance at her hapless husband. Zhu Tianfan, my dear husband, if it were you, how would you choose? Cold Bingning was eager to hear Zhu Tianfan's thoughts. In her mind, she envisioned various scenarios. Realizing that any choice offered was utterly futile, no matter the selection, it would lead to a disheartening outcome. What a predicament! How unfortunate it is that I find myself entangled in this mess. That woman, Sun, is truly detestable. May she meet a dire fate. This situation is unsolvable, and any decision made would only invite future troubles. Now, they come to me with questions, surely with ill intentions. Do they wish to reclaim the money owed to me? What a wretched woman Sun is. Bah, she deserves no mercy. What should I do? With Sun's domineering nature, no matter how I respond, she will be displeased. Perhaps even take the opportunity to slap me. I've got it. I shall feign ignorance. Hee. That way, Sun will have no hold over me. Bah. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you in the future. Zhu Tianfan, initially lounging and enjoying his leisure, was jolted back to reality by Cold Bingning's inquiry. He lifted his head, gazing at her with those clear, yet somewhat naive eyes. My dear wife, are you speaking to me? I was lost in thought. Would you mind repeating that? Something feels amiss. If Sun possessed such cleverness, she wouldn't have been so foolish as to fall victim to her lover's betrayal. Could it be that her mind has finally awakened these past few days? Bah! Even if it has, she remains a foolish and mindless woman, perpetually tormenting her own husband. What a troubled soul she is. She deserves no mercy. Zhu Tianfan, feeling guilty, cast a glance at cold Bingning, only to find her still glaring. His heart raced with anxiety. Wasn't this answer acceptable? Should he feign ignorance once more? However, pretending to be oblivious was no longer an option. That scoundrel of a man. He cursed her inwardly, while simultaneously glancing at her with trepidation. Had he known, he would never have asked. Now, they were discussing her future. Should she fall prey to betrayal? Cold Bingning was filled with fury, yet was also deeply frustrated. This worthless man was truly insufferable. He silently berated her while feigning innocence. She was tempted to poke his head, wishing to uncover what lay within. If nothing were found, she would spit in there, ensuring his mind was filled with nothing but water. Yet, perhaps her husband had a point. Such questions were inherently unresolvable, so why trouble him further? It was infuriating. Inhale, exhale, breathe in again, breathe out. Forget it. Her hapless husband never truly aligned with her thoughts. His resentment towards her was justified. She deserved to be scolded, and she must endure her frustration. Cold Bingning could only strive to comfort herself, suppressing her boiling rage, and with a stiffened expression, she uttered, "My dear husband, if you are weary, then rest." That scoundrel of a man. What a loss it was for her. Enduring scorn while feigning ignorance. I shall teach them a lesson upon returning home tonight. Cold Bingning, resembling a mechanized entity, turned slowly, her face rigid, casting a chilling gaze upon Cold Sheener and Shun Peilon. Simultaneously, she began to engage in a self-soothing mantra, attributing the entire affair to their own making. Unable to rectify her useless husband, she could at least deal with these two wretches. Chapter 78. This mother and daughter must not be spared. They shall be taken out and buried alive. Congratulations. You have made the wrong choice. Butler. This mother-daughter duo, feigning harmlessness with their sugary facade to preserve their own lives, reveals their profound cunning. They must not be allowed to remain. Drag them out and bury them alive. Upon hearing these words from Cold Bingning, Cold Sheener and Shun Peilon were left utterly stunned. What sort of merciless fiend is this? Merely selecting the wrong option leads to their demise. How could such a ruthless woman be in their presence? Cold Sheener hastily knelt before Cold Bingning, grasping her high-heeled shoes and pleading loudly for mercy. Sister, 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 I chose incorrectly. I do not wish to die, nor be buried alive. Can you grant me another chance? I wish to choose the knife. Cold Sheener, inherently a treacherous and venomous woman, shamelessly knelt in desperation upon realizing her mistake, believing that once she gained control of the Cold family, she could exact her revenge on Cold Bingning in due course. Likewise, Shun Peilon mirrored her daughter's actions, embodying the saying that like mother, like daughter, as she too knelt on the ground, weeping profusely and pleading for mercy. Miss, I am the same. I too implore you for another chance. I wish to choose the knife. Miss, I beg you. Meanwhile, the butler and 18 bodyguards, from Shao Yi to Shao Shiba, comprising 8 men and 10 women, stood by, momentarily stunned. It appeared that selecting sugar was indeed a misstep, deliberately designed to ensnare this mother-daughter pair. The rationale of their profound cunning seemed to hold water. Cold Bingning, true to her role as the domineering CEO, had devised such a clever method. Each individual silently admired Cold Bingning, recognizing that this reverse choice tactic was indeed an excellent means of interrogating the guilty. Fortunately, they quickly regained their composure and prepared to seize Cold Sheener and Shun Peilon, ready to bury them alive at Cold Bingning's command. The only one present, lounging in a recliner and pretending to be fatigued, was Zhu Tianfan, who covertly scorned Cold Sheener and Shun Peilon. TSK. How prematurely joyous Cold Sheener and Shun Peilon are. This question is fundamentally unsolvable. Choosing either option is futile. As long as the woman is ruthless, she could very well feast upon Cold Sheener and Shun Peilon tonight. This method is truly a scene worthy of shrimp and pork heart. Just the first choice has rendered Cold Sheener and Shun Peilon utterly helpless. What a satisfying spectacle. Now, let us proceed further allowing Cold Sheener to witness what true sisterly care entails. Humph. Cold Bingning felt a flicker of admiration for Zhu Tianfan before pulling over a chair, crossing her legs, and coldly berating Lung Sheener once more. Sister Sheener, Aunt Shun, the choice of knives was entirely yours. Congratulations. You've chosen poorly again. Butler. This mother-daughter pair, in their desperation to survive, unhesitatingly opted for knives, revealing their ruthless nature. They must not be allowed to live. Immediately take them out and bury them alive. Devils. 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 Cold Bingning is undeniably a devil. Choosing sugar was wrong, and choosing knives was also wrong. Is this intended to ensure that she and her biological mother perish together? At this moment, Lung Sheener felt an overwhelming despair, as if she were plummeting into an abyss, devoid of any hope. Wait. A sudden shiver coursed through Lung Sheener. If choosing sugar was erroneous, and choosing knives was also erroneous, then selecting both together surely could not be incorrect. Clinging to a glimmer of hope for survival, she implored Cold Bingning once more, even directing her pleas toward Zhu Tianfan. Sister, I made a mistake. Please grant me another chance. Brother-in-law, help me, persuade sister to give me another opportunity. I wish to choose both options, sister. I beg you, grant me a chance. Shen Peilon, being older, reacted a moment too late, and only after Lung Sheener's desperate cries did she finally respond. Wah, miss. I too have chosen incorrectly. I want to select both options alongside Sheener. Wah, miss, young master, I do not wish to die. I implore you. Zhu Tianfan secretly scoffed at Lung Sheener and Shen Peilon, continuing to feign indifference. This mother-daughter duo was indeed tedious. If pleading with him were effective, would he still be lying here? He would have long since pursued romance. However, knowing Cold Bingning's domineering nature, it was hard to believe she would spare these two. Pitiful Lung Sheener, pitiful Shen Peilon. No amount of pleading will change the fact that this choice is inescapable. Today, the Sun woman has taken a turn for the bizarre, contemplating burying this mother-daughter pair alive. Wait, if the Sun woman is truly so heartless, how could she suffer at the hands of her lover? Is it merely out of rage? I understand. Given her lack of wit, she is consumed by jealousy towards Lung Sheener, yet yearns for her lover's affection. The Sun woman deserves a wretched fate. Cold Bingning rolled her eyes. This wretched man could not bear to see her thrive, and was now cursing her in silence. Alas, it was infuriating to have no outlet for her anger. Fortunately, this despicable mother-daughter duo provided her with the perfect opportunity to vent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to eat tonight. With a cold smile, Cold Bingning thought it amusing that these two truly believed they could escape their fate. That was utterly impossible. Congratulations. You've chosen poorly again. Butler, this mother-daughter pair, in their greed to survive, has selected both options, revealing their insatiable nature. They must not be allowed to live. Take them out and bury them alive. What? Choosing both still leads to burial alive. Is there to be no escape for this mother-daughter pair? Shen Peilon's reaction was remarkably swift. She burst into tears, wailing, Miss. I was wrong. Could you grant me one final chance to choose my answer? I truly do not wish to perish. I implore you, miss. Meanwhile, Lung Sheener lay prostrate on the ground, gazing at Lung Bingning with a heart full of despair. Her once astute and cunning eyes were now filled with profound dread. Was this foolish and mindless sister truly as dim-witted as she seemed, or had her previous actions merely been an act? A chilling realization coursed through Lung Sheener's heart. Had she merely been a jester in her sister's eyes? No. Despair could not yet take hold. There remained one final choice. If she chose the last answer, she could survive. Kneeling on the ground, she began to kowtow fervently. Sister, I beg you for one last opportunity. I do not wish to die. Sister, brother-in-law, please help me. I beseech you. Do not allow my sister to bury me alive. I want one final choice. Lung Bingning observed the nearly shattered expressions of Lung Sheener and Shen Peilon, delight swelling within her. For the first time, she relished the satisfaction of witnessing others' misfortune. The anger from her earlier confrontation with her husband vanishing without a trace. However, this mother-daughter duo believed they still possessed a glimmer of hope. It was time to extinguish that last flicker. Sister Xiner, Aunt Shen, I shall call upon you one last time. Do not claim I have deprived you of life's opportunity. I now grant you one final choice. Congratulations. The last answer is still incorrect. Steward, this obstinate pair, refusing to select an answer, reveals their inherent defiance. This mother and daughter must not be spared. They shall be entombed on the spot with concrete. Oh, and steward, before entombing them, ensure you plunge a knife to the right of their hearts to prevent their hearts from growing on that side. And do not forget to administer a blade to their posteriors and soles, lest they rise from the dead. At this moment, all present, save for Lung Bingning and Zhu Tianfan, regarded her with expressions of horror and shock. Lung Xiner exclaimed, "Demon! A demon! Surely one risen from the depths of hell, here to enact judgment upon me." Shun Peilon lamented, "It appears this truly is the end. My numerous misdeeds have summoned such a demon into existence. I deserve to meet my demise today." The steward remarked, "The young lady is indeed deserving of her title as a domineering CEO. The methods of torment she devises are remarkable. I must learn from this." The bodyguard added, "The young lady is truly formidable. To orchestrate such a scene of anguish is impressive. I have learned much." Look at the despair etched on Lung Xiner and Shun Peilon's faces. This situation cannot be allowed to persist, for it is indeed fitting retribution for Su Nu. Alas, Su Nu has avenged herself. But wait. Although Su Nu has avenged herself, I have yet to finalize my divorce from her. Is this not a predicament? With Lung Xiner gone, Su Nu will undoubtedly entangle herself with her lover. How will I ever manage to divorce her? Zhu Tianfan discovered that the unfolding events had exceeded his expectations. Chapter 79. The resentful husband will forever belong to her. Others need not even think about it. All right, dear sister Xiner, Aunt Shun. I believe it is time for you both to embark on your journey. At least you will not be alone on the road. The butler and Xiao Yi, the bodyguard, were instructed to use this knife to send the mother and daughter on their way. They were to act immediately. Lung Bingning waved her hand at the butler and Xiao Yi, a faint smirk of vengeful satisfaction gracing her lips. For so many years, Lung Xiner had caused her distress and fury in front of her parents and the adultererly Chun. Now, she finally had her revenge. "Yes, miss," the butler commanded. "Come. Escort the second young lady and the head maid on their journey." Immediately, the butler and Xiao Yi had people restrain Lung Xiner and Shun Peilon, dragging them into the dark depths of the basement amidst their cries for mercy. "No, sister, don't kill me. I was wrong. Sister, please. Miss, I don't want to die. I beg you." The woman, Sohn, had finally steeled herself to send Lung Xiner and Shun Peilon on their way. One could only wonder if their in-laws would grieve upon hearing the news. After all, Lung Xiner had been a cherished daughter for over 20 years. However, it was indeed peculiar how Sun had come to understand the necessity of eliminating this child and the need to deliver a final blow to her enemies. It was utterly baffling. Alas, it seems I must make my escape soon, for given Sun's ruthless nature, it is likely she would employ the same tactics against me in the future. I shudder at the thought of being buried alive, or perhaps even killed and buried. Zhu Tianfan watched as Lung Xiner and Shun Peilon were dragged away, his heart filled with trepidation. Unbeknownst to him, Cole Bingning had not actually ordered the butler and bodyguard to kill the mother and daughter. Rather, she had covertly sent a message to the butler. Death may be avoided, but living punishment is inescapable. This meant that Shun Peilon would first receive 20 lashes from the butler's men before being confined in a lightless room. Her existence restricted to a mere 10 square meter cell where she would eat, drink, and relieve herself, with meals delivered at designated times. As for Lung Xiner's fate, it was similarly grim, although she was spared from the lashes and confinement in a dark basement. Cole Bingning had stripped her of her status as the second young lady of the Lung family. From now on, she would reside in the same quarters as the family servants. Thus, the mother and daughter could no longer revel in their positions as the second young lady and head maid of the Lung family. Having dealt with Lung Xiner and Shun Peilon, Cole Bingning turned to see Zhu Tianfan still deep in thought about divorce, and she could not help but curl her lip in disdain. This resentful husband still fantasized about escaping their marriage. What a naive notion. After marking him as hers tonight, she would relish watching him try to flee. Cole Bingning cast a cold glance at Zhu Tianfan and leisurely posed a question. "Darling, what are you pondering? Is there a dilemma you wish to share with your wife? Perhaps I could be of assistance." Zhu Tianfan, at this moment, found his mind entangled in thoughts of divorce and escape. He was suddenly startled by a question from Lung Bingning and could only hastily fabricate a reason to deflect her inquiry. "Oh, it's nothing, my dear wife. I was simply pondering the matters concerning Lung Xiner and Shun Peilon, this mother-daughter duo. Ugh, that wretched woman. Her unexpected question nearly sent me into a panic. Truly, She deserves a fate as grim as they come. I shall frighten her in return. Ugh ugh. After silently cursing Lung Bingning, Zhu Tianfan suddenly recognized a disconcerting possibility. Following the demise of Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon, how would the narrative of this world unfold? Could it devolve into a tale of a domineering CEO tormenting and pursuing his wife? Would the scoundrel Li Chen ultimately pursue Lung Bingning and succeed in marrying her, only to discover that his cherished white moonlight, Lung Xiner, had perished at Lung Bingning's hands? Thus, would he embark on a path of torment and pursuit, rendering him yet another unfortunate male supporting character? Or, perhaps, he would simply evolve into Lung Bingning's devoted male counterpart? The very thought sent a chill down Zhu Tianfan's spine. Surely, such a coincidence could not be possible. My dear wife, did you truly bury Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon alive? Lung Bingning cast a surprised glance at Zhu Tianfan, wondering if her unfortunate husband had discerned her scheme. My dear, I did not bury Lung Xiner and Shen Peilon alive. I merely intended to frighten the two of them. She continued, furthermore, I have a strong suspicion that Shen Peilon is far from ordinary. I have been unable to uncover her past. Whether it was due to her satisfaction in tormenting Lung Xiner or some other motivation, Lung Bingning astonishingly began to explain herself to Zhu Tianfan. Ugh, if that wretched woman could indeed investigate Shen Peilon, it would be a marvel. Shen Peilon is no simple character. In terms of cunning, she surpasses even Lung Xiner. The entire situation seems to be shrouded in mystery and serendipity. I must contemplate this. If I could piece together the events of yesteryear, it might all make sense. Ah, I see it now. It was indeed a coincidence. Shen Peilon, burdened by her ailing husband, succumbed to infidelity, and after conceiving the illegitimate child, Lung Xiner, she feared she could not raise her, nor that her dying husband would discover the truth. So, she abandoned the child and fled with stolen money to another city. Ultimately, the frail husband succumbed to the shock, entrusting the recently born Lung Xiner to his good friends, her grandparents. For reasons unknown, he refrained from disclosing Shen Peilon's flight, merely stating that Lung Xiner had lost her mother. Later, when Shen Peilon's funds ran dry, she returned to the metropolis, inadvertently discovering that her deceased husband had formidable connections, and her illegitimate child had become the adopted daughter of the Lung family, the second young lady. Thus began the awakening of Shen Peilon's ambition, as she donned the guise of a tragic figure who had lost her child, becoming a mere maid in the Lung household, plotting her ascent. In the early years of Lung Xiner's life, she was covertly engaged by her family, while simultaneously, Dr. Wu, the family physician, was bound to her through a physical connection, leading her to feign a heart condition and become a frail child. Subsequently, she pretended to be the cherished confidant of her in-laws. From that moment on, Shen Peilon's status ascended dramatically, transforming from a humble maid to the head of the household staff, attaining an equal standing with her mother-in-law. Indeed, Shen Peilon's meticulous scheming over the course of 2 decades bore fruit, as she raised Lung Xiner, who proved to be equally cunning and ruthless. It is no wonder that after forming an illicit liaison with Li Chen, Lung Xiner swiftly orchestrated the demise of her in-laws, her 7 brothers, and the foolish Sun woman, thereby seizing the entirety of the Lung family's fortune. Lung Bingning could scarcely fathom that such secrets could be gleaned from listening to Zhu Tianfan's innermost thoughts. It became clear that Shen Peilon had methodically ascended from the position of a mere maid to that of the head of the household within the Lung family. If her unfortunate husband were to remain by her side, would she uncover even more secrets in the future? Suddenly, a question arose in Lung Bingning's heart. If Zhu Tianfan, her unfortunate husband, were intent on escaping and divorcing her, should she truly let him go? A man who loved her as deeply as he did was a rarity. And what would happen if she regretted her decision later? Even the widow, Long Ling, had sacrificed everything in her previous life without receiving Zhu Tianfan's affection. Could she truly part with such a man? Lung Bingning questioned herself, acknowledging that it was impossible. She lacked Long Ling's greatness and thoughtfulness, as well as Gu Qingqing's beauty and kindness. All she possessed was her determination and an unwavering pursuit of love. Even if it meant chasing her husband to the depths of despair, she would ensure that her unfortunate husband remained by her side. He would forever be hers, and she would love him eternally, even if it meant enduring endless frustrations. He must always be close at hand. With a resolute glint in her eyes, Lung Bingning sought to comfort herself with this reasoning, dismissing any opinions from her unfortunate husband, Zhu Tianfan, as inconsequential. In the ensuing days, Lung Bingning swiftly summoned the media to formally announce that Lung Xiner, due to her malicious intentions and collusion with the family doctor to feign illness for over a decade, would have her identity as the second young lady of the Lung family revoked, along with her status as an adopted daughter. The Lung family would no longer recognize her. Moreover, Lung Xiner's monthly allowance of 10 million would be terminated, as Lung Bingning believed that a capable individual ought to seek employment. At most, she would provide a modest subsidy of 1,000 yuan per month in the future.